Hello and welcome to the 82nd Goodwood Members Meeting. Yesterday saw even more of the top quality racing that we're used to seeing at Goodwood. The GT3s got their first taste of the track ahead of their shootout today, and we even had a little sparkle of Hollywood stardust.
Yes, we were treated to an incredible display by the makers of the new F1 film coming to the cinemas this summer. But who will be in the spotlight today on what promises to be another blockbuster?
Welcome back to the 82nd Members Meeting. Let's take a look at today's schedule for day 2. We are kicking things off at 9 a.m. for the Gordon Spice Trophy Part 2 for their practice. That will see us into a second practice for the Salvadori Cup before we get underway with our next 2 races and a demonstration from that Jota Cadillac.
Moving on into the afternoon, we'll get our first race of the afternoon with the SF Edge Trophy Part 2, followed by the Whitmore Cup at 1:15.
Moving on into the afternoon, we see that inaugural Win Percy Trophy take to the line at 2:15, and we'll also see another fantastic demonstration from that Lotus 97T at 3:50.
And then rounding out the day, and sadly the members meeting, we've got the shootout of the GT3 final, which should be fantastic, at 5:30, followed by the last race of the day, the Salvadori Cup at 6:20.
Yes, it was a stunning start to the weekend yesterday, and myself, David Green, and our commentary team are delighted to bring you another schedule full of racing action and demonstration laps today. And if yesterday was anything to go by, we're in for another spectacle today, aren't we?
It was just fantastic. Spring at Goodwood, what a great place to be. Cars are lining up the assembly area behind us for today. The sun is shining. I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, we were saying about this, a lot of the shots yesterday saw the blossom in the back of shot, and it really captured the spirit of Goodwood at springtime. And we had so many special moments yesterday, and one of them being the IWC Apex GP garage that was on display over the road. You spent a lot of time there, David.
Yeah, I was there for a lot of the day yesterday, and it was great. We had stars of the film, Damson Idris, Kerry Condon. They were there. Everyone was in good spirits, actually. We had this fantastic display of how they would film these car sequences for a film like F1 the movie. We had Elliot driving there in the stunt car, and then he was chasing this fantastic Ukrainian camera car there, drifting into the chicane, as you see there. And we just got to see how these sequences were made, and I just thought it was really interesting. Something we've definitely not seen here before at the members meeting. And then you see Damson there recreating the winner's pose as he gets out of the car. I think he's quite convincing.
It does, almost like he's practiced that before on the big screen. But it was a fascinating moment to bring the F1 film to life for spectators here. And we've got even more unique moments coming up today, including an Eddie Jordan tribute and that inaugural Win Percy trophy. But for now, we are going to see the practice get underway for the Gordon Spice Trophy, which is those larger capacity touring cars. And we're on one side of the assembly area, but our fellow colleague, Ed Foster, is over the other side, overlooking those colourful touring cars. So we'll pass over to Ed. He's been amongst the cars this morning. How's it going over there, Ed? We can see you.
Yes, thank you very much. It's nice to see that we've both hit the tanning decks this morning above the assembly area. As you said, I'm just above the assembly area. Today, I'm the lucky guy that basically gets to interview all the drivers and riders before they go out on the circuit. They're a bundle of nerves, of adrenaline. It's brilliant. You get some fantastic interviews. And then I'll run down the pit lane, get to Parc Fermé, and I get to interview the first, second, and third place drivers as well down there. So it's pretty easy for me. I love it, and hopefully there'll be some grid walks. I'll get in, because it's just when the drivers are in the cars and you get these wonderful little insights into what's going on sort of behind their ear, in between their ears, which I absolutely love. So as you say, there's so much to look forward to. And one thing we've got this year is we can get some replays for the podium finishers. So if there's been some real action in the race, we can get their reaction to watching it for the first time. I can't wait. The sun's shining. I'm going to have to fall down from my ivory tower soon and go and interview some Gordon Spice Trophy drivers. So I'll see you after that.
Thanks so much, Ed. Yeah, we look forward to hearing from him throughout the day. And like you said, the Gordon Spice Trophy is about to go out for their practice, and it's the first time that they've been separated from those lower capacity machines that we'll now see in the Win Percy. So that's going to create a different atmosphere on track altogether, isn't it?
Absolutely, and I think it's probably a good thing in this dry weather, because the only chance the little cars had was in the wet. But now we've got those thunderous big cars out there. We've got the Capris, we've got the American, the Camaros. They sound great. They're going to get out. A great way to start Sunday. And the good thing, I think, about having the Win Percy is another race, as we get all those drivers we like to see go again in the small cars, and 4 house captains in minis later on. That's going to be fantastic.
It is going to be great. It almost double the action with 2 races, isn't it? So we look forward to seeing those colourful Group 1 touring cars out on track. So they're about to take to the line for their practice. So let's get up to our commentary team now.
Thank you, Grace. And the sun coming up beautifully just as we're getting ready for the start of this first qualifying session. And Ben Edwards and Alice Powell with you right now as we get ready for, Gordon Spice Trophy Part 2. We thoroughly enjoyed Part 1 yesterday, where we had both qualifying and the race, of course. And a race that was won by Jake Hill in the Ford Capri. But it was a bit unlucky for Andy Prio, who was in the Camaro, because unfortunately they had a problem with that car. Jake ended up winning it in the Capri. It was a 1-2 for the Ford Capris. Actually, Rob Huff in second place. Tom Ingram got the best result for the Camaro in third position. So lots to look forward to. Let's go back down to Ed Foster.
James, first car's out this morning. You're on pole position, as it were. What's the game plan?
First couple of laps, keep it steady, and then go for it.
And can you do 2 hot laps in a row with these tyres in this car?
You can, yeah. I think it's not too bad. I mean, it's a big old bus. It's like 1,400 and something kilos. And you've got to sort of... There's a point where you get drop-off and then you just fight a losing battle, so you just bring it in.
And I guess with much like many historics, a little bit of sliding is good, a lot of sliding and you're slow.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, because then it's a sort of self-perpetuating thing. You overheat the tyres, which means you slide more, which means you overheat the tyres. So you've got to sort of rein it in and be calm, which I'm not very good at.
Well, also, if you're behind the steering wheel of one of these, trying to not have fun is probably quite difficult.
Yeah, very true. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so fast is boring and slow is fun.
Yes, exactly right. And there's a midpoint between the two that you've got the sweet spot, yeah.
So who are we looking out for on the grid?
All of them.
Brilliant, perfect.
Thank you.
Well, James, best of luck. You'll have hopefully not your mirrors full, but enjoy it.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, well, let's see how this goes. It's going to be fascinating to see how that car goes this time after the slight problem yesterday. James taking over the car that Andy Prio, well, it's his car, of course. James is the entrant for that car, and he is now going to have the chance to have fun. And he's a good driver himself. We've got a lot of, we may not have the sort of superstar names that we had in that first part, Alice, but we've got some very talented drivers out there in this second part of the Gordon Spice Trophy.
We have, and actually Fred Shepherd in the Mustang, he is super quick. Romain Dumas raced this car in the Part 1 yesterday, finished P6, but of course Fred had that shock win on its debut in 2020. So this was the highlights from yesterday, and you can see the Mustang. Look how quickly off the line Romain Dumas was on the grass, and possibly, if he didn't go on the grass, could have maybe snuck past Jake Hill in the Ford Capri. But an excellent, clean racing, and this was that battle in the early laps between Jake and Andy Prio.
Yeah, this was a wonderful fight going on between the two of them. Andy Prio managing to try and squeeze past Jake Hill. They were side by side, time after time. And then Jake made a very, very good move on the brakes down into Woodcote and managed to sneak in front. So the Capri was then leading once again, but Andy Priya was on his tail and clipping the curb on the inside. And then as they went down the straight the next time, Andy Priya on the outside, only just giving enough space. Jake had a little touch on the grass, sorted it out, and it was a hard fight, but well done. Andy Priya got in front, but that was not the end of it, was it?
No, and we were thinking, right, this is, Andy was saying, good laps, had just set fastest lap of the race, and then disaster struck. The car, unfortunately, for whatever reason, I'm not too sure why, broke down. Jake was always getting that Capri sideways. So some awesome battles out on track that were taking place all the way throughout the field, including this one with Tom Ingram, was going past Gordon Shedden in the Volvo, and was then waving him on like, don't battle me, let's chase down the next group of cars. And this, I think, was the moment that the Chevy decided to give up the ghost, and he had to pull over and enter the pits.
That's right, and that was Jake Hill going through to take the lead of the race, and at that point he had a decent advantage. So it was Jake Hill who carried on out in front to take the victory and win part one, from Rob Huff in second place and Tom Ingram, who finished in third. Tom Christensen was in fourth place. Now, we're getting ready for the second part of the race with the entrants now. Most of the entrants, or related to the entrants, or have been invited by the entrants of these cars to race here today. But I gather it will be an aggregate result as well. So they've got to try and get success in both races, and it's going to be interesting to see who comes out on top overall. But of course, we're into an actual race itself. Let's see first who ends up winning this one, and it's going to be a great battle, I think.
Consistency plays a big part in the Gordon Spice Trophy. The part one, if you had not such a great result, you've got to hope to have a really good one today. Or if you're sort of in that mid-pack and to the front of the field, again, you need to try and make sure that you stay there. But the owner drivers, the non-professional, let's say, or I think some of them we could class as maybe professionals, take behind the wheel today. And again, we will look forward to a very exciting race later on today at 5 p.m.
Yeah, so the race itself is at 5 p.m. We're getting ready for qualifying. We've got a couple of qualifying sessions coming up this morning. Not as many as yesterday, because of course a lot of the qualifying was done yesterday, but we've got a couple of qualifying sessions coming up. We've got also for the Salvadori Cup after this, which is for the final race of the day, which you and I will be commentating on at around just before 6:30 this evening. So that's going to be the final race. But this race, as you say, this afternoon, we're looking forward to that very much. So looking at the cars, absolutely gorgeous. The lovely Volvo in the background there as well, the single Volvo. That was going well yesterday, wasn't it, in the hands of Gordon Shedden, but then it wasn't all perfect for them in the end. It was one of the non-finishers. We actually had quite a lot of non-finishers, the likes of Tiffany Dell, Anthony Reid, Gordon with that Volvo. We lost us a couple of Capris as well. Frank Stippler, funnily enough, the man who won a brilliant race at the end of yesterday, he was also a non-finisher.
He was, and that is a race that will go down in Goodwood history, I think. But here are our wonderful course cars, Ben.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the Mercedes-AMG GTR safety car. They've got other cars here as well, the Alpine and a Porsche as well. All part of Goodwood Motor Circuit's new look performance track experience. In fact, you can now purchase it on the Goodwood website. If you head over to the airfield paddocks, if you're here to learn more and for a chance to win a performance track experience as well. So it is something that if you're here at Goodwood today, that you really get a chance to get into and have a chance to drive cars like this. A lovely thing to do.
And it makes Goodwood even more of a special place in the event as well. So do make sure you go and check that out. What an experience that would be for yourself or a loved one. But just waiting for the signal from the marshals to fire up these classics, these Group 1 touring cars that were raced between 1970 and 1982. As Ben was saying, we've got the Ford Capri, the 3-litre V6s, we've got Chevy Camaros with that V8 grunt, the Ford Mustang, the Rover, the Volvo, and there's the queue heading out onto the track. The 25 Camaro, Andrew Smith's behind the wheel, a little bit slow to get away. Manuele Pirro was behind the wheel of that, finished P8 yesterday, the 130. another absolute classic Camaro. We've got a few of these on the grid. Matt Neal was behind that. Pete Fisk is behind the wheel of that today, and it looks like it's possibly got a little bit of a problem already, just being pushed back.
Yeah, so that's delayed a few cars getting out, but hopefully they will all get out on track now. And of course, getting the first run around the track on a day, you never quite know what the track conditions are going to be like, but it looks pretty good, doesn't it? It looks very clean. Don't think there's any dampness from overnight. I think they're going to be going quick straight away. No,
I think they will. It'll seem much cooler than when these cars were out for their qualifying practice yesterday in part 1. I am pretty sure all the drivers would have, the pro drivers would have passed on their advice, their experiences. You can just see the Ford Capri through shot there, the 123. Rick Wood is behind the wheel of that. He is the owner of that car. Jake won in that car yesterday, so Rick knows that it can be pushed to the limits and can circulate around this track very quickly. Jake often is out coaching younger drivers, so he would have been able to pass on plenty of advice, I'm sure, over to Rick.
Absolutely, I'm sure you're right with that. And so we're getting some lovely shots. If you're here at Goodwood for the first time this weekend, well, I do hope you're enjoying the view of seeing these cars out on circuit. It really is beautiful. We had lovely weather yesterday. Looks like we've got some gorgeous weather again today. And the drivers just getting these engines warmed up a little bit more, getting the brakes warmed up and getting the tyres warmed up as well, of course, before pushing in really hard to try and set the fastest laps to sort out the grid for the race later on this afternoon. We're looking through the St Mary's section with our drone camera right now, with some lovely shots of them coming through that right-left on the back part of the track. Don't forget, you can go all around the track. You can get a ride around to the various parts to get different views, and that's always fun to see. Now, this was the car that was leading the race yesterday in the hands of Andy Priaulx, who did set fastest lap, didn't he? But with that problem with the car, it didn't finish. But as we saw, James Thorpe, he's looking forward to having his own play now.
He is. He said he was going to take it fairly steady for the early laps, so we'll check in and see if that is the case. This was the only car to dip into the 126s yesterday in qualifying, and as you said, Ben, at the hands of Andy Priaulx, who was really throwing that Camaro around through the great shots that we get through St Mary's. That was just coming up the rise out of Madrix through the kink at Ford Water, and they bleed their way into St Mary's. There's Rick Wood in the 123, yesterday's race winner, just trying to navigate a little bit of the traffic. I did just miss the number of that other Ford that he was just passing, but he's got a few more cars to try and navigate his way through and hopefully get some clean air, because it's a short session, this qualifying practice, only 15 minutes long, and already we're down to 11 minutes remaining.
Yeah, it does go quick, you're absolutely right. Rick Wood, who's had this Capri for many years, and the team partnership with Jake Hill, they've had a lot of success with it over the years, and it's lovely to see. And yeah, you can ride on board and enjoy the play as well. We've got a Rover, the 3.5 litre SD1 just up ahead. We've got a few of those Rovers in this category today, which is fun to see. They were actually in British Touring Cars, or British Saloon Car Championship as it was then, when the Rovers joined in 1980, they had actually allowed the rules to go up to 3.5 litres, so they were allowed to play. But we're still on board the 3 litre Ford Capri at the moment, and Rick Wood is now coming into Woodcote, the final corner before the chicane, the very last corner on the lap. So you tuck in right, left, and then accelerating down the straight once more, past the pit lane, and the lap times are beginning to come in now. So we're beginning to get a little bit of an idea as to who's going to be on the pace. And right now, Mike Whittaker Jr. setting the initial pace in the number 19 Rover. So I was talking about the Rovers, and there's one going well in the hands of Mike Whittaker right now. Second place currently is the number 31 of James Thorpe that we were talking about. And there we are, having another look at that. So going second fastest, but we're very early into this qualifying session, and it can all change very quickly.
Yeah, he's got perfect track position. He's just set fastest of anybody in the first sector and now the middle sector as well. So he has taken it steady, let's say, for the couple of early laps, but looking like he's starting to push now. Just comes out a really tricky Woodcote corner on the brakes through the chicane, close to the one barrier, then close to the next. Almost brushing your wing mirrors on the edge of the barriers there. He has a check of the pit board as he goes across the line. Plenty of information that the teams will put on that, including position, maybe the fastest lap time remaining of the session as well, because they've got no radio communication in here. So all got to do, make the decisions themselves or have use of the pit wall. But he's just dipped in the first car to dip into the 128.
Yeah, that was a good lap. That was a very good lap that we watched. And the window on the passenger side is flapping around a bit. I hope that's okay. That you do see that sometimes anyway. Oh, having a bit of a slide as he has a little bit of a moment going past another Chevy Camaro. That's Pete Fisk. That looks a little close. Oh, and we've got a bit of a slow on for the Rover of Miles Poulton. I think Miles may have an issue with his Rover. And he's pulling over.
At the hands of Alex Brundle yesterday, who took it to a P9 finish. So he'll be looking at the orange markers on the side. That's usually a safe place that the car can be pushed back in. But unfortunately for Miles, that is session over. Hopefully we won't see the red flag, but we'll have to wait and see.
That was a car raced by some famous people back in its day, including, funnily enough, Win Percy. And we've got a Win Percy event this weekend. We can see the Rover has pulled over in a pretty safe place. I don't think this is going to cause a major problem. They've put the yellow flags out, obviously, to warn drivers to take it easy around that area, but hopefully they can continue. Chevy Camaro of Andrew Smith is driving the David Clark entered car, number 25. And that is currently 5th fastest. Let's see if Andrew Smith goes any quicker. He's about to cross over the line. James Thorpe is still the fastest right now. Across the line, Smith, and yeah, no change on that lap. I don't think he's still in 5th position, but there are some more improvements going on. Some people are doing personal bests. Freddie Shepherd has moved up to 2nd now, hasn't he?
That's one to watch out for.
Yeah.
But this Chevy that we've got on screen at the moment, the number 25, was victorious in this race back in 2023, so it knows how to be driven fast around here. Rob Huff was the driver at the wheel of that Chevy as Andrew uses some of the inside curve, which we saw a lot from the other Chevy of Andy Prio yesterday. Just trying to see, oh no, we haven't got the shot to see if that Rover had moved out of the way and if the yellow flag was out. There is the number 6, that's Andrew Donaldson. Max Chilton raced this car, this Ford Capri yesterday, did not even start the race, so unsure of the problem there, but a number of race wins for this race, an ex-Jerry Marshall car from 1981 as well.
Okay, yeah, so fun to watch. Andrew Donaldson we were, and now we're back once again with the... it's just been pushed down to 2nd place, James, as we can see by Fred Shepherd, who's just gone fastest. Let's see whether James gets it back again with that top spot. Yes, he does. It's a real good battle going on at the moment between the two of them, isn't it? James retakes the top spot, but Fred Shepherd, who is the son of Bill Shepherd in his mid-20s now, and who's done very well here at Goodwood in recent years. Fred Shepherd he took a win on his Goodwood debut in 2020, and he's got this Mustang owned by the family for quite a while. He's been doing a great job, but it is a battle with this one of James Thorpe, and James also has had plenty of good experience. So here we are, you're looking at Fred Shepherd now with the Mustang, and as I mentioned, he's had other successes. He also won the St Mary's race in 2022. Overall with Romain Dumas, they were sharing, and he was 2nd in the Gordon Spice last year, actually, with Timo Bernhard in the Mustang. So, you know, he's had lots of success and he's driving really well. Is he going to be able to get that little bit of extra pace that he needs, Alice? Where do you think he's going to need to find a bit more pace?
He is. I mean, it's got a 4.9 litre V8 engine, and these were popular cars back in the Trans Am racing, Aussie touring cars as well. I'm just waiting to see him come through the first sector. So he's about half a second down to James Thorpe, who's set another fastest overall first sector. So a little bit of time for Fred to find in the first sector, as we see another one of our Chevys. That's Andrew Smith. He's down in 6th place at the moment. He has set a personal best in the first, and we've got the 53. Ben, that's had a spin.
Oh, and 11 off as well.
And the 11.
Richard Mines, that is, who's just pulled off. Let's just have a little look. Was there any connection.
May have tickled the edge.
That was on the grass, wasn't it?
Tickled the edge of the grass and just lost the rear.
Alice Lock. Oh, bit of damage to the back of the Ford Capri for Alice. And, oh, yeah, I wonder. I mean, thankfully, it hit fairly square on.
Yeah.
So it may have just done a bit of damage to the bodywork, but hopefully it may not have damaged the suspension. But then, of course, you've got to be a little wary. They'll have to check that car out and see whether they're going to be able to get it back out. Just talking of families as well, by the way, because Alice driving that car of Richard Lock, but the Whittaker family are doing a good job there. They're both 5th and 6th at the moment, so father and son, they're doing a pretty good job, aren't they? They're battling each other they're separated by just a few hundredths of a second.
I wonder if they'll pass any advice over to each other. I wonder how competitive it will be. But Mike Whittaker, he's ahead of Whittaker Jr. at the moment, 5th place in the Ford Capri, and actually Mike Whittaker's car is an ex-Gordon Spice raced car. So in 1979, Gordon Spice recorded about 6 outright victories and was class champion in that car. And he said that Gordy gave him all the trophies that that car won in period, which I think is very kind, but also something lovely to have at home, and they've stayed with the car ever since.
Good stuff. We're watching on board there with Jack Tetley in the Chevy Camaro. This is another very rapid machine, and Jack is also very quick here at Goodwood. He's been involved at Goodwood. He was working here at Goodwood for some 6 years, and he's still involved in how some of these events are put together. Now, he's 4th fastest at the moment. He's had some good success, some wins in the past here at Goodwood, and we'll see how this goes. Originally, in its early days, this car, it was a pole position holder at the Spa 24-hour race. There's a little shake of the head. I wonder if that means he's not 100% happy with the way the car's feeling.
He did a shift there, didn't he? And maybe didn't go in as nicely as he'd liked, but I love those shots. Look at the concentration in his eyes there, the adjustments, the upshift, and with these historics, you're constantly working at the wheel. Look at the amount of lock that gets put on as well, just to try and get these things round the corner. But even when they're going in a straight line, there's always movement in the wheel. They're so powerful, and he slides it lovely through Lavant corner, go down the back of it to us on Lavant straight now. Got a little bit of potentially some traffic. Yellow flag is still out, actually, looking on the exit of Lavant there. And then this is the Volvo from yesterday. Gordon Shedden had an impressive save, didn't he, yesterday, going into that final chicane, but making its way tucked in behind, trying to get a little bit of the tow Matthew home at the wheel of that car.
Yeah, so Jack Young is in the car this time, and Jack Young is currently 8th fastest, so he's in the top 10, doing a good job with this one-off, well, let's say one-off Volvo. It's the only Volvo we've got in this event. Volvos were very successful in the mid-80s, coming in with the turbocharged cars. So this was one of the charged cars, and quite an early one. And it's lovely to see it racing here this weekend. They had success in Australia as well with Volvo, lots of success. And then in the mid-80s, the European Touring Car Championship was won by the Volvo 242. But it has such a unique look to it, doesn't it? It's got that very sort of solid, square look, but it can be a very rapid machine, as we saw when Gordon Shedden was driving it yesterday. And as I say, it's doing a pretty good job at this stage. So it's still James Thorpe who is top of the list at the moment. We're getting down towards the end now, so if anybody can snatch pole position, they've got to get on with it, because the checker flag is going to be out pretty soon.
Exactly, and actually that's a real decent time from James. Yesterday the qualifying pole position time was set by this car, but that was in the 126s, just trying to bring up, so 126.9 Andy Prio set, and already he's getting close to that 127.3, and if he'd set this time yesterday with the pro drivers, that would have put him 3rd on the grid, so very impressive. However, watch out for Fred Shepherd.
Oh yes,
he's done the fastest of anybody in that middle sector. Looks like he's got a bit of traffic that he's just moved out the way through the final chicane, a personal best as well then in the first sector.
You see that little purple square? That shows you that the second sector of this lap is the quickest so far, but is it going to be fast enough to take the pole position? No, he goes quicker, but it stays 0.4 of a second away from James Thorpe. I think we're going to be in for a wonderful battle between those two. He's in the Ford Mustang, Fred Shepherd, and he's going to be up against the Chevy Camaro of James Thorpe. So the two V8-powered American cars with sheer horsepower, but they're also well-balanced cars. Currently in third place, and it looks like it's probably going to stay that way, is Andrew Smith in another of the Camaros.
I think he's backed off as well, so that'll be it, because time is up, so he'll catch the checkered flag next time round. Just having a little look, the number 8 of Whitaker's making a slight improvement. There's a bit of a traffic jam at the final corner.
I think it is. I think you're right. Mike Whitaker Senior, as it were, it's going to be the fastest of the Capris by the looks of things. Currently in that 5th place.
Yeah. So I'm just seeing there isn't too major improvements, to be honest. So I think this could possibly, saying that, Whitaker just jumped up into 4th spot. So
right.
It's bumped Tetley in the 28 down. So a good lap from Whitaker Senior, you could say, in the dying stages of this session.
I noticed Whitaker Jr. came in a little bit early in his car, in the Rover. So the other member of the family, they were very close on times, incredibly close. They were even closer a moment ago until Mike Whitaker, the dad, has gone a fraction faster to go 4th. So that's a really good effort in the Ford Capri, but we've definitely got the American beasts up front for this race that will be taking place later on this afternoon. And it's going to be one to look forward to, because obviously the top two were pretty close throughout that session. The gap, yes, 0.4 of a second, but I would say there's very little to choose between them in terms of outright performance when we get into the race later. And then we've also got an interesting second row, as I say, with Andrew Smith in his Chevy Camaro, but with Mike Whitaker now getting the Capri up into 4th place. That's pushed Jack Tetley down into 5th position. And I think there'll be, lots to look forward to. A couple more Capris in there, for example, down in 10th position has ended up Matthias Jocker. He's in 10th position in his Ford Capri. There you're looking at Mike Whitaker in the fastest Capri in that session.
One thing to watch out for will be that the top 3 will start dead in a row, in a line on that front row for the race that takes place later on today at 5 p.m. scheduled to go off. But Fred Shepherd, we saw the start that Romain Dumas got yesterday, who launched from the 2nd or 3rd row on the grass. That Ford Mustang will be very good at the start. So if Fred can nail it right, he should, in theory, be the leader going into turn 1. But James Thorpe, in the slightly more nimble Chevrolet, will be homing him down in the corners.
Yeah, and actually, of course, we'll have 3 on the front row. So it'll be Chevy, Ford Mustang, and Chevy on the front row, with Andrew Smith in 3rd place. Mike Whitaker and Jack Tetley 4th and 5th, so they'll be on the 2nd row. And then it'll be Mike Whitaker Jr. in his Rover, ahead of Matthew Home and Jack Young, with that Volvo, that single Volvo in this entry. So it's done well, Jack, to qualify 8th. Richard Mines 9th, and Matthias Jocker is in 10th place in his Ford Capri. And John Spears, one of the great experienced in his mid-70s now, in his Capri, he's 11th. Ben Colburn behind, then Ludovic Lindsay. Rick Wood in the Ford Capri that won yesterday. He's qualified 14th. Andrew Donaldson ahead of Alex Drabble, Raphael de Boerman, Rob Jarvis, Peter Smith, and Pete Fisk in his Chevy Camaro 20th. And then Alice Locke had that little bit of an off. Unfortunately, I hope the Capri's going to be okay. And Miles Poulton with the Rover didn't do many laps. So I think there were, yes, we saw that car pull over quite early on. So let's have a look at some of the highlights from the qualifying for the Gordon Spice Trophy on a beautiful morning as the sun really just came out of the clouds. It had been a little bit cloudy when we first arrived this morning, but it's brightened up already, and some wonderful shots of the drivers going to full attack as usual.
Yeah, short qualifying session, so every lap counts, filtering through the traffic. Yesterday's car winner there with Rick Wood in the Ford Capri, but great scenes. And as you said, Miles Poulton pulled over an early retirement, only completed 2 laps, so unfortunately down the tail end of the field for him.
Yeah, Fred Shepherd did a great job with this Mustang, number 17. That is going to end up on the front row. We did see Alice have this this off, unfortunately, with her Capri, but hopefully that car will still be okay coming back later on. The battles continued up front, but there was no doubt in the end it was James Thorpe who had been rapid throughout and who will start from pole position later today.
Everyone's in vintage clothes, there's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
The whole atmosphere is amazing and people really do throw their heart and soul into dressing the part.
Whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
It's the shopping, it's the fanfare, it's the look, it's the period aspect. That is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
Morris is right up into the lead again. Can he find a way through? It's going to be over the line, side by side.
Andy, part of the job of being a professional racing driver is you're entrusted with very important cars, but there really are very few that are more important than the one behind you.
Well, thank you very much for reminding me. No pressure then. No, it's a wonderful car, of course. When it's nice and sunny like it is now, not such a difficult car to drive, but if it's raining, man, it's a beast.
This famously won Le Mans in 1955. The D-Type was so successful in long-distance races. I guess you get, as a driver, you kind of see why it was so good in period.
Yeah, I mean, of course it was designed for Le Mans. So at Le Mans, it's whistling down the straights. Very, very good. It's a little bit more difficult at Goodwood. There's a lot more corners.
But those are the bits you're paid for.
Well, I suppose so. No, whatever, though. I mean, being at Goodwood's always fun. It's great to be here, great to take part in such a wonderful event. So good to be here.
And it's quite a quick grid, this one. Who do you think you're going to be around? I guess there'll be a bunch of D-Types?
There's quite a few, actually, and considering how rare they really are, then you walk around the paddock and there's like 10 of them together. It's nuts.
So what's the plan this morning? Set a lap time early or just find space and see how it goes?
I haven't driven this since quite a long time, actually. So go out, get some space, and try and stick a time in. We've got 20 minutes. Sounds like a lot, but it's not really, is it?
No, it isn't. But there's no rain on the horizon, so you'll be absolutely fine.
Yeah, no, it'll be good. Looking forward to it.
Enjoy.
Cheers.
Lovely to hear from Andy Wallace, a Formula One winner and a top professional driver over the years. It's lovely to see him. So, of course, the members meeting, a lot of it is about the House Challenge. And each of the houses named after the different titles belonging to the Duke of Richmond, and Bolton are leading by quite a big margin at the moment, as you can see, on 16,133 points. Albany in second place, Methuen in third, and Darnley in fourth place. Now, the captain of the Bolton team is Dario Franchitti, so he'll be very happy that the way things are going at the moment. They won last year as well. There are other ways of scoring points other than just the results on track, of course. If you're here at Goodwood, then you can go and do some of the fun things like the clay shooting, axe throwing, and score some points. But out on track, every driver is a member of one of the four, and so whatever results you get in the race, you get a win, you get 10 times the Formula One number of points. You get 250 points for a win for your house, so it's pretty important. And of course, actually, the captains, they get double points, don't they?
They do, they certainly do. We've got several of our captains, well, all of our captains racing here this weekend, so look out for them. But as you said, plenty of activities for you in the stands and on track side to enjoy, to help your house points and boost your chances of becoming the top house.
So we're now into qualifying for the Salvadori Cup. This will be the final race of the day with some absolutely gorgeous cars. We've got open cockpit prototypes from the likes of Lister, Lotus, Jaguar and Cooper making up the majority of the field. And it's called the Salvadori Cup after the great driver Roy Salvadori, who was a serial winner at the Goodwood Motor Circuit. Apparently he won here 14 times between 1952 and 1965. So loads and loads of success, Salvadori, and it's lovely that it's named after him. But we're into seeing some of these gorgeous cars on track now. You're looking at the Ferrari 250 TR, Michael Malone, who's out in this. This is an original factory car. It won the Swedish Grand Prix, as it was called in those days, in 1956. Sometimes the Grand Prix name, the word would be for cars that actually weren't always single-seater Grand Prix cars, but it was a winner back then, and it's lovely to see it. Oh, we've got a problem there, though. That's
Richard Lotus Climax.
Yeah, and actually that is potentially one of the fastest, because Richard Wilson has had a lot of success here at Goodwood. So this is a bit worrying, isn't it?
It is, so he's not going to take part at all. The marshals are pushing him back. A successful car, and you said probably one of the ones that was going to be qualifying right up the sharp end. So big disappointment for Richard, who's, as you mentioned, had very good success here. It looks like he's having a look down to just try and see if he could possibly get it going again. So hopefully it's another short qualifying practice here, only 15 minutes with just over 12 minutes remaining.
Yeah, that is a shame. I don't think there's any way he's going to be able to get back out again. So let's have a look at some of the other cars that are out there. You're looking at another of the Lotus Climax 15s. This is Barnaby Grimes, who's done lots of sports car racing over the years. He did the Ferrari Challenge as well. This car was a Series 3 Lotus 15 run for Graham Hill, and fitted with a 2.5-litre Coventry Climax F1 engine, and Graham Hill won a support race at the British Grand Prix event at Aintree after a battle with Jack Brabham. So this car's got lovely history. It is a rapid little machine as well, the Lotus Climax, a delightful car. Of course, Colin Chapman was the designer in those days for Lotus, and they put the engine almost sideways to give it a nice low bonnet.
It is, and they're known for being quite lightweight, quite nimble, so that car being absolutely put through the paces. Another Lotus Climax, quite a few of them that we've got on the grid. Roger Willis, the 124 out there, just building up. He's actually our fastest driver on track at the moment. He's got that lovely clear air. I think he's head of the field. He's just gone through Ford Water. He'll go up through into St Mary's, where it's a fast right-hander into a medium left-hander. You can see there we often get our great shots from our drone camera, a car that has was actually raced in period with Roy Salvadori. So fantastic to see it out racing here at Goodwood in the Salvadori Cup. Raced at Goodwood as well back in 1958 in the Goodwood TT by Bruce McLaren. So it has rich history, not just with Roy, but also here at Goodwood as well.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That lap time that Roger's done already is very impressive, nearly a second faster, and he's had a lot of success here in the past as well. He won the Sussex Trophy in 2019 in the Lotus 15, and this is a car that was also raced, of course, historically. It was actually raced here at Goodwood by Bruce McLaren. Isn't that a lovely thing to know, you know, that it was doing that? But we've still got plenty of other machinery here, haven't we, to enjoy. Some of the Jaguar D-types, for example. We'll be keeping an eye on those. That's the car of Gary Pearson. Gary is one of the most experienced and successful drivers here at Goodwood over all of the years. I think he's still at the top of the list of having the most wins at historic events here at Goodwood. He's certainly been up there for many years. He's now in his mid-60s, but he's still very capable.
He certainly is, and he's up in 4th place. He's just lost a place. He was originally in 3rd, so he'll be looking to try and get a clean run. We just saw some debris there at the chicane, some polystyrene that's been knocked off. So the number 17, Alyssa Jaguar, the knobbly name comes from its distinctive and you could say odd curved design of the bodywork, a straight 6 with around 300 brake horsepower. This one, Safi Sam, is racing behind the wheel, 13th place at the moment. This car, again, fantastic history, won the Grand Prix de Spa in 1958 as well at Silverstone, as podium at Aintree in period as well. So very capable car of racing high up at the sharp end. And are we going to see some bodywork, or was that a bit of tape? Bit of bodywork, actually. I think flying off is that the number 3 car? So that's one of our Cooper Climaxes.
Yeah, that's Robbie Benberg, as you say. That's an old Jack Brabham owned car, apparently. But I don't think that was anything too major. Hopefully that car's okay. We'll be continuing. Looking at Bonnie Grimes, who's actually gone quickest now. So we've got this sort of battle going on up front. They keep swapping it around. Bonnie Grimes has taken that top spot. That lap itself wasn't quick. He'd already done a 1:25.9. That lap was a 1:26.4, even though he'd done actually a slightly faster first sector. So he's still playing it, still getting the feel for this, and it's working very, very well. As I say, he's got lots of sports car experience, and this Series 3 Lotus Climax 15 is showing the outright pace at the moment. Roger Wills in 2nd place. Currently in 3rd place is the Lister Jaguar of James Thorpe. He's in 3rd place. Gary Pearson up into 4th place. And then John Spears is doing a good job as ever in 5th position in the number 88 car in his Lister Jaguar. So that's lovely to see. You're watching Andy Wallace coming through, number 6. We heard from him earlier on. He's in another of the D-types, the long nose D-type. And this was a Le Mans winning car driven by Mike Hawthorne and Ivor Burb, the D-type long nose, and has also won plenty of classics. Andy's actually had victories with this car before, and it's lovely to see him back out in it.
Yeah, he's cleared a little bit of traffic. We've got some smoke by the looks of it from one of the cars behind. Couldn't quite catch the number of it, so hopefully that rectifies himself. But yeah, Andy should be a driver to watch. James Thorpe, so he's swapped over from the previous session, jumping into the Salvadori Cup. We obviously just saw him in the Gordon Spice. He's running in 3rd place, so quickly adapting to his machinery. We've got a spinner. Is that the 20? Is that 25?
It's Bonnaby, yeah, it's Bonnaby Grimes who has set the outright pace, but he's actually just lost it. So thankfully no damage done, and he's able to get back on, so that was well sorted, but obviously still trying very hard. Let's have a look, Alison, how it went wrong. Well, we couldn't quite see that, the beginning of it, could we?
No, was he overtaking the 88,
Maybe.
John Spears? Possibly. One of the Jaguar Constins that finished 2nd in the Sussex Trophy last year. But he's back going again, is Bonamy. He's not being threatened at the top of the times at the moment. No one in the top 5 is setting any personal best sectors, having a little scan further down. Yeah, so no real movements taking place within the top 6 at the moment.
No, but some fantastic performances by all of these drivers. And as you mentioned, John Spears, who has had lots of experience here at Goodwood. We're still looking right now at Bonamy Grimes with the Lotus Climax 15. But yeah, John Spears in his mid-70s now, but he's still so competitive. He's in 5th place. He and Nigel Greensall have worked together many times, and that's good. Now you're looking at Alex Brundle, because we see Alex out in all sorts of cars.
He's really out in every session. I'm surprised he's not going out with the bikes.
I know, because he seems to be out in almost every event, every race this weekend. But he's in another of the D-types, the long-nose D-type, and they've had this rebuilt, so to original specification. And it's lovely that we're seeing him out in the D-type now. I think this is the first time they've raced this one, isn't it?
I think it is, and it's being run by the Jaguar Classic. Alex set a personal best in the first, personal best in the middle sector. He's got a bit of traffic to navigate as he heads into the final chicane. Is he going to have a look to go down the inside? No, thinks better of it, but a fantastic racer, just keen all-round motorsport fan. He also joins us often in commentary box commentating on Formula 1 as well. He's all taken to the grass to try and get a bit of clear air as the clock's ticking down. 4.5 minutes left of the session, but Alex really hanging the rear of the number 78 Jaguar out, and lovely to see Alex mixing it in all types of machinery here this weekend.
Yeah, Maserati, that is one of the other types of machinery. It was right behind. That's what he was overtaking, was a Maserati 300S, that red car in the background there, Joseph Rettenmeier. So that's lovely to see. And then we're looking at another of the Lister Jags coming through. Yeah, of course, James Thorpe is still battling away in terms of the top group. He's in 3rd place at the moment, number 16, James Thorpe. Let's just see, is he on I don't think he's on an improving lap this time. I think he's going to stay 3rd for the moment. Across the line, yeah, stays in 3rd position at this stage.
All those pit balls being hung out for drivers to get information is that you've got to know where the team are on the pit wall, because it's hard to spot. And you saw James Thorpe being given the gap to pole position, also T and a number, which is time remaining as well. So there's our 81 Ferrari 250 down in 26th place. Michael Malone at that wheel.
Yeah, absolutely. Not going particularly quick against some of the others, but it is lovely to see this Ferrari 250R out there. And this was a car that was rebuilt, and as you say, we haven't got many Ferrari. I think we've only got the one Ferrari in this.
I think we have, actually.
Yeah, so it's lovely to see it out there.
And this car actually raced at the first Goodwood Revival back in 1998. So it's been a regular here at Goodwood, and it's lovely to see Michael bringing it, as you said, sole Ferrari, battling it out in the Salvadori Cup. But Michael, I'm sure, will be enjoying his time driving around. And some of these racers that come here, they obviously all want to do well, but they just love enjoying these historics, these classics, going around such an iconic circuit as well, like Goodwood.
So here's John Spears, number 88. I mentioned him. He's in his, well, he's 74, I think, this year. Lots of wins here and the past in various cars. He has a wonderful collection of historic racing cars, and he's been very busy with them.
Yeah, he's popped up into 4th place. So actually, we're seeing some personal bests starting to come in now. Another fastest lap at the board. We've got 17.
That's Saif Hassam, who's gone off. I hope he hasn't done any damage to the Lister Jaguar Nobly.
And he just set actually pretty decent first and middle sector, so he would have definitely moved up the order with that lap time, but obviously just over pushed heading into the tricky Woodcote corner, a combination of braking and turning. So it's a handful in a modern day car, let alone an historic car. But interestingly, Willis in the Lotus Climax, fastest of anyone in that middle sector there.
Yeah, that is interesting, although Grimes had also just done a better lap, hasn't he? His last lap is the fastest lap that he's done at a 1:25.812, so we've still got some battling going on, but they've only got a minute and a half left to try and get in another rapid lap if possible. Oh, now we've got a heavy contact with the wall. Oh, that's a shame. Simon Ham has gone off with the Lister Jaguar across. Oh, and he's done quite a lot of damage to the front end of that. That is so sad to see. And Simon, I think, hopefully okay. We've got another car off as well.
Number 7, Gary Pearson, pulling off to the side of the road.
Oh, I hope that's okay. He's looking reasonably settled. It looks as though that's more of a mechanical problem. Let's have a look at this again, Alice.
So lost it early on. That looks like it. Turn 1 of Madrix, and then heavy front in, and that's that's damaged the front right. Marshall's checking him over, shake of the head, huge disappointment. So late on in the session as well. We're just I'm surprised there's many improvements now. I'm just looking out the commentary box window. Double waved yellows. 30 seconds of the session remaining.
Oh, that is that is harsh. I do feel for Simon. That was a real disappointment to end the session quite like that. He was 11th fastest. Oh, 11th fastest. He's done a good job, but unfortunately that car will not be racing later on today. I'm pretty sure about that. You're still looking at the car that has basically taken pole position here. Fastest lap so far. The checker flag is just about to come out. So I'm not seeing any faster sector times at the moment. I think there are a few further down, but I think this is definitely going to be the pole position car, the Lotus Climax 15, which we've often seen the Lotus Climax very successful, the 15 at Goodwood at the various different events, and we shall see if they're going to manage to do it. It was a car that, as I say, Colin Chapman really created, and it was one of their very successful cars in the late 1950s. Series 3 version was built in 1959, and this has been a good performance from Bonamy Grimes. Let's have another little look here. So, that was all a little bit tight in qualifying. It wasn't racing, was it?
No, it's your fault. No, it's your fault. So lots of them fighting over track position. That looked like that was down the Lavant Straight down into Woodcote. So
yeah, Benjamin Eastick, that is, in the number 19, who didn't look particularly happy. But
no final real improvements at the end of that session. Actually, James Thorpe did pop in a better lap at the very end there on his last lap, but he did bleed it into the pits. But number 19, you can see on screen now one of our many Jaguar D-types. Benjamin Eastick at the wheel. He'll be starting, having a scan of our timing screen. Can you see the number 19 down there, Ben? Down in 20th place.
Right, down in 20th, yeah, a bit further down. Of course, the D-type, one of the famous Jaguars, 3 times as a car. It was a 3 times winner at Le Mans 1955 with the British Racing Green, and then a Courier Cost taking victories in 56 and 57. And interestingly, the late great Jim Clark said that the D-type was a little bit difficult to drive at times. He loved the C-type. The D-type was a bit harder, but it was perfect for Le Mans because they had trimmed it for that straight line speed, and it certainly worked brilliantly well. They gained a lot of straight line speed with the design of the D-type, and it's lovely to see them here competing this weekend. But it is a Lotus that has taken the pole position for the Salvadori Cup race, and Bonamy Grimes has been pushing hard. He did make one little mistake, went off at one point, but he recovered from it, and these guys will all be racing later on today. It's going to be the final race, due to take place at 6:20 this evening, early evening for the last race, and it looks as though we're going to have some good battles up there. It's pretty close, certainly in between the top 2, and there are others there, I think, who can also find a bit more time. Alex Brundle still getting a bit more feel for that car that he's got. He's down in 8th place at the moment, but you never know, they can make some changes to the cars between qualifying and the race. It's not like Formula 1 days where you're not allowed to change the car between qualifying and the race. You can do what you like with these cars and change them as much as you like.
Well, we did see yesterday, didn't we? Frank Slipper made that adjustment in the Gurney Cup and went from the back of the grid all the way to the front. But here's our final standings, Ben.
So Bonamy Grimes has taken that pole position. It is Roger Wills alongside on the front row. Will be James Thorpe in the Lister Jaguar. John Spears, Gary Pearson up there as usual. Safer Sam, who did go off, but he's qualified well. Stuart Morley, Alex Brundle in 8th, then Mark Donner and Andy Wallace, who we spoke to earlier. He will be starting from 10th position in his Jaguar D-type. Then Simon Ham, who's had that off, unfortunately. I don't think he's going to be out. Nick Finborough, Justin Mayers, Michael Birch, and then the list of the Lister and the Coopers and the Maserati there. Joseph Rettenmeyer in 19th place ahead of Benjamin Eastick in the D-type in 20th place. And then further down the list, Max Lynn is in 21st place, and all the way down to Maxime Castellane who has ended up in 27th position. Did a limited number of laps there, I think, so yeah, may have had some problems with the Lola. But we have a wonderful battle on our hands later on today for the Salvadori Cup, and lots to look forward to. So qualifying, always important, of course, and the track was in very good condition, Alice, but it was early on, there weren't many mistakes. It just seemed to get a little bit tougher later. There were a few mistakes down into Madrid.
Yeah, so just they started to get a little bit more comfortable, a little bit more settled behind the wheel, trying to find that extra time. That's when we saw a few mistakes crop in.
Yeah, we just saw again Richard Wilson sadly pulling off, because he is a potential front runner. It'll be interesting to see what he does from the back of the grid, but as I say, yeah, look, this was actually the man who ended up fastest of all, thankfully not hitting the barrier, unlike as we saw towards the end of the session where there was a big hit against the barrier. But yeah, the number 29 cars ended up fastest, and this was the shunt at the end. Thankfully, the driver all okay. So we'll be looking forward to Bonamy Grimes on that pole position later.
I'm joined once again by one of our commentary team, James Hayden, head of the Halewood Trophy. James, yesterday there was a slight delay, so it ran over 6 laps. No Le Mans start, but nevertheless, it was a fantastic race, wasn't it? Really close.
It was a great race. It was won by this man here, Dan Jackson, on the TZ350. It was a battle between the TZ350 two-stroke and the big 750 Triumph of Russell. Now, there's just a half a second separating those guys, so today's race is absolutely critical. So it's going to be a real battle at the front between those two.
Yep.
And then it's a further 5 seconds back. We've got a really big dice for third. And it was that man that finished third on this other TZ350 yesterday, Levi Day. But Day, English, Vermeulen and Higlet, they're separated by half a second as well. So you've not just got this battle for the front, you've also got this wonderful battle for third.
Yeah, so many names to look out for throughout the grid. So it could be anyone's really, because the end result is a combination of yesterday's race and today's race, isn't it?
That's right. And what's going to be really important is the start, because, you know, with short little races, you've got to get going quick. It's also just a little bit brisker today, still nice, sunny, dry, but it just means that the tyres are going to take a fraction longer to warm up, so it could really be sort of won and lost on the start. Yeah. Michael Russell looked like he had the pace. He had a bit of a clutch slip in the early laps yesterday, which is why he dropped back. Yeah. So if he can get off the line well, he'll take the fight to Jackson, but it should be a real thriller.
Yeah, it was definitely close. And we will mention as well, because Michael Russell is also racing on 4 wheels this weekend, isn't he?
Yeah, that's right. He's racing Austin Healey 3000. He did a brilliant job. So I think he qualified 14th and was just a couple of seconds off third. So, I mean, as an all-round talent, what a man, doing a great job.
Yeah, a busy man. And, like you say, he's putting it to the other guys as well. So it could be anyone's today. We look forward to that race. James, we'll let you get back to the commentary box ahead of that race, and we'll see you on the line.
So the little single-seaters, the Formula Juniors, all lined up for the Arundel Cup. They're small, they're nimble, and it's all about carrying momentum. A 20-minute race coming up. My name is Bruce Jones, and delighted to have John Watson alongside. These were just before you started moving into single-seaters, John, but they're made for purpose.
They are little screamers. They are fantastic. 1100cc, either a Ford Cosworth or a BMC A-Series engine. Just wonderful cars to watch. They are, in effect, I think we called it yesterday, mini Formula One cars, when you can imagine that the Formula One cars from 61 through to 65 were only 1.5 litres. And a Lotus 22 was not a lot different from a Lotus 24 or other Formula One cars that Lotus produced in those early Grand Prix years.
Well, a few cars being brought in, the funfair going great guns, but while we had this slight hiatus, let's pop down to join David Green, a busy man down on terra firma.
Well, Nick, I spoke to you on Friday, and in a blink of an eye, it's the last day.
It's the saddest thing in the world. The time, I don't know what it is about Goodwood time, but it moves so damn quickly. I spend my life, my time here, wanting to watch the races, meeting great people. But my goodness me, what a fabulous, fabulous day it was yesterday. The weather and everything, it all came together. It's just been an amazing experience.
Not a bad race at the end as well yesterday.
My goodness, everybody was on a knife edge. The sort of dusk descending, it was so evocative with the headlights, you could be just transported back in time. What a race and what a finish. I mean, who knew? Wow, amazing, yeah.
And I'm always curious, you bring some American people over who've never seen the event before. What's their impression of it?
Well, I can't tell you. I can tell you. They were blown away. 3 or 4 of the couples had not been here before. I can't imagine where they've been in their life. Including Wayne Carini. We had Wayne for the first time. It was Wayne's first time at Goodwood. Everywhere he went, he had hero worship. Wayne, how are you? Wayne, it was great to see you. And he went away. He sadly had to go back this morning. But he said, I am addicted. I'm coming back for revival. He's going to come back here next year. He's just been blown away. He said it's the best weekend of his life. And I mean, he's had a good life, so that speaks volumes, I think.
Well, sadly, he's not here today, but you are.
I am.
What are you looking forward to?
Well, we've got the SF Edge, which we've got the GT3 Shoot-Out.
We've been looking at these cars all weekend.
I've been admiring them and trying to find the car keys all day yesterday. I couldn't find the keys anywhere, but that's going to be spectacular.
Yeah, so it's a new thing here for Goodwood, but it's going to be really good fun to see these cars with some pretty special drivers going at it. Some of the fastest laps we'll probably ever see around this circuit.
Yeah, no, I mean, that is going to be a crowd stopper, a crowd pleaser. I think that is going to be really, really special. So I'm just looking forward to the entire day. I'm not looking forward to what? It'll be at 6:30, 7 o'clock when it finishes.
Sadly.
I shall be curled up in a ball somewhere miserable and just, hoping in the 365 days we'll be back.
Well, it's always lovely to see you because you've always got a bigger smile as I have, and that's great to see. But a slightly bigger medal, which I'm quite jealous of.
Well, 20 years. Good grief.
That is very good.
13 when I started, but, it's great. And, that's what Goodwood is all about. And our involvement with the Audrain here, I hope that we'll be still here in 20 years' time. That's all I can think.
Well, I was going to wish you a good day, but I'm sure you'll have one anyway.
Whatever shows up, we're going to have a good day, both of us. I think it's fabulous.
It's lovely to speak to you as always.
Thank you.
The Goodwood Members Meeting, second day, the sky is brightening, the track is in perfect condition. We're getting all set for the Arundel Cup, the race for 2 classes of Formula Junior car. And let's explain first what it's all about.
The Arundel Cup and Taylor Trophy are named after a pair of drivers who each rose through the ranks to become Jim Clark's Formula One teammate at Lotus. Much like Clark, Peter Arundel first found success in Formula Junior, where driving for Team Lotus, he won the British Championship in 1962 and 63. Trevor Taylor followed a similar career trajectory, sharing Formula Junior Championship honours with Clark in 1960, before winning the title outright in 1961 and taking his place as the legendary Scots F1 teammate in 1962. The race celebrates the final years of Formula Junior, with a grid of rear-engine machines of a type that raced up to 1963, when Formula Junior was phased out and replaced with Formula 3. The overall winner claims the Arundel Cup, with the first drum-braked car winning the Taylor Trophy. At the 82nd Members Meeting, the Arundel Cup returns for its second running, and the Lotus 22s will once again be the cars to beat in this 20-minute single-driver race that will also feature challenges from Lola and Cooper.
Well, the car's going around trying to get a little bit of heat into their very narrow tyres. And John Watson, that's absolutely key to this, and being able to get some grip when they head down to Madwick for the first time.
Yes, the track temperature is quite low at the minute. Ambience also on the lower side. There's a wind direction change from the last couple of days, so that will also have a little bit of bearing. But of course, on these Dunlop race tyres, or race tyres in general, it will take more than a lap at this pace to get any modicum of track or heat into the tyre. So everybody's very cautious. You can just see you're not really meant to back off and accelerate and back off and accelerate, but occasionally some drivers do so, and that nearly caught out one of the Coopers behind in the line of cars as they make their way to the grid to take the start of this race.
Yeah, packed field of cars, 12 rows of cars coming out to play, and it's a 3x2 formation down the grid, which always makes for an exciting start. There's the windsock, just showing there's a bit more puff, the Ukrainian flag's blowing in the opposite direction, so when the drivers are sitting on the grid, they will have the winds coming from their right-hand side, which could be a factor as they get to Madwick. May unsettle the cars just a little bit. That's the first corner.
So as they make their way down Lavin Straight into the double right at Woodcote, so this is the quickest part of the 2.4 Goodwood circuit, and just moving around a little bit, some more than others, to try and get a bit of tire temperature. The way you can do that, of course, is a little bit of brake application. You get a bit of heat transfer through the brake discs into the hub, but bearing in mind most of these cars are running a Trav Herald front upright, which was the de facto front upright in a Formula Junior car back in the sort of late 50s, early 60s.
Yeah, well, of course, the initial Formula Juniors had the engine up front, and then they started putting it to the rear of the car as the way Formula One cars started to evolve. And certainly we've got the two classes here, those with the disc brakes and those with the not so superior drum brakes, but they're mixed up. In fact, the best drum brake car is being started from row number 4 with Stuart Roach in his Alexis. That's a very good run for him. He's a real expert in Formula Junior. But the shapes gradually became more and more cigar tube shaped as the front row forms up. It's got a mix of cars as you'd like, a Cooper on pole, a Brabham and a Lotus, all very, very similar in shape. And as you can see, small, nimble, and taller drivers need not really apply for this. The smaller the better for the pilots. And we go right the way down the grid to the one, if you squint, it looks like the 1961 championship winning Ferrari because it had the shark nose. That's the little Wayner Formula Junior car. But at this point, with the many, many constructors, they gradually got whittled down because people only wanted the best chassis, and it did turn out as a good money maker for Jack Brabham, for John Cooper and for Colin Chapman for their marks in particular. And again, we had fantastically clean race liveries, which hopefully John will help us as commentators. Sam Wilson there on pole position and his Gerard Racing Cooper, alongside Reg Parnell Racing Brabham, and that is Alex Ames, and Clive Richards will be starting the red and yellow nose Lotus on the outside of the front row.
Just noticing the Cooper, just how low the nose of the Cooper is to the ground. And this car yesterday, under braking coming into Woodcote, we actually commented on it, that the nose, it seemed to me, was just pattering on the track surface, so hopefully it's not going to wear that away. But there you can see how low, and that's just sitting there in the grid. Watch, we may get a shot of the car at different points around the circuit under braking, and it gets right down. Now, I don't think anybody had invented ground effects back in this era, but well, maybe there's something that's been transferred from modern technology into the technology of these historic Formula Junior cars.
Now, if you're looking at these cars, this was the training grounds of the day, and it produced such gems as Jim Clark in particular. Trevor Taylor did great things too. Peter Arundel, as largely Lotus sort of rose to the top, but then very quickly it fused into Formula 3, which was the universal training formula, and still to an extent is somewhere there or thereabouts today. But the grids were huge. They raced all around Europe, and the historic racing scene for Formula Junior has been the beating heartbeat of the historic scene for a very, very long time. The cars are about to set up on their green flag lap, and we'll run you down the grid. There's the green flag being waved on the left-hand side of your screen, and hopefully everyone will get away cleanly, but it's the next time they make the standing start that it's all going to have the biggest effect on the outcome of this race. It's going to be a 20-minute race, and it's great to have this amazing array of tiny little racing cars, but they really were fantastic in period. And certainly with lots of different makes as well, just spotting Britannia down through the pack, et al. So many different marks tried to see if they could come out on top.
Well, just looking at the Merlin, the red Merlin going out of shot. Yeah, but primarily the manufacturers that began to dominate once we got into the early 60s were undoubtedly Lotus and Cooper. Lola, one of those brands that came along as well. So the three British manufacturers, and you have to call Brabham at that stage a British manufacturer, produced tube frames, very light, just being almost pencil slim, some of these cars. Makes me, you look at some of the drivers who actually are probably a lot taller than those of the period when these cars did race.
Well, here's the sight of the grid, and pole position to Sam Wilson in his Cooper T59, then alongside Alex Ames in his Brabham, and Clive Richards completing the front row in a Lotus. Then the second row, Chris Goodwin, white car with the orange helmet, his little Lotus, and Lucas Alusa, dark green Lotus alongside. Row number 3, Richard Wilson, Callum Grant in the Merlin, and Lee Mole, who's moved across from GT3 Racing to Historics in his Lotus. Row 4, Danny Baker and Stuart Roach, who's in the orange Alexis, the first of the drum brake class cars that will be contesting the Taylor Trophy, a subclass within this. Go to row number 5, Andrew Hibbard. Look out for him. He's the second driver in the drum brake class in his white and dark green Lotus. Then Katsuka Bota. He always races Lotuses, single-seater sports cars, he's your man. Nick Carlton-Smith in his Kieft alongside. Then Peter De La Roche on row number 6 in his BMC, unusual car, and the white and checkered nose of the Gemini of John Chisholm. That's car number 85. The row number 7, Stuart Monument in his Lotus, Pierre Guichard in his unusual Lynx, and the dark blue Robin Longdon Lola, great looking car number 5, also in the drum brake class. Row number 8, Keith Pickering in his Britannia, another lesser known make, and Donford. This is a car built allegedly in a shed in Australia. Richard Ferris on board that's car 65. Row number 9, it's Tony Lees in another Lola, that's silver. Then the blue Caravelle of Richard Bishop Miller, Lawrence de Bruyn in his Cooper. Row number 10, it's Cliff Gray, another Cooper, alongside Crispin Besley, another Cooper. Do read his book. Jeremy Dealey, another Cooper in row 11 with Christian Lang, the unusual Envoy, the Elva of Gary Thomas, that's in red, and the back row, Tim Metcalf in his Cooper, and the red, shark-nosed Wayner bringing up the back, and that's Emanuele Guglielminetti. So a lot of names, a lot of cars on this fantastic circuit. And John, Goodwood has always been about flow, and these cars seem to have so much space on the track. They're almost little motorbikes. They make the track look huge, so plenty of space for overtaking, but it's all about momentum.
Yes, the thing I enjoy about watching Formula Juniors race is they do actually race. And because the cars are relatively small and the track's relatively wide, it makes overtaking somewhat easier. And these competitors are very, very ambitious in terms of who's going to get into Madrick first, because who leads into Madrick will have a big advantage out of that all the way down through Ford Water, that long Ford Water corner, then get yourself straightened out to go to St Mary's, and you're already halfway through your first flying lap.
Now, one of the things about a lot of these drivers, they do a lot of racing each season in these cars, so they are not estranged from their cars. They know them very, very well. They also know their competitors well, which just gives you confidence if you can know and trust another racer. Green flag waved at the back of the grid. So the first race for Sunday at the members meeting here. Members meeting 82, the checkered, the Union flag is dropped. A very good start from the first two starters. Not good starts at all from Clive Richards outside the front row. We've got the whole field away. The car from the middle of the front row fleetingly takes the lead, and that's Alex Ames. But look to see if he can go up the inside from pole man. Sam Wilson, no go. He's dropped back into second, being challenged from the slow starting Lotus of Clive Richards. So he atoned for that poor getaway. The white Lotus with the orange helmet of Chris Goodwin in fourth place, and second place has changed hands. A little Merlin is in the pack as well, hunting down at the front. That's Callum Grant.
Yeah, but a good start from Alexander Ames. He got ahead into Madrick and he's been able to control it. Sammy Wilson, oh! Well, he got the Cooper absolutely sideways, got it straightened out before he had to turn left through St Mary's, and he's consolidated that position. But wow, that was a scary moment, but there was a big commitment and he paid off.
Well, that was the whole bucket of brave pills, but what a brilliant start from Alexander Ames. He's got the lead, but Sam Wilson, we know, has got particular pace. Actually, they're only a tenth of a second apart in qualifying. Callum Grant going really well in that red Merlin with the yellow stripe from nose to tail, and certainly pushing very, very hard to see if he can depose Clive Richards. But Clive in that red Lotus holding on to third place, but you sort of can just sense that Callum Grant is going, I'm not hanging around, I'm going to be making a move very soon indeed. So down to Woodcote for the first time, clear lead for Alexander Ames. He's got about a second of an advantage, but you can see Sam Wilson is very, very happy under braking. He's so super late with that green and blue helmet. He's closing in second place. Chris Goodwin down to 5th place. He should be able to fight back.
Well, Sam Wilson in the Cooper pushing very hard. You could even see under braking coming into the chicane. The car wasn't entirely stable, but that's just simply because he was carrying a lot of speed, trying to get the car slowed down to go right then left. There you can see the gap is closing. When they came across the line, it was just 3/4 of a second at the end of the first flying lap, and I suspect that might even reduce before we get to the conclusion of our second lap.
I think what we saw on the opening lap, it wasn't the best of starts from Sam Wilson from pole. He then tried to make a move on Alex Ames into the first corner, into the first part of Madwick, lost momentum. That is why the others managed to sort of get level with him. But as soon as he made that very brave move into Ford Water, snaking away, he consolidated. But first is a big challenge, and second and third and fourth are fighting. I think we've had a change. No, we haven't. The Merlin, I thought, might have dived up the inside. That's car number 57. Didn't make it.
But change for the lead. The Cooper's got ahead. No, it hasn't. I beg your pardon. It looked like Sam Wilson had got ahead, but he's now right on the tail of Ames. Comes up, tries to get down the inside, coming down Lavin straight, but he's going to be on the left coming into Woodcut, and that's going to be advantage. Again, look how unstable the Cooper looks under braking, again, just because Sammy Wilson brakes so late, so hard, and the car's dancing in the head of a pin.
Textbook driving from Alex Ames in the lead of the race. He was saying, if you're going to come past, I'm only offering you the outside. You can try it if you want, but I think I've got the better line. So, nose to tail, the quicker car does appear to be the Cooper of Sam Wilson, tucked in behind, but only by a tiny fraction. In fact, he was a third of a second faster on that lap. But look, another move coming, and it's the change for third place. It had been coming for several corners. Great move from Callum Grant.
Yeah, that is a classic overtake coming into Madwick. You launch yourself up the inside. You compromise the car on your left, so you can control what he's doing, and in the meantime, then you can get your head down and make progress. So how long will it be before the Merlin catches up to the tail of the Cooper, looking to find a way? Oh dear, how close can these two cars get? What's one of the toughest parts of the racetrack to try and make an overtake? The Brabham just clips the curb as he enters into the second part of St Mary's, and that was a moment, hard-on-mouth moment.
Alex Ames doesn't know which way to look, because Sam Wilson in the number 53 Cooper is attacking on the left, attacking on the right, and just braking so super late. But are they actually delaying each other? Possibly a tiny bit, but that might just give scope for Callum Grant to start closing in. The sort of chiseled nose of the red and yellow Merlin in behind has certainly got an opportunity. And as third and fourth fight, I've been looking for the White Lotus of Chris Goodwin to catch, but he just doesn't have the legs. He's on his own in 5th place, but this lead battle is fantastic.
Yes,
Ames against Wilson, there's half a door open. No,
yeah, it was almost a switch back from the Cooper on the Brabham, but it didn't happen. Now the Merlin in 3rd place. Is going to be a 3-way battle for the lead of this race.
Callum Grant looking very comfortable indeed as he mounts yet another attack. He's dropped Clive Richards, but Clive may be able to close up again, because 2 cars fighting can delay each other, 3 cars even more so. But Callum Grant, super brave, that little nose of his Merlin right under the tail of Sam Wilson's Cooper, and yet Clive Richards is trying to hang on in the back. But are we about to have a change to the lead? No, yes, possibly. Maybe. Answers on a postcard.
Yes, side by side through Ford Water, the Merlin trying to swoop around the outside, and it has done so. And that's maybe compromised the Cooper, which was looking to go up the inside coming into Ford Water, but found that Merlin sweeps round there into St Mary's, hard-in-mouth moment, and gets the lead and pulls away.
Well, this is the Merlin race for so many years in the historic scene by the late Dennis Welsh, and he would have been proud of that move. And poor Alex Ames didn't know which way to look, a car attacking from either side, but the pace of that Merlin, the bravado entering the first part of St Mary's was fantastic. Bear in mind, Callum Grant started 7th on the grid from row 3. He's had a fantastic race so far.
Well, that was a lot of very clear thinking from the Merlin, that it was able to find its way around the outside, coming through Ford Water. I mean, bravery to do this at this part of the racetrack at the speed these cars are travelling. The road's falling away from you. You've got to turn right to get into the first part of St Mary's, which he did, and once he had done so, but now Cooper's in 2nd place, so Wilson's got ahead of Ames.
Yeah, Ames has been passed as well. You have to feel for him. He was defending from Sam Wilson, then suddenly around the outside came the Merlin. The Merlin goes into the lead, and then Sam Wilson made his move. We know he's got great pace in that Cooper. He qualified it on pole position, but how this shakes out, this is classic Formula Junior racing, and Clive Richards trying to hang on in 4th place, but now here comes a move from Sam Wilson. Remember, he doesn't really bother with braking very much, and into the lead he sweeps.
Yeah, carried a little bit more speed on the exit of Madwick, which gave him the benefit as they come up into Ford Water, gap up the inside. This time it worked because he's able to get clear of the Merlin. And again, watching the way the Cooper slides, you see the suspension, the rise and fall of the suspension midway between the right and left of St Mary's.
Well, is Alex Games going to be dropped? In fact, he made a slight mistake exiting St Mary's, got his right-hand wheels on the grass. You have to just be brave, keep it going. But now this first two, are they able to escape? I'm still slightly blinking about the move that Callum Grant pulled off to go into St Mary's and take the lead a lap and a half ago. But now he's got Sam Wilson, the pole driver, back in front of him in the Cooper. I think these two may just be able to eke an advantage and pull away.
Looks as if Callum Grant is, I thought he was going to make a move, but he's had to back out of it. And there's some slower traffic just directly ahead, which that, well, there it is, the Ferrari-like liner. So this is always a difficult moment for all three race leaders. Do they use the traffic? Can they use the traffic to their advantage? Nothing lost, nothing gained this particular track. In fact, it's the fourth place loser, Clive Richard, who maybe has gained marginally out of all this.
Sam Wilson, he must stamp on the brakes way later than anyone else. It's the nose of that, remember the car sits so low at the front and it's snaking around under braking. So, is it a trio? Is it a quartet? Yes, it's a quartet, just about hanging on the back, the yellow nose of his red Lotus, Clive Richards. And again, as moves happen in front of him with Callum Grant at his favourite point on the circuit, he's trying to sweep around the outside of Sam Wilson. Sam's maybe even seen that move 2 laps ago. He holds the inside line, the first part of St Mary's. The tail of his Cooper swinging around. The Merlin tucked in over the crest at St Mary's, down into the dip and up on the rise into Lavant Corner. This is a great place to overtake him, but Sam Wilson's looking in his tiny little mirrors. Is there a gap? Not enough, even for that narrow Merlin to dive into.
When Sam Wilson is driving the wheels off his Cooper, but likewise Callum Grant in the Merlin, and the Merlin looks the more planted of these two cars. He's got maybe the slightly easier job of battling for the lead. And when you come to Goodwood, it says motor racing on the tin. This is motor racing. This is what you expect from Formula Junior.
Yeah, Clive Richards very much in the mix. That red Lotus at the back of that quartet with the yellow nose is now starting to trouble Alex Ames. Alex has been attacked from absolutely all sides, and again a back marker cannot get out of the way, and that has been advantage Sam Wilson, car number 52. Just nowhere to go. The Cooper of Jeremy Dealey tries his best, but battle rejoined on the exit. This is just fabulous. And by the way, just at this point in the race, the top Taylor Cup class car is in 7th place, Andrew Hibbard. We'll come back to that later because the battle at the front is just brilliant. Callum Grant prevails for now.
So he's on his way past the Cooper and all due. And look again, Sam Wilson just proves that he seemingly has got good drive on this lap. Off Madrick, gets up alongside and takes the advantage going. Again, he takes that sort of narrow entry into Ford Water, which if you can make it stick is the quicker way. And now coming into the first part of St Mary's, the lack of grip in these little Formula Junior cars, that's why we're seeing so much movement. They slide around them, but they're easy to drive, they're so predictable. And while it looks spectacular, the drivers are not having to work quite as hard as we might think they're doing just from watching on television or watching around the racetrack.
Bear in mind, of course, these used to have an annual treat at Monaco. These are cars that fitted around the streets, the Principality, very, very nicely. And that was the race all Formula Junior drivers wanted to put on their agenda, see if they could top it. But right now, this is just battle royale. Sam Wilson leading the race. The fastest lap has been set by Callum Grant, but he's back in 2nd place in that red and yellow Merlin. Again, he too is braking super late, snaking around on the approach to Woodcote. Brilliant low camera shot. That gives supreme speed.
That was what I call slip angle. The attitude of the car to the apex of the corner clipped. Sam Wilson might have clipped just the barrier as he was exiting it out of the chicane. Didn't do any damage to the car. Maybe just some of the advertising on the side of that barrier in the chicane suffered, but look again.
But they're both they're compromising each other there, John, because both Sam Wilson in the lead and the Merlin of Callum Grant behind were both fighting so hard into chicane they rather limited their exit speed, whereas the two behind, Alex Ames and Clive Richards, much cleaner out, but these two just don't seem to really bother with any braking whatsoever.
No, they both appear to have that little bit of extra pace. The Brabham running in 3rd place, Alexander Ames catches and then drop back coming out of the chicane. So it really is going to be a battle to the flag, I think, between the Cooper and the Merlin. The Brabham, look at the way the Brabham slides on its exit coming through the dip into St Mary's. Now into Lavant, this double right-hand corner. 2 apexes, first one's been executed, second one, now they're coming through. And it's here that you need to maximise your exit speed, because coming onto the fastest part of the racetrack, if you've got that little bit of extra speed and you're following a car overtaking is that little bit easier coming down into Woodcote.
Obviously in these pre-aerodynamic days, you could just see the dynamics of a car moving around, how they're setting up the car for a corner, how they're carrying the momentum, and now back markers may have a role to play. Callum Grant, if you can guess, and go up the inside, they're going to go down through the middle. Sam Wilson has to go somewhere. Cooper just sort of in their path. Alex Ames in third place has suddenly gained advantage. Now he's making a much better exit, not got past yet. Now he has into second place, and his exit was so good he may be able to have the momentum to take the lead. But look, Sam Wilson said, tell you what, I'll grab that inside line. No, Callum Grant's going for the inside line. It chops, it's changes, it's Formula Junior race. Absolutely par excellence.
It's absolutely brilliant racing, and that was really an illustration of Alexander Ames was able to read what was happening going into the chicane and didn't try to drive into the mess. He sat back momentarily, then got the drive off the chicane, got ahead of the Merlin. Now the Merlin has regained that advantage going into Madgwick and trying to come back. But the battle for the lead between Sam Wilson, who's now got one car between himself and second place, Callum Grant, and where Alexander Ames 3 wide going through St Mary's. That's not on the script.
Well, you just got to guess. Clive Richards has done a brilliant job. He's regained the tail of that grouping, but they can see cars up ahead. They can see who they need to pass, but it's not always easy. Lawrence De Bruyne had to try and keep out of the way, but he's got to be on the track too. But Sam Wilson has finally got a little bit of breathing space. A little bit. He's about a third of a second, that's all.
Well, we've got, what, just 7.5 minutes of this race remaining, and this is going to be 7.5 minutes of blink, and you're going to miss it.
Yeah, just looking back in the background, about 2 and a bit seconds further back, so still in 5th place, Chris Goodwin. And Richard Wilson, car number 91, is holding 6th place, just ahead of Andrew Hibbert, by about 4 seconds ahead of him. But Andrew's still leading the drum brake cars. Obviously, not such wonderful braking for them, but the sport kept on moving. Here is our lead quartet: Wilson, Ames, Grant and Richards.
So who's going to go into Madgwick first? I thought it was going to be Wilson. Look at that. Callum Grant just takes the dive down the inside, gets the track position, but he's going to lose it on the exit because, once again, Sam Wilson has read that situation. He allowed the Merlin. He could have defended more aggressively, but it would have maybe resulted in a contact. Look behind the Brabham, Alexander Ames. He's trying to get part of this action, coming now into Ford water. Sam Wilson leads. Brabham just about second, almost wheel to wheel with the Merlin now as they come into the first part of St Mary's.
Well, I mean, the amazing thing is, as you look at the graphic, it's almost out of date immediately, and they're setting a very high bar for the rest of the racing here on the second day. We know we got brilliant race card, but this is a really just outstanding way to start the day racing. Lead into the first corner, halfway down the lap, you're into third place, back into second. A mistake from Alex Ames in the Reg Parnell Racing Brabham, and he's lost momentum. Sam Wilson has finally got an advantage, but the speed that Callum Grant can produce from his Merlin, super brave, being driven absolutely brilliantly. Look, Alex Ames is coming back of him, a mistake on the lap straight there, and as soon as Grant gets an advantage, he loses again. But this is out and out. I cannot wait to hear the interviews post-race. They're all going to be popping and banging, chock full of enthusiasm.
Again, traffic's going to come into play. It's in the Brabham, in the back of the Lotus. That was so close. A big lock-up from the Brabham. He had to really get... Look, his hand comes out of the cockpit. Use your mirrors, please.
Well, there is one thing, when you turn into the chicane, you just see a wall in front of you. It's certainly intimidating, but Sam Wilson's worked it supremely well. But, you know, sometimes it giveth, sometimes it's taketh. But what's happened is the clock is counting down. We started with 20 minutes time elapsed ahead of us. We're down to just 5 and a bit minutes remaining. Sam Wilson finally has a bit of a gap. But as we've seen, there will be other cars up ahead that they are going to lap, and it's where they fall on the circuit, how these cars reach them. And again, great pace from Alex Ames there. He really sweeps through Ford water beautifully. But the king of turning into St Mary's is that red and yellow car. It's Callum Grant, and all along, hanging on the back, is Clive Richards. Let's take a look at what happens when a Lotus 18 is right in the path of the number 2 Brabham. Lock up, somehow missed, and then Callum Grant was left with diminishing returns as to where he might possibly politely try and turn in, then kissing the chicane on the exit. That is precision driving, but sort of force majeure, John.
You feel sorry for the back marker because he's got 4 cars. One's behind, one's alongside, one's almost coming over the top. And he's got nowhere to go. He's got to go through the chicane, but it's all sorted itself out, and the top 4 cars are pretty much, well, 1 lap ago were they in the same positions, 1 lap to go will they be still in these same positions.
Look, we've got 10 laps elapsed. We're halfway around 11. The top 4 cars covered by 1.25 seconds, and it is nip and tuck. And here comes Alex Ames, a better exit, I think, from the chicane than race leader Sam Wilson. Actually, this is the first part they've been. Good grief, 1.5 seconds from first to fourth. It's stretching away. No, we're not finished yet. 4.5 minutes remain. Clive Richards still hanging on the back. Will he get a podium finish? Alas, there are fallers in the race, and that's the red Elva of Gary Thomas parked up at the side of the circuit. No, he's going again, or is he just trickling to a place of safety?
He's run wide coming out of Lavant, and there you can see, luckily, I think, does he? Oh, he does. He has slight contact. So I suspect that'll be a limp mode back to either to safety or certainly back to the pit lane. There he is coming back, but I think he needs to go into the pits and have that car checked to ensure that the the right front and right rear, they did make contact to the barrier.
Yeah, he's looking in his mirror to check the lineup. But you know what happened quite clearly there? He had a quartet of cars coming through to lap him. He was trying to keep out of their way and just ran a little bit wide and paid the price for the spin. Meanwhile, up at the front of the race, it's Sam Wilson, Alex Ames, Callum Grant, then a little bit of a gap, and then back to Clive Richards. It is maybe going to spread out, but what is up ahead? If we get a long shot, we'll see which of the next gaggle of cars, but it's really gone from a four-way battle back to a three-way battle again. Can we get anything back from Callum Grant? He's down in third place. Here's Chris Goodwin in his Lotus back in fifth. He's all on his own, some lonesome, and then in behind him was Lucas Alusa. It's now car number 91. It's Richard Wilson in his Brabham starting to make progress.
Well, we've just got under 3 minutes remaining, and that's probably going to be a lap. This is maybe the penultimate lap they're coming onto now. So it is Sam Wilson leading by, well, 0.2 of a second, which is about the average it's been more or less since this race got underway.
Lee Mole has just gone for a little bit of a rotation, but he's getting it going again. In fact, Andrew Hibbard, I noticed, who was leading the drum brake class, has dropped from, he'd been running about 8th position, he's down to 10th, but Lee Mole, who had got past, has just lost ground again, so he's gained the position back.
Coming into Woodcote, let's see, we lost it just at the... That's a strange place to lose it, but managed to get the car stopped safely, gets it back into first gear, looks for a gap in the field, but here are our 4 or 3. Where is the fourth car? There it is. So that is Clive Richards.
Yeah,
I noticed 22, but he's having to work very hard, seesawing on the steering as it comes through the exit of Lavant.
Yeah, what I didn't see if he had any contact a lap and a half ago when they were turning into the chicane, when there was a little bit of traffic down there. But our race leader, I think, has he got enough of a gap? Talking about Sam Wilson, he started the lap to a quarter of a second clear. Now, look at 1, 2, 3, 4 cars they've got to pass. Sam Wilson with the green and blue helmet, his car 53, the Cooper. He's got the Lola in front of him, Robin Longdon. And Robin looking down, how many of you coming past? Oh, God, well, I've got to turn in. He's turned in. That's really and there was contact there. Alex Ames clipped the back of the Lola. He will lose momentum, and that means Callum Grant in second place. That in third place ought to become second, but he's going to be given the outside line choice only. Alex Ames has fought too hard to give up place easily. There was a little bit of contact, we think, there, John, on the exit of the chicane. Certainly the two cars appear to jolt, but what this has done is given Sam Wilson a lead of 1.3 seconds, and surely with his ability with that Cooper, he ought to go on to take victory. But you can say nothing. You could put nothing in the bank on this one.
No, on the contact again. So the 48's making its way back onto track. I think it's again both down at Woodcote. I don't know what the problem is down there. We've seen 2 cars off in the space of the last lap.
Yeah, that's a little Richard Bishop Miller Caravelle, unusual car, and you can see that's one of the early ones. It wasn't quite so cigar shoot shape, but up front Sam Wilson is pacing. He's going, what is this? I've got a little bit of a gap to the opposition. Alex Ames comes through in third, Callum Grant in fourth, and Clive Richards again trying to play catch up in fourth place. Will he be able to do it? Someone's kicked up the dust in front. It's that battle for second place, and it has just changed because Callum Grant makes the move in the Merlin, but you know, Alain Monza, do you want to be in front or behind when you're getting towards the end of the race? Can you use any draft? There's not much of a toe from these cars, but it's all about track position for Sam Wilson. Doesn't have to defend. Alex Ames, I think, has driven brilliantly in this race. He's covering off the options, but Callum Grant seems to have a different race card. He seems to just find space where others don't quite go for it. No, surely there's not enough space there. No, wise head. 1 lap still to come. You see the clock will almost count down, but we'll get on to 1 further lap.
But watch Callum Grant now in the slipstream of the Brabham. Will he be brave enough to make a move down the inside into Madwick, the corner? He's made so many overtakes, can't get it done, not close enough to the tail. The one thing I've noticed by the Brabham, apart from sliding almost to the point at 45 degrees to the apex, is the Brabham seems to have a little bit extra straight line performance over the Cooper and the Merlin. So whether that's just down to simply a little bit more horsepower, can't be much to do. Aerodynamics, but another potential overtake move coming up into Ford Water and then into St Mary's. Again, Alexander Ames is able to consolidate, keep that position. That is second position.
That is second position, but he's pushing super hard because he saw there's a car, I think that's the way they're going very slowly indeed. and he was compromised. He already dived very late into St Mary's, was slightly off the ultimate line, but as we saw for Callum Grant, he treats every lap like the last lap. His moves on the opening lap of the race, very, very brave, but he's running out of time, and certainly Sam Wilson has finally got an advantage. He can relax, he's got 1 and a bit second advantage. The battle is still for second place, but there aren't that many corners left. Here comes the Cooper of race leader Sam Wilson, the green and blue helmet, and what can Callum Grant offer? Alex Ames braking later and later to leave fewer options, but again a smoother run into Woodcourt from the red and yellow Merlin that twitches. This is surely his last chance, hasn't grabbed it. How quickly can he get out of the corner? John pointed out the second place car, the Brabham seems to have good grunt out of the corner. First, second and third, first race of the day, over the checkered flag way. What a sensational start to the Sunday. Formula Junior, it absolutely provides. Not everybody getting to the finish. Little Wayne has gone off, I'm afraid. That's why it was running slowly. But Sam Wilson, hat tip to him. Phenomenal race. And that top three, I cannot wait to hear what they say afterwards. Alex Ames took second, Callum Grant third.
Outstanding racing, and what entertainment. Those 4 cars, first 4 cars, but primarily the first 3 cars, changing position maybe once or twice a lap. There you can see Sam Wilson delighted. He's applauding both his principal competitors, Alexander Ames and Callum Grant. So they have put on a spectacular show here in the Formula Juniors, as they always do here at Goodwood. These little cars, not very powerful, not very grippy, but they slide around, they look spectacular, they provide, I think, for me, the most entertaining visual spectacle of all the single-seaters.
Well, we've had some fantastic Formula Junior races over the years. These are the sort of latest model cars, and I honestly think that's the best one I've ever seen. And Clive Richards, coulda, shoulda, he was there tucked in behind. He is now in his red and yellow Lotus. He was there to pick up the pieces, and we thought there were going to be pieces on most corners, but these are drivers, absolute masters of their craft, and what a start to the Sunday.
Bruce, it coulda, shoulda happened. I mean, there should have been bits of bodywork and goodness knows whatever else. I don't know how close these drivers could have got, because they were literally at the point you would have barely got a feeler gauge between any of the cars at different points of the circuit.
And if anyone ever thinks historic racing is just a parade, they just needed to watch this race. They could not have put their cars harder and deeper into the corners.
Bruce, this is why I don't want to go historic racing. These guys in these cars are really, really outstanding competitors. So they drive these cars regularly, they race them around Europe and in the United Kingdom, and they know them inside out, and they're preparing them. They're all pretty much self-prepared, and they are, I mean, a Cooper to beat a Brabham, to beat a Merlin, it didn't happen a lot in the latter parts of, let's say, the Formula Junior season or years, but Sam Wilson's done something very special. He's got a Ford Cosworth engine in that Cooper, as opposed to the ubiquitous BMC A-Series engines, which is what Coopers were normally fitted with in Formula Junior era.
Well, what a start to the day, and it's the drivers also particularly love racing at Goodwood, not just because it's flow, but the feedback from the crowd, always waving their caps, their race programs, and they appreciate, it's a two-way thing, and when the crowd, I defy an audience at any race circuit not to be moved by that. And we had 2 practice sessions, now we've got the racing underway, and how. So Sam Wilson leading Alex Ames, and that certainly wasn't always the order, and Callum Grant back into Park Fair. Maybe we'll come to the interviews as soon as we can, but I sort of feel they might be quite lively ones. But the respect between the drivers, they knew they can have some good races, and every now and again the cards fall in the right direction and you get a sensational one, and this was very, very much in that rank. And so Sam Wilson, Alex Ames, Callum Grant, what a job.
Camaraderie. Isn't it wonderful to see friendships? These guys are friends off the racetrack. They're, fierce competitors on the circuit, but when the checkered flag has fallen, they're back in Parc Fermé, they get out of their cars, and they're mates again.
Oh, they really are. That's why you go racing. You can race at any speed, but if you've got competition, people you can dice with, you can joust with, really, really brilliant. What a Formula Junior race that was. But let's go down to Ed, who's got 3 absolute heroes. Ed, let's see what they have to say.
Right, what a race that was. Alex, let him get his laurel. Alexander, come on in. Don't move. Sam, let's just collect all these drivers. It's like herding cats. Sam, come on in. We're going to try and have a chat all together. Right, beautiful. So, I mean, I don't know where to start. Sam, let's start with you. Just go. We'll come around. Here we go. Sam, you said it might come down to traffic in the end, and it did.
Yeah, it was, well, it wasn't the traffic, it was a bit nip and tuck anyway. And then, the traffic sort of spread it out a little bit, but It's always swings and roundabouts with the traffic.
Well, look, it was a fantastic race. We've actually got some footage that we can show you. Alexander, we'll come to you next. It was busy, wasn't it? A single mistake was punished. Just talk us through some of this.
Yeah, so it's like one little blinker, and it's like everybody's passed again. And I'm like, oh, I've got to do it all again. And then I seem to have some rotten luck with back markers, and it's like, and that's what Sam got away on the last lap or so. So, but we're reeling him back in, but it's just it's quite difficult, but probably very exciting to watch.
And Callum, I mean, it's 7th on the grids. What a race for you, and a busy one.
Yeah, it was a bit full on. I said to Sam built the engine in the car. It's mega. And I said to Sam before the race, said, back to Formula 4 driver, I'm going to try and do everybody on the first lap. And we got halfway and then chased them down. But Alex and I have raced together in Formula 4 for years. And so we knew what we were doing. I've raced Sam for years. And it was just mega. First time properly racing at Goodwood, and it was amazing. I remember being a kid at 8 years old on the banking watching this, thinking one day I'm going to race there. Couldn't quite get in today, but maybe next time.
Well, look, it was a fantastic drive by all of you. Well done.
Well, interviews, they almost talked it down. It was way more sensational. But let's take a look at the results. Really nothing in it at the end. 0.6 per second. Sam Wilson winning in his Cooper. Boy, that was hard earned. Alexander Ames pushing him hard. Callum Grant also taking a go in the lead in his Merlin. Bear in mind he started 7th, but they trio were fantastic. And Clive Richards in his Lotus was just a whisker or so behind, very nearly in that mix. Chris Goodwin taking 5th place in his Lotus. Richard Wilson in his Brabham 6th. Lucas Alusa again up at the front end in his Lotus. Danny Baker in his Lotus, and another Lotus from Andrew Hibbard in 9th. But that was important because he won the Taylor Cup class for drum brake cars, with the second in class being Stuart Roach, tucked in behind in his Alexis in 10th place overall. 11th place Lee Mole, he had a little spin, he might have finished slightly higher, just ahead of Katsu Gabota. Then Nick Carlson-Smith in the less common Kieft, and the links behind him are Pierre Guichard, so more manufacturers and constructors further back. Tony Lees 15th, John Chisholm in his Gemini, still in that wonderful race livery, in 16th place. Robin Longdon got right in the middle of the battle inadvertently as the lead trio came through in his Lola, and then behind him Stuart Monument. Likewise, he had the front runners coming past. These cars all lapped in the race. Keith Pickering and Lawrence de Bruyn, all of them got to see the lead quartet as it came past them in various orders. Cliff Gray, Richard Bishop, Millen, Caravel, Crispin Besley, Jeremy Dealey. Not everybody got to the end. You can see Emanuele Guglielminetti pulled off in the Wayner, Gary Thomas in the Elva. We saw a little bit of contact there. Tim Metcalf and Richard Ferris did not see the finish, but what a finish it was. 20 minutes of outstanding racing. And Sam Wilson, I tip my hat to you. You've done it again at Goodwood.
Bruce, you could watch this all day long. It's entertaining. It's good, honest to God motor racing.
Where to start? Well, let's start at the start. Sam Wilson on pole position alongside Alexander Ames and Clive Richards the outside of the front row, and it was Ames that got the best start, and Sam Wilson tried to fight back going into Madrick for the first time, found his nose pinched, and that lost him momentum. Other people got in on the mix. Chris Goodwin, the white Lotus, and the red and yellow Lotus of Clive Richards, but it boiled down to Alex Ames being attacked by Sam Wilson, but just had to wait for it because the red and yellow Merlin of Callum Grant not too far behind. He had to make a move. There he is, passing the Lotus of Clive Richards up into 3rd place. He started 7th, he hadn't finished. How late do you want to brake? Alexander Ames thought he'd brake late enough, but Sam Wilson with the green helmet in his Cooper just super late at all points around the circuit. And while they were busy around the outside, look for the move, the red and yellow Merlin just behind in 3rd place, third place. He's not hanging around there. And around the outside, you can see Ames in his Brabham just trying to go across the nose. The Cooper needed to look on the other side. Here comes the Merlin. Whoosh! Almost as though he's got another gear there. Brilliant. In the background, you've got the Lotus with the yellow nose of Clive Richards trying his best. Grant into the lead. Sam Wilson wasn't finished, but at this point, they were running in clear air. But up ahead, they started to see the back markers coming into view. They used them, and sometimes they worked for you, sometimes they didn't. Certainly, Alexander Ames seemed to get blocked a few times. And there, Callum Grant in the lead. The red and yellow Merlin. Now the Cooper's hunting all over. What they're doing is scanning the distance. What is up ahead? Is there another back marker? Where will we find it? Can we gain an advantage? But these drivers, they've raced together for years. These cars so nimble, so small, they make the track look absolutely enormous, giving space to go racing. Clive Richards continues to hang on, but this battle, had it gone down to a two-way battle? Yes, it had. Sam Wilson being challenged by Grant, but here comes Alex Ames back again. Down the straight he goes, and now trying to get the car balance pitched in. Clive Richards still on the back. There's another back marker up ahead. How is Sam Wilson going to read this one? Well, he's got the move, but then Ames getting blocked, loses momentum, and it's really tricky in these cars to get it back, but out of the chicane they go. Sam Wilson hangs on, and at the end, the top 3 covered by under a second. A brilliant start to the Sunday here at Goodwood for the Formula Juniors.
least a handicap for sports cars, and Duke, driving car number 70, soon showed he was as much at home in the seat as in the saddle.
That was the most exceptional collection of moving automobiles I've ever seen.
You can get close to the drivers, you can get close to the cars, you can really feel like you're involved in the action.
Every form of motorsport here, from classic side all the way through to the most modern cars. You know, I see Goodwood just increasing and getting better each year.
Lots of ideas spreading around, a lot of familiar faces. It's a fun fair, but with cars.
The Members Meeting motorcycle showpiece is actually two races in one. The Halewood Trophy is named after the 9-time world champion who found success in car racing and is combined with the Sheen Trophy, which takes its name from another British motorcycle legend, Barry Sheen, himself a 2-time world champion. Halewood was the original dominant force in Grand Prix motorcycle racing. He won 9 world championships in the 1960s and 14 Isle of Man TT races. It's due to his success in that period that he is considered, alongside Giacomo Agostini and Valentino Rossi, as one of the greatest motorcycle racers of all time. The Halewood Trophy was first introduced in 2016. It's a 2-part race that features lightweight and agile 250 and 350 two-stroke Grand Prix motorcycles up against 4-stroke Formula 750 machinery. Those larger, more powerful 4-strokes are the precursors of modern world superbikes, and the first of those to finish is awarded the Sheen Trophy.
So here we go, we're all set for the second of the two races, and of course it'll be the 2 races then added together to find out who our overall winners are. I'm with James Hayden, which is great because he's a great bike racer himself and knows so much about all this historic stuff too. Dan Jackson was the winner yesterday. Michael Russell was second, but it is, they're both on the front row, but it is Michael Russell who's taken pole. Now, the way they've worked the grid out is actually from fastest laps yesterday, isn't it?
That's right, yep. So your fastest lap puts you on the grid for the race. So super tight yesterday. We had Jackson who won by just over half a second from Michael Russell. So Michael Russell's got to try and beat him by 0.6 of a second to get it. Michael Russell is number 68 on that green and white Triumph. He's in the Sheen Trophy, the 750 F2 bikes, and you can see Jackson there, number 55. He's in the Halewood Trophy on that lovely TZ350. So completely different style of bike.
It is. That's what's so fascinating, the smaller 2-stroke engines up against the 4-stroke 750s. And there, Glenn English is on that front row as well. And Glenn English, he finished, well, he qualified a bit lower down, but he finished well yesterday. He finished in 4th place with the Yamaha TZ350.
Yeah, well, you've also got this great battle for third because you've got Day, English, Vermeulen and Higlett all within half a second. So them, again, they're battling out for that last spot on the podium.
Yeah, it will be fascinating to see how it goes. And all the way down the field, we saw some good battles yesterday. Let's see how it goes. But Michael Russell was particularly impressive. But there was a slight problem with the bike, wasn't there, with the clutch?
Yeah, he had it slipping off the start, so he had it slipping for the first lap or two, so he just had to be a bit careful. And then once that got going, he really came into the race. So it's a little bit brisker today, so the guys just got to be careful on these early laps with the tyres. Obviously, no tyre warmers. And it will be a fascinating battle. So Jackson, we're just having a little struggling to get going there.
Ian Bain.
Yeah, Ian Bain on his TZ350. And again, the bigger the bunch for the TZ350s in the Halewood is this TZ350G from 1980. Lovely little bike, 109 kilos, about 65 brake horsepower. And then you've got the big F2 bikes, as you say, the precursor to super bikes, and they got these big 750 4-stroke engines, and it's the Triumph triples that are doing all the winning in that class.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic, and we shall see how this all goes as they're heading around on the formation lap, getting ready to go racing in just a few moments' time. Here's the grid then. Michael Russell on pole position from Dan Jackson and Glenn English, and Levi Day and Graham Higlett. Jeremy Vermeulen, as you said, was a big part of that battle. Andy Hornby's always gone well here in the past. Michael Rutter, a great rider too. He's in 8th place. Mark Linton, 9th, and Alex Sinclair with another of the Yamaha 350s. Next up in 10th. Then it's Richard Parker, Jamie O'Brien, and Ian Bain, who we saw getting away a bit slow, but hopefully he's okay. Grant Goodings and Luke Hedger. Luke Hedger normally does a great job here. We'll see how he gets on in this one. Cormac Conroy, and then Tony Perkin and Jimmy May. Maria Costello, she's down in 19th. Sebastian Perez is 20th on the grid. And then we go down towards the back with Mike Farrell, Patrick Panfield and Derek Cripps, Robin Lamb and Dominic Vesey, 24th and 25th. And the final 2 rows, Daniel Pritchard, Alex Williams, Stuart Tong with Gordon Russell and Simon Woodward at the back. Let's see how this goes then. So Nick Bedford and Mark Taylor, right at the back. It's a big field of 32 bikes going ready for the Halewood Trophy, featuring the Sheen Trophy, the battle between the 250 and 350cc 2-strokes up against the Formula 750s. And it is a very even battle up front because we've got that 750 on pole position. Now, it looks like it's going to be a 7-lap race. We were wondering if we were going to get an extra lap. We will keep an eye on it all because they lost a lap yesterday. It all had to be limited a bit. But whether we're going to get an extra lap, we shall see. But let's just get into the race and find out what happens because it could be exciting. Levi Day, you mentioned him. He could be very rapid.
Yeah, he's third at the moment, so that there is that big dice of 4 of them for third, but they're getting in gear and they're ready to go.
The race is underway, the second part of the Halewood Trophy and the Sheen Trophy. And let's see how this is all going to go. It's a very, very good start. Once again by Dan Jackson, he takes the lead. Glenn English into 2nd place. And once again, it's not been a great start for Michael Russell.
No, Michael Russell very slow off the line, just struggling to get that going. But it's the 2 strokes out front. It is Jackson and just behind him, Glenn English.
Yeah, where is Michael? He's about 6th, I think. We'll work it out as they come round. But the man who was very rapid yesterday, so there you are, Dan Jackson, who took the victory in the end yesterday, but he's under a bit of pressure from Glenn English.
Yeah, he is, and already Russell's up to 4th. So, Russell, he's obviously not had any problems this time. He might have been a bit slow off the start, but he's going really well. Great drone shots there.
Yeah, lovely seeing them from the exit of St Mary's down towards Lavant, where again it's getting into the double apex right-hander and then onto the long back straight where you really pick up the throttle and straight line speed all the way down here. It's amazing how even the early 1970s 750 powered bikes, there's similar sort of speeds even in a straight line to the 1980s 250s and 350s. No change up front. Dan Jackson's doing a great job so far.
Yeah, it is. So we've got the 350 TZs out front at the moment. And then we got Russell. You can see he's just coming in, very smooth, relaxed style. He's the first of the big 750s.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on, see who's in the quickest of the 250s as well. But Dan Jackson is definitely has just that little bit of command at the moment. As you say, though, I'm keeping an eye on Michael Russell in that 4th place. Little battle going on further behind as Alex Sinclair, number 7, is just trying to see whether he can make some progress. The top 2, though, are easing away a little bit, aren't they?
Yeah, they've got a little bit of breathing room. It's quite slow at this first opening lap, though, as you'd expect. 132.2, quickest lap by Jackson. But we'll be keeping an eye. Levi Day just looks like he's getting into the groove. The tyres are just starting to come up to temperature, so as I say, they're going to really start to push on now. And Levi Day took a load of time out around there, really closed the gap, and he's bringing Russell with him. It's going to be a 4-man scrap very soon.
It does look that way. It looks like it's going to become a 4-way battle as they come around Lavant once more into this double apex and then opening up the throttle and easing it out onto the long straight, and then just hoping that you've got that straight line speed tuck in as low as you can.
Yeah, very much, because with these the 2-stroke 350s, you know, you've got to keep them singing, you've got to keep them in that little power band, that sort of 8,000 to 11,000. That's where you've got to keep them singing. The Triumph just drives all the way through. It's a much bigger, torquier engine. Doesn't have quite as much top, but it's that bit heavier, so it's a little bit harder to maneuver, a little bit harder to stop, rather than these lovely light and fleety 2-strokes. So it's a different style.
Well, let's see how this goes then. Still a bit of time for this to develop, and we shall see. But Dan Jackson still has that advantage. 0.4 of a second quickest this stage.
Yeah, quickest man on that lap was Michael Russell, 126.6. That's more like it. The quickest lap from yesterday was a 125.8. But the sun is out, and here comes Russell.
Yeah, but the problem is that Glenn English, number 25, we've just been told, has got a penalty because of jump start. So although he's still up there in this battle, he has got a 5-second penalty, I gather, and that, of course, that means he's got to get out in front and win by a big margin.
That also means his chance for a podium slot are gone. So at the moment, and look, Russell slipped up into 3rd as well. He's got ahead of Levi Day. He's going to have a look up in 2nd here as well. Oh, no. Glenn English just runs it that bit wide, shuts the line. This is the start. Look at the man on the front left. Yes, he did go a little bit early.
Yeah, you can sort of see why he's ended up with a penalty, but it is a bit of a shame because it's such a great race that's going on between this little group at the moment. He's still in 2nd place, the one that has got the penalty, but as you say, Michael Russell is definitely getting into this even more with the Triumph Trident T150. There he is on the inside. Is he actually going to go try and further pass? No, not quite, but he may be taking 2nd. No, not.
And you saw English just let the brakes off a fraction, go around the outside, and is he going to go have a look up the inside? He is. You do not see a lot of passing there. He might run a fraction wide. No, he doesn't. He gets it turned and gets it fired out. So English, but Jackson just had that slightly better exit. He's back in the lead.
Yeah, that was beautifully done, but this is also allowing Levi Day to join in. So Levi Day's at the back of this group, and he is now becoming a factor 2. We'll see how this develops, but Dan Jackson is in front, but here we go again. Dan English is coming back alongside. Could have another chance to go through here on the inside.
Oh, look at that. He nearly went on the grass. He had his foot off. Yeah. Glenn English in 2nd spot.
As a rider, if you have to do that, you mean you're in a bit of trouble.
It is. It's just a slight misjudgment, but it could cost you dearly there, so you've got to be careful. Jackson just going about his business, hitting his marks, and let's have a look. I thought Russell's just slipped through to 2nd. Remember, the overall win is between number 55 and number 68. There's a little bit of debris, someone's belly pan by the looks of it. Right. Or is it a mudguard? No, I think it's a belly pan. So someone's lost that.
Okay, well, let's hope that it doesn't cause any problems as they come down the straight. It's not a huge piece, is it?
I think there's a problem for English in 4th. Can they see it? Yes.
Oh, it's all right if you're in front. You get a clear view, but if you're behind...
It's a bit of fairing. It's off the track.
That's good news.
Well done. So, it is Jackson as we come round to come around in and just got it's so important to get these things in. You see, it really works on the entry to get it fired out. But here comes Russell. At the moment, it is. Let's have a look at that gap as they cross the line. So Jackson crossed the line. 26.5.
Russell being passed.
The race. Oh, here's Levi Day.
Yeah, he's gone through. So that was a very rapid move. Oh, there's that was the bit of bodywork.
It's off Maria Costello, CB 750. So it's just a left-hand side of her fairing.
Well, at the moment, it's still Dan Jackson who's doing such an amazing job to hold on to this bike. It was rebuilt and debuted at this members meeting some years ago, and it's had consistent podiums. Can it take the overall win? We still got this amazing battle going on for second, though. Levi Day doing a great job. He's into second place, but under massive pressure from Michael Russell.
Yeah, well, at the moment as it stands, you know, it would be Jackson first, Russell second, and Levi Day in third. So these are the three podium finishers. Levi Day has blown off the rest of the guys that were battling with him for that third. But the big question is, who's going to take the win? Can number 68, Michael Russell, finish 0.6 of a second in front of Jackson or not? At the moment, he's got a little bit of work to do.
Glenn English has dropped back. We know he's got the penalty as well, but he has actually dropped back a little bit from this group. I'm not quite sure why, but here comes Levi. Levi Day going down the inside now to take the lead of the race. He has won this event in the past, but he's showing a great pace in today's race because yesterday was a little bit more of a struggle, but this is fantastic. And now Michael Russell in third place. Is he going to find a way to cope with these 350cc bikes that are now both leading? The Yamahas are flying along at the moment. Dan Jackson is also going, have another go, back down the inside. There's not quite the room to do it.
No, they actually look quite different, those two Yamahas, but they're exactly the same. They're both 1980s. This is the pass, Levi Day up the inside. They're both TZ350Gs from 1980, but Jackson's is a Harris, so it's got a special Harris chassis, slightly different bodywork, but they've got identical engines. Here comes Russell. He had to think about it. He knows what he's got to do. You know, Levi Day's irrelevant. He's 5 seconds behind them overall on the two-race scenario when you put it together. So he's just got to beat that man Jackson. That's what he's got to concentrate on. But Levi Day doing a cracking job out front there.
He is doing a great job, and I just wonder, Michael Russell, is he going to get that little bit more performance we saw in the latter stage of the race yesterday? He's trying the outside for second place, but I'm not sure he's going to do that there.
No, he isn't. You'll see Jackson probably just got to cover his line off a little bit as they come down into here. So there's not a lot in it, isn't the top speed, is it?
It's amazing the top speed of the two bikes up front, which are in a different form to the bike in third, and yet they're doing pretty much exactly the same speed down the main straight. In the corners, there doesn't seem to be a huge difference either.
It looks a little bit like the Triumph, the Triumph of number 68 Russell. It feels like it's a little bit more compliant, a little bit more comfortable over the bumpy section, especially turn one, where you see the 250 just feel a little bit rigid, the 350s, and his Triumph just seems to soak it all up a fraction better.
Yeah, but it's also a heavier bike too.
It is.
The way it floats into a corner is slightly different.
Yeah, and he's very, very smooth, Russell, as well. But it is Jackson back in the lead. But here comes Levi Day. No, he's not going to quite get there for the kink.
Nearly, but not quite. And now Russell goes around the outside. Now we're seeing this sort of extra oh my goodness, that was close front to rear. But now he's tucking to the inside. He's taken second. Can he take the lead?
Yeah, and remember, this is the last lap. So at the moment, it's going to be Jackson. They are really on it. What can Russell do? He's got to try and force a move. Remember, he's got to beat him by half a second if he wants to take the win.
Well, let's see. We are into the final stages of this second race. Remember, it's combining the two together that makes such a difference. And yesterday it was Dan Jackson who took the win, and Michael Russell needs to get past him and get more than half a second ahead, but I'm not sure he's going to do that.
No, Jackson was so good coming out of there. He's covering his line back marker ahead. That is actually Michael Russell's dad, who's doing a great job there. But they're going to come through. Are they going to hit him just before the chicane?
It looks like Dan Jackson's on target for 2 wins. If they get this right into the chicane, it could get even closer. But they've kept it clean. Beautifully done. Getting past the other bike. And Dan Jackson has taken 2 out of 2 victories, and he is definitely the overall winner of the Hailwood Trophy this year. What a wonderful battle that was. It does mean that Michael Russell wins the Sheen Trophy because of the separate classes that these bike riders are on. But well done, and what a dramatic display it was, and well done to Levi Day as well.
Absolutely.
In third place with fastest lap.
Yeah, fastest lap for him. So it's Jackson and Day. They are first and second in the Hailwood Trophy. As you say, Russell has won the machine with Vermeulen second and Higlett third. So, but what a great battle we've had, and what an interesting race with the mixture of motorcycles. But well done, Dan Jackson.
Yeah.
Great win for him. He really wanted that, and you could see it.
He did, and he's done well here at Goodwood in the past. As I mentioned, he won the 79 members meeting.
And that's Gordon, sorry, number 67 is Michael's father, so
That's
nice
lovely.
little moment there as they went either side of him on the last lap into the chicane.
Just imagine how embarrassing it would have been if that had gone wrong, but he kept very straight, didn't he, and they found it easy to go past him.
Yeah, so yeah, Levi Day again, really nice ride from him, fastest lap of the race. You know, he hadn't ridden one of these for a few years, so I think he's just had a little bit of fettling overnight. Obviously got the suspension working maybe a fraction better, or the carburation, because it just looked a little bit sharper in that one.
And Alex Sinclair had a good result as well, actually. He finished in 4th, because yesterday he was 11th in the first race, but he's actually had a very good race today. So bike number 7 finishing in 4th position. Well done to him. For Glenn English, it all went a little bit wrong. He actually dropped back. I think there must have been an issue with the bike as well as him. Or actually, it's the penalty, of course, that's been added now, which has dropped him down our list. So he has dropped down into 6th place. Yes, so with the 5-second penalty, that's why it's pushed him down a bit further. Yeah, don't want to jump the start, do you? But you do want to make a good start. So it's always a bit tricky to get that right. But very, very well done by Dan Jackson. It's lovely to see the crowd here at Goodwood celebrating another great race. We've had 2 strong races already today, whether it's on 4 wheels or 2 wheels.
Absolute brilliant start to the day, so fantastic. And if you're looking at number 36 there, that's the Norris Westlake, and you know, a really interesting bike motorcycle that, so lovely to see some of that there. There's such a range of bikes coming through. There's Michael Russell as well, just coming through on the Hadley Honda CB750, so some just a beautiful mix of these classic machines.
It is wonderful, and the closeness, I find it amazing that we have these 2 classes in the Hailwood and the Sheen, and they were battling for the win between the different forms of bike, and it was the gap just 0.4 of a second across the line. Wonderful.
Yeah, speaking to this man Dan Jackson yesterday, he said, I really want to beat Russell. He said he wins the revival, he wins all the time. He said, I've got to try and beat him overall, even though they're winning their own separate classes. He wanted to take that overall win.
Well, he did it beautifully, and fully deserved to take the victory. It was all very clean, very beautifully ridden, and well done to Dan Jackson for taking the overall victory by taking both wins, but also well done to Michael Russell. He has won the Sheen Trophy by finishing 2nd overall.
There's Sally Gordon as well. Sally obviously instrumental. I mean, obviously his mother, but instrumental in being there with the bikes to Goodwood and making sure the right machines are here. You know, that whole Russell family are such an integral part of this. So great to see her as well. And that is your winner, Dan Jackson.
And it's lovely seeing all of both the drivers and the riders when they get in. We saw it with the Formula Juniors just now. They all get on so well, even though they race so hard against each other. They all admire each other. They all respect each other.
Yeah, you've got to, haven't you? You know, you're doing the same thing. You're all like-minded people, and so yeah, really lovely to see. You can see how happy he is.
Let's join Ed and have a chat with him.
What a race, Dan. 2 from 2. They didn't make it easy.
No, definitely not. And I knew I had it today because Mike yesterday was so strong, and yeah, not easy at all. I had a bit of Glenn, a bit of Levi, a bit of everyone, and yeah, the bike was absolutely faultless. The winds changed direction completely today, so didn't know how it was going to respond to that, but yeah, really pleased, and we made a bit of a race of it. Love it. Love Goodwood, and I've got 2 wins this weekend, so happy.
No matter how much you try and tuck down behind that windscreen, you do punch a hole, don't you?
Yeah, it's good for anyone behind, but yeah, no, it's I try and tuck in, and I'll certainly be aching tomorrow. I know that, definitely.
It was great to watch. Well done.
Thank you.
Let's find our 2nd place man. Michael, I mean, what a race. I don't know where to start, but congratulations, you won the Sheen Trophy, but I know you wanted to be 1 place higher overall.
Well, I have to say thanks to Sam, who owns it. Andy, you built it. It's a mega bike, but that was so much fun. Racing with 2 really good friends at Goodwood. I mean, I'm going to think about this for weeks. It was amazing. Yeah.
Well, look, I actually think we've got some footage of that last lap when you got into 2nd and nearly into 1st. So just talk us through this.
Yeah, it's, it's interesting. They accelerate a bit quicker. Mine's got a bit top end. It's slippery out there, so we're all struggling with a little bit of grip issues. And as you go over the rise here, I think on the last lap, Lee has a little slide, I have a little slide. It doesn't look much, trust me, it felt a lot. Then mine gets going here, but there's a bike in the way. And then it was a case of just trying to get as close as I could to Dan. And then guess what? My dad's in the way on a beautiful bike. And fair play to Dan, he rode superbly. And a wheelie, showing off, isn't he? It was brilliant, yeah, really amazing.
Well, that goes fantastic to watch. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Let's find Levi. Here we go. Levi, I thought you had it going into the last couple of laps there.
Yeah, to be honest, Ed, it felt pretty good out there, so I thought I might have a chance at winning today. But yeah, both the boys rode really well today, but it was nice to be a little bit more in the mix today than I was yesterday. I was probably the quickest of the second group yesterday, and at least we got onto the front boys today, and yeah, really enjoyed that.
Seemed like one of those races where a tiny mistake cost you dear.
Yeah, and with the, even with the 4 strokes, but the 2 strokes especially, when we were in their slipstream, if you couldn't pass them and you had to roll off, we just lost so much momentum. But my wife told me last night, she said, you weren't tucking in enough yesterday, so I tried to get behind the bubble a little bit more today, and yeah, improved the lap times and another third, so happy with that.
Congratulations.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
Wonderful. So really good. And let's take a look at the results. And first of all, let's have a look at the result of that actual second race. So here we are. Dan Jackson winning from Michael Russell. Levi Day in third. Alex Sinclair doing a great job to go up to fourth. Jeffrey Vermeulen in fifth. The penalty putting Glenn English down to sixth. And then Graham Higlett in seventh. Richard Parker in eighth place. Andy Hornby ninth. And Mark Linton in 10th. Ian Bain, Michael Rutter, Luke Redger and Cormac Conroy in the top 14. Tony Perkin, Maria Costello had that little bit of bodywork fall off, but she managed to bring it to the end. That was fine in 16th. Patrick Banfield, Jimmy May, Simon Woodward and Sebastian Perez completing the top 20. And then Dominic Veazey, Mike Farrell, Derek Cripps, Daniel Pritchard, and further down, as you see, Gordon Russell, Dad, as Michael was saying, in the way. I don't think he was in the way at all. I think he gave them plenty of space to go past, so that was fine. So let's now look at the combined. We are going to have a look at the combined, but we also know that, of course, with Jackson taking both victories, it's a very straightforward. We're not by much because they were first and second in both races. So Jackson, the overall winner, Russell, the winner of the Sheen Trophy, Levi Day in third overall, English in fourth place overall, and then Jeffrey Vermeulen, Graham Higlett. Andy Hornby was seventh overall, ahead of Mark Linton, Alex Sinclair, and Richard Parker. So that is the top 10 in the overall standings. And well done, of course, for vital points for the houses. Getting 250 points for a win, but it was a great race. I really enjoyed that, James.
Yeah, no, it was a lovely start, as you say. 2 great races to start the day. This is Jackson. He does get the whole shot. English behind, Higlett up the inside, Levi Day. Not a great start from Russell. He was just sort of coming through, but he didn't take long. You could just see him coming through there, as along with Michael Rutter and the rest of the guys as they come through here. And we get this great shot from the drone. And yeah, it was really coming in. And then you could see he goes on his way. Russell there up into fourth. Levi there in third. Behind him you got Sinclair, Higlett, and then here comes Russell having a good look up the inside, coming into here. So he nearly gets it, but English lets off the brakes, rolls around the outside, and then they come into here. And this move here, you don't see a lot of moves coming into this chicane, so it was a great move, but he actually runs a fraction wide, gets squared off by Jackson, and then it was the heat on. This is where the big 750 gets going a little bit, swoops round the outside of English. Oh, that's when English nearly just tipped it in almost a bit too much. That might have been the wind that he's talking about, and he actually has to pick it up, foot off the peg, and then here comes Levi Day up the inside. Nice little move, keeps it really sweet on line, gets it out, and you can see the difference in size between them there. It's a really sort of a good shot. The lovely little TZ350s, and then he led for a while. He got the fastest lap of the race, but it was Jackson in second, who was always on the prowl along with Russell, and he gets a really good drive coming out this time, goes round the inside, and he gets it. Levi Day has a little look, can't quite make it, and you can see Russell in third, really working, trying to get back in it.
Yeah, no, it was a wonderful fight between all three of them. I really, really enjoyed it. And the quality, and even if when they make those tiny little mistakes, they still get away with it, don't they?
They do, and it's just the little diminutive 350s, yeah. The big F2 750, and then here we go. He crosses the line, and Dan Jackson takes the win.
Thanks, James. It's been really great to enjoy that, and well done to Dan Jackson for taking the overall victory. So the Jota team are doing lots of work displaying this weekend. A great team in sports car racing. Let's take a look at a bit more detail.
Jota celebrates its 25th anniversary in 2025. In a quarter of a century, this small British team has grown into a powerhouse of endurance racing. The Le Mans 24 Hours has been central to Jota's success during that time. The team has taken 3 class wins in LMP2, 7 further podiums, and has come within 1 lap of outright victory back in 2017. Having won virtually everything there was to win in the second tier of global endurance racing, 2023 saw Jota make the bold step up to the hypercar class, claiming its first outright victory in the world.
So it's very, very quick fire. Jota out on track. This is a car, the Cadillac, that this team celebrating its 25th anniversary, and it was running a privateer Porsche last year, stepped up to Cadillac and is going to Le Mans in June looking for outright victory. The cars had pace already. We saw it in the opening round. Didn't come away with the results they really had hoped for, had looked for, but it is coming, and the Jota team pressing on. But this is a car that makes the most fantastic wailing sound, John. It's quick. It could be one of the quickest cars ever around the Goodwood Motor Circuit.
Well, I think that this was ever allowed to be totally unleashed and really done as a sort of a qualifying simulation. I dread to think how fast the Cadillac would make a lap around the 2.4 mile Goodwood circuit. It's so much downforce from the aerodynamics in the car. The hybrid power on these engines is a 5.5 litre aspirated V8 Cadillac engine, and the technology that's now in these cars. But just listen to this engine.
Because that is a most sensational sound, 5.5 litres, and the hybrid power as well. You can just see it kicking in. And this is a car that is being driven here, what, 9.5 tenths?
Oh, maybe not even in that. I mean, Will Stevens behind the wheel today. It was Alex Lynn yesterday. But what I notice here with the Cadillac and with this breed of Le Mans prototype cars is just how stiffly sprung they are. And you can see just how much the car just chattering over the little irregularities on the circuit. And but the aerodynamics just plant the car. They just really force the car into the racetrack. The lower speed you go, then the more sort of nervy, twitchy the car looks. And you do need to be a little bit careful in the power application because there is so much of it. And it's so instantaneous now with this hybrid power unit these cars now run. But I mean, just a magnificent sight. I mean, the sound, the sight and the sound of racing cars is just epitomized here in this Hertz-sponsored Cadillac.
And just be fully aware the World Endurance Championship is absolutely at a high point. McLaren's agreed to come and join the party as well, but Ferrari made a big hurrah when they joined a few years ago. They're back to Le Mans 24 Hours wins, and this is what Cadillac is hoping to land at the SART this June. And don't forget, it's been a marker that's been at Le Mans since the early 1950s, but they're really hoping the gold on the car will be the gold that they achieve the medal for taking victory this year.
Well, the car they went to Le Mans in the very early 50s was actually one of their passenger cars, which they put some better brake landings in it, and that was about it. They just sent it over to Le Mans and the cars ran. They then came back a couple of years later with a model called Le Monster, which had a very unusual body shape to it. It was almost rectangular, I mean, not aerodynamic at all, but it was such an evocative image of Le Mans still sticks in my mind from those very early years in the 1950s.
Yeah, rectangular in format, from any angle looked at incredibly long, but the cars have moved on, and at this point these are effectively, well, they're sports prototypes, but the driver's space, again, absolutely tiny, the cockpit, so Will Stevens fits in very nicely indeed, but we've got world-class drivers in all the top crews now, and it's basically the sports prototypes, and then the subclasses GT3, we're coming onto that very shortly indeed, but for Jota, they started in 25 years ago running a Honda Integra in Group N. That's a very low-spec car. They've built their way up through the categories, scoring great successes, but to land the Cadillac Works drive, that is a massive, massive credit to the team from Tunbridge Wells.
Yes, it's an accolade I think it should be duly proud of, because they ran a customer Porsche 963 last year. They won in Spa, and that was one of the very few results by a true private entry in last year's championship. Now they're now the Cadillac, the formal entrance for the Cadillac entry for the whole season, plus Le Mans. And it's, I mean, I don't know how much further they can go, but they know what they want to do, because they're already thinking about not the 25 car, but the 2026 car, and there's changes that they've already got in mind. Some of them will be aerodynamic, probably others will be mechanical, even electronic. So the progress of these cars is comparable to anything that you'll see in Formula One. It never stops.
Yeah, and don't expect any manufacturer to come in and land straight on the top step. Last year, the best placed Cadillac result, when it was run by Chip Ganassi Racing Team, was Earl Bamber and Alex Lynn, and we talked to him earlier, taking 4th place at the Circuit of the Americas. This year, they won a top 3. They showed great pace in the opening round at Lusail in Qatar, but the big one is coming next time out, will be Imola, but it's going to be a busy program.
Just listen to Will Stevens as he came across the start-finish line. I think he's now got a little bit of tire temperature, and I think you can watch and see he's beginning to push that little bit more than he did on those early laps, getting comfortable with the car here at Goodwood. Remember, this is a very, very high-speed 2.4-mile racetrack. Lots of fast-flowing corners, one into the other, coming now through that St. Mary's sequence to the right, then this downhill left with a dip in the bottom of it, the compression, then up over the top of the hill, and then braking into the first part of the 2-part Lavant corner. Just feel the throttle, squeeze the throttle now, flat out on the exit, and the drive all the way down the Lavant straight, probably getting up to maybe 190 miles an hour before he picks a spot to get on the brakes for the 2-part Woodcote corner. A wonderful corner. The first part is more about preparation here. Now, that's where you want to get your apex. Get it right. Shoot down into the chicane. Slow the car down. Slow in. Hard on the throttle. Will nail it out of the chicane.
Past the pits, an oral treat. That is a very, very quick-looking lap indeed, and you can see the car bottoming out at various points. Super stiff, as John pointed out, but this is a high point in sports car racing. We're so lucky to have this, to wet your whistle before a lot of you will be heading down to Le Mans this June, and the standard, the bar is being raised every year, and the fact that Jota coming in right at the top, they've been through the ranks in the junior class, now they're stepping up, full concentration on board in the cockpit.
It looks very calm. I mean, you can see the eyes. Is he blinking? When you get these cockpit shots, I want to see how often the driver's eyes blink. And so far, we've not seen a single blink in about a 15-second shot into Lavant. Now just gets the car pointing in slowly again, picking that throttle up. Not full throttle. Now he's on full throttle. Looks down at the dash, takes in the information that's been fed back to him. Up into 7th gear, all the way down, checks the mirrors. There's nobody else on the racetrack, Will. You don't need to check your mirrors.
And if there was, they wouldn't be quite as quick as you are, Will, so just keep that focus coming in. Obviously, a classic circuit for Will to get to enjoy. Brilliant to see this Cadillac coming down and has now backed it off. Great display, and again, just such a dynamic car. Contemporary cars here. This is one of the glories of the members' meeting.
It's that V8 motor there, just does a little burnout. What an amazing sounding engine. And for me, sights are one thing, but the sounds are the key. That's what makes motor racing so evocative.
So what is Will Stevens doing? He's sitting in the car, but it's electric start. Silent, he gets away. And boom, in comes that engine. It's a sort of scary place working with the move away from the pit area during the course of the race. Many cars still here, but there we are. It's a sign of the sheer acceleration under electric power, and then the magic of the engine.
Yeah, when the engine kicks in, I mean, the acceleration, I mean, it's just remarkable. I mean, I'm sitting watching it, and I think, where's the car gone? That's already gone through magic before you can catch up with it.
Yeah, just imagine a field full of these. Well, we'll have these a few weeks next weekend down at Imola. Just really, really exciting time. Brilliant onboard footage. You can see, actually, it's like looking out of a letterbox, John.
It very much is. The cockpit is very small in these cars. I know there's a lot of bodywork around it, but there's so much electrical kit on board a modern race car, particularly these Le Mans prototypes. But just watching his hand movement, everything is so gentle. There's no immediate sort of very rapid movements on the wheel, just gradually turns the wheel one way and the other. Let's see if we can watch him coming down into Woodcote. So he backed off quite early there, coming and just going down through the gears. But how gently is he turning in, down probably into third gear, if not second gear, and he's going to slow down, maybe do another, is he doing another start, or, well, it's just giving it a burnout anyway.
Yeah, left a great puff of tyre smoke behind him. So playing to the crowds, and why not? The crowds very much enjoying seeing, the ancient and the modern. This could not be more modern here at Goodwood. So what's Will Stevens doing now? He's probably about to turn to his right into the paddock, get a chance. You can go and see the car along with all the other cars from Jota's history as it moved up through the sports car ranks in the paddock. And it's great to have a local team that up there on the world stage. And for Cadillac to be involved as well, that's special too.
Bruce, here's a team representing one of the biggest manufacturers in the world, based in Tunbridge.
Yeah, based just outside Tunbridge Wells at Pratt. Let's take a look back at the highlights of the Jota run. Out on track, absolutely as modern as you can be. It's the V-Series R 2025 Cadillac racer, now in the hands of the Jota team. And Will Stevens started to wind it up, got a bit of heat in the tyres, and then he started to fly. Hybrid getaway, and then the V8 chimes in. 5.5 litres of majestic engine note. The car's stiff, Will picking up the pace and going faster and faster. And John, as you were watching there, just such exciting lines he could take, and so stiffly sprung.
Yeah, you can see the car, it patters. It's almost like a stone skimming across a lake when you throw the stone. So that's the nature of modern technology, aerodynamics primarily, that dominate these cars.
Well, that was absolutely fantastic. And let's go to an IWC moment.
We are back here at the IWC pop-up at Goodwood, and I'm delighted to be joined by Franziska Nell, the CMO at IWC Schaffhausen. Franziska, how are you?
I'm really, really well. It's such a pleasure to be here at the Goodwood Members Meeting once more and to have such a nice project to present.
Of course. Now, IWC is inextricably linked to motorsport, but you've got a very special premiere of a film that you've been working on for months now, which outlines the story of Gerald Genta, the designer of the famous Engineur, the watch that features in the F1 movie. But not everyone will be familiar with just what was going on in that period. Tell us a little bit about the film and what we're going to expect to see in a minute.
So Gerald Genta, very well-known artist and watch designer, was commissioned in the 1970s to actually bring a new design to the Ingenieur, which was originally launched in the 50s for engineers and technical people, right? So he then came up with this beautiful, bold and very, very forward-thinking new design. And that was actually the story we show now in the movie, very authentically, the time where it happened, where we had a quartz crisis, the gold prices went up, and then the world was ready for integrated sports watches.
It wasn't the only watch, of course, that Genta designed in the 70s. There were others. There was the Royal Oak and the Nautilus. Tell us, Franziska, why the Engineur didn't necessarily have the same success back then and then perpetuate the years after.
So we call our movie the maybe most brilliant failure of IWC Schaffhausen. So why was that the case? Because the watch was really marketed to engineers only, and technical people or physicists. And that was actually not what the watch was telling, because the watch was actually designed for a more bold audience, right? And therefore it failed at this time in our history. We only produced and sold in 6 years 598 pieces. So the time was yet to come for the Ingenieur.
On that note, buckle up, because we're about to play you this film for the very first time this weekend here at Goodwood. I've had a sneak peek and it's an absolute banger. Enjoy it. Thank you very much, Franziska.
Thank you very much.
There are watches specifically designed for pilots, astronauts, sailors, the red carpets of Hollywood. But have you ever heard of a watch designed for engineers? Well,
Gerald.
I wouldn't be surprised if not.
Bonjour. Hans Pancake.
But let me tell you, a watch for engineers was destined to become one of the greatest paradoxes of my artistic work.
Und denkt ihr, die Verschraubung hält?
Nun, die Laborprüfungen waren erfolgreich, aber eine praktische Erprobung sollte noch folgen.
Mr. Del Santi, do you want me to test drive this watch while I drive? Yeah. What's in this watch, plutonium? It's for the vibrations. We need to see if the case can absorb it. All right.
See you at the race tomorrow.
The IWC Ingenieur. Shock resistant, automatic, anti-magnetic, built for the modern engineer. At least that was the plan.
I guess your wife brought me luck, man. That's a coming green.
Sollten wir über eine grüne machen? Eins nach dem anderen, Hannes. Erstmal müssen wir in Basel bestehen. Allow me to introduce the IWC Ingenieur, a watch for a new era, designed by a true artist, Gerald Gentler. Yes.
Looks like you should have hired a product designer instead of an artist for this.
You're right. I am an artiste. A painter. So, what do I know about watches? The criticism of some was to be expected.
Any other questions?
But what followed, nobody saw coming.
Yeah, I'm here in town. Are you up for seeing our new engineer, designed by Genta? Maybe tomorrow. I really want to show you our new engineer. Tomorrow?
What? Ja, Sie haben mein Meeting in LA gerade abgesagt.
Was meinst du mit zu avantgarde?
Nein, sie wird von Ingenieuren nicht angenommen. Keiner kauft sie hier.
Obviously, he didn't go as intended. And a new trend didn't work in our favor either.
You won't believe it. It's everywhere.
Von der Referenz 1832. Wie viele haben wir da verkauft?
598 Stück in 6 Jahren.
Gut, dann stellen wir die Linie ein.
This could have been the end of a Genta Ingenieur story. But as it is with mistakes, they're hard to forget.
Swiss watch, pre-production model from the collection of former race car driver Rocco del Sante.
Over the years, the Ingenieur was suddenly rediscovered by a new generation. And each of the 598 pieces began shaping its very own story. So whenever you spot an Ingenieur on someone's wrist, it's very unlikely that a nuclear physicist is in front of you.
Going once, going twice.
But dare to ask, they'll surely have a fascinating story about how this brilliant failure ended up on their wrists. Like the story of a unique green Ingenieur that found its way back to the racetrack. I'm an artist, a painter. So, what do I know about watches?
One of the star events of Goodwood Members Meeting is the Shoot-Out, and this year we see a range of GT3 cars take to the line. They are cars that were raced between 2006 to 2012. It's such a popular motorsport category, and there's no doubt that it's going to be popular here at Goodwood as well, isn't there?
Yeah, it's a real first here at Members Meeting. You know, we're used to having cars from the 60s, 70s, 80s, and obviously way before that at the Members Meeting. But to go into the 2000s, particularly these fantastic GT3 cars, is amazing. I mean, these cars became so successful because they were race-derived from road cars, these iconic sports cars and supercars, from cars, you know, brands we know so well, BMW, Mercedes, you know, fantastic Audi, Aston Martin, we've got them all here, and some great drivers as well. So we're here to celebrate 20 years of this fantastic GT3, and here's a little bit more about those cars.
At the 82nd Members Meeting, we're celebrating the origins of GT3, a category of motor racing intended to be more affordable and more accessible for manufacturers to compete compared to the more complex GT1 and GT2 classes. GT3 was centred around a simplified homologation that required cars to be based on production models with minimal restrictions on things like engine capacity or chassis layout. The competition was regulated by a new concept called balance of performance. which tuned each car's power-to-weight ratio to ensure close racing. This new class first raced in 2006 in the newly created FIA GT3 European Championship, and it was an immediate success, with Porsche, Dodge, Aston Martin, Ascari, Chevrolet, Ferrari, Lamborghini and Maserati all competing with GT3 machinery. Before the end of the decade, GT3 cars were racing all over the world, and the likes of Ford, Audi, BMW, Mercedes, Lotus and even Morgan had homologated their own GT3 cars. As a spectator sport, GT3's biggest strength was its variety. The sheer breadth of manufacturers involved made it a fiercely competitive category of racing, with a choir of V8, V10 and V12 engines adding to the spectacle. These earliest GT3 racers made a monumental impact, and their popularity has continued to grow exponentially since then. GT3 became the headline act at many of the world's most famous races: the Nürburgring 24 hours, the Bathurst 12 hours and the Spa 24 hours, and most recently was announced as the replacement for the outgoing GTE class in the World Endurance Championship and the Le Mans 24 hours. To this day, 19 GT3 cars are homologated for competition, and the category's success is all thanks to this iconic era of GT3 that breathed new life into global sports car racing.
Well, such a good look back there at this fantastic racing category there. Such iconic cars, and you can see why it's become such a crowd favourite.
Yeah, and such a range of cars as well. That's what I love about this category, that there's so many manufacturers, so much to look out for, and that's true of what we saw in qualifying yesterday, because the top three is made up of 3 different manufacturers. So to give you some context, the first place was set by Andrew Jordan aboard his Chevrolet Corvette. So he set a time of 1 minute 14. Now that was split by less than half a second to Phil Keane in his Aston Martin Vantage, who took second place in qualifying. So less than half a second, 2 different manufacturers there. And to round off the top 3 was Jake Hill in his Ferrari. So 3 incredible manufacturers taking the top 3, and they've just got to set a hot lap, haven't they? This is a shootout, so they've not got long to set that time, and I think that's a level of exhilaration that's added to this shootout.
Absolutely, and some of these guys aren't really used to these cars. I saw Jake Hill running from his win at Gordon Spies into the assembly area, jumping in that Ferrari. 2 completely different cars, the Caparita Ferrari, and he still managed to get 3rd in the shootout there. And that's what these cars are all about, just like, you know, people and the fans associate with their brand of their choice, the manufacturer of their choice, and they get behind their makes. And for these, you know, we're going to see this fantastic demonstration now with all these cars. We're seeing them now rolling onto the grid, but later in the shootout we'll have some of these big star drivers, you know, going for it, and they'll have learned a lot yesterday. I think they'll be going a lot quicker today. We did have Tom Christensen earmarked to drive that Audi. We're going to have Rob Huff instead, who you know won't hang around as well. So expect him to sort of challenge those top 3 you talked about.
Yeah, he certainly won't. And this is the thing with Goodwood Members Meeting. Like you mentioned, several drivers are taking part in different categories of racing. So they're swapping between machines that are years apart. And as well, we've also got some drivers who are also riders as well, taking part in the Halewood Trophy. So you're about to see a talented set of people take to the line for this demonstration, and then we'll also see them in the shootout later on. So we can see them coming around the chicane here, pulling up to the line, and people are flocking to see this. It's such a popular event. It's brilliant to see those crowds on the banks there, isn't it?
Absolutely, this demonstration is going to be fantastic. It just shows you that sort of breadth of cars we've got here at Members Meeting, and this is a new thing, as we say. We've gone into the 2000s now, and we see this great lineup of these iconic GT3 cars behind us here. Look at all these different makes we've got there. We've got McLarens, Audis, we've got Mercedes cars, we've got Ferraris, of course, those Lamborghinis. Lamborghini came back into racing with GT3 cars. And you just see these fantastic cars, always really good racing, and it's some fantastic tracks around the world. They race at Le Mans, as we heard there in the video, obviously Bathurst, Spa, the Nürburgring. And this is just a great demonstration in the sunshine here at Goodwood.
Yeah, you really love this category, David. Is there one of those cars on the grid now that takes your fancy the most, do you reckon?
It's really hard to say. I actually used to race GTs back in the day, but mine was with an old Lotus Evora. But looking out there, you've got that McLaren. Look at that. That's fantastic there. I love the Ferrari 458. I think it's a great looking car. But just great cars. The Audi, of course, that was one of the first sort of real factory supported GT3 cars. They're a very successful car, and we'll see Rob Huff in that later on today in the shootout. So lots to look at. Look at that Mercedes there, looking fantastic.
Yeah, we can see just how busy it is there on the grid now, and I believe our reporter Ed Foster is down on the grid, so we'll see if we can catch a word with him and see where he is in that mix of people there. Can we spot him?
Right, we're here finally. We had a few camera problems, but we are on the road, as it were. And as you can see behind me, it is a packed grid. So keep up. Let's not bump into any cars. Let's not cause any damage. And let's see who we can find. Do you know what? I'm going to go immediately around the front of this McLaren. The wonderful thing about GT3 is just the sheer variety of machines. We're going to start here, partly because this is on the front row, but also because we've got Chris. You're the unlucky man that I spotted first, but this is a very special McLaren to you, isn't it?
Yes, this is the first customer 12C GT3 car. So it's a big project for McLaren at the time. It ran parallel with the first road car, so it was quite a problematic GT car to give birth to. But it actually, funnily enough, this car lost the World Championship that year, GT1 World Championship as it was called, by a point at the last race. So it's a really great car. Clive Joy owns this car now, and I'm going to be badgering him to have more goes in it because it really does bring back a lot of memories. So it's a long time ago, but actually this is the car that has given birth then to the subsequent 650 and 720 GT3 cars, and they are just iterations of this, and they're winning races all over the world.
Fantastic, it's great to see it. Thanks, Chris. Let's carry on past here. We've got the R8, hugely popular GT3 car. They made 130 of these GT3 cars. It's absolutely incredible. What I want to do is just dive in here because Mr. Rob Huff here, I'm so sorry, I'm going to dive in, is going to be jumping in this car for the first time in the shootout. You're a glutton for punishment, aren't you?
It seems so. If only it was a GT40.
Well, you won't like this because it doesn't slide around.
I'm sure we can try, can't we? We'll just take all the traction off and everything. But yeah, I mean, it's rather a tall order. But we'll have a 10-minute practice and we'll go straight into the shootout for one lap and see what happens. But a beautiful car, very nice of Goodwood to ask me to drive it, and of course the owner allowing me to drive it. So yeah, we'll see what happens.
Cheers, Rob. We're looking forward to it. Well, let's carry on down here. So the thing with GT3, there's the sheer number of cars, and you might wonder why this Mercedes here could compete on equal terms with the Audi, and that's because they had balance of performance, so they could change the weight, the power, the aero, and also the engine management systems, and try and get them all on a level playing field. And that's why I think they were reliably informed by Bruce Jones that there were 85 models of GT3 car that have been homologated, which is an enormous number. We're absolutely surrounded by members here. I want to try and get back because there is a new series for GT3 cars, and so they've got this new lease of life, which is fantastic. So let's see who we can find. Oh, look, we've got a likely bunch of people here. Nicholas Padmore, this car's in the shootout, so are you the sort of brake warmer, tyre warmer today?
Yeah, that's the plan, yeah. Just get some temperature in for Phil Keane, and hopefully he's going to win.
Now, you're used to driving historic Dunlop shod tyres, cars. This must be a bit weird because it's grips and does everything.
Yeah, but have you heard the sound of it? It is just, I love this car. I've raced it twice on slicks, and it's brilliant. It's a real treat to drive. It's good.
Well, look, enjoy the demo.
Thanks. Cheers.
Let's carry on back here, see who else we can find. We've got lots of GRRC members. We'll see if we can have a chat to one of them. Now, where's Christopher? So this car here is the 2014 Nürburgring 1,000 kilometres winner. And as you'll see, I'll tell you what, now that we've got comfortable here, I'm going to drag you around the front. It's still got the dirt on from that race. And what they've done is I think they've either vinyl wrapped it or they've done a clear lacquer. So it's still got the dirt from that race 11 years ago. And on cue, here is Christopher. Christopher, you've had a chance to drive this. Am I right in thinking that you came over here, you rented a motorhome and you came over and you're staying in the local campsite just to drive this?
Yeah, this is true. So I took my motorhome all the way to up here. It's like 1,300 kilometers. But I thought this is the best idea to enjoy the Goodwood event.
And you haven't driven this car since 2014. How was it yesterday?
Exactly. Yesterday was my first time since back from 2014 to drive that iconic Audi R8 LMS, and you know it gives me back all the memories which we had at this event, and the high and lows definitely. So it's for me an absolute incredible feeling to have that chance.
Well, it's great to see you back in the car. Thanks for coming.
Thank you. Thank you.
It makes my journey from Scotland look a bit pathetic. Right, let's carry on through. So it's a full family trip today, is it?
It is, yeah. There's 9 of us here this weekend, having a great time camping.
Like herding cats?
It is a little bit, yeah. Lots of rendezvous points with no phone reception as well, so yeah.
Perfect, but you're enjoying it?
Thank you, yeah, amazing time. Thank you very much.
Right, look, let's see if we can ease back. We've got another Mercedes here, something that John Watson very cleverly pointed out yesterday with the Mercedes. The gull-wing doors, great, obviously, but for pit changes, they come out and up. So actually in narrow pit lanes, they're quite difficult. Sorry, I'm going to squeeze through, getting in the way of a photographer, sorry. What I'm trying to get back, there is a Morgan Aero that I'd like to go and have a look at, because we talked about just the sheer number of cars that were homologated for this series. And the Morgan, when you look at it, you just don't think it would work, but it's really quick. And I think there is a certain Nigel Greenstall in it today. We may or may not find him just with this number of people, but we can but try. We've got someone here in the Mercedes, so let's dive in. We've got an open face helmet, which is always good. I'm sorry, I'm gonna dive in. You've got your phone in front. You're not checking your Delta times or anything, are you?
Not really.
No, look, just tell me about this Mercedes, because it sounds wonderful. Does it drive as nicely as it sounds?
It drives very grateful, and it's one of the last built chassis number from SLS, from the GT3, and it's wonderful to drive this car here in Goodwood.
And do you get out in this much?
Yes.
As I would. Oh, see, I told you about the gull-wing doors. If you want to send us, the Duke of Richmond will pay for that. I'm so sorry. Right, let's crack on. It's the first time that's happened. We've got Andre Lotterer's car here, the Porsche. He's in the GT3 Shoot-Out as well. I don't think he's not in the car. Let's see if we can get back a little further. How are we doing with the camera? All good. Right. What have we got here? So we've got another Audi. As I said, hugely popular car, the Audi. And racing them now, you think they'd be enormously expensive. And actually, yes, no racing is cheap, but an engine rebuild on one of these is actually cheaper than some of the other historics racing this weekend. Where things get a little bit more expensive are the tyres and the fuel. The fuel, some of the thirstier cars are using sort of 5 to 6 litres a lap around Silverstone, and at £6 a litre, that mounts up. Probably cheaper than the door I just ruined on the Mercedes, though. We got the Shepherd Ford GT here. Shepherd family love their blue oval cars. Fred's behind the wheel of this, and I think Bill, his father, is quite keen to have a go, although he did say to me he's not that keen on something that does everything that it's supposed to. He likes taming a wild beast. Right, even with my height, I'm struggling to see here. Let's just give me another 30 seconds and let's see if we can get another driver. It's an excellent way to get around the circuit. Packet of Pringles and a trolley. Beautiful. The drivers all seem to have moved on. I'll tell you what, we've got Ollie Bryant here. and I'm going to do a Martin Brundle. I'm just going to step in. Ollie, I've been trying to find you. It's quite hard to find everyone on this grid. This car is quite special to you, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, we had a good memories of this car. We ran the car in 2013, 14 and 15 in British GT and the Blancpain Endurance Series. Barwell Motorsport ran the car on behalf of the revival of Ecurie Cos, which I was involved in along with three other drivers, including Alistair McCaig, whose father Hugh is Ecurie Cos. So it was an amazing time for us, and feels surreal that it's 10 years on, and I'm now driving it in a historic parade.
Yeah, I'm going to say, does that make you historic, or just the car?
Well, I think maybe a bit of both. Yeah, I'm certainly just about getting to the suit, but I don't want to wash it too many more times.
I know the feeling. Thanks so much for bringing it. It's great to see it. Have a good demo when it comes.
Yeah, thank you. Cheers.
Right, let's... here we go. The Morgan, as promised. And we've even got a driver there. So let's fight our way through and see if we can have a chat about the Morgan, which just looks... I just think looks fantastic. It doesn't look like it should be a GT3 car, but it is. Nigel, judging by the way you left the assembly area, you don't pay for the tyres, do you?
Well, I thought the important bit on a cold day like today, try and generate a little bit of tyre temperature. So I thought I'd try and do that nice and subtly as I left the assembly area.
Of course, and then to come and sit on the grid.
Exactly, yeah. I hadn't really thought that one through, had I?
No, that's all right, that's all right. You racing drivers don't. Now, look, you know this car reasonably well. You've tested it. I've just been saying it doesn't really look like a likely GT3 car, but it is obviously quick.
It's super fast. It really is. And I don't think people quite realise how good it is. It's very small, so in terms of straight line speed, it's fabulous. It might not have the cornering of like the Porsches and Ferraris and stuff like that, but it makes up for it on the straights, just because it's so very small. And it's just so much fun to drive because you sit sort of almost on the back axle of the car with great visibility as well, and everybody just loves it. So it's a real favourite.
I've got to ask, have you ever driven a car you don't love?
Oh, there's been one or two.
But always smiling, Nigel, always.
Yeah, exactly, that's for another day.
Excellent. Well, look, we are nearly at the back. We've got one more car. What I'd love to do is try and find one more driver just to talk about the ABS and traction control, because these cars, they all have, it's a Pro-Am series GT3, so it's all very well creating a very, very fast car, but if the amateur can't drive it quickly, then you're not going to do very well. So these all have ABS and traction control. And so as an amateur, you can get in with a bit of competence, and you can actually be quite quick. It's just that last 10% that's a real struggle. Having teed all that up, there's no driver here. So let's turn around and let's see if we can pester someone else. We've been that way. Let's go this way. Ah, here we go. Here's the driver. I'm so sorry. Thank you very much. Right, we're nearly through. Good morning. I'm coming to say, look, I've just been boring all the listeners with talk of ABS and traction control. Are these cars actually quite easy to drive at 80, 90%?
Oh, definitely. Yes. No, definitely not. Definitely not. Just ask Lee Maxted-Page, he will tell you.
But I mean, they must. Everyone seems to say that they're lovely to drive. It's just hard to get that last 10%.
That's correct. That's correct. Yeah. No, we were out at Silverstone last year with Nigel driving this car, Nigel Greensall, and he put up the second fastest time in the MRL race. So they're quick. They are really quick. And you might point out the David Piper sponsorship from 1969, where he won the Kyalami 9 hours in his 917. And this car is a homage to that in white and the green colours. And I believe he's watching. His wife kind of came up in the assembly area to say hello, which was good.
Brilliant. Look, I'll give you a top tip. Never put a professional in your car, because it just makes you look slow.
Well, I'm old enough to get away with it. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Well, look, we've pretty much got to the back of the grid. Started at the front, so I feel as though job done from down here.
Thank you very much. Well done, Ed, for working your way through. And in fact, to complete that story about the Porsche and Richard Atwood's success, one of the young fans down there at Kyalami watching the Ran 9 hours in 1969 was a guy called Andre Bezuidenhout, and he then advanced through and bought his own car. He was the one that put that perfect circle livery on his car, and he ran it in the Kyalami 9 hours about 5 or 6 years ago, didn't he, John? We were commentating on that race.
Indeed, and that was on the revised circuit, of course, at Kyalami, the original Kyalami circuit. What a wonderful racetrack that was, with the straight as long, well, it went on and on and on. And of course, being in South Africa, being in Johannesburg, you're about nearly 5,500 feet above sea level. So all those factors all combined to make what was the Kyalami 9 hours slightly different, because just the altitude changed everything.
Yeah. So we'll be back shortly. Just go for a commercial break.
Good gut health affects every single aspect of your body, from your brain wiring to your energy output to your hormone regulation to how clever your immune system is. Everybody benefits from better gut health because it makes your body work better.
I would thoroughly recommend Goodwood Gut Health Programme. It's been quite life-changing, really.
This was the first Easter handicap for sports cars, and Duke, driving car number 70, soon showed he was as much at home in the seat as in the saddle. So the grid walk has cleared, and a lot of people getting down and getting a very, very good look at these amazing cars. These are the first generation of GT3 cars, the form of the category global 20 years after its instigation. But these are the cars from 2006 to 2012, and a real array. And as we heard from Ed Foster down on the grid, in fact, I just want to correct one little thing. It's 58 iterations of GT cars, with the most recent one being the latest Ford Mustang to come out of play. But there really is something for everyone. And John, balance of performance is absolutely key to getting all these manufacturers on an even playing field.
Yeah, one of the core decisions made when this formula was created was that no manufacturer or no manufacturer's product could dominate. We've seen what happens in Formula One, where you get domination bores. So the balance of performance is a mechanism where all the different manufacturers' products are tested prior to the season, and you get 2 or 3 drivers who are employed by, I guess, the FIA to drive, to give feedback, and then for the magician who actually comes up with the formula for each individual car, whether it's on engine power, whether it's on aerodynamics, ride heights, weights, or whatever. The key is to try and get all the brands, the 10 or 11 brands that are racing, of an equal performance so that no one brand will win consistently.
And one of the beauties is, of course, is that performance comes at different points around a circuit. Some have a greater straight line speed, not so good around the corners, etc., etc. But the idea is their lap time should be as close to identical as it can be, and the success is there to be seen, that it's grown like Topsy. There was a 6-hour race yesterday at Pori Car with nearly 60 cars competing. There were 30 plus cars, GT World Challenge Asia at Sepang. We've got these ones that are now classed as historics. It seems bizarre, especially looking at an Audi R8. That is one of the early R8 LMSs, but we continue, and as Ed pointed out, they've sold 130 GT3 Audi R8 LMSs. It's a massive success for a manufacturer.
Well, these are what I call turnkey race cars. Although they are fundamentally based on a road-going Audi, you can go to your Audi dealer, your Porsche dealer, your Ferrari dealer, and buy something which is virtually identical to the Audi R8 we see here. But once you take the skin off, it's what's under the skin that actually is a little bit different from the production car in the showroom. And that's where the natural evolution of racing car development begins. These cars were at the beginning of the GT3 development. Where we are now in 2025, barely recognizable, because the cars that we see here do represent what you would have seen in a showroom, 15 or so, 20 years ago. What you see now are more like a silhouette GT3 car. Particularly BMW, who happened to win the race, the 6-hour race in Paul Ricard last night. Take the bodywork off, but first of all the bodywork's carbon fibre. Well, I don't think you get carbon fibre on every panel on a BMW M4, but certainly some of them might well be. And then you look under the skin. Unbelievable. They are just pure racing cars, but these cars were much more aligned to the production car that was in the showroom in period.
And the absolute beauty is the silhouette is there to be seen, every different body shape. A Lamborghini Gallardo coming through, Aston Martin Vantage tucked in behind, another of the Audi R8 LMSs. Unusual race livery there for the Spider-Man inspired Aston Martin V12.
The other I think quality of GT3 racing is that you've got a variety of engines. You've got 6-cylinder, 8-cylinder, 12-cylinder. Just listen to the Aston Martin ripping coming out of the chicane.
Yeah, the V12 engine notes coming back. Aston Martin now in the World Endurance Championship, bringing their wonderful V12 magic. But McLaren's in there and mix. Porsche always a backbone as well. The Mercedes, when it had gull-wing doors. Ouch, mind your head, Ed. That's the SLS.
Indeed, so we have the Callaway Corvettes going through there. Of course, they're at the V8 from Detroit, but very, very efficient cars. It's, again, it's a front-engine GT3 car, but actually the engine's almost sitting alongside the driver. It's that far back in the chassis. And in a front mid-engine GT3 car, you sit much further back, so you're almost over the rear axle, whereas in a mid-rear engine car, you're much further forward.
Right, this is looking on board one of the SLS AMG Gullwing Mercedes, Mark Matheson, car number 24 from the Rothko Racing collection. See, he's working pretty hard there, John.
I'm not sure whether he's doing it just for show or whether he's actually struggling for traction, but you could hear a little bit of wheel spin. So that's just a run coming down. Lavin straight, he's off and on the throttle. Maybe he's trying to get a little bit of tyre temperature, maybe trying to get a little bit of brake temperature, because brake on these cars, these got massive rotors or discs, and they need to be warmed up to ensure that when you put your foot in the pedal, it's not a rock solid pedal.
Yeah, it certainly would help. So through the chicane and then the wonderful V8 rumble, and that's the Camaro. In fact, we were looking on board there fleetingly, and of course we've got two different sorts of Chevrolet, the Corvette, the Z06R, and the Camaro there in black. That was largely run in the German Championship, and it's the ADAC GT Masters, and each country seemed to have its own GT Championship. Strong GT scene in France as well, but brilliant V8 number. We also have, of course, the V10s and the V12s you were talking about, all with their different engine notes. The Lamborghini Gallardo and the Audi R8, they're the V10s, and pretty much everyone else is V8 and V12.
Yeah, the Lamborghini and the Audi actually shared the same engine, because both companies are part of the overall VW Audi brand, and so the underpinnings of the car were different, but the engine and the powertrain, if you want to describe it as that, because an engine today sounds something that's almost obsolete, but a wonderful 5.2 litre V10 4-cam engine. I mean, it doesn't scream, it howls.
it does, and again, just a chance to listen to these cars that go around the circuit. But what are the keys of GT3s? Not only did they need to be bulletproof, because a lot of them were doing 24-hour races at Nürburgring, at Spa-Francorchamps, but they also needed to be easy enough to drive so that the AM, and it's very much set us as a Pro-Am formula, needed to be able to get in, be comfortable and get close to the performance potential of the car. If it was set up just for pros, the cars would be too scary for them to handle, but that has been key to the success.
Well, key is the word, because I call these cars turnkey race cars, and they're not driven by, first of all, they're not entered by factory teams, they're entered by satellite teams aligned to a factory, so de facto they were factory teams. But as you mentioned, within the categories there'd be a pro category, a gold category, silver and bronze, and as you went down from gold to silver, bronze, the bronze was a category for gentlemen drivers, race drivers who enjoy endurance events, but they're not out there to win, they just want to be competing in a great event. But what now is taking place is you're getting a lot of young drivers who are escaping out of single-seater racing because their future's stalling out and coming into GT3 racing, and they're bringing with them the single-seater habits which previously were sort of somewhat alien to GT3 racing at its instigation.
Yeah, absolutely so. But there's another advantage if you're a top driver, but you have 50 candles on your birthday cake, you get a bronze ranking, and suddenly you've got a very, very competitive driver going to the pond. It gives different titles to aim for. Again, part of the success.
What rating would I get at my sort of age?
Oh, you're beyond platinum. You're unobtainium.
Oh no! At my age, I'd probably be lead.
Leadfoot, John, I don't think so. Finesse there. Now, the Ford GT, only one of those here. That ran for a handful of years, largely developed by Maytech in Germany, but again, very popular, and you can see that body shape very much sort of with a whisper and a little bit more from the original GT40. But for Ford, it was great to have that GT. BMW Z4 GT3, they moved on to the BMW M6, and now they've got the BMW M4 you're talking about. So when I mentioned 58 iterations or 58 models being, it's not across 58 manufacturers, it is the evolution. About every 3 or 4 years, each of these models will be evolving to the one that follows. And we had the Bentley Continentals, hugely popular racing for years. But I must say, John, delighted as we look at one of the several Corvettes in this field, that we've got the Morgan here as well. That's something a little bit different, a little bit special.
Well, the Morgan is unique because of its nature, the construction of the car. It's a very, very small. It was initially a family-owned company for decades upon decades. But just there's something, people always gravitate to the little guy, and the Morgan was the little guy up against the big, the global manufacturing giants. And I think people always, when the Morgan would go by, there was a sort of, if there wasn't a loud cheer, there was a little sort of, yes, we want that to do well.
Yeah, and I think always in motor racing, the deep-seated fans want varieties too, and that's the beauty. We've got these different body shapes, they deliver their performance in different ways, but that's quite a wing, John. Not standard, is it?
That is a substantial wing, but it was within the regulations.
Absolutely.
And it stands up relatively clear air. I mean, there's the windscreen also stands up, so the windscreen is almost acting in itself as an aerodynamic device, whereas some other cars, the windscreens are much, much more rounded and much flatter. But that's the character of Morgan. I mean, the character of that car, you can see all through the lineage of Morgan cars going all the way back to 30s when they transferred from making three-wheelers with V-twin Jap engines hung out on the front into proper four-wheel cars. But those cars, of course, were based on an ash frame, on a metal body. Iconic cars.
Yeah, and they dipped their toe in the water. 1997, they arrived in the FIA GT Championship with a far more standard car, but then that was before GT3 was created. And just look at the array of cars. The Chevrolet Camaro is there, coming along just behind a Lamborghini Gallardo, ahead an SLS GT3 Mercedes, and also just in front of that, the black, white and red Ferrari in the background. But Porsche has always been a backbone of GT3 racing, and they had great success in this category and still are fighting up at the top end.
Well, of course, Porsche had such success with their own one-make championships, again on a global platform. So the evolution of the 911, and this is the 997, and the precise evolution of this particular car would be a GT3R Evo, car owned by Lee Maxted Page, and he's got Andre Lotterer will be driving the car in the shootout. I think it's Lee driving the car presently, and that car is going to be raced this season by Lee in a championship which has been based on, what do you do with a redundant GT3 car? Do you put it in the garage? Do you forget about it? will it become a barn find in 25 or 30 years' time? No, you take it out and you get a race series, you form a race series, you take the cars out and race them again.
Well, exactly so. They're made for racing and they're taking racing around the planet. Motor racing legends are running it here, inspired by Sean Lynn, who knows his historic racing incredibly well. But look, it's almost like a race at the moment behind the safety car. 7 cars astern, 7 different manufacturers. That's very much the essence of GT3. They're now starting to find their form. They've got heat into their tyres. They're picking up the pace a little bit more, being led around by the Mercedes. McLaren MP412C, we heard from Chris Goodwin right down at the start of Ed Foster's grid walk down there, enjoying being back. But of course, Chris did a huge amount of development work with McLaren over the years. And another car that to me, I absolutely adore is the BMW Z4 GT3. Simply not just for the success it achieved, but the sound it made.
Yes, and also as BMW and their M Sport division developed this car. I mean, again, it's essentially a 2-seater tourer, and BMW took it into the M division, and this is the result. They produced a race car which is, again, so far down the road from the basic road car that you would have bought in your BMW dealer, but a very, very effective car. These cars, one of these, not this particular car, won Spa 24 Hours.
Yeah, very fitting too. One of the drivers on board that famous weekend was Maxime Martin, and his father and uncle had won the Spa 24 Hours several times, including in BMWs way back in the early 1980s. So it was great to have that sort of lineage being continued.
Yeah, but just watching this car yesterday in the shootout, Andy Prio behind the wheel, and I thought the BMW looked really, really dialed into the circuit. It just seemed to have a little bit of extra compliance some of the others didn't have. So it'll be interesting to see whether Andy Prio can make further progress with the BMW in the shootout, whether he can challenge those in the front. And it was the Corvette, the Callaway Corvette, Andrew Jordan, who ended up being quickest overall. So a lot of fun to be had.
There certainly is. It's going to be very, very quick fun. But it's just, you know what, when you have a demo, it's nice to get the cars wound up towards competitive pace. And again, for a lot of these drivers, the fact is they're not just bringing them out for a demo. They're probably thinking, hey, I'm getting a little bit of testing for the next round of the new championship for these cars. And it's just great to see these not being mothballed. But what I also like, John, when we see these, we realise they moved on to the Huracan after that. And now we've got the Evo version of the Huracan constantly moving through GT3.
But you look at the Lamborghini, the Gallardo here, how clean and how sort of, one might say, simple it looks, certainly aerodynamically. That's recognisably a Lamborghini Gallardo. You look at the current Huracan, and it's like all current GT3 cars, it's just become a larger, wider, more aero in the car, to the point where it's not quite so easy to identify it, as that is identifiably a Gallardo.
Absolutely so, and it's very prescient, one would say, that it's got the block pan livery, because the company, the watch manufacturer, of course, backed the championship for many, many years around Europe and was synonymous. It's now GT World Challenge Europe, but for Blancpain it was a long time at the helm there. And again, it's a very crisp livery there. That one peeling off, the Camaro continues, and et al. Behind, maximising their track time, but we're going to have 7 of these cars cool down a little bit, and then they're going to go out one at a time in the shootout.
Well, they're just watching the Camaro. They're getting a little bit unleashed coming up into Madrid, as are the rest of the cars. They're beginning to spread out and being able to let the car run a little bit more freely, a little bit more throttle, and coming down through the quick flick, or not even a flick, it's a squeeze the steering wheel and just so little tension on them to get through forward water. And then before you're out of forward water, you're beginning to make your preparation to hit the first part of St. Mary's. Don't run too far out to the left, because you've got to get back to the right. Now the cut back to the left, and then you've got the compression there as you go out of the exit of St. Mary's, up over the crest, back onto the brakes, turn the car. There's your first apex. That's not the most important part of the corner. This part you're coming to is, because that's the corner that then leads onto Lavin Straight, and you want the speed of that second part of Lavin to then pay dividends as you come down Lavin Straight all the way down into Woodcote. These cars, if they were racing, they were doing about 170, maybe a little bit more miles per hour.
Yeah, and probably 3 abreast as well. But it's absolutely fitting. This one is a Reiter engineering car, because the German company actually developed the Gallardo for racing. And again, it goes back to what you were saying, John. It's about privateer teams taking cars and developing them for racing, and then of course they got homologated. But Reiter very much is the name on the bonnet of that one. SLS, AMG, Mercedes, hugely successful in the early years. Teams like HTP Motorsport, Maxi Book et al.
running those cars, but that's already a while ago. But of course, AMG, the current one, was developed from this. No more gull-wing doors for the contemporary AMG, which is good news for some.
As Ed Foster found out during his pit war. I mean, the gull-wing doors is a design feature, a throwback to the original Mercedes 300 SL from the early 50s, 1954, I think it was introduced. It was a unique feature, and it's more or less remained unique to Mercedes-Benz. Others have sort of made sort of a kind of gull-wing door, but that is the principal feature of that SLS as it comes through. Just, well, it's a cruise really at this point for these drivers and cars.
Yes, and it's also worth reiterating that it's not just the sort of top championships these compete in. They have for years been the backbone of long-distance racing at the Nürburgring. The Creventic series runs 24, 12-hour races, etc., around the world. And, you know, again, goes back to the fact they should be useful and manageable for drivers with sort of less experience behind a car, and they can build up their confidence, build up their pace as they go, and get long-distance racing, which is what a huge number of people love.
Well, exactly. I mean, we know the headline 24-hour races or 12-hour races, but there are probably, throughout the season, 24-hour races. They're not at the high level, let's say, of Nürburgring 24, Spa 24, or other, you know, like Bathurst 12 hours, but they're for people who want to go and do endurance racing.
Yeah. That not 1 hour sprints for them. They want to get lots of track time, and also the camaraderie. If you've got 3 or 4 drivers through your team, a lot of people go as a group of friends and do it, and you can race anywhere in the world. Start your season in Dubai, etc. You can work your way through, and of course, maybe just one day you could do the big ones, the Spas, the Nürburgrings, and even the Daytonas and Le Mans. You can work your way up. But right now, let's just acknowledge the fact that GT3, created by the Stefan Rattel organisation, it was an idea, it was a concept, it came real. These are the early cars, but it's grown since then. The cars have almost gone through warp speed to another level, but GT3 is the global formula for GT cars.
Yeah, I mean, it all instigated with Stefan Rattel, Peter, and of course Jürgen Barth. So they were the real sort of driving force behind it, but then it sort of split off, and Stefan Rattel organisation became, certainly within Europe, the premier GT3 category, and one might still argue it is the premier GT3 character in the world, in spite of WEC now adopting it and dropping their own sort of version of it with the GTE cars that they used to race for the last, 5-7 years.
Yeah, well, it certainly was, but the good thing is it boosts the numbers, and the deal in the World Endurance Championship, if you run in the prototype class, as we've seen with Cadillac, they would really rather like you to have the GT3 cars in the class below. But right now, it looks like the Porsche with that livery from 1969, around 9 hours at Kyalami, the perfect circle sponsorship. That'd be the last one back to Parc Fermé, but 7 of the cars will be coming back out to play in the shootout. We saw it a couple of years ago. Fantastic format, tested and tried and tested and proved to work very well by motorbike sidecar outfits. We're going to do it today with the GT3s. They had a practice session, they've had a qualifying run, and what does that mean? You're not forming a grid, but what you're doing is defining the starting order. And as with a lot of events like this, the fastest driver in qualifying will be going last. Think slalom, World Cup downhill skiing. That's how they do it for that. But here come the highlights of a fantastic demo for the GT3 cars. From a packed grid enjoyed on an enormous grid walk, the GT3 cars were released. These are the early days GT3 cars, 2006 to 2012. Manufacturers, different one at every corner. The BMW, you know, setting lovely pace. Ferrari, always a very, very popular mark when it comes to GT racing. Mercedes gull-wing doors, Chevrolet Corvettes, particular success for them in Germany. But tight cockpits, but relatively simple cars. They've become more complicated, but what it did was allow people to go racing in cars that they like, and the public adored them. Identifiable differences between the manufacturers, balance the performance, put them on a level playing field. It was then down to the teams and the drivers, and it's a Pro-Am format that has worked incredibly well. They've got the big races to go to, but great to see the GT3 cars. Modern they may be, but just looking very much right at Goodwood. We haven't finished with them yet, of course, because we have got the shootout coming up right now. 7 cars, and they've got to deliver. And John, it's an out lap, a flying lap, and an in lap. They've got to get it absolutely right.
Well, my focus is going to be certainly on this car here with Rob Huff behind the wheel.
And let's just go to a quick explainer about how the shootout is going to work. Well, the shootout all about set, but let's go down and hear the latest from Ed Foster down at the sharp end.
Well, thanks, Bruce. We are in the pit lane, and all these cars you'll see are on wet tyres. They have to run on wet tyres, partly because when they do the one-lap shootout, it's quite hard to get heat into the slicks. I was chatting to Phil Keane, who's getting into the Aston back here, just follow me down, and he was saying that in practice you can kind of do 1 or 2 laps and then the tyres turn to mush, which is no surprise because these are designed to cut through rain. We've got Rob getting comfortable in here. First time out, let's have another chat. Rob, I mean, you haven't had that much time to familiarise yourself, but you only really need one pedal in the steering wheel, don't you?
Yeah, it's got 2 buttons on the steering wheel and I don't need either of them, so I just need these bits behind and the bits on the floor. I mean, it's very comfortable. Let's see how comfortable she is on track.
Any advice you've been given?
Obviously, don't bin it. Have a play with the traction and the ABS, and I mean, we've got 10 minutes, and on wet tyres, realistically, that's probably 2 push laps. So I'll go out, I'll do a bit of a lap or 2, and then just cool down and go for a lap at the end. And ultimately, you know, what's better than a beautiful sunny day at Goodwood in a GT3 car? Wonderful.
Enjoy it. Let's. I think we're preparing to go, but let's see who else we can catch. We've got Frank Stippler here, who had that amazing race yesterday in the Ferrari. I was just chatting to him, and he said it's quite hard to look so dramatic in the Camaro, but I'm sure he'll give it a go. We've got Phil Keane here, who was quickest yesterday. That's the cars starting up, but look, Phil Keane was quickest. It was Andrew Jordan, sorry. Phil hot on his heels. Let's go back up to the commentary box because that's the first car leaving the pits.
So it's Jake Hill, reigning British Touring Car Champion. He's raced a couple of GT3 events already this year, so it's not as alien territory, but here at the members meeting he's hopping from car to car, from decade to decade. Ford Capri yesterday had one little run in this, but he is proving very handy indeed. And the 458 Italia Ferrari, just such a popular model. It really, you know, we keep getting the evolution now in contemporary racing. We've got the 296 GT3, but this was a car that won a lot of events, John.
Yes, it was a very good race car. I mean, it suited both the amateurs and the professional drivers. A beautiful balance. It's got the naturally aspirated Ferrari engine as opposed to those that followed on the 488. And of course now with the 296 Ferrari with a V6 engine, those are turbocharged. This is the reason why this car was popular, not just from drivers' perspective, but fans loved them as well because the sound of that V8 engine at maximum RPM was one of the great treats. But it's not just a very, very pretty car, but a lovely race car for the driver.
Yeah, and some people have been racing all Ferrari GT3 cars for about 10 years. They're just completely happy. It's what they need for their endurance racing. You've got some father and son combinations, Louis and Jeff Michiels, still racing these now that Jeff's old enough. But Jake Hill, not going very fast, is he? Of course he's not. He's now just thinking about how he's going to deliver the power and how long these tyres would hold up, because once he really starts pushing, what was the term we heard from Ed? They'll turn to mush.
Well, they're on wet weather tyres. They're not designed to run in these conditions. These are perfect conditions, but there are very good reasons why the decision made to go onto a wet weather option. But ideally, you do a slowish lap and just watch Jake Hill do, then come through the chicane, get on the throttle, and then you've got one lap at which you've got a chance to set the fastest time of all 6 cars that are out on track currently.
Well, at the very first corner, at the second part of Madgwick, already you can see the corner being cut by Jake Hill. The impression from slow at the end of his outlap to absolutely banging on it right now on this flying lap. A little bit of twitchiness from the 458 Italia, but Jake just working it nicely into the first part of St Mary's. Into the second he goes, just up to a rise, and then it bottoms away very quickly into the dip and up towards Lavin. He's right at the edge of the circuit.
Yes, the car looks very good. Jake's getting more and more experience driving GT3 cars, and I can imagine that he may well be looking at a career, having done what he achieved last year, winning the British Touring Car Championship. What else can he do? Well, GT3 seems to be the most natural progression for him, and the more he gets himself into one of these cars, the more he shows the world what he's capable of, the more in demand as a driver he will be.
Right, the time on the board, only one representative time. It's Frank Stippler in that black Chevrolet Camaro, 1 minute 21.4.
7 just being improved by the Aston Martin. You can hear the V12 roar. That's 1 minute 21.4 for Phil Keane. Jake Hill coming across the line with his first contemporary. 1 minute 15.99. I think we're going to get times down in the 14s, maybe even in the 13s.
Well, that's a massively 5.5 seconds quicker than we saw from Phil Keane, but that was Phil Keane's out lap. This is Phil Keane's flying lap, and that screaming V12 Aston Martin, the Vantage GT3, and Phil Keane knows this circuit intimately because he's raced here so many times, particularly in Lister Jaguars and historic sports cars. I mean, one of the most accomplished all-round race drivers, British race drivers, maybe never been given the full opportunities that his talent deserves, but certainly here in the Aston Martin, he is ringing to the neck of that car.
Yeah, very, very quick end of first sector speed trap time. Fastest of all, that V12 Vantage. Frank Stippler winding up on his flying lap. He's now got the fastest time, 1 minute 15.5. He's moved just under half a second clear of Jake Hill, but it's only one lap that counts for all of them, so it's just a question of how much life you can keep in the tyres. And at the moment it's Frank Stippler, the Chevrolet Camaro, but here comes Phil Keane. It looks very quick indeed. We've got to get a sight. There he goes into second place. He's down by 0.3 of a second, 1 minute 15.8 for him. So it's Stippler 1 minute 15.5 in the Camaro, second place Phil Keane, the Aston Martin 1 minute 15.8, Jake Hill 1 minute 15.99 in Ferrari. But I want to see Andrew Jordan. He was fastest in qualifying yesterday, and we'll be looking for his number 5 Chevrolet Corvette. We'll be listening for that rumble, but the target time 1 minute 15.5 for him.
So on board, there is Andrew Jordan, there is the Chevrolet Corvette, and he had purple sectors on this lap, so one's assuming we're going to see a little repeat of what we enjoyed yesterday when Andrew Jordan claimed the fastest lap, builds another gear. Of course, pedal gear shifts on these cars, and he goes quickest overall, 1:14.556. That's what, 95 thousandths of a second faster than Frank Stippler.
Yeah, Frank Stippler just done a second flying lap here, 1 minute 14.6, 1 minute 14.5 for Andrew Jordan. So bragging rights in there, and he's backed off, and Stippler goes roaring past, but looking to see who else is making improvements. Phil Keane, well, he's quite early in the second flying lap. Jake Hill, he backed it right off, and 1 minute 54 point him, but don't forget that, because his best lap 1 minute 15.99. But what is the definition of mush? What can Frank Stippler squeeze out of his Camaro? Getting into the dip and up the rise towards Lavant Corner. He's going past a car that's backed off, moves to the side of the track, but look at the concentration, John.
No, you're on board with a real master. I mean, look at the amount of work he's having to put into the steering to keep the car from getting beyond his control. That's coming out of the exit of Lavant 1 and Lavant 2, pulls another gear, coming down, hanging down Lavant straight down into Woodcote. And this is a push lap from Frank Stippler. He is such a canny driver. He knows when to push. He went and did a quick lap initially, then he backed off, give the tyre a bit of a reprise, back on it now. So whether this is going to be good enough to reclaim that fastest time, so we wait to see him coming across start-finish line. Yes, he has, by 0.3 of a second.
Well, yesterday he was an absolute superstar in a historic mid-1960s Ferrari, the little 206, making that jump around, but with that bodywork vibrating at the tail of that Camaro, he has wrung its neck. 1 minute 14.194 seconds. He's a third of a second and a few fractions more faster than Andrew Jordan. But what can Andrew do this time around? It seems keep the tyres warm, get them cooled down, and then go again. And Frank Stippler continues to push. He's clearly only now has he just backed out a little bit. Yes, he has, out of St Mary's, but well, he's worked those tyres beautifully.
I mean, Frank Stippler always, I shouldn't say he surprises me, but you know, he jumps from one with that little Dino 206. I watched him in qualifying yesterday. He hit the car literally. I never saw a Ferrari so sideways coming through Woodcote and other corners. He then jumps into a Camaro, which is an entirely different car, and he goes quickest overall with a 1 minute 14.1.
Well, you should have seen the Gurney Cup. He came from the back of the field in that Ferrari through to the front, but it's GT3 battling. Now we're looking at Rob Huff, who's hopped in. This was the Audi initially earmarked for Tom Christensen, superstar, 9-time Le Mans winner, but Rob Huff, he is an absolute Goodwood expert, but at the moment he's down in 6th place, but as we established, he hasn't had any time in the car before, so he's just gaining experience. Frank Stippler still at the top of the table. New car in 3rd place. Jake Hill's put the Ferrari 1 minute 15.5, but he's almost a second down on the pace. This amazing Chevrolet Camaro is achieving.
Just listen. He's having to breathe. He's having to breathe the throttle coming through Ford water. Didn't anticipate that, but you know why? That's the penalty of running on a wet weather set of tyres on a dry racetrack. So that even at the early part of a lap on a push lap couldn't go flat through Ford water.
Right.
now is Andy Prio in the BMW delaying Rob Huff. He probably wanted clear track to try and set his best time. Rob now has improved, 1 minute 16.5. That's 2 and a bit seconds down on the ultimate pace. No disgrace in that. He's got very little time in the car. He's getting accustomed to it. It's on wet weather tyres. They're all on it. But up ahead, Andy Prio only in 5th place at the moment, but he's done fewer laps than some of his rivals, and we're still waiting to see if Andrew Jordan can fight back. Not in this Chevrolet, but in the white Corvette. Same manufacturer, different models, very much the ethos of GT3. Stippler's just banged in the fastest first sector of anyone, but his second sector of the 3 that a lap is split into, not as good. No improvement for him, but another lap. He's only 1/10 of a second off the ultimate pace. Talking about one good lap out of these stars. No one told Stippler.
No, but that last lap is still quicker than Andrew Jordan, who's second quickest. So Frank Stippler is knocking in laps which are quicker than the rest of the field. In spite of having done now, he's completed 6 laps.
Yeah, but the others are doing one fast lap, a slower lap. He's just continuing on at that pace. Now, let's enjoy Andy Prio. So much success in BMWs, largely in touring car racing, but there's multiple titles he achieved in the World Touring Car Championship. What can he do in this Z4 GT3? Great sounding car, V8 rumble, but hasn't got pace to add to it. He's down in 5th place. No, he isn't. He's up to 3rd place. 1 minute 15.1 seconds. 9/10 down, so still a mountain to climb if he's going to win this shootout. The clock's counting down. 30 seconds remain until the checkered flag will fall. So if anybody's going for another time, it's this lap. Oh, I'll tell you who's going for a time. Frank Stippler going fastest still in that Chevrolet Camaro.
Well, Andrew Jordan has just eclipsed him. He's gone quickest by, 23 thousandths of a second. So it's American Detroit engines, Chevrolet, 1st and 2nd.
Yeah, but I was just going to see, could he be toppled by Frank Stippler? In fact, will Jordan do consecutive laps? He did a fast one, a very slow one, then another fast one. Frank Stippler crosses the line, and he's done 3 laps within 1/3 of a second, all in the 1 minute 14s. But he's been eclipsed by Andrew Jordan, who is an absolute circuit expert here as well. Knowing good really is a help, but these GT3 cars are absolutely fabulous. Frank Stippler has been the star of the show. However, Andrew Jordan has taken a different approach, and in doing so, he's managed to just squeak his way to the top of the charts.
Well, it's amazing that Frank Stippler is continuing to push where others are doing, as you pointed out, Bruce, a fast lap, a slow lap, let the tyre recover. You can see now coming through the exit of St Mary's, the Camaro is just about saying enough is enough. The tyres, again, opposite lock being applied. Look at the opposite lock. I mean, it may not be quick, but it certainly looks fantastic.
Yeah, well, he actually backed it off in the first sector. Now he's got the Camaro, the Corvette that just took the fastest time. Anything left from Rob Huff? He's down in 6th place overall, comes across the start-finish line. The checkered flag is there. He does his best time, but alas for him, it's 2 and a bit seconds down the pace, but very close between Jordan and Stippler. 23 1/1000ths of a second. Andy Prio crosses the line, cannot improve. He backed it off on the lap, but it's Jordan from Stippler from Hill, or Chevrolet Corvette from Chevrolet Camaro from Ferrari 458.
So Andy Prio continues, and he has taken the flag. So he's just driving his way back, more or less at racing speed, as we go back to Rob Huff, who's getting more acclimatized to the idiosyncrasies of the Audi, which is obviously somewhat different to what he might normally race, and clearly different to the GT40 he's going to be in later on this afternoon.
Well, variety is the spice of life, and Phil Keane waving the flag for Aston Martin there, but it was Chevrolet first and Chevrolet second. It was Corvette pipping the black Camaro of Frank Stippler. So bragging rights yesterday to Andrew Jordan, same again today, but it was much closer. 23 1/1000ths of a second between them. And breathe. Andrew Jordan brings it back. He's had huge success over the years here at Goodwood, but that was special. You're out exposed all on your own, and you've got to deliver. You've got to do it on tyres that really weren't made for the purpose of being pushed super hard on a dry track, but it was all about the feel for the car, and clearly he got it absolutely bang to rights.
But it didn't come easy. He had a serious challenge there from Frank Stippler in the Chevrolet Camaro. So he dug deep, he found that little bit of additional time and gave him the quickest overall in that. What was it? Most drivers did around 5 or so. Andrew Jordan only did 5 laps. Stippler did 8. That was the most of any of the drivers. Andre Lotterer only got 4, and I don't quite understand why.
Well, let's take a look back at the highlights of the GT3 Shootout. One aim, be the fastest GT3 driver. It's a shootout. It's about trying to find a gap in the traffic, not too much. You're going largely one at a time. You can make your space, but it was Frank Stippler who started to set the pace early on in that mean-looking black Chevrolet Camaro. Rob Huff, thrown into the R8 LMS Ultra, was getting going for Audi, and Andrew Jordan starting to push in the Corvette. He left it late, but he would break his way to the top by the enormous margin of 23 one-thousandths of a second. Well, let's take a look back at the results. There it is, Chevrolet from Chevrolet, Corvette from Camaro, 23 thousandths of a second between them. And it was a Ferrari, Jake Hill's Ferrari, that moved up to third place with a late challenge from Andy Prio's BMW Z4 taking fourth place. All those cars within a second of the fastest time set by Andrew Jordan's Corvette. Phil Keane in the Aston Martin, the car with that V12 engine note in fifth, just ahead of Rob Huff, becoming accustomed to the Audi, and Andre Lotterer, the fewest laps for him, so his Porsche ending up at the back. But it's Chevrolet, and Ferrari. Jordan, Stippler and Hill, top three in the first ever GT3 Shootout. I'm sure we'll see many cars doing Shootout here's in members meeting to come. Good fun.
Yeah, certainly it was a lot of hard work by those two Chevrolet powered cars, but great job by Andrew Jordan and a fantastic job, I have to say, by Frank Stippler. The Camaro is certainly the larger and maybe arguably the heavier of the two vehicles, but that just highlighted to me just the skill that I know Frank Stippler has, and whether you put him on Goodwood, Nürburgring, Spa 24, whatever, an outstanding competitor.
So we've enjoyed that very much, but let's go down to Grace and Alice.
I've managed to sneak our Alice Powell out of the commentary box for just a moment, but I won't keep you too long, Alice, as you're doing such a fantastic job up there. But how wonderful is this to see the blossom out at Goodwood and plenty of people enjoying the racing?
It's lovely. The sun's sneaking out on occasions. We've got campfires going on in the background, and I'm so tempted when I finish just to go over to the Strawberries hut, get strawberries and Nutella. Sounds lovely.
Yeah, I did that yesterday, so it might be something else again today. But I just wanted to look back at yesterday and get your reflections actually on the Gurney Cup in particular, because what a race that was. It was the final race to end the day, but it had a bit of everything. We had dicing, red flags, spins, you name it, it was in that race, even a restart. So just talk us through that one.
I mean, that by far was my highlight of yesterday. I know the Gordon Spice is exciting, but Frank Stippler, so after the red flag, he was stone last on the grid. He had 20 minutes to try and make his way up through the field, and guess what? He did it. Some fantastic overtaking. I think he was actually in the lead with about 6 minutes left to go, but he was carving his way through the field. The lone Ferrari that we had on the grid, he was getting the tail out, he was using all the curb, all the road on the exit and a bit more, and he had a great fight with some Ford GT40s towards the end of the race, and you could see at the end when he got out the car and he had that chat with Ed. This is him actually just touching the back of Lotterer through there and sliding through, so that's him in second place. He eventually then does get Rob Huff, but it was just so exciting. And at the end, when he was chatting to Ed, he was puffed out. He said that was such hard work. I mean, he made it look so easy, but it was hard work, and it was absolutely fantastic. And I really do think that's probably one of the best drives we've seen at Goodwood.
Yeah, would you say that was potentially, well, the drive of the day, but also that will go down in history as one of the best races we've seen around here?
Oh, by far. You know, it's such a vast grid, a big grid. There was over 25 cars, and in 20 minutes, that's not a long time to come through from the very back all the way to the front. And I think he won the race. He had a margin of, I'm not sure exactly, but I'm sure it was around about 4 seconds. So he was pretty comfortable.
Yeah, it was a fantastic race, a brilliant way to end the day. We are on Sunday, day 2 of members meeting though, and you do need to get back to the commentary box, but we just want to hear your recommendation for the day. What have people got to look out for today?
I mean, take your pick. We've got the pre-war cars that are firing up now, the Beast of Turin, that's one of my favourites. So SF Edge Part 2 about to head onto track. Love seeing them. Win Percy, got all the house captains in there. They're all in a little mini, so they're all identical. They score double points that go towards the house tally at the end. Moss Trophy, Salvadori Cup is our last one, and GT3 Shootout. I mean, you asked me to give my favourite. I can't pick one out of all of those.
It is difficult, isn't it? But I would say I'm definitely looking forward to the Win Percy for sure. Like you say, all the house captains are in that one, so make sure you look out for it. So much more coming up, but for now we'll get back to our commentary team.
Well, thank you very much to Grace and Alice. The great and the good are down in the collection area, and my name is Bruce Jones, still in the commentary box. Really looking forward to the SF Trophy race for cars 100 years old or more, and I've got Charles Goddard, who will be is in the commentary booth with me. But first, let's explain what it's all about.
The SF Edge Trophy is named after Selwyn Francis Edge, a pioneering personality during the seminal years of motorsport in the late 1800s. He made his name primarily as an importer for de Dion-Bouton, and later as a car salesman in partnership with Napier, whose cars he took motor racing in the early 1900s. He remained active in motorsport until 1922, a career characterised by numerous speed records, many achieved with the kinds of cars that race here in the SF Edge Trophy. It's a race for Edwardian cars, and for the first time in 2025, the grid will be made up entirely of pre-First World War machinery. It's likely that this year's race will feature the largest field of Edwardian cars since the First World War, a sight you'll only ever get to see at Goodwood. A distinct showpiece at the members' meeting, the SF Edge Trophy has been a regular feature of the event since 2016, when Duncan Pittaway won the inaugural running in a GN Vitesse. This year, Pittaway will return in the gargantuan Fiat S76 Beast of Turin, doing battle alongside regular front-runners, the Darracq 200 HP and the Sunbeam Indianapolis, and the oldest car in the field, a 1903 Mercedes Simplex, in what has become a signature race on the Goodwood calendar.
Duncan, you pulled over yesterday. What was wrong?
I ran out of fuel.
Really, but then you found more to get back to the pits.
Yeah, because there's a fuel tap under the bonnet. They're kind of a reserve fuel tap, so it was a classic schoolboy error of not putting enough fuel in. It was a bit embarrassing. But I have to say, it was such hard work. I pulled over the side of the track and thought, oh, that's nice. Nice to have a bit of a rest for half a lap. No, I spend the whole time pulling on the handbrake. All I do is go around here at 100 miles an hour pulling on the handbrake. It feels like I'm driving a double-decker bus.
Now, tell me, is this as fast from the chicane to the start-finish line as a Cobra in the TT?
Yeah. We're just doing just over 90 miles an hour through this. I've got to go 90 miles an hour over the speed trap to the finish line. I know.
Best of luck.
Trouble is, I've got to start braking at that point.
So the cars for the SF Trophy race, all 100 years old and more going around. We had the first race yesterday. It was incredibly exciting, particularly up at the front. And today we're all set. And then we'll combine those two race results to get aggregate. Always a bit of a scary thing for commentators to do and see how those numbers stack together. But Charles, what are you looking for in this race?
Well, I mean, we're all very excited that Julian Majoub is back in the race. When he had the huge oil leak yesterday, we all thought it was something terminal. We thought perhaps something had given way completely, but it turned out to be something really quite small. It was just an oil relief pipe, which they've since had fixed, and they'll be back on.
Well, let's just run down the grid. We've got yesterday's winner, Mark Walker, in the Darracq on pole position. We'll come to that later. Just stick that in mind. Julian Majoub will start from the middle of the front row in his Sunbeam Indianapolis, and Rob Hubbard, great run for him in the Vauxhall. He'll start third. Second row is Ben Collins in his Mercedes, and the Hudson of James Collins alongside. Then row number 3, it's the Francois Pontos van der Straten, the Theophile Schneider, Duncan Pittaway in that giant Fiat, the S76, and in 8th place on the grid is the Crit, the KRIT of Neil Goff. Row number 4, Lewis Fox driving Ivan Dutton's Peugeot, and the Talbot of John Paulson. Every single car different in format, shape and colour, which is very much the essence of it. Running further back down the grid, we've got Archer Collins, son of Ben, starting in 11th place. Ian Barnforth alongside Luke Roberts. And so, again, 3 different cars, Bianchi, Hudson and Mercedes. Next row is the yellow Oakland Romano Special of Julian Grimwade, the Monarch of Les Searle. Then we go back to another Sunbeam, that's the 2530 of Marcus Black, the Benz Hornstead of Philippe Dressel, the Sunbeam Tourist Trophy of Nicholas Pellet, then Straker Squire TT, and the de Dion-Bouton, how fitting for the RS Edge race, down 19 on the grid. And moving on back, we got the star Gordon Bennett of Luca Chiesoli, Neil Dyer in the car that does the school run, the Peugeot 148, and Graham Rankin in his Napier GP. Then the Clement GP of Whiteman Haywood, Vijay Mallya, former owner of the team that is now Aston Martin Formula 1. He's trying a little of Voiturette Delage, and then Alex Herndon and Gillian Carr in the Abbott Detroit bring up the rear of the grid. 27 cars, all 100 years old and more. It's really quite an extraordinary number to keep mentioning.
Well, absolutely. I mean, it's 3,000 years of motorsport history, 3,000 years of driving. But and it's quite a lot of double-barreled names for you to get through there.
No, I'm leaving those to you. Right, one car unfortunately not making the start. Already a replacement today. We were expecting until yesterday Alex Herndon to be driving something different, but the little Bugatti has seems to be breathing rather heavily there at the side of the circuit. So real disappointment. But they'll be back, I'm sure, another day. But one down. 26 still to play for, and again it's going to be an aggregate result. We'll sort of get to that, but let's just enjoy the racing as it unfolds, then we'll do the maths a little later on.
As I say, is Charles Jarrow, a contemporary of SF Edge, was asked why he loved the racing so much in the early 1900s, and he described it as just the glorious uncertainty. You never knew what was going to happen with these cars, and I don't think a great deal has changed.
No, I don't think it has. Bear in mind, a lot of these cars, Charles, were actually made for road racing, so not a little 4-lap sprint or a 6-lap sprint, but again, the roads they were racing on didn't really have a great deal of surface whatsoever. As you can see, looking around as the cars come around, a lot of the drivers don't just sit on the cars, they almost, so they're standing on them, they're up so high. Rather lower is this one. This is Mark Walker's Darragh 200 GP. Look at the bodywork. No, there isn't any bodywork, but it's all about the engine up front. This is a land speed record car, and it starts on pole, and he doesn't engage reverse at the start. He just has an incredibly tall first gear and really struggles to get away. However, once he gets going, he's always on the charge. And yesterday, he was chasing after Julien Majou when Julien Sunbeam suddenly just emitted smoke and steam and pulled off. But they love racing together, and it's always a chase of a race, isn't it?
Absolutely. I spoke to Mark yesterday, and he was so disappointed that he didn't get to see whether he could have actually beaten Julien. And even when I said that it was a 4 laps, he still thought he might be able to make it. But
well, I tell you what, it doesn't matter how they deliver their performances. Over the last, I think, 2 sets of aggregate races, the difference between their race finishing times is something like 6,000 of a second across 4 races, because yin and yang, one gets marginally ahead, one comes behind, but often it's sorted on the final lap as Mark Walker comes chasing through. Julien tried to hang on, but let's also speak up for Rob Hubbard in his Vauxhall on the outside of the front row. Again, such enormous diversity. All these cars are century old and more, and they shouldn't race as well as they do, but they always entertain.
this should be the start. I don't think they do a green flag lap, do they? So this will be the start.
Yeah, we're just looking for the starting gantry, waiting for the Union flag to be dropped. They've just been given a signal, handful of seconds left, and then we'll see how they get off the line. Just bear in mind, Mark Walker on pole position, the white helmet with the red stripe up the middle. He always gets an awful start. Not his fault.
Look out for the big white Mercedes, Ben Collins. I'm sure he'll make a good start of the line.
Yeah, Ben really knows his Mercedes-Benzes from period, builds them, just knows every single part of them, and he raced really well, took second place yesterday. He was nearly 7 seconds down on the flying Mark Walker at the end of the race, but, you know, fought really hard. Seems to be a slight delay. Is it because the Brescia Bugatti is parked at the side of the circuit? Quite possibly. All the cars on the grid look fine, but anyhow, messages being passed. Oh dear, that's the Peugeot that's not doing the school run today. So for Niall Dyer, that's pushing it to the side, unfortunately.
He did have some problems at the end of the race yesterday. He thought maybe he'd resolve them, but clearly not. So they'll have to get that ready for his school back tomorrow, I believe it is.
Could well be. Anyhow, hopefully they've got a backup car, but what a car to go wafting in, you know, sitting in the back, almost chitty bang bang style, I guess. But
the trouble is now the cars start to overheat. As you can see, Pitaway is struggling a bit there in the middle. Need to get going, need to get some air through the radiators, cool everything off.
Well, thumbs up from, oh no, but now unfortunately arms up from, that's from Ben Collins on the second row. Come on, we need signal. Can we do another lap?
Yeah, absolutely, even if they just set them on a green flag lap, just to get some air through the radiators. Otherwise there'll be all sorts of stoppages.
Well, the race is down for 5 laps.
He's got the board up, so hopefully we're going to have some movement shortly.
Yeah, no other arms up from any of the drivers. So we're just waiting for the second race of the SF Edge Trophy. Absolutely fantastic 4-lapper. Yesterday it was a doctor lap from the original distance because of a few earlier delays. You thought it'd be too short a race for Mark Walker to go from his troubled start to work his way back to the front. I think he was...
Oh, they are going to do a green flag.
They are doing green flag lap. There's the green flag being waved, and a lot of the drivers, including Ben Collins in particular, very keen to get going. So remember, airflow across these giant engines. A lot of the cars have got aero engines, and I'll just throw one figure at you. Imagine 4 7-litre buckets going up and down. Those are the pistons in that great big, really tall red Fiat just going through the shot with the yellow-black helmet of Duncan Pitaway on board. 28 litres.
Yeah, I mean, even the Darragh, which is a slightly smaller car, the pistons, if you imagine holding a football That's about the diameter of a piston in the Darracq.
Don't stand too close. And again, when you get to see these cars and stand up close when they fire up. Now, well,
it's like Les,
number 10, yeah, he's gone a little early. He thought one of the drivers there, number 10, thought that was the race start. That was Les Sud. He's atoned for his over-enthusiasm, and he's dropping back to his rightful starting position.
Apologetic waves.
Down in 14th, not third.
What a beautiful sight. Absolutely incredible. I mean, we've had some incredible racing this weekend, but for me, this really is the absolute highlight. What an incredible sight. A sight that you won't see on any other circuit anywhere.
Well, let's have a look for the jump start from number 10, thinking it wasn't a green flag, it was that he thought that was a dropping of the Union flag. And the first few rows get going rather tentatively, as you'd expect, just checking all was right. But
here he goes.
Yes,
and he's off.
Hooray! This is my day. This is not my day.
It's a good start.
Yeah, well, he's got some heat in the tyres. Obviously, that's not really the issue here. So, an extra lap. The cars will come back round to the grid. This, we presume, is because Alex Herndon's little Bugatti Brescia needed tidying up at the edge of the circuit.
It's a beautiful star Gordon Bennett there, which is actually one of the cars that competed in the elimination trials of the Gordon Bennett Trophy. That is actually one of the cars. It's the real thing.
It is absolutely mind-boggling. I think a lot of these cars probably, some have been out in the past decade or so. You were one of the instigators and sort of got the SF Edge trophy here at Goodwood. But a lot of these cars, they've been laid up for sort of 6 or 7 decades.
Absolutely. I mean, it's the Goodwood effect, isn't it? As soon as we start doing a race, so many cars start being built, so many cars start coming out of the woodwork.
Now, Mark Walker leading the field around, just had a little look behind him, obviously nothing to obstruct his view, but he's thinking, guys, get quite close to me. I don't want to go and sit on the grid any longer than I have to, so he'll come round, and obviously one presumes a lap will have been docked off their official race distance, but actually he's halfway down to Woodcote with the best of the rest are just coming through the Lavant kink down the street.
I think what they have to do, because they overheated on the grid, they've actually got to go quite slow to bring the temperature down. So that's why I think quite a lot of them are moving quite slowly, just to bring the temperature down before they go back onto the grid.
Right, let's see how this unfolds. So far, we've had 2 remarkable races today out of the 2 so far. The Formula Juniors, the Arundel Cup, and then the Harewood Trophy bike race was absolutely fantastic as well. Let's see what this one can produce. On paper, this ought to be the race that has probably the least level of competition. How wrong that has been. It's been an absolute corker every time it's been run, the SF Edge Trophy race. It's become a real fan favourite.
And there was, talking in the paddock yesterday, there was so many battles down through the field that perhaps we didn't see immediately on the screen. But yeah, everybody will find a race with somebody in this grid.
Well, that's absolutely what it's all about, and just the sheer diversity of the machinery. It's just absolutely wonderful to see all of this. And a lot of the ideas introduced were ideas too soon for their time, but their time would come.
And we've got the young Francois van der Straat-Pontos in the Theophile Schneider doing really well in 6th. He dropped back yesterday to 14th and fought his way all the way back to 6th.
And the Van der Straten, a very, very famous Belgian racing family. They ran their inimitable cars, were red with the white and blue stripe up over their nose, particularly in the 60s and 70s. Is he not a Van der Straten?
Oh, absolutely. And I think they come from the Stella Artois family, which probably endears him to quite a few of the people
globally, I would feel. Look out, but some fabulous runs for that team across all categories of motor racing. An absolute enthusiast, Francois. Very happy to hop in his car and drive it here from home in Belgium. And he's doing, I think, quite a lot of events here in the UK this year. But great to have him with that Theophile Schneider.
Yeah, I would encourage everybody to go to the paddocks and just ask one question of any of these drivers, and you'll be there for a good 40 minutes listening to stories.
The best question to ask is just how or why, because these cars are extraordinary. So, looking for the next flag to be dropped with the Union flag on the start-finish line. The heat haze in the middle of the front row. There is a driver whose car pulled off yesterday, Julian Majoub, a 2-time winner of the SF Edge Trophy race. The green flag waved at the back of the grid. Orders clear. The Union Club, a very quick drop of the flag, and again Mark Walker slow off the front. Oh dear, the Vauxhall from the outside the front row has not got going. Bad luck for Rob Hobbard. Hand in the air, everyone avoids him. But again, another trademark poor start from Mark Walker. He's down in, I think, 6th position. There he is, the white helmet with the red stripe on top, and the number 10 that was so rapid at the start of the first attempt, Les Searle, goes around the outside. So the chase commences. Into the lead goes Julian Majoub. Into 2nd place, Ben Collins, and 7th or 8th position, in fact, is where Mark Walker has fallen through. Now he's going to play catch-up. Good to see the last of the cars gets away.
Yeah, it's such a shame for Rob. He's been going so well this weekend, but perhaps he can do a bit of a Mark Walker and bring himself back into the pack and carve through and make a few positions.
Well, he was very neat, very tidy, and very quick yesterday, but now let's see how he sorts it out. And the interesting thing to me in the opening lap is how spaces just seem to open up in front of Mark Walker. I think people know he's coming through. It's written into the script. The car will not get away, but he has huge pace. And he also doesn't just ask twice, he just goes.
No, I think you can hear it as well, I think. It's so, yeah, no, this is it. This is a Napier of Graham Rankin. Car that's been 20 years in the build, and here comes Rob Hubbard trying to make up the time.
Right, look, Julian Majoub has already got a clear lead over Ben Collins in the background, and Ben being pushed and challenged in his own right. Then the giant S76 from Fiat in the background, and 2 cars behind him. Down in 6th place is Mark Walker on the chart, but Julian Majoub knows how to play this game. It's cat and mouse. He actually, it's not, or is it Rabbit and the Tortoise? I don't know. Anyhow, he's the rabbit, and he's trying to make his escape. Mark is on the left-hand side of the screen. Yep, he's picked off another person. He's now seeing, is there an insight? Oh no, I'm going to the heat haze behind that giant Fiat. Down to Woodcote he goes, still in 6th place. Good little battling all the way down the field behind, though. Fabulous long shot from Woodcote back towards the Lavant King. But look how our race leader in the Sunbeam Indianapolis, that's Julian Majoub coming through. How big is the gap going to be? 5-6 seconds at the end of the opening lap? Well, maybe slightly fewer. Here comes Ben Collins. We'll see in a second. So Ben in his Mercedes-Benz holding down 2nd place. He puts a flying lap, 4.5 seconds. I got a little too excited there. But the important question is, what is the gap going to be back to Mark Walker? Mark is coming across in 5th place, 11.5 seconds. Right, what have we got left? 4 laps, can he do it? Possibly.
He's looking down a bit. Skies. I would have expected him to get past Duncan by now, but perhaps perhaps something's not working as it should.
Yeah, again, Duncan Pitaway in that tall Fiat is about to be passed, but again, looking down, he's pumping, and he's about to lose ground, so maybe it's not going to be Mark Walker today, or maybe he's just introducing a bit more. But you see a lot of no fuel pumps in these cars. The driver has to pump the fuel himself, and that was a problem yesterday for Duncan Pitaway, of course.
Well, I mean, for a few years now, there's a few people in the paddock who've been trying to get riding mechanics to come along, because they had to do so much. They had to change all the oil drips and pump the air pressure in the fuel. And obviously need a lot of help changing tyres, but some of the officials aren't so keen on us having riding mechanics.
No, but it's actually, when you look at Mark Walker in this Derek, you know, he's also got to do a thing called steer and hang on to the steering wheel. And again, these drivers are sitting on seats in leathers, a lot of them, because they know if they get thrown out of these cars, they'd rather be skidding on the track in their leathers than in a modern race suit. Ben Collins is using a relatively modern race suit. Now Mark Walker's getting up to pace.
Yeah, he's definitely making some pace now. And this car roughly has the same power to weight ratio as an Audi R6, if that puts it into perspective for anyone. So 200 brake horsepower and 900 kilos I think it weighs. So it really is a bucking horse.
Yes, and Mark famously says, I take it sometimes through France on my holidays. And I think Ed Foster asked him once, what happened? He said, what did the police think of it? He said, don't know, they never caught me. Epic, but look at the lead. It was 4.5 seconds at the end of the opening lap. Julian Majoub streaking clear, fastest lap of the race, 1:55. The gap was 4.5 seconds. Is it going to be double that over Ben Collins? 12 seconds, but Mark Walker on the charge. And they're going to look at their respective pace. Mark Walker 4 seconds that lap slower than our race leader. So at this pace, that clearly is a problem on his car, because ordinarily he is marginally faster, and then as he goes through the race, he builds up that pace as well. Today it's not happening as yet, but every time a lap goes on the board for race leader Julian Majoub, it's more and more likely he's going to add his 3rd SF Edge trophy race. Remember, it's 2 races, one on the Saturday, one on the Sunday. We'll do the maths, but it's very simple. He's making it easy for us by having such a large advantage in that pointy-tailed Sunbeam Indianapolis.
Yeah, remarkably, both the Sunbeam Indianapolis and Mark Walker on hunting him down. Both of those cars spent a little bit of time in scrap yards. The Sunbeam Indianapolis was rescued in 1935 for 15 quid. And
by a terraced house back then, clearly. Right, we haven't really shouted out enough Car 100, driver of that, Neil Goff in the crit, going very nicely indeed, right on the tail of Ben Collins, and in turn he's now got a little bit of a distraction behind because Mark Walker is on the charge in the Darragh. But lovely line yesterday after the race from Ben Collins. He said, having been passed by Mark Walker, he thought he could actually dive back past, but decided it wouldn't be very gentlemanly.
Absolutely. And Mark's really on a charge now.
Well, those two cars were a mere distraction. Mark Walker up into second place. They knew he was coming, but I'm really going to be intrigued to see what his lap pace is this time around. As I said last time, he was 4 seconds down the pace of Julien Majoub, the race leader, and normally it could be tilted the other way to give him a chance, give Mark Walker in this number 200 Derek a chance to play catch-up. But Julien Majoub lapping very, very comfortably, and this lap is even faster, 1 minute 54.9 for our race leader. Then the gap at this rate, I reckon, will be going out to about 16 seconds to Mark Walker, maybe slightly more. Mark is picking up the pace. He goes from 4th at the start of the lap to 2nd. Actually, he gains a third of a second, so I'm talking nonsense. Only 15 seconds, but...
There's still quite a lot to do, isn't it?
It is.
2 laps to go.
2 laps.
The fact is that Julien Majoub really is one of the best pre-wall races there is, and the way in which he prepares his cars, it's absolutely fastidiously prepared to their original specification. He really does take so much care in preparing the cars as they were in period.
Right, it's very, very easy just to focus on the result of this race. Of course, aggregate is what it's going to be involved, so Julien Majoub will not be taking the win on aggregate. Of course, he pulled off the circuit yesterday, and winning yesterday was Mark Walker. He's up into second place today, so he is going to take another win in this race, but he'd love to do it on the track. He did it yesterday, he wants to do it again today. I feel it's too much for a mountain to climb. He's got 1.5 laps to go, nobody around him. Up ahead is Julien Majoub. In fact, up ahead are some other cars. He's coming up to lap, but with Julien Majoub having to pull off when yesterday it was going to be touch and go. I reckon if he continued, Julien Majoub still would have won from Mark Walker, but it wasn't to be. He pulled off with a lap to go.
Just passing Gillian Carr on the Abbott Detroit. She's channeling the spirit of Camille Dugast, one of the early female pioneers of the sport.
And she has, I was told she'd modified her car for today, because she too is wearing leathers, and she found she slides around the seat, so she's fitted a bungee strap around the front. There we are, Centurion, car still becoming an Evolution model.
One of the cars was repaired with a wire from the cool box to fix one of the magneto wires.
No spare parts departments for these, but here comes Julien Majoub, just signalling thank you very much for staying to one side. I'm swooping through. Onto the last lap he goes. Remember, at the start of this lap he had 15 seconds advantage over Mark Walker. Mark is catching in the background. Well, he's just taken 8 seconds out of that. Mark has just... Well, that's extraordinary. He just did a 1 minute 55, now a 1 minute 49. So whatever the initial problem was, or is he just playing with us? Does he honestly think he can take another 6-7 seconds out of the race leader? If he does so, he still won't quite catch him. There is Julien Majoub, the silver Sunbeam Indianapolis, and picking off a back marker there. Mark Walker goes past with great ease, but although Sunbeam is becoming marginally larger for him, surely too much of a mountain to climb. But with victory yesterday and second place today, that ought to be enough for the aggregate victory. It will be a case for Julien Majoub of what could have been. He pulled off 1 1/4 laps for the end of yesterday's race, but today he'll put this win in the bag, but it won't be enough.
It's so magnificent to see these cars out on track, being driven hard. I mean, there's no way that Mark will be underestimating just how fast Julian's driving. They both know that they're driving for the win, even if it's just for this race.
Yeah, you have to
Julian always wants to win.
No, exactly. It's in his very essence, isn't it? There they are, both in the same shot, and how things have changed. So it'd be really extraordinary to find out what the problem was that Mark clearly had in the first lap of his chase. He's picked up the pace ever since, and using the grass on the outside of, I think that's VJ Malia. He's just gone past the little Delage, the Voiturette, and Julian suddenly looked in the mirror going, oh my Lord.
This really is going to be close. It's going to be, this is Woodcote.
We've seen this.
A blast out from the chicane. This could be on the line.
Yeah, and while that was happening, Ben Collins came through into second place. VJ Malia there waving. He's really getting stuck into vintage racing. Third place was Neil Goff in the crit. And fourth place was Lewis Fox, who stepped into Ivan Dutton's Sunbeam. So good run for him. Good run from Julien Majoub. But I mean, he was looking in his mirrors, and Mark Walker was a coming, and got super close. And alas,
really
that tiny slip up, just unfortunately the right hand wheels onto the grass on the exit of the chicane, and round it whipped. But
yeah, that's such a shame.
Yeah, really disappointing there. But the best sight of the day was Mark getting immediately up from that contact and going across to check his car, but he'll be winded. But right now, Julien Majoub, victory. Yesterday, the bitter taste of disappointment, but today he got it hooked up and just managed to resist the challenge that got incredibly close and didn't quite materialise with the run to the finish line with Mark Walker falling to the side of the circuit there.
Absolutely. Well done to Julian Majoub. Great to see that car back out again after its problems yesterday. And yeah, it's so happy that Mark seems okay. The medics are with him, and yeah, seems he's up and about. He'll just be looking at the damage and thinking, right, how are we going to get that straightened out?
Or what am I taking for my holidays in France? But he'll have been winded, no doubt. But the fact he was immediately across to look at the car, I think that's probably powered by adrenaline at that point. But he'd have been chock full anyhow. But the scraps we've had over the year have been brilliant.
You know, and it just goes to show these. You know, you sometimes hear wacky races levelled at these guys, and they're really not. These are serious cars, and they are serious drivers, and they take them.
Well, it certainly wasn't without its drama. Julian, for much of the race, you must have wondered where everyone else was.
Yes, I was looking in my mirrors, waiting for Mark. Yeah, but I was going as fast as I could. There wasn't another ounce in there. Yeah.
And after the problem of yesterday, the car ran like a dream.
It was, yeah, yes, it kind of vindicated itself, yeah.
Well, look, it was beautifully driven. Well done.
Thank you very much. Anyway, I hope Mark's okay. I could see he'd had an accident, but I've heard he's okay, so...
Yeah, he was immediately out checking his car, so he seems to be absolutely fine.
He'll fix that in a couple of weeks.
Well, yeah, I think it would take the rest of us about 6 months. I'm going to come this way, Julian. I'm so sorry. Let's try and track down Ben. He keeps running away from me. So would you like a laurel? Ben, you had your mirrors quite full for much of that.
Yeah, no, the crit was pretty close, and I had a good dice with him. Obviously quite hard seeing the Derek in its situation, but I'm really glad that Mark's okay and that he got out, he's up and walking around. But it's not a very nice thing to see, and let's hope that Derek won't be long and Mark, and they'll be back. It won't be long.
I think everyone's agreed that if anyone's going to fix it, he will.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's great. Thanks very much, Ed.
Cheers, Ben. Let's squeeze past, and we'll get to Neil at the back. Neil, you nearly had him, but you were just missing that last 10th, weren't you?
I was right on his tail, I think, for the last 3-4 laps. Fantastic. I mean, he's a brilliant driver, and the fact I can stay anywhere near him is a miracle, to be honest with you. Yeah, fantastic. I can't believe I'm here. Third. Never expected that one. Crikey. Thank you.
You've earned it. Well done.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Well, let's take a look at the results after all of that. And Julian Majoub, disappointed yesterday, but he came through today. After 5 laps, he had a margin of 33 seconds. Of course, probably if it hadn't been for that spill for Mark Walker, it would have been maybe half a second out of that final chicane. Ben Collins in second place, Neil Goff in third. Sunbeam, Mercedes, and then the car from the United States, the Crit. Lewis Fox brought in to drive another the Peugeot Indianapolis in fourth. Duncan Pittaway, the Fiat S76 in fifth. Then John Paulson, the Talbot, 25 horsepower in sixth place. James Collins started a little higher up, but fell down in his Hudson Super 6 to seventh place. Les Searle, a really good run for him there, into eighth place ahead of Rob Hubbard. So disappointing, the outside of the front row. Fall down the order, came home in ninth, and Luke Roberts in 10th. So this, of course, are the results for race 2. Then we'll go to the aggregate combination. Unfortunately, someone would have done the adding up for us. But Philip Dressel there in 11th place in the race. Julian Grimwade in the Oakland Romano Special in 12th. And right under his rear wing, a tail of the car, Archie Collins in the Mercedes Simplex, with Ian Barnforth tucked in behind. So good scraps there to be had further down the order. Andrew Howe-Davis in the Straker Squire, a little bit further back with Nicholas Pellet in 16th, Marcus Black 17th, Matt Johnson 17th, Mike Whiteman Hayward in 18th, and Luca Chiasol. And then just a lap down, Mark Walker, of course, he didn't quite finish the thing, so he retired at the side. Francois Pontos, Van der Straten didn't finish either. Gillian Carr, Graham Rankin, Vijay Mallya, concluding the runners in 22nd, 23rd, 24th. But now, with the maths having been done, we had to get an aggregate result, and here it is. Victory in aggregate to Ben Collins in the Mercedes 120 horsepower, well deserved. A huge margin there, 28 seconds on aggregate ahead of Neil Goff, because of course Mark Walker out of the results, and likewise with retirement yesterday, Julian Majoub. So Ben Collins first, Neil Goff second, Lewis Fox third in the Peugeot Indianapolis, Rob Hubbard, James Collins in fifth. But let's take a look back at the highlights of race 2 of the SF Edge Trophy. The big question was how Mark Walker would get off from pole. It's always a problem in that car, and he tumbled down the order to about 6th place, but a really, really clean start. There he is trying to get it away, but he had to work his way past the Fiat S76, already looking down. We sensed there might be a problem. He started to pick up pace. The Fiat was picked off. Duncan Pittaway getting smaller in his mirrors. Up ahead, he had others to aim for, most notably the driver up front, which is Julian Majoub in that Sunbeam Indianapolis, adapting his steering as he comes out of the chicane. This is a car made to go on the high banking of Indianapolis, but it goes really pretty well here. But it had a problem yesterday, so it wasn't going to take an aggregate victory. But a driver who might was yesterday's winner, Mark Walker. There he goes, past Ben Collins, past Neil Goff, so past the Mercedes and past the KRIT, and one car left to tackle, and that was the Sunbeam Indianapolis. Would it work for Julian Majoub? So finger up, I'm going for him. That was the signal from Mark Walker. He gained 7 seconds in one lap, and this on the grass going past Vijay Mallya. He does not back off, but there is the race leader, Julian Majoub, looking in his mirrors and go, oh, he's coming, I know he's coming, can I win? I didn't finish yesterday, I can't take aggregate victory, but I'll just see if I can take win in race number 2. But Mark Walker was chasing and getting closer and closer. Initial problem with the car seemed to go away, but he spun out of the final corner, and it was victory today to Julian Majoub.
From Ausfuhrer, Big Evs and Ausfuhrer to the line, they head, it's nothing in it, Big Evs has won it! His Ascot Gold Cup success and win his second out-of-town Goodwood Cup. Kyprios the winners. June finishes up well, but notable speech will have the final say in the Sussex Stakes.
Everyone's in vintage clothes, there's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
The whole atmosphere is amazing, and people really do throw their heart and soul into dressing the part.
Whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
It's the shopping, it's the fanfare, it's the look, it's the period aspect, and that is what the Good Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
Well, Nick, always one of the busiest mans at a Goodwood weekend. What are you up to this weekend?
Well, world is definitely mini-shaped as per normal. It's fabulous to be in the Whitmore Cup and win Percy with the 60s and the 70s minis. With a sort of slight change this year, because obviously we've got the smaller cars under 2.8 litres in the Win Percy, so we don't have the thundering Camaros doing their thing, and the same in the Whitmore, that's under 2 litre. So we've just got Cortinas and Alphas and BMWs to contend with.
You must have been over the moon when you heard about the Win Percy Trophy, weren't you?
I was quite quick to put my hand up and say, please, please, please.
So, of course, you've been racing for years. We've enjoyed those David and Goliath battles, but especially when it's dry like this, you had no chance against those big ones, had you?
Oh, no. And it's a challenge, and we will be trying as hard as we can, and just as long as it's nice, clean, fair race, we don't want any paint exchanges, etc. We can use the Cortina to a little bit of our advantage if we can sort of work together, that sort of yo-yo effect, and then we'll see what happens in the last couple of laps, and we hope that his brakes might be a little bit faded or his tyres going off a little bit. And if we can pounce, and my best, wildest dreams, if we can get a podium, I'll be over the moon.
Now, of course, you're not just driving this weekend. As always, you're a very busy man. I've heard some ridiculous figure about how many Swift Tune engines we've got this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, that's the great thing about this. You know, it sort of brings out a bigger entry list. So with 5 1275 GTs in the Win Percy, plus the Metro, and we've just done the engine for the Fiesta, Data Post Fiesta as well. But then there's 9 minis, classic minis in the Whitmore, and then we chuck in 3 or 4 minis, 3 or 4 A-Series engines in the Formula Juniors.
So just a few?
Yeah, it's all right, enough to keep the boys busy.
I've got to ask you finally, 4 team captains in minis for the first time. No trouble there.
I love it. I think that.
How are they going to get on?
Do you know what? I think they're going to. The cream always rises to the top. These guys are pros. I think go back to their roots of driving by the seat of their pants, and that's what a Mini does. You feel every little bubble and pebble and tiny little steering inputs, and I think they will come out with some massive grins on their face.
If I was you, I'd be taking tips for tips.
Yeah, maybe. Someone should. Apparently our YouTubes of the wonderful videos that we're lucky enough to have, they've all been saying, I've been watching your videos.
Always competitive, even when they're messing around in the minis. Well, best of luck. Enjoy driving and enjoy keeping those engines running, and great to have you always at Goodwood.
Thanks ever so much.
Part of the competition aspect at the Goodwood Members Meeting is to split the drivers and attendees into 4 separate groups to battle for the honour of what is known as the House Shield. Just like Hogwarts in Harry Potter's youth, there are 4 houses, and it's even more random as to who ends up where. Each house is named after titles belonging to His Grace the Duke of Richmond, and there are house captains from famous racing backgrounds. 3-time World Touring Car Champion Andy Priaulx is captain of House Aubigny, which is represented on the shield by the Fleur de Lis. 9 times Le Mans winner Tom Christensen is the frontman for House Darnley, for which the crest is the Boar's Head. Triple British Touring Car Champion Gordon Shedden is captain of House Methuen, represented by the Lion's Head. And 4 times winner of the IndyCar Series Championship, Dario Franchitti, is head of House Torbolton, which is celebrated by the harp. Every driver at the event can score points by finishing races in the top 10. 250 points are awarded for a win, 180 for a second place, 150 for third, all the way down to 10 points for a 10th place finish. In 2 driver races, each driver scores full points, which are split equally if competing for different houses. 50 points are awarded for pole position and for fastest lap, whilst house captains do score double points. But it's not just about track action. Anybody who attends the event can dive into some fantastic challenges and also score points. Fancy some laser clay shooting? Or what about axe throwing? Perhaps croquet is more suitable, or even duck herding amongst plenty of options. There's also the important house group tug-of-war, where the house captains take a grip. As usual, there's no I in team. The House Shield is about everyone at Goodwood.
So let's see where we are with the House Challenge at the moment, and Torbolton, which has certainly been doing extremely well, still leading, not by quite the huge margin they seemed to be earlier on. Aubigny second place, Methuen in third place, and Darnley in 4th position. But at the moment, it is Torbolton. Dario Franchitti is captain of the house, so things all going very, very well.
Well, we've had some fierce competition over the weekend, but probably the biggest battle of the whole members' meeting is this, the final of the tug and war. It's Andy versus Dario.
Look at those eyes.
Those eyes are scary. But
No
I can tell you one
movement.
thing, I've been training all winter for this. I am ready for this.
What have you got to say about that, Dario?
You're definitely in your sweet spot.
Andy, I hear you're more confident about this than anything this weekend.
It's the only thing I'm going to win this weekend, and we're going to win it.
Look at him, though. He's ready to go, the eye of the tiger. I like your jacket. You look good.
I can't do it up.
Now, I've noticed a ringer in your team here.
We've got a few ringers. I mean, I came here early. Dario was too busy doing his PR commitments, but I've literally rounded up some fantastic specimens here, ready for some massive pull.
I've been round to...
I've got horsepower.
I've been round to the Gordon Murray garage, and I've got the biggest guys in the company here, so we're going to...
Hang on, they've just turned up.
Yeah.
Oh, you're kidding.
How come Tom's on your team all of a sudden?
Well, TK and I go back a long way. Unfortunately, yesterday he didn't quite have the horsepower, so I asked him to join me today, and we had a shower together last night, all sorts of stuff, so we're ready.
Gentlemen, before we start, can we have a little face-off maybe, perhaps? Just like you'll come together.
I can't get closer.
Right, go on.
Let's do this. Let's do this.
They're ready.
All right, we're
Okay,
ready.
we'll leave them to
Let's
it.
do this. I'm going to
They've
leave it to
said
the
their words.
officials.
Go, take out the rope, guys. Go, come back this way a little bit.
We'll be cheering them on.
In. Everyone ready? Go. Take the strain. Hang on. Come back in. Go. No, this way now. This way. No. Come back.
No pushing yet.
Back a bit.
Come back. Go. Take the strain. And pull.
I've got time to talk right now.
Mega.
I think he had more people than you.
Congratulations.
I think that was BOP'd the wrong way. Can we have a redraw on this, please?
I'm out of breath.
Well done, mate. Good job. Congratulations. Oh, thank you.
Do you want to chat with the winner? Well, there we have it.
That's. I mean, it didn't take much there, actually. Tor Bolton won that fair and square, didn't they?
I think Darrow's little trip to the Gordon Murray paddock and just pulled in all the engineers, just maybe swung it from at the end.
Yeah, he was very sure of himself. They had a lot to say, probably more for this rather than on track.
Every competition counts this weekend.
Yeah. Well, that was the final. There'll still be more activities going on this weekend that you can still score points for the teams, so make sure you get yourself involved.
Goodwood is the ultimate experience.
You can get close to the drivers, you can get close to the cars, you can really feel like you're involved in the action.
It's a fun fair, but with cars.
Wow, just wow.
Goodwood for me is entertainment, right? And it's already one event where I get to really express my style and personality.
Unlike anything else in the world, and the nostalgia here and the commitment of all the fans year after year and the drivers and the teams, second to none.
You come to Goodwood and you experience 100 years within an afternoon.
It's a way of bringing alive history of motorsport. It's a chemistry, it's a magic that it's difficult to explain.
And that was the most exceptional collection of moving automobiles I've ever seen.
The greatest drivers ever are here.
You know, I see Goodwood just increasing and getting better each year with more things to see, more things to do.
MotoGP is in the house.
Rally cars? Okay, now you're talking.
And we've got the future here, happening right now.
There are some people who think it's just about cars going up a hill.
Lots of ideas spreading around, a lot of people and familiar faces.
Well, I've seen the future, and it's the Goodwood Festival of Speed. So buckle up, folks, because you're in for one hell of a ride.
The greatest show on earth.
Next up, we've got the Whitmore Cup. Let's find out what it's all about.
The Whitmore Cup is named after Sir John Whitmore, a man who, despite a relatively short career in motor racing, built a profound legacy in the worlds of touring cars and sports cars. Above all, he was a man who loved to make an impact. He finished second in class alongside teammate Jim Clark at the 1959 Le Mans 24 Hours. Then, 2 years later, he won the British Saloon Car Championship at his first attempt in 1961. He won his class on 4 occasions that year, including in the St Mary's Trophy at Goodwood, at the wheel of a Mini. Whitmore came close to repeating the feat in 1963 as he dominated the 1300cc class, and in 1965 he became a European Touring Car Champion, claiming the Division 2 title with a Lotus Cortina. The story of Sir John Whitmore's career will be commemorated once again at the 82nd Members Meeting, as the second running of the Whitmore Cup brings together a grid of sub-2 litre touring cars of a type that he himself would have raced in the early 1960s. Pre-1966 Minis and Cortinas will do battle against Alfa Romeo Giulias and more in this 20-minute single-driver tin-top showdown.
So here we are getting ready for the Whitmore Cup, and suitably enough for the success that Sir John Whitmore had with the Ford Lotus Cortinas in the mid-1960s, winning European Saloon Car Championships. We've got two on the front row. And we've got an Ford Anglia already off to the side there. That's a bit of a worry. I think that's Michael Sheraton, who has run off to the edge. So there's obviously a problem with the car. And actually, are we seeing some flames from underneath?
Yeah, I think you're right, Ben. It looked like there was some flames from the very front of that. He might have even dropped a little bit of oil as well. So this could delay the start, sadly, to this Whitmore Cup.
Yeah, it could do. We'll have to wait and see. The rest of the cars are being headed around, and he's had to stop in an area where the marshals are not that close. So I wonder if there is any fire going on. The marshals are rushing down, thankfully. They always are. We'll get there as soon as they can, but it's just where he's pulled over. There are some on the other side as well. Whether there's still smoke coming, I'm not quite seeing the little bit of flame we could see through the front grid, but he is getting out of the car now. But what a shame to see this in the Ford Anglia. Some lovely Ford Anglias in this race, in the mixture of Ford Lotus Cortinas, but also some very rapid Minis, Alfa Romeos and BMWs, and we're having a quick look at the grid now as we hope to see that car getting out of the way fairly soon. But as you say, it will probably delay things. Pole position is for Guy Smith with the Ford Lotus Cortina. That's on the left-hand side as you're looking at it, to the number 711. Another Lotus Cortina, that's Max Chilton. So we've got some top drivers up at the top end here, and another great touring car driver of the modern day, Adam Morgan, alongside them. So there is Guy Smith's Ford Lotus Cortina, his dad's car that they've had for quite some time, and that has taken the pole position. Is he going to be beaten? That's the question.
Well, that is the question. He's got a strong contender alongside him in Max Chilton, who's experienced with racing, not just in Formula One, but historics, and a fan favourite at Goodwood as well. And then we're panning across to see Adam Morgan in the lone Mini on the front row there, the number 33, Brett Racing and British Touring Cars once again this year, and Sicily Motorsport prepare and own that car. So he's going to try, of course, his absolute best to get it off the line, but a slightly bigger engine than those Ford Lotus Cortinas, a 1.5 litre compared to the little 1.3 in the Mini.
Absolutely, but we've also got another quick Mini behind, and that is Nick Swift, who David was talking to just a little while ago. He's on the second row of the grid with Justin Law. There is some oil down, I gather, so yeah, the marshals are having to deal with that right now from that Ford Anglia that had to pull over to the side. So they will try and dust the oil a little bit just to make sure that it's both seen and is absorbed. And hopefully that will then make everything ready for the start of the race. It's down the main straight, isn't it, Alice? So on a straight line, it's not quite so dangerous, obviously, as when it's going through the corners. It's still probably a good idea to stay off it if you can, but it's not so serious.
No, it's not so serious. They'll be jostling for position going down this this straight. You can see the marshals will be out there with the dust to soak it up, and they'll have to give it a good brush into the surface. But it looks like it's quite a long line of oil. So marshals do a great job, and there we go. There's one stood by the side of the 156. Looks like the fire is now extinguished, because I'm pretty sure you're right, Ben, that there was some flames. You could just see peeping through the front grille there. But thankfully, it's all okay. They've kept the front bonnet open to let it cool down. But it's going to be a little while for these marshals to clear up this oil, or at least put the dust on the oil. So I think we'll certainly have a bit of a delay.
Yeah, a little bit of a delay, and it's sad to see one of the Ford Anglias go. John Fitzpatrick was a star driver in the Ford Anglias back in the 1960s. Actually took the overall British Saloon Car Championship title very impressive. Won the class and the overall title in 1966. And we've got, as I say, a few of the Ford Anglias. Most of them actually are down the lower end of the grid, but nonetheless, it's lovely to see them here. The breeze definitely picking up a little bit today compared to how it was yesterday, but we're still up for some lovely racing. I am absolutely sure about that. So, yeah, it's going to be just a little delay, so we can look at a few other bits and pieces and then get back ready for the Whitmore Cup.
The day, the weekend has been sensational.
Well, everybody said it's so exciting. I really, really wanted to come.
Goodwood Revival is like going to an art gallery, but the gallery comes past you at 150 miles an hour.
It's the way Goodwood should be, you know, turn up, put on a show, slide around.
It's the biggest event of its kind in the world, with the finest collection of cars who are actually racing.
You arrive here, get into your 1960s lightweight E-Type and head out onto the track, and it's just wonderful.
Jensen Button is in second position.
They drive them like they've stolen, and I love that.
Okay, burn it, burn it, burn it! Everyone's in vintage clothes. There's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
The Duke and his team put on a great show. I think the fans enjoy it. That's the main thing, you know, we're just the entertainment act.
The champagne booth is always a favorite spot for me.
Just really an immersive experience.
It's just like being in a movie set. It's absolute fun.
You just couldn't help but feel happy today, could you? I mean, it's just being with the crowd and being a part of it. I love Goodwood.
We don't actually come for the racing. There's so much to see, there's so much to enjoy, there's something for everybody.
Everyone's got big smiles on their face, and you know, it looks incredible, and just what an amazing event.
Goodwood Revival is all about make, do, and mend, vintage style, not vintage values. We had some incredible conversations at the Revive and Drive Village. People coming together and celebrating the past in the present.
Look, rather than throw things away, let's reuse things and repair them.
These cars wouldn't be lasting this long if they weren't taken care of.
The whole atmosphere is amazing, and people really do throw their heart and soul into dressing the part.
There is that around the outside. That is magnificent. What a super move.
I love vintage shops. For me, the best bit is seeing all the clothes, because I love clothes.
People really, really turn it out. I am deeply impressed by how everyone has really committed to the style here.
You know, if you haven't got the thing to finish off your outfit, it's absolutely 100% guaranteed that you'll find it here.
Makes my heart sing. I can't stop smiling.
You're a Goodwood Revival Radio.
You know, I'm getting high on my own supply of everything that's going on here.
You know, you can be sitting, having a cup of tea, and a barbershop quartet come up and sing.
There's the Earl's Raceway, which is 50s American rock and roll.
They're jiving, the whole place is rocking.
My favourite place is Over the Road.
Love the vintage fairground.
Just a unique atmosphere, everybody making an effort. It's the whole combination of the racing, it's of its own kind. I can't think of anything else that even comes close to this.
I always say to everyone, whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to details like nothing else.
Walking around here, it is a vision. Goodwood Revival is the place to be.
Not only is there the show in terms of the entertainment of motor racing, but it's everything else, the shopping, it's the funfair, it's the look, it's the period aspect, and that is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
So there is still a lot of dust going down, cement dust, to absorb that oil that has been put down on track, and a great shame, but it's just putting a little delay into the start of the Whitmore Cup. We will get the race underway soon, though, and it's going to be a very promising race. But as you can see, there's a lot of cement dust that's being put down to absorb the oil. Let's have a look at what happened. So Michael Sheraton in his Ford Anglia, in the background you could see, look, how it was leaking oil, and he realized and pulled it off pretty fast. I have to say that well done to Michael. He's a race mechanic in his life with some top teams like ProDrive, with Aston Martin. He's worked on the Valkyrie, Poor chap, with all that experience of being a mechanic, then finding that his car was leaking oil everywhere, Alice.
I know, that's so upsetting for him, but he knew straight away, didn't he? And did the 100% the correct thing.
Yeah.
I know it looks like a disaster zone down there with so much dust.
But we've seen people leave a lot more oil down than that, haven't we, in the years?
We have, and he certainly moved off the racing line and off track as quickly as he can, but they were all so bunched together. It's a lot easier said than done to remove your car off the circuit that quickly, but wow, that's
a lot of dust.
The marshals are getting a good workout down there. Some of them I did see still in their big orange coats. I mean, it's not too cold down there, but they were chilly. They certainly won't be now. So that's going all the way down that back straight.
Just
seeing the far of the picture, that's Woodcote Corner.
Just imagine how much dust is going to throw up in the air when the cars actually get racing, because there's so much down there that it is going to be all kicked up in the air. And actually, if you're following other cars, that was the area where it first went. He was on that side of the road initially, but he was very quick to get over to the other side. But there's only so much you can do, and the oil went down very quickly.
I think the trusty Land Rover, Goodwood Land Rover, is going up and down just to help try and force it into the track. Is going to obviously kick up a lot of dust when these cars do go out. They'll all have a side to that. We will get the green flag lap, so they'll all be able to have a look at whereabouts it's been dropped.
You can see from those flags how breezy it is now today, and actually it is effectively it's behind you going down that main straight. So I would think we're probably seeing some quite high speeds, extra high speeds down the main straight. It's the fastest section of the track, and you've got quite a breeze behind you now as well.
You certainly have. Those minis are going to want to even more so tuck up right underneath some of those bigger cars. We've got, just looking out the commentary box window, the recovery truck coming back through, but pretty much all drivers have decided to stay nice and warm out of the breeze down there, all in their cars, and everyone still out there enjoying a nice cold pint of beer. Other refreshments are available, of course.
Indeed, there's lots of lovely things to enjoy. So these cars ready to go soon. Of course, the course cars here at the Goodwood Motor Circuit as well, doing lots of work over the course of the weekend to make sure that everything is done safely. And we've got quite a little mixture of machinery, actually. The Porsche, we've got Mercedes, MG, GTR safety car, Alpine as well. And all of these as part of Goodwood Motor Circuit's new look performance track experience, as it's called. You can now purchase it on the Goodwood website. And if you're here at Goodwood this weekend, you can head over to the airfield paddocks to learn more and for your chance to win a performance track experience. So that is something that they are doing now, the performance track experience, an opportunity to drive these cars that are being used as safety cars, support cars at this event. Other thrills are available, though, aren't there? Lots of things you can go and play with here.
Maybe we can go and check that out later on, Ben. See us sat in there going round. Or we could actually send Ed down there, but I think he's down on the grid at the moment talking to our drivers awaiting the green flag to start the formation lap.
He'll be there in just a moment, yes, but we are waiting for the news, as it were, to be telling us when we're going to be getting this race underway. I don't think it'll be too much longer, but we shall see just what's going on in a moment or two. As we mentioned, though, Guy Smith has certainly done a good job in qualifying. It was very close, though. It was only 0.2 of a second over Max Chilton. So we could be on for a very good race between the two Ford Lotus Cortinas. Then behind, it might be a separate battle, but it will still be very close. Adam Morgan, Nick Swift did virtually the same times in their minis, didn't they? So I think we could be in for some very interesting battles in this one.
I wonder if the minis will try at some point to work together.
Yes.
They are surrounded by the much slightly bigger cars. We've got an Alfa Romeo down there as well. And I think Ed has finally made his way down to the grid.
Your wish is my command, Alice. I'm down here on the grid, and I'm going to do what all racing drivers do not want me to do, and that is put a microphone in their face just before they go off. Let's dive in with Max. Max, it's nothing worse than waiting, but this is your own car, isn't it?
It is indeed. So I can. I've got permission to rag it as hard as I like. So very much looking forward to it. Starting on the front row at Goodwood is always a pleasure. And honestly, I keep telling everyone I don't think I've ever driven anything as fun as a Lotus Cortina. So I've driven it 3 times last year. Had a podium finish every time. a second at the Revival, so let's try and go one better today and try and get the top spot. But either way, I'm just all out here with friends, old drivers, and having a great time.
Most people, when they're driving their own car, lose about 2 seconds a lap, but not you.
No, you've got to send it. You know, these things were race cars in period. Send it and enjoy it, and put a nice reaction on for the crowd.
Brilliant. Look, that's the whistle going. So let's get off the grid. Obviously got the Cortinas and the Mini on the front row. That got Nick Swift here, who is Mr. Mini. The problem they have is that rush down to the first corner and then trying to stay ahead down through Fordwater and into St Mary's because they just haven't got the legs. But if they can get through and into that twisty bit, they could well be at the front. I think that's going to have to be enough from us because we're now being told off. Back to the commentary team.
Well, thanks so much, Ed, for getting in there. It's lovely to hear from Max Chilton, who's lined up in the middle of the front row. He's going to be battling with Guy Smith, two very, very professional drivers, of course. Guy Smith, the Le Mans winner with Bentley, and so many other successes in historic racing in recent years as well. And then, as we know, Max Chilton, a record holder at the Festival of Speed. So it's going to be a fun race, but the Minis too, as you say, Alice, will be battling in there. Some lovely other cars though, the BMW down there towards the back, Robin Ellis in the BMW 1800, TISA, T-I-S-A, 1965 BMW. So we do have quite a mixture of machinery. They were first appeared in 1964 and won a Spa 24-hour race. That version. Let's have a look at the grid then. Guy Smith, Max Chilton and Adam Morgan on that front row, but Nick Swift right behind in the other Mini, and then Justin Law with another of the Ford Lotus Cortinas. Then Nicholas Padmore and Matthew Holm is the first of the Alfa Romeos, the Giulia Sprint GTA, and then he's got Lucas Halusa as a battle with the same type of car alongside. Then Mike Jordan, the great experienced Mike Jordan, dad of Andrew Jordan, he's in 9th place. Nick Jarvis is in 10th place in his Ford Lotus Cortina. Then Ian Thompson, Neil McFadden and Michael Cullen. Sean Lynn is in 14th place. Tim Lazel just next to him. Christopher Edmonds. Amy Watts, she's racing in the Mini, daughter of Patrick Watts. Henry Mann in 18th place. Nicholas Ditting in 19th and Rick Turner in 20th place on the grid. And then just the last batch of cars, Rory Jack, Robin Ellis, Christian Van Lanschot, Michael Sheraton in the Ford Anglia and Alex Williams in another Ford Anglia. And then Martin Overington, Andrew Bergbaum and Wesley Butcher. And of course, yeah, we had that problem earlier on, unfortunately for Michael Sheraton, so Michael actually is not going to be starting the race. That was the car that was letting down the oil, that the cars are now going over all the dust.
All right, I mean, they're staying over to the driver's left-hand side, right-hand side of screen as we see them come towards us through the kink on the Lavant Straight, slightly uphill, then into Woodcote. But the Marshall team have done a brilliant job of putting down that dust. Nowhere near as much dust coming up as I thought, so they've really put hard work into making sure as much of that dust was cleared as possible. But you can see everyone being fairly sensible, not too much weaving over that area of the track. They'll come through. Great aerial shot there, come through now into Woodcote Corner. Great views we always get down there of cars being really put through their paces, but also impressive drift angles that are produced through there. And then they'll go into the final chicane. It can get quite tight, quite cozy between several cars, which I expect to see in the Whitmore Cup as well. And you can see those two little Minis all ready to go. Adam Morgan, Nick Swift, and then behind there, Justin Law in a Ford Cortina. And then one of our first Alfa Romeo Giulias in the 214 of Matthew Holm.
Yeah, absolutely. We will all be keeping an eye on those as well. Matthew Holm, as you say, in the Alfa Romeo is lining up in 7th place on the grid. We'll see how it is, as you said, off the line, because a bit more power, of course, in the Ford Lotus Cortina versus the Minis. The Alphas might be challenging the Minis as well. They run a 1600cc engine, those GTA models of the Alfa Romeo. Very pretty car. You can see one down towards the back there as well, actually. They were produced between 1965 and 1969. And quite low rear wheel arches as well. So let's see how this is all going to go from the line. The Minis are always so impressive, but just that initial power sometimes benefits some of the other cars around. door open on Ian Thompson's Ford Lotus Cortina. I hope everything is okay. Maybe just trying to get a little bit of air in before the start of the race. And the last few cars are now coming into position onto the grid. And we're getting all set then for the Whitmore Cup, a 20-minute race around the Goodwood track. And we're all set. Lights, the flag goes down, and we've got the first start from Guy Smith that has taken it away very, very effectively. And Guy Smith from that pole position, but he's already under pressure, of course, from Max Chilton. We heard how Max is very keen to try and take the victory, slipping and sliding around all over the place. But as you can see, the Ford Lotus Cortinas have a bit of an edge over the Minis at the start. We've got 3 Minis now battling together.
We have, and I wonder if they were going to work together. No, not so much. They're 3 abreast as they come through the kink at Ford. What a sight. Only get this at Goodwood. Oh, they're banging doors as well. Something comes up, whatever. One of the Minis in the middle, the number 76, but they've safely made it round and back to the front. Max Chilton has lost a little bit of time to Guy Smith. He's under pressure from Justin Law.
He is, but Nick Swift, as you say, did a fantastic job. Yes, this battle, Max Chilton on the inside of the 2 Ford Lotus Cortinas. I think he's just about to hold on to second place as Justin Law couldn't quite get past, but this is helping Guy Smith make a break. But again, they're side by side in the battle for second place. Through the dust they go from the oil that went down during that out lap originally, and they're still side by side as they head down towards Woodcote Corner. Who's going to be braver on the brakes? Is it going to be Justin Law on the left, or is it going to be Max Chilton? We can hear the brakes working well. They're still side by side, but finally Justin Law gets through.
Yeah, he swoops down, but Max is going to have a look at getting the cut back. Is he going to stick it down the inside of the chicane? No, he's not, but that's allowed the Minis to come back into play. Now they've finished having a squabble of their own, but Guy Smith, I think that was him just having maybe a small lock-up going into Woodcote Corner, just a bit further back. We've got some more battles between some Minis as they go through the chicane.
In fact, Nicholas Padmore's got back ahead in the Mini group, as it were. So Nicholas Padmore was 6th on the grid. He is now the top of the Minis, running in 4th place. So you've got these 3 of the Ford Lotus Cortinas, the Mark 1s. Then the battle between the Minis, which is still going on, and Nick Padmore now, and you can see the little sign there from Nick Swift saying, come on, let's go together and catch those, let's not race. I'm sure that's what he was doing. He was waving his arm as he went past that time. And that does make sense. They could work together to try and catch the Ford Lotus Cortinas.
They could. They maybe even could try a bit of bump drafting to help with their speed, like we see in children's go-karts. But yeah, back to the battle. Nick Swift, as you said, giving that signals. Let's not squabble. Let's not fight. Let's work together. And you can see Max Chilton all on the back of Justin Law. Guy Smith has got a bit of breathing space out in front. 1.1 seconds last time round. But let's see what they do now between these 2 Minis, the Padmore and the Swift.
Oh yeah, and the battle for second again. Max Chilton now going down the inside, so that we saw the pass down here the other way around last time, and now it is Max Chilton who retakes second place. And can he go off to go? Although it might change again. No, it doesn't. Max just about holds on, and still the fantastic battle going on. Nick Padmore's retaken that place, but he's probably going to be passed again by Nick Swift. And joining in that battle is Adam Morgan, who was a fraction faster in qualifying, and now right in that group.
So Max Chilton was fastest of anybody in the first and middle sector, so definitely got the pace. As he said earlier on, his car finished second in Revival last year. He was at the wheel of it. Now these Minis are nice and tight together. Here's the move of Max Chilton sliding down the inside at Woodcote, getting the tail of his Cortina out, as well was Justin Law, who tried to spook Max, maybe going into
Look at this.
the chicane, but he was wise to it.
Look at this, because Adam Morgan, number 33, has managed to sneak past Nick Padmore. This is a wonderful battle. Remember, the Minis are the little front-engine, front-wheel drive machines, but are also always one of the ultimate racing cars. They are such fun. Front bonnet just flapping a little bit on Adam Morgan's, but it's strapped down, so I'm sure that's perfectly safe. But at the moment, it's still Nick Swift. So much Mini experience racing over the years. He is still the top Mini. In 4th place overall, as Guy Smith is still our race leader. Question is, Max Chilton, has he got the pace through the sectors to try and close that gap? There's another lovely Mini, actually, the number 77. That's Mike Jordan, and he's chasing after the Alfa Romeo of Matthew Holm. And Matthew is the fastest of all. Up up the grid in terms of in position. The Alfa Romeo furthest up at this point. We've got some others there that are also doing well. Lucas Halusa is a little bit further down. He's down in 10th place.
Yes, and wherever you look at the moment during this race, there's battles everywhere throughout the grid with just over 15 minutes remaining. Let's have a look at Smith's gap now. He's extended the lead at the top, 2.1 seconds now. We've got the number 19, the Team Lazel BMW going through shot there. A car was originally registered in Finland, but it's now in the hands of Tim.
Yeah, there is Tim Lazel with this car, as you say, running in 15th position at the moment. A little bit of smoke from behind. I think it's all running pretty well, though, at this stage. And it's the BMW up against the Lotus Cortinas, and then a couple of Alphas. And then I love the way the Minis have this sort of slide through the corners, and they're running almost flat out so much the way. But they are catching one of the Lotus Cortinas now, aren't they? They're getting on terms with Justin Law.
They are right up the back. So it wouldn't be too long that I expect them to try and launch an attack, maybe together, maybe not. But in the 131s now is Guy Smith, so he's really stretching his legs as they storm down the straight. And you can just see they've got no hope, have they, the Minis to the Cortinas. But Adam Morgan, he is having a look down the inside. He's going to make that move stick. Lovely, so he's got a little bit of free air in between him. But you can see how they just catch the Lotus Cortina. The much more light, more nimble cars haven't got the grunt as compared to the Cortina down the straight. So he's going to tuck in the back to try and help his straight line speed in the toe. You can see actually the bonnet as well is flapping ever so slightly on the number 33. So hopefully that stays down.
Yeah, I think it will. It's well strapped. But as you say, getting that toe, getting a little bit of a slipstream will help. And then through the corners, you can see how the Mini actually has probably a little bit more pace through the corners. And Justin Law's really having to check his mirrors now, because he's got 2 and nearly 3 Minis all catching up and trying to find a way through. Through the fast sections, yes, he can pull away a little bit. But now we're into a tighter section. And this is where, do the Minis fight each other or just work together a little bit? Might be sensible for Nick Padmore to just sit behind for a moment here. And, sorry, that's Nick Swift behind, and then Nick Padmore's a little bit further back, but it's Nick Swift who's just sitting in behind. I think he's doing that on purpose at this stage, because he knows they've got a chance of maybe one of them getting a podium finish here.
They have, and they're filling the mirrors of Law, and he's going to have a look down the inside on the exit of Le Mans. It's a long, swooping right-hander, not able to do so this time. Let's see if Nick Swift gives him an extra push down the straight, and you can see gap opening up, but this is where the Minis are really, really strong. Their strongest areas of the track.
He's waving him through, that's interesting. So Adam Morgan actually waved him through to the inside there, almost to say, come on, let's work together, and maybe that's the way, because a toe down the straight will help them stay with the Lotus Cortina.
Yeah, so maybe he feels either he's got a problem or he thinks that Nick could have a better attack of getting Law in the Cortina. But their strongest areas really will be that right-left in St Mary's, and also that long Woodcote corner we've just gone through there. But that's all this scrapping and fighting has allowed the 56 to join the battle, while Nicholas Padmore has clawed his way back up now to the back of this pack.
Up front is still Guy Smith leading from Max Chilton. The gap is staying at around 2 seconds. They're doing very similar lap times at this stage. There you are, beautiful to watch. Guy Smith and Max Chilton, such talented professional drivers in these beautiful Lotus Cortinas. Front engine rear wheel drive, of course, keeping the balance. And it is a very different balance to the Minis, but the Minis are absolutely on top of them through the section. This is the St Mary's corner, and they are dealing well. And then the Alfa Romeos as well, having their own little battles slightly further down the order, which is great to enjoy and to watch. Nicholas Ditting is the number 36 Alfa, and coming under a bit of pressure from Rory Jack. This is a bit further down the order, isn't it?
It is slightly further down, as you said, but they're going through St Mary's. Got a beautiful drone shot that we get treated to throughout the course of the weekend. A slightly different variation of lines taking place as well. They then go up the hill. They'll jump on the brakes. The 133 trying to fill the mirrors desperately of the Ditting 36, but back with the Minis, and they've swapped around again. Adam Morgan has now thought, okay, right, you didn't have a go, I'm going to have a go. So they'll close in on the chicane, but that gap will stretch open slightly as they go down this main straight.
A little bit more of a trip onto the grass than he planned there, I think, for Adam, but he didn't have to lift. He kept it flat out, clearly, because he didn't lose too much. Let's just have a little look at the pass once again. So this was down on the inside into Woodcote, going past Nick Swift. And yeah, again, they're sort of trying to work together, because down the straight is where they can lose quite a lot of gap to the Ford Lotus Cortina, so that it's better if they tow each other and let the other one through. It keeps them right on terms. But for Justin Law, he basically just has to avoid mistakes, doesn't he?
He does. And actually, it was hard to see the minis on that first shot of them coming towards us down the straight. There was so much tucked in to try and use as much as the slipstream as possible. And again, they're going to have a look. It's Adam Morgan. He's looking to the left, looking to the right, desperately trying to distract Law at the moment, but he's doing a real stellar job. And the 56 is probably going to say, well, hang on, guys, if you're not going to get past, why don't you let me have a go?
Well, of course, at this stage, they're all focusing on getting past the Ford Lotus Cortina. But when we get into the last few minutes, we've still got 9.5 minutes to go. Surely when they get into the last few minutes, it'll be, I want to be the number one Mini. So then it could get a bit more physical between them. We shall see. Here we go. It changes again at this point. And this time it's Nick Swift who takes the lead of the Mini group as they still chase after that. So down one of the Ford Anglia. This is actually the battle for last place. But isn't it fun? It might be for last place, but it's still, we've got 3 different types of car. We've got the Mini at the lead of this battle at the back, ahead of the Alfa Romeo and one of the Ford Anglias, which is really lovely to see that they're all having this little fight going on at the moment. And I wonder whether the Ford Anglia is going to be able to gain. And I think that's Alex Williams in his 1966 Ford Anglia. Sadly, we saw one pulling off before this race got underway. And here we are, back with the Minis, and still chasing down Justin Law, and still fighting each other, but trying to work together.
I thought they were going to go 3 abreast then. It was close, heading up to St Mary's on the brakes, sweeping through. Oh, look at that for a shot, Ben. That is absolutely beautiful as they come out through the second part. Oh, and it's a good run from Adam Morgan in the 33, but he's not quite got the legs. The 56, is he sending one down the inside? That's brave.
That is brave.
Left enough room, has Law on the inside. He's continuing to hug it round, and the 56 of Padmore's going, okay, well, my turn. I want to be the lead of the train.
Yeah, and the problem is if you try and overtake there, when you're then coming onto the straight where the Ford Lotus Cortina is definitely fastest, you can lose out more, and effectively he has, because he's now dropped to the back of that group. He'll come back again, I'm sure, but they don't want to lose the tow from the Ford Lotus Cortinas. They've got to sort of work together. That is Nick Swift now coming back to the front of the group. They are a little further back this time. I think they can catch back up, though.
I think they can, but Law will be having a big sigh of relief. At least moments ago he would have been thinking, please, go on, you lot just have your own scrap, and I can then...
I think there was a gear change problem there.
Yeah, maybe a shift.
There was, I think.
Front straight, so...
did well to miss him.
He's got to the back of this small pack.
I thought there might have been contact, but that was good avoidance. That was very reactive from Adam Morgan, and he was able to nip through. I hope Nicholas Padmore's car is okay. Nick, who's raced here at the Goodwood so often, actually has his own car to race now, rather than driving other people's cars. Let's have another look at this, Alice. It's an up change on gear, I think, there.
And good reactions for Adam Morgan behind, because he so easily could have tagged the back of the Padmore Mini, but he managed to take avoidance, and actually Nicholas Padmore has dropped off slightly on the back of this pack, so hopefully he hasn't got a problem, but he'll hope that they'll battle a little bit more. But to the front of the mini pack, I'm going to call it, is Nick Swift. He's chasing down Law out front. Smith and Chilton are just exchanging fastest laps between themselves. Chilton holds the fastest lap, but only a whisker from Guy Smith, but the gap at the front still 2.6 seconds.
Yeah, and we're seeing what we expect really from the real professional drivers. They're doing the same laps, as you say, same lap times in the top 2 cars, and the gap is remaining much the same. But it is this battle for third that is such fun at this stage, with Justin Law holding on to third, and now 2 minis are challenging him. The third mini, I think, has got a little bit of an issue, so it has dropped back, unfortunately, just a touch. So Nick Padmore that little further back. Back to the battle for last, and the Minis lost it out just a touch now. So, yeah, Martin Overington, who had a little bit of a problem earlier, but I think he's dealing with it. Oh, and there is somebody with a definite problem, Michael Cullen. He gets back on, though, so whether that was just running wide or whether there is an issue with the car, I'm not sure. Let's have a look.
I'm guessing it's going to be a spin. That's one of our Cortinas going.
Distracted him.
I think it was. I was going to say if the Cortina spun, it was going to be a sympathy spin, but he quickly gets going again behind the duo of the Alfa Romeo Giulias. And I'm just looking at the tracking, and I have a feeling our leaders may catch up to the back of that battling pack we saw moments ago. So we'll keep an eye on that. But just under 5 minutes of the race remaining, and Adam Morgans wants to have another shot at trying to get Justin Law. Remember, this is a battle for the final spot on the podium.
Yeah, this is great stuff that they are doing at the moment. Yes, because at the moment it is still Law who's got that third place in the Ford Lotus Cortina. The Minis effectively racing very effectively to try and stay close. They lost a little bit more down at the end of the straight that time, but I'm sure they can still get that touch closer. The leaders have gone across the line to complete another lap, and it's still 2.5 seconds gap between Guy Smith and Max Chilton. So it really has not made too much difference. And at this point, we've still got Justin Law holding on as Nick Padmore got further back. Nick Swift, it is number 76, who is the lead Mini here. And he obviously is going to want to be the top Mini at the checkered flag, but until then, he's quite happy to kind of race side by side and work together to see if they can put any more pressure on Justin. But Justin has got great experience, and he's just not making the errors. He might know the Minis are a bit quicker through the corners, but he has that advantage in a straight line, and he's making full use of it.
He is, and look at Adam Morgan getting so sideways going through first part of St Mary's. Was that round the outside of Nick Swift? It may as well be, but I wonder if these two have just thought, you know what, Justin's done such a great job. We're going to struggle to get past him, so we're just going to have a little battle of their own. Now, of course, all of them want to be the top Mini as just a tickle of the grass on the exit for Adam Morgan. That'll hamper his straight line speed slightly. Has a look in the rear view mirror as he goes through, but there is our race
on the curb.
Yeah, Guy Smith is still desperately trying to open up the gap that was 2.6 seconds previous time round. Let's have a look as they go through onto what will be our 11th lap of our 12th lap of the race, and it stays, well, fairly similar, 2.3 the gap now.
Yeah, so we gained a few tenths, but it wasn't a big gain. Then there's this battle for third place going on still, as Justin Law still holding on to it. And then Nick Swift chasing. Nick Swift, of course, Mini multiple champion over his years, but he's also a preparation expert for preparing these racing Minis. Does a superb job with it. And this car, actually a replica of the car run by his dad, Glyn, who was the founder of the company Swift Tune, and really one of only 200 1275s from factory mid-60s. So very unique, and they got it all back together. But it looks as though he's going to do a great job. We've got these other battles, though, further down the field, and it's quite close between the Alfa Romeos and Minis in another little section, and we'll see whether we can see some more improvements. But there is our race leader, and he's doing a superb job, just not making the mistakes, even though we saw him touch the curb a moment ago.
But we'll see. I have a feeling they're going to catch some
lights
traffic
flashing. Yeah.
At the moment, and I wonder if those lights flashing are going, well, maybe he is watching the TV screens, but potentially could be for the traffic that's about to approach. And we've seen in earlier races this weekend.
That's a shame. The number 56 Mini is off.
Padmore.
Nick Padmore. We were wondering about him earlier with that. So it did look like he'd had a gear change problem. He was up in that battle earlier on. And what a shame, Nicholas is out of the race. But that's the way it goes sometimes, and I'm sure it'll all be fixed. That was a big slide for the race leader, Guy Smith, but the gap still just over 2 seconds, so that was another good lap by Max Chilton. He's just set the new fastest lap at a 1:31.544. But at this point, I have to say Guy Smith's doing just enough. But as you say, when they get into traffic now, this could change things.
It could. The blue flags will be out, but of course they're all in battles amongst themselves, and the battle for third and final spot on the podium has started once again as Nick Swift has closed back down that gap to Justin Law, the number 70 Lotus Cortina, as just looking out my commentary box window, there's a whole handful of minis going through side by side. So great racing wherever you're looking at the on the track, and you can see that's the battle that I was just talking about. And that was the 67 that had an excursion earlier on. The Cullen Mini sliding down the inside of Amy Watts in the number 60.
Yeah.
And we've got this battle between Ditting and Jack in the 2 Alfa Romeo Juniors.
Yeah, so Michael Cullen managing to get. Now, the time is ticking away. Are we going to get a checkered flag already? Because it's about to go to 0, and the checkered flag may well be out already as they come over the line. Yes, just. And so the victory goes to Guy Smith. Max Chilton finishes in 2nd place, and in 3rd place, it is surely going to be a Ford Lotus Cortina 1, 2, 3, because although the minis pushed so hard, I don't think they ever quite found a way past. No, they didn't. So 3rd place goes to Justin Law, 4th place goes to Nick Swift, top mini, and what a wonderful battle they put on. Adam Morgan finishing in 5th position, and then the battle of the Alfa Romeos, and indeed that was a good performance because Halusa has managed to do that. Lucas Halusa has beaten Matthew Home when Matthew Home had actually been ahead of him earlier on in the race. So well done to Lucas Halusa in that Alpha battle, and then we've got this other one still going on.
Yeah, we have Rory Jack is going to have a little look, but he's got to watch out from the 67 Mini of Cullen just behind. He's not quite going to be able to do it. He will have the legs on the Mini as they go down the main straight to collect the checkered flag. But wherever he looked, Ben, there was exciting, fair, clean racing from everybody. So well done.
Yeah, it was great stuff, and watching those minis battling each other, but also trying to catch up to Justin Law. But well done to Justin Law. I mean, he's got plenty of experience, and he was able to fend them off throughout the course of the race and did an excellent job. Justin, a 2-time winner of the Le Mans Legends race, a winner of the St Mary's Trophy here at Goodwood's in the past. So all sorts of bits and pieces, many times a star on the Festival of Speed as well. But today it's Guy Smith who has taken that victory, the Le Mans winner and the multiple success in sports car racing, of course, but also he's had success at this track at Goodwood. Last year, actually, at Donington, he took a victory in the Jack Sears in his Lotus Cortina, number 711. Well, he started off the 2025 season pretty well too, isn't he, with a victory here at Goodwood. Well done to him. Lots of congratulations. And the quality of both him and Max Chilton driving these Ford Lotus Cortinas, but also well done to Justin Law for holding on to 3rd place after all that pressure from the minis behind. But also a big clap for Nick Swift, who did such a superb job to be the first mini to come home. Lovely, great racing, and in just a few moments we will get to hear from our top 3 drivers, of course, the winners of this Whitmore Cup, these classic saloon car racers from the mid-1960s, and this range of cars, but Ford Lotus Cortina, of course, a favourite for so many people. Decent amount of power, rear-wheel drive, and very quick off the line, as we saw, and it worked extremely well for Guy Smith. He did a fantastic job. You can see he's been working quite hard.
He has, and we were looking, weren't we, whether this was going to actually be the final lap or not. And I think he crossed the line, just before he crossed the line, there was 1 second remaining, and then bang, once that time was up, the flag came out. But he had that traffic in front of him, so an extra lap, it could have been a different story.
Absolutely, that was great stuff. I really, really enjoyed watching that. And Max Chilton, of course, getting that 2nd place, and Justin Law, so it ended up being a 1, 2, 3 for the Ford Lotus Cortinas, and they're congratulating each other, and you'd love to know what they were talking about, but yeah, Ed is down there, so we can find out a bit more.
Well, what a race. 2 amazing talents. Guy, let's start with you. You probably thought it was going to be busier than that, but he kept you honest.
He did. He was a little bit further behind, but I could see from the distance it wasn't changing. So he was keeping the pressure on. And these cars are so tricky to drive that if you make one small mistake, you can lose seconds. So I was just trying to have a clean race, really. But Max obviously kept me honest. So yeah, it's nice to get my first win at Goodwood as well, first ever time. So you'll know what it's like to win at Goodwood.
Let's move on, Max. I guess that's what you're hoping for—a small mistake, fastest lap, but not quite enough.
Yeah, I mean it was a faultless race from Guy. I didn't get a great. I think I had the pressures a bit too low at the start, so I got done by Justin, and then I felt like I did probably the only overtake I did all race was a pretty decent one, and then I just had to hunt him down. But I just said to Guy, I don't think the gap changed for all 12 laps. Literally, maybe a car length if he had a better lap or I had a better lap. But yeah, deserved first win at Goodwood. Very happy for him, and it's always a pleasure.
Well, look, we've actually got some footage, Justin, that you might want to watch, which is the Minis follow. You're going to be looking forward to going home and not having a Mini in your rearview mirror, aren't you? Here we go.
The whole race, they were just on me, and I was quicker in certain parts, they were quicker in certain parts, but it finally clicked after a few laps that I think I'd got it, but they were all over me.
They were actually changing leads, I think, so that each of them could keep having a go at you.
I know, yeah, it was manic. I was like, where's that green one come from? Hang on, wasn't that white a minute ago? It's just mental, and I could see these guys slightly pulling away. I just couldn't keep to their pace, but well done, guys. Awesome.
Were they trying any tactics with the lights on the Minis? Because I got bored of chasing him after about 10 laps. I started flashing my lights just to see if that would put Guy off, but it didn't.
No, I saw that coming into Woodcote. Did you see that in the rearview mirror?
I didn't actually. My eyesight's not the best, so I would just kind of look forward, and every so often I'd have a glance in the mirror. But yeah, no, it was a great race. Really, really good fun.
Great driving, everyone. Well done.
Thank you.
Well, lovely to know that it's Guy's actual first win at Goodwood. As I say, he was a winner at Donington last year with the car, but it's lovely that he's taking his first win at Goodwood. So, Guy Smith, the winner from Max Chilton, Justin Law, but Nick Swift doing that superb job in the Mini to finish in fourth, but the first of the Minis. Adam Morgan behind. Lucas Alusa doing a great job, as I say, to get ahead of Matthew Home. Mike Jordan was 8th in his Mini, and Ian Thompson in 9th with Nick Jarvis in 10th position. And then outside the top 10, Neil McFadden and Tim Lazel, Nicholas Ditting, Rory Jack, Michael Cullen. So more of the mixtures. Tim Lazel actually with the BMW. That was good to get into 12th place there. Amy Watts a little further down. And then unfortunately a couple of cars out. Notably, of course, Nicholas Padmore, who was one of those Minis that were battling away so hard early on, but clearly a mechanical issue with the car at the end. Well, Alice, that was an entertaining race, wasn't it? Good fun.
It certainly was. You could see the launch that Guy Smith got from off the line there, and then we had this the trio of Minis that were door rubbing, wheel banging, and some losing parts of the car, but they kept it clean, pretty much so for the rest of the race. And then we had this battle, didn't we? Max Chilton tried to swing round the outside, get the undercut on the number 70 of Justin Law.
Yeah, but he did manage to get past Justin Law, and he was telling us about that in a moment. So losing out a bit at the start did hurt him a little bit because he wasn't able to go with Guy Smith straight away. And then they were doing the same lap times, but it was all about this battle between the Minis, but also trying to find a way to get past Justin Law. And you could hear from Justin afterwards that he was a bit anxious about it until he kind of realised if he just held it all together, it would be all right. There were battles all the way down the field, which was fun. The Alfa Romeos were having a great fight as well, but these three Minis all racing against each other, but kind of working together to try and stay on terms with Justin Law. But it really was fantastic to watch, and watching the Minis sliding through these corners is always exciting. Sadly for Nick Padmore, there was a gear change problem, but I think there was more than that because ultimately he had to retire, and one or two others making mistakes.
Yeah, the 67 having a little spin down at Woodcote Corner, but managed to restart and get going again. And as you said, this excellent battle between these two Alfa Romeos, which continued all the way through the race and then invited along a couple of Minis. You can see the flash of the lights from Max Chilton in the background, doing anything he can to put off Guy Smith, but it wasn't to be for him.
Well, it was quite fun to hear from Guy that he never saw the lights flash anyway. So it was Guy Smith who took the victory. There were battles all the way behind. I hadn't seen that till now, but thankfully most of them survived. Guy Smith took a great victory.
This was the first Easter handicap for sports cars, and Duke, driving car number 70, soon showed he was as much at home in the seat as in the saddle.
Right, so now we are looking forward to the Gordon and Murray demo that is coming out on track right now, and that's great to see. We are looking at some beautiful cars. Now, our Director of Engineering, Nick Hoyle, is with us once again.
Good afternoon.
Yep, lovely to have you with us to explain about some of the cars that we are seeing. And it's a couple of versions of the Gordon Murray cars that we are watching out there today, isn't it? Several versions, in fact.
That's right. On track now, we've got some customers in their T50s. We've been in production with the T50, our first production car. We've been in production that for a little while now, delivered over 60 cars, and we've got some customers joining us this weekend, and they're out on track enjoying their cars in a bit of a parade there.
Well, it's lovely. And there's always this, as we heard yesterday, if fans were here yesterday, the crowd, but if you're here today for the first time, the noise of these V12 engines, absolutely unique. And of course, for Gordon Murray, the great designer, very important to him, isn't it? That the sound that these cars produce is very, very important.
Yeah, this is about driver interaction, and as you say, one of the most important parts of that is the sound and the feel of the engine, giving you that excitement, so you're feeling the road through the palms of your hand and the seat of your pants, and you're hearing the engine and as it pushes you down the road. And 12,000 revs is quite something to experience, I have to say.
Yeah, 12,000 revs with what is nearly 4 litres V12. So it's not only a great sound, it's extremely powerful, isn't it, Alice?
It is, and actually you can see on screen that unique driving position. What was the aim to achieve with having the driver sat right in the middle?
We put him in the middle of the action, basically. It draws that line to a Grand Prix car, doesn't it? Sitting in the middle. It's a great view out. You can see the top of both fenders, so you can position the car perfectly. And also for T50, it draws that direct line back to the McLaren F1, which Gordon obviously did back in the early 90s. So this is the F1 30 years later.
So it is the ultimate track day car, essentially, and car to go out on the road.
Yeah, this is, as someone said, the greatest sports car of all time. I think we're very proud of that. We think it's the ultimate driver's experience for a road car.
I love the fact that it's got the aerodynamic fan in the rear of the car as well, inspired by the Brabham BT46B in Formula One days, which they then got told, no, you can't do that.
No, that's right.
It's such a brilliant idea, wasn't it?
It is, isn't it? Yes, and Bernie Eccleston withdrew that car, much to Gordon's frustration, actually.
Indeed.
Because it was such an advantage. This fan doesn't work in exactly the same way. It's not quite the vacuum cleaner. It cleans up the boundary layer in the diffuser and to create more efficiency in there.
Okay.
But you do really notice it.
Now we're looking at something else that's about to come out, aren't we?
This is T33. This is our new sports car, a new product. So a more conventional seating position, 2 seats side by side. Again, very small and very compact, and again, still a driver's car. This is debuting our iStream Superlight primary structure, so aluminium bonded composite panels.
Lovely.
And these cars are in, this is a development car here. That's done about half of our development so far. So we've done a whole lot of crash testing. We've done some thermal work, some ride and handling testing, and a bit of durability work as well.
What do we see in the back there?
That's the muffler.
Okay.
So unfortunately we do have to meet noise regulations, but to our advantage, when they wrote the regulations, no one thought any car would do 11,000 revs. So we take that to the fullest advantage.
Gordon wanted to go one step further.
Yeah, exactly. The production muffler's a bit smaller than that, I'm glad to say.
So when can customers potentially get their hands on one of these?
Next summer is the first cars will go out the door, and we're doing it in a coupe, as you can see here. We've got a Spider, a roofless version as well.
Whoa!
Yeah, so Steve Hayes, our senior development driver, known as Sideways Steve.
Okay.
For that reason.
Demonstrating just that, yes.
Perfect. I mean, sound, we've touched on it is so important, but as you also mentioned, is performance and handling, and what sort of rigorous testing do you do on track? Because obviously Dario has, I'm guessing he's going to go back out in the T50. We saw him yesterday, and certainly could show us a great display of how well that handles.
Yes, that's right. So we do, the testing is extensive. Some on track like this, and the car has got such extreme performance that you can't extend it on the road safely, so you do all your testing on the track. We do some at racetracks like this. We do some on proving grounds such as Millbrook or Nardo. We do the crash test that I've mentioned before. We do stuff in a chamber or a dyno as well. So it's a whole range of things to make sure the customer gets a really robust product.
The engine is still the sort of Cosworth developed V12, but it's a slightly different version, isn't it?
Yes, we've turned it down a little bit. It just does only 11,000 revs. Only 11. But that means we get a little bit more torque lower down in the mid-range.
Right.
So it's a slightly more relaxed, slightly more everyday proposition than the T50, which is quite extreme. You put a bit of effort in, you get a lot of reward out. But this is much easier to jump in and drive as an everyday product.
It is remarkable what Gordon Murray has created over the years. I mean, he's in his late 70s now, but you were telling me yesterday he's still working just as hard as ever.
Absolutely, very hard, yeah. It puts us all to shame, actually, and really pulls us along, to be fair.
Well, it's lovely what he's achieved, and what he achieved in the world of Formula One, of course, with Brabham, initially with McLaren, and then creating that original McLaren F1 road car, which was so stunning. But then in this modern era, to come up with these remarkable machines, it is astonishing what you've done.
Well, these have been in his mind for quite a long time, actually, and I think you can see here with T33, we think it's kind of a return to beauty, we say. He's taken a lot of inspiration from 1960s sports cars that he likes. You'll see a small collection of some of those in the paddock behind our stand. And so you can see inspiration from things like Porsche 904, Ferrari 206 SP, those really voluptuous, curvy 1960 sports cars, the sports races.
Funnily enough, we saw Ferrari 206 do extremely well yesterday in one of the races.
Didn't we just?
Yes. But yeah, it is so lovely to see the T33 and that noise, that sound that we get from it as well. Very, very, very special.
Very special indeed, yes. We're very proud of it.
I actually went past to have a little look at your stand, and I thought, well, I'm going to have to come back later. It was so busy down there. So what cars have you got on display down there?
Well, we have a T50S and a T33. We've got the first production intent T33 on stand. So that's production intent, body, structure, everything, and that's ready to go off and start running test work next week. So yeah, come down and have a look at that later on, please.
I will. When it's a bit quieter, if that's going to happen, because it was so busy.
We've been really busy this weekend, yeah.
Which is, of course, great to see, and as you said, it's great to see a range and new and exclusive, because it was the dynamic debut, wasn't it, last year? For the T50.
That's right, yep.
And it has a slightly different steering system too, doesn't it?
Yeah, I should have mentioned that. This has got hydraulic steering, so T50, quite heavy steering, so it's manual, but this has got hydraulic steering. It just adds to that usability and everyday usability, so you can jump in it. The side-by-side seating makes that easy, of course, too. Power steering, just so that you can jump in and either drive across the continent or just down to the shops equally.
I mean, I'd love to take one of those down to the shops. Can you imagine all the looks pulling up to my local shop? But here we go, Dario. We mentioned yesterday, didn't we, that he drives a car, any car, very fast. But you whispered to us that it could have potentially, off the record, broken the lap record.
I think we can say that unofficially. It did, yes. He was pushing on yesterday, wasn't he?
He certainly was.
Spectacular. Yeah. So this is T50S. This is our T50-based track car. So we're aiming to get the most fun, most exciting track car experience for our customers. We're making 25 of these, and they'll start to go to their customers late this year. It looks like a T50 in many respects, but you can see the massive front splitter, the extra aerodynamic devices, the dive planes on the front fender there, and the huge rear wing. So we're making over 1,200 kilos of downforce total. But we're balancing that so that drivers of any skill and experience can drive it. So Dario, of course, no problem at all, but anybody can better jump in and drive this car and get the balance they need to.
Oh, it's lovely to see, and it would be great to see Dario Franchitti coming back out. Of course, it is in honour of Nicky Lauda as well. You can see the Nicky Lauda name on the back of the car, and he's heading out. So if you're here at Goodwood, I do hope you could get a good view. If you're watching online with us, then we'll have a little listen to it as well, because this is amazing to watch Dario Franchitti out. He is very much part of the team, part of Gordon Murray Group, isn't he?
He is very much, yeah. He's Director of Product and Brand, so he's he helps us very much with understanding what the customers want, what the product should be, and advising us on it every day. Yeah, that's not ideal.
I wonder what's going on, but he's definitely taking it a little bit slowly at this point. Or is he going to do a bit of a start for us? I wonder what this is all about. He has come to a stop. No hand signals. Maybe he has a radio. I don't know whether he's communicating with anybody.
Yeah, off he goes.
Interesting. Yeah. Well, I wonder if he had to reset something.
A control out leap sport.
Yeah, maybe. It does seem as though it's running a little differently to how it was yesterday.
Yeah, it is a little bit slower, unfortunately. We did have a little issue at the end of the run yesterday, and had to look at the car overnight. Maybe there's something left over, I'm afraid. But the car has just come back from 3,000 kilometres worth of development testing in Spain.
Right.
So we are just towards the final elements of development and sign-off of the car before it gets built up and sent to the customers.
It doesn't actually seem to be changing up in gear. It sounds to me as though he's virtually at maximum revs in what might be first or second.
I think he's kind of mid-revs there, but yes, he's stuck in a gear, isn't he?
Yeah, it does seem stuck in a gear. It doesn't seem to want to change gear for some reason, but it's all part and parcel of developing cars. It's still the early days of developing cars like this.
Very much.
Yeah.
And if Ben wanted to purchase one, which I'm sure he'd love to, how much would it set him back by?
£3.2 million.
Is that all?
But you'll be relieved that they're all sold, Ben, so you don't have to delve into pockets there.
Can't get one.
Well, there's lucky people who've already ordered them.
Yes.
Which is amazing.
Very lucky, yeah.
Yeah, no, that is fabulous. But clearly Dario has a little bit of an issue with the car. He was so dramatic with it yesterday. I mean, the speeds that he was going around this track yesterday were remarkable.
It was,
So I think we should blame him. We're going to say that he broke it. He was going too quickly.
I was given the chance to look at the car and experience the lines more easily than he was going fast, perhaps.
Just tell us, I know that there isn't a sort of major plan, but it's very much about road cars, maybe track cars. Is there any plans for going racing in the future?
Not at the moment. I think at the moment that car we see on screen, the T50S, is 900 kilos, so considerably underneath the weight of anything that would race competitors a bit more. We'd have to add 250, 300 kilos, which just goes against the grain.
Yeah, I can imagine that.
If we did decide to go racing in the future, we'd need to look at the regulations and design something specifically for that.
Okay, well, that's fair enough. No, I totally understand that, because you're producing it absolutely for road drivers to be the ultimate it can be on road, and then it depends whether that suits being on track or not.
That's right, and it is a track car, it's not a racing car, so it's about how it makes you feel. As much as the road cars are exciting to drive and make you feel good, the track car is exactly the same. This isn't about numbers or the fastest lap time or the most downforce or whatever it is. It's about a fun driving experience.
Mind you, Gordon Murray, the McLaren F1, was never meant to be a racing car, and then it went and won Le Mans.
It did pretty well, didn't it?
Amazing. It was an amazing background. Let's just take a little look back at some of the fun and games then of the Gordon Murray cars out on track, which is lovely to have here at Goodwood. And for Gordon Murray, CBE, the great designer in all forms of both motor racing and road cars, and some of the latest machinery, some of the customers, and then of course great to see these new versions coming out onto the track.
Yeah, Sideways Steve showing why he's called Sideways Steve.
Yeah, that was great. That really was a good sort of sideways moment by Steve Hayes. For Dario, it wasn't quite the same as yesterday. Something wasn't quite 100% right. He had to take it rather steady and has brought it back into the pits. But it was very impressive yesterday, I have to say. So when that car is up to full speed, it is absolutely remarkable, and they will soon sort it out, I'm sure, very, very quickly. Fun to see. Thank you very much for joining us. And let's go join David down there.
So we're currently in the assembly area, about to set off for the inaugural Win Percy race, and we're joined by one of the house captains, Andy. How are you finding Goodwood Members Meeting so far?
I'm having a great time. It's been lovely. The lovely weather, some great racing. Yesterday in the Camaro, fighting for the win. Today in the Z4, it's been awesome, and now I'm going to scare myself in the Mini.
Well, you're definitely a busy bee, and a good race to look forward to. Now, before we talk any more about what you're driving and what's going on in the Win Percy, we are going to do a check-up of those all-important scores, which I'm sure you're interested in, Andy. So let's take a look at the scores on the board.
Well, looking good there, actually, Andy. Look at this, second place opening there. Tom Bolton, unfortunately, that might have been the tug of war, I think. Very heavily contested. They're at 21,868. But, you know, Darnley's got the wooden spoon at the moment, 18,275. But I think a strong second place there, 20,060 points. Are you
Any
happy
comments on those, Andy?
I'm very happy with that. I've been training all year for the tug of war. I've been eating as much as I can. So we did really well, but Dario turned up with all the big bruises from his race team, so we didn't have a chance there. But it's nice to see Albany in the running. If I can ask everyone out there to go and do ferret racing, go and do some clay pigeon shooting, axe throwing, everything, just to try and get us onto that P1 spot would be great.
Good pitch there, good pitch.
Yeah.
Now, coming back to this Win Percy, you're not in the first slot. Your co-driver's ready, warming up the car here. It's great to see this new race for the smaller cars, under 2.8 litre Group 1 touring cars. You've driven some pretty fearsome cars around this track, Cobras. Sounds like you're more scared of this one than anything.
Yeah, you know what it's like. I think you've driven one too. I must say, I've driven some really fast cars, but this thing keeps me on my toes. You've got to be very committed around here. We're going to have a great race. We've got Dario, TK and Gordon in a Mini. And honestly, I've had races here fighting not to be last and had such fun. So hopefully we can get stuck up there and have some fun and do some good overtaking.
4 house captains in minis. What could possibly go wrong?
I know. Last year we had them all in the Camaros, and Dario and I had such a titanic race. And we're like, why? Why do we need to do this? But the horns come out and we have fun. So I'm sure this will be a great race.
We look forward to this one, not just because of what you're driving, but that all 4 of you are going to be competitive. Is it best man wins, or do you have any messages for your fellow competitors?
It's all about the winning. I mean, listen, we drive over our grandmother to win. So no, it's actually about taking part. And whether you win or lose, you go home happy here at Goodwood, because it's such a lovely event. So the cars you drive, you meet new owners, and you drive some great cars. Yesterday I was fighting for the win, and today I'll be fighting to be 15th, but it doesn't matter. It's just nice to be part of it.
It will be a great watch nonetheless. So we'll let you get ready, Andy, and we're going to throw to a handy explainer video that tells us more about this brand new race.
The Win Percy is a brand new race introduced for the 82nd Members Meeting. It takes its name from the 3-time British saloon car champion, often regarded as the greatest pound-for-pound touring car driver in history. He enjoyed an unprecedented run of domination between 1980 and 1982, as he twice completed clean sweeps of the smaller engine classes, first with the Mazda RX-7, later the Toyota Corolla, before he moved to the European Championship in 1984. At the 82nd Members Meeting, those smaller capacity cars will be celebrated like never before, as the Win Percy Trophy's entire 30-car grid will be dedicated to touring cars under 2.8 litres. Mini 1275 GTs will face off against Ford Fiestas, VW Golfs, Scirocco's and Triumph Dolomite Sprints. The inaugural running of the Win Percy Trophy will be a single 45-minute race with VIPs sharing driving duties with owners. Each car will need to safely navigate a mid-race driver change to have a chance of making it onto the top step of the podium. Oh yes, we have a good one to look forward to now, the Win Percy Trophy in celebration of that 3 times British Touring Car Champion. A man still around these days, and it would be lovely to see how this all goes with the cars under 2.8 litres and with some very rapid professional drivers. Most of those will be taking over in the second part of the race. It's mostly the entrance drivers who will be starting the race, and then it will be the stars who take over a little bit later on in the 45-minute period. So we shall see how it all goes, and we've got a real mixture of machinery up on the front row, in fact, because we've got a VW Golf on pole position. It'll be Jim Morris, who will be sharing it with Andre Lotterer, that will be starting right up front. We've got a Ford Escort RS2000 in the middle of the front row. It's a car being driven by Jake Hill, but it'll be Kerry Michael who will start the race. And then on the outside of the front row, it's lovely to see the RX-7, the Mazda RX-7, with which Win Percy had a great deal of success in British touring cars. That's going to be on the outside of the front row. Alex Taylor will make the start. Emanuele Pirro will also be driving it. John Watson is with me. John, it really is a lovely mix of machinery and promise for some great racing, not only in the first part with the sort of owner's entrance of these cars, but in the second part when we've got the professionals having fun.
Well, first of all, look at the variety of cars. I mean, how often do you see a Ford Fiesta? That's the initial iteration of the Ford Fiesta, and that is competitive. But a VW Golf on pole position, Andre Lotterer set that time yesterday. I don't think anybody saw that coming. And then you got Jake Hill, and he set the time in the Ford RS Escort 2000. And then the Mazda RX-7, a car which Win Percy, of course, raced in period and enjoyed great success. And through the field, you got a number of Triumph Dolomites. I mean, there's an Alfa Romeo GTV and Toyota Celicas, whatever. I mean, it's a variety of touring cars from that period in the 70s. We don't see any longer. Absolutely right, no, and it was a lovely part of the 70s, 80s racing of these kind of cars, and we will see how it all goes in the race itself. But you can see that mixture, the Triumph Dolomites down, a few of those down towards the rear, some one-offs, the Opel Commodore, Pete Fisk will be starting in that car as we look at the Escort down towards the back. And family of that's another one of the Smith family, actually, Guy Smith, who won just now. I think that's part of their family, that car, but it is going to be starting down at the back. But here we are looking at the front row of the grid, and nearest to us right now, the car that is on pole position, the VW Golf GTI,
Jim Morris, who, as I say, will be taking the start. Andre Lotterer will be the man sharing with him as they hope to try and take the victory. But this being a longer race, two-driver race, always very unpredictable as to how it can be worked out.
Well, part of it will be timing to come into the pit lane and do the driver change. And I'm assuming that the majority of the cars in this field, and I wouldn't say everyone, but there'll be right-hand drive, which makes it easier to make a driver change in the pit lane because it is not a very wide pit lane. So if you've got a left-hand drive car and you're opening the left-hand door, well, there you can see the pit lane. So you open if you don't get yourself into position on the right of the pit lane, which is where you're required to be to carry out your driver change, it narrows down that pit lane significantly. So hopefully it'll not be an issue, but obviously the pit stops themselves, the driver change, and some drivers are very adept at getting in and out quickly. Others, it's a bit of a sort of a skill they're in the sort of learning on the job.
Absolutely
and
right.
A race like this can be won and lost so easily by a poor pit stop, or equally by an outstanding pit stop.
We saw Nick Swift doing a fantastic job in a Mini just a little while ago. Well, Nick Swift is competing again in a different Mini, number 60, which is on the second row of the grid for this one. So he was on the second row of the grid for a previous race we had, and he was top Mini finisher in that. And he's sharing that car with Andrew Jordan, so that's a very good mix.
Absolutely. I mean, that's a car that I think, both drivers are going to be very good on the racetrack. They'll also be excellent when it comes to making that pit stop. So I think that's a car that you're going to have to keep an eye on. And Andrew Jordan and Nick Swift in a Mini may not be the obvious choice to win, but I tell you what, if an outside bet, that's got to be the car to pit it on.
They probably would like a bit of rain, actually, wouldn't they? That would suit the Mini. Would that suit the Mini?
Looking skyward, there are a few clouds around, but I think they're in transit. They're passing by. It's not going to be a problem, but certainly if it did rain, it would maybe give the Mini that marginal advantage, of course, being front-wheel drive. The VW Golf front-wheel drive, the Ford Escort rear-wheel drive, the Mazda rear-wheel drive.
Yeah, no, it's going to be lovely to see how that all goes. And don't forget that actually the house captains are also competing in Minis up and down the grid, actually. They'll be coming out later on, of course. We've got the formation lap underway now. For example, Andy Prio will be in Mini number 64, and Dario Franchitti, he's going to be in a Mini, so will Gordon Shedden as well. So all of the captains will be in Minis, and they'll be having their own sort of separate little battle, trying to get some more points, of course, for their own houses. We shall see how that all goes. But it's warm-up time now, just building up a little bit of tyre warmth and see how that all goes, and then it'll be back round for a standing start.
Another car I'm going to keep an eye on is the 51 Ford Fiesta, starting on the third row of the grid. And that's a car that Steve Soper is in sharing with Simon Goodliff. And also just at the very tail of the field, you can see a little red car. Well, that's a VW Polo. And it's been driven by one of the two drivers, Christopher Haase, who's got a mega reputation as a GT3 driver. And he was doing some of the GT3 parades. That car should have been driven by Hans-Joachim Strutzelstuck, but Christopher Haase is taking his place. 50 years in production. What an amazing record for VW Polo.
And it's lovely. It's carrying number 50, just to celebrate that, isn't it? So it's lovely. So we've got the Morris Lotterer Golf on pole position, and then Jake Hill will get a chance to drive the Escort later on in the race. The Mazda alongside on the front row. Then another Escort and the Mini. The Swift Jordan Mini is starting in 5th place. Keep an eye on Alex Brundle in the BMW later on when we get the race underway, because he will be doing a good job with that. It's Darren Fielding who's going to be leading that one. Simon Goodliff is going to be starting in 7th place, and Rick Turner is going to be starting alongside in another of the Minis. And then we've got an Alfa Romeo GTV, which Tiffany Dell will be competing in a little bit later on. He'll be starting in 10th place. That's going to be fun to see. And then we've got Matt Green next up in the Toyota Corolla, Rupert Death in the Mini, and then Matthew Saunders. Then we got Harvey Death and James Alexander, and then Bo Parry and Tom Crichton and Lawrence Waugh lining up on the grid. And then the next little group of cars, the 19th place Ben Colburn will be starting in the Ford Fiesta, and Malcolm Harrison will be starting in the Austin Metro. Back onto row 9, and it's going to be Tim Morley. He'll be sharing with Tom Chilton. Orlando Lindsay starts in another of the Dolomites, several Dolomites together there. Simon Clark alongside. Then Mark Wilson in the Golf and Miles Poulton in another Dolomite. And then we go down to 26th place on the grid. Phil Bullen-Brown, Mark Bevington and Pete Fisker making the starts for this. Chris Haas in the polo at the back with Peter Smith getting ready for the start of this race.
Another little mention, the VW Golf on pole position. It's 44 years for the VW Golf as well. So VW got 2 celebrations, one with the Golf 44 years, one with the Polo for 50 years. So a lot to celebrate. And that black 44 Golf was absolutely sensational in qualifying.
It was, absolutely. So we shall see how that all goes in this one. But it is going to be a very, very interesting race, no doubt about it. And there is the number 50 Polo then in that celebratory mode. Let's see how it gets on. I don't think it's going to be the fastest car, but it used to have some pretty good results in the European Touring Car Championship. That was quite the sort of outright race winners, but we shall see. Okay, cars are nearly all in place. The last few just moving into the final row of the grid. And the green flag flies. We're getting ready for the Win Percy Trophy to get underway. Flag flies, race start, and it's a good start with the Mazda RX-7. Alex Taylor really getting off the line with that rotary motor, but no, the Escort is coming back even better. The RS2000 takes the lead, and in fact the RX-7 loses out even to a Mini.
Yeah, the Mazda got the jump at the start, but just seemed to lose momentum once the cars were rolling down towards Magic, so the RS2000 is taking the lead from the VW Golf, and already the Golf is sort of showing its nose as they come through Ford Water.
So Kerry Michael leading this race at the moment from Jim Morris in second place. But look at what Nick Swift has managed to do in the Mini. No surprises there. The number 60 Mini has got up into third place, having started fifth. We got a Mini in the background spinning off. Hopefully not making contact with anybody else. And that's Rupert Deeth, who is trying to sort it all out, get back on. He is going to be sharing that car with Gordon Shedden.
And also the BMW, and that's the car I think Alex Brundle might be driving, or certainly getting into. That also went off on the exit of St Mary's. So while the Mini went hop, skip and jump over the grass, the BMW likewise found itself running out of road on the exit of St Mary's.
That was very close for things going wrong, but thankfully they managed to sort themselves out very well. We've got the battle for the lead then going on as Kerry Michael in the Escort RS2000 is definitely under pressure from the car that was on pole position. Jim Morris is keeping the pressure on, but you can see all top 4 cars are close. But the Mini has been passed down the straight, presumably, by the RX-7. That's not a great surprise, is it?
No, look who's in 5th place, by the way. That's that little Ford Fiesta that I told you to keep an eye on. So across the start-finish line, the Escort has got the advantage. Arguably, it's got a little bit more straight-line speed than the Mini now. Under threat from the Fiesta. Coming up into Madrick, Mini's going to hold his ground, it does. So the Fiesta will maybe think about an undercut coming out of Madrick, and then think further about, can I make a pass coming down into Ford Water?
Battle for the lead as well, though. Look at this, because now the VW Golf has got the advantage. Yes, and goes in front. So Jim Morris, who did start from pole but didn't get off the line quite as well, he has managed to sneak past Kerry Michael. So it is the VW Golf, and now the Escort RS2000 is coming under pressure from the Mazda RX-7, as Alex Taylor is definitely applying it. But as you said, that Fiesta is going extremely well. Simon Goodlev, he's still having a battle with Nick Swift, but there is a chance that both of them might be able to find a way past the car ahead of them, the RX-7.
Well, into Lavant, almost 3 into 1 doesn't quite work, but they got themselves into line. So the Mazda will have the straight line advantage here over the Mini and of the Fiesta. But for some reason, that great start of the Mazda just suddenly tapered away. But now looking to make a move, certainly setting himself up to think about making a move down into Woodcut, trying to find a way past the Ford Escort in second place, but not sufficiently close behind. Well, it's not far behind. Forget about making a dive into the chicane. It's just not worth the risk.
Yeah, taking a slightly defensive line there. I'm surprised that that felt necessary. This was when the Mini lost it, and yeah, Rupert Deeth actually dealt with it pretty well. Got on the grass, got back on the power, and was back out again.
I think in a Mini, when you go, there's now the BMW. Where did that happen?
So this is
maybe what led to the incident.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he got wide and got onto the grass, and the thing just spun across. But with a front-wheel drive car, when you're in trouble, if in doubt, just floor the throttle. But he did get close to that marshalling post, so it got clear anyway. So challenge now coming to second place, Ford Escort from the Mazda.
Yeah, so Kerry Michael under a bit more pressure once again from Alex Taylor. Alex Taylor in the RX-7 Mazda, but he's also got to watch his mirrors because Nick Swift is trying to come through on the inside. Doesn't quite happen, but it is very, very close. And all of this battle that's going on for second, third, fourth places is sort of allowing the race leaders to make a break down the inside. Well, it's always a risky move there.
It is, and he's paid the penalty because he had to get on the brakes. He ran wide and allowed the Mini Nick Swift to get up into third place. And also the Fiesta, I'm thinking, well, I'll have a bit of that action as well. So now the Mazda's got to go to defensive on the one hand, go on to the attack on the other hand, and again, straight line performance from the Mazda just sees it's easing its way past the Mini without very much difficulty whatsoever.
No, doing a good job down the straight. No great surprise there that it's got the straight line speed. There are very few racing Mazda RX-7s around these days. This one actually has been sort of rebuilt in tribute of Win Percy with its noisy rotary engine. And there's probably only 3 active RX-7s, we think, now in this sort of zone. But it's lovely to see it in this race, the only one in this race, of course, and battling away, potentially for a podium, but it's very early days, 40 minutes to go, and some star drivers who will be waiting in the pit lane to take over these cars in a while.
Well, these are the, let's say, I wouldn't call them number 2 or gentleman drivers, but those that are the likely ones to get in and really, really get on with the program will be sitting in the pit lane waiting to think, are they going to come in at the earliest opportunity, or will it be all about track position, and that's more important sometimes than overall performance.
That's Matthew Sanders, who has pulled off, and I wonder if there's a problem with his Triumph Dolomite. That's a bit of a shame there. Not looking as though they're going to be able to get much further with it, and there's still this battle, as you say, going on. Very, very close in the fight with these 3 very different looking cars. The RS2000 still just managing to fend off the Mazda at this stage, but it's getting close to battle for second, and the Mazda now coming through. Has it got the speed down the straight line? I think it has got just a little bit more straight line speed.
But he's got track position, which is the more important thing coming into Woodcote. Now the Escort's trying to go a little bit deeper on brakes to get himself some advantage, but look, clever driving.
Yeah.
The Ford was in the wrong part of the racetrack at the wrong time, and that's allowing the Mini to get back into this battle for 4th position. 3rd position is the Escort, 4th is the Mini, and in 5th place, that little feisty Ford Fiesta.
That was a lovely move by Alex Taylor, the son of Trevor, the owner and builder of the car. So Alex did a really nice job there, and he's got himself up into 2nd position. So that puts Michael, Kerry Michael, down into 3rd position. As you say, he's under big pressure from Nick Swift once again. Here comes Nick.
Yeah, so Nick Swift again. It just depends how you come out of Madrick. The Escort's on the inside going into Ford water, so he's got track position. The Mini's got to fall back in line as they now approach the first part of St. Mary's. The Mini can afford to go the long way round if he's going to be courageous enough to think about doing it.
So let's have a look. Oh, that was an off with a lock up there. Just about managed to save it, staying away from the barrier. That's Tim Crichton, who had that little incident. But thankfully, I don't think any damage was done in the Triumph Dolomite sprint.
Oh, and he got tagged by the Metro going into the chicane.
Okay.
So that was a further contact just at the point of entry. So let's get back and see. So the Mini has got ahead of the Escort. And that was all happening in and around the entry into St. Mary's.
Yeah, so that means that the Mini currently running 3rd, although down the straight, yeah, it swaps back again. Yeah. No surprise there, is it?
In the meantime, our race leader has vanished. He's 4.2 seconds at the last time of going across the start-finish line ahead of this battle for 2nd place. And you can see now just how much the Mazda stretched in the space of 1 lap, and it's run away, in effect, from the Escort, the Mini and the Fiesta.
Yeah, Jim Morris, the race leader, is doing a great job. He set fastest lap in this race. Some more great battles and some beautiful cars as well. The Vauxhall fighting away there, the Forenza Magnum with the Alfa Romeo, and then a Mini. That's the Mini that went off, and we're riding on board with it once again. We're back on board with Rupert Deef in the number 63 Mini, and he's a part of this group.
Yeah, and you might call that a skinny Mini because there wasn't much room to get through, but he threaded the eye of the needle, got the Mini up along the inside and took a position away.
Good to see, and it's lovely to see the Alfa still part of this as well. This is a GTV6 that you're seeing, the Alfa Romeo behind. Chris Snowden is driving that at the moment, and it will be Tiffany Dell later on. It's a car as original as it was raced by John Dooley back in 1982 in the livery that they were using back then. Many of these cars are in the race liveries that they were when they were racing in their times, and it's lovely to see them again. But Nick Swift still doing this remarkable job in the battle that he's having with the Escort. But as you say, the race leader is keeping that little gap up front. And don't forget, it will be Andre Lotterer who takes that car over later.
But actually, on the last lap, the Mazda took about half a second out of that advantage the VW was enjoyed.
Right.
So suddenly the Mazda's just disappeared from this almost a four-way battle, and it's as if he's found another gear, and the car is just clawing its way corner by corner. Well, it was off the track and that was a little, no, I wouldn't say a little error, that was a mistake coming into Woodcote, and the penalty is he's let the Mini get away.
Yeah.
But Nick Swift will be saying thank you very much for that. Give me that every day, any day of the week.
Yeah, so Nick Swift is in third place now, as you say, and Kerry Michael has missed out just a little bit there. He's got back up, but he's now coming under a little more pressure right now. So that didn't quite go to plan. We'll have another look at that in a moment, I'm sure. Just running a little bit too wide down into Woodcote Corner as we go back on board with Rupert Deeth. Is he still managing to make some ground? Looks like he is gaining some places, just outside the top 10 at the moment.
Yeah, running behind the Fiesta, or not the Fiesta, the Vauxhall Fiennes Magnum.
Yep.
And look at him, he's trying to push, he's on the seat belts, tightening them down, and hands going this way and hands going that way.
It's lovely to watch, isn't it?
He's only got 4 gears, there's not a 5th gear there, don't mind changing it.
It's actually great having these on-board shots. I love it because you can see the steering action, you can see the foot action, the braking, where to get back on the power flat out pretty early on the exits of St Mary's. But watch out as he comes down to Lavant. It'll be a heavy brake in a straight line, down the gears, off brake. Then how quickly can you go to full throttle in a Mini? Usually it's quite quick.
No, it's gone now. You look at his right foot. And look at the snappy gear change into 3rd gear and looking in the mirror just to check who's behind him as he comes onto Lavant Straight. Back into 4th gear. There's only 4 gears in a Mini gearbox, or in period anyway.
Yep. So
and just sitting there, nothing you can do, just wait to come to the end of the straight, trying to get on terms with the Vauxhall, but again, the Vauxhall's hogging the inside as they approach into Woodcote. But maybe the Mini's fractionally quicker off the corner, but it's a brave thought to go down the inside, so he's thought the better of it. And conceded.
James Alexander is still only just holding on to 10th place though, because he's under pressure again as they come over the line. That Mini is flying, but in a straight line you'd expect the Vauxhall to be quicker, but he's actually got the inside line. This is a perfect move, surely.
Yes, that was a well worked out, executed move. He knew, well, that's the only chance he's going to get to find a way around the Vauxhall. Now, coming out of Madrick, the run down through Fordwater, the Vauxhall is able just to probably get a car length ahead, gets ahead of the Mini, closes across to take his line into Fordwater, and frustration. I mean, you've done all the hard yards to get ahead, and it's taken away from you within a few seconds.
Yeah, because actually he did that at a very good place, and quite sometimes if you get through Madrick well enough, then it works well, but we shall see how this all goes. Is he getting a little frustrated?
I think he's been frustrated since the flag fell.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we shall see how this all goes. But there, as you can see, we've got a battle on for the lead. As you mentioned, the Mazda RX-7 has been going quicker and quicker, and he's brought the gap right down now from 3.3 seconds last time.
In the space of 1 lap, the gap has gone from 3.3 seconds to there half a second, possibly a little bit more. And all of a sudden, the VW hasn't really lost pace. It's just the Mazda has picked up pace. So the gap is just 0.4 of a second. And I mean, where has this performance come from?
I think there must have been an error somewhere. There must have been a mistake for him to be that close. Here comes the Mini once again. Can it get past the Vauxhall? No, not into the chicane. That's not the ideal place, but it was the next corner, wasn't it? Madwick, where he did it last time.
Yeah, I mean, I think that you've shown your hand once, and so therefore it has to go back to the battle for the lead of the Mazda coming down into St Mary's, and just going to have to be patient. The straight line performance of the Mazda should be sufficient. As long as it's in reasonably half a second or less contact with the VW Golf. Golf will have a little bit better maybe traction and drive off Lavant here, but it's the straight line performance that we've seen from the Mazda here coming onto the Lavant straight, but not very, slightly wide mid-corner exit of Lavant, so again the gap stretched momentarily.
Here we go, we're back on board with Rupert Deeth as he is still trying to find a way past James Alexander in that Vauxhall Forenza Magnum. And some places it seems to work, others it's not.
Hand up again, Ben!
Look at this though, as you say, look, it's so close. Down at the end of the straight, the RX-7 was that much closer to the Golf. So is there going to be a chance, maybe not this lap, but maybe the next lap? Of course, we are getting through the race a little bit more. It'll be a time soon, not quite yet, but when they can start making their pit stops.
Well, I don't know what the teams are going to choose to do, because these two cars have now got a reasonable advantage over the leading or the next 2-3 cars up. So do you bring them in and put in, let's say, Andre Lotterer into the VW and Manuele Pero into the Mazda? I mean, both are super top draw quality professional drivers, and there's the battle going on yet again with the Mini and the Faenza.
Was there a touch or not? I'm not sure there was. But
he's got past, he's just driven past them as if the Vauxhall's got a problem. All of a sudden, just the Vauxhall lost momentum coming off the chicane, and the Mini just flew past. Now, that might have been catching the curb on the exit of the chicane, whatever it is. Now he's got clear, and he's got sufficient clear air on the exit of Madgwick. He should be able to consolidate that third position.
Absolutely right, yeah. So that's put him up into 10th place now. So that's good news. Gordon Shedden will be taking over that car when we get to the pit stop time. But the battle up front is still very, very close, as you can see. It's Jim Morris who is leading in the VW Golf GTI, but under the pressure from the Mazda RX-7 of Alex Taylor. And as you were saying, we've got Le Mans superstars. Oh, and look at it go down the straight. He's got to move, but he's on the outside. It now depends on the braking, but he's got through. Yes, he has done it. Alex Taylor taking the lead briefly. Can he hold on? I'm not sure he's going to, because up the inside into the chicane, the VW Golf's on the inside, and he has to back out.
Wisely, too. At one moment, I thought he's going to hang it out there, but it was going to mean two cars into one would not have gone. But all of a sudden, the ground lost midway through that last lap was more than made up by the time they got onto Lavon Straight, but it was always going to be nip and tuck coming through Woodford, who would come out of the chicane first.
It's a remarkable race, this, though. It's absolutely fascinating to see how it goes. Remember, this is the Win Percy Trophy. Win Percy was a champion in RX-7s himself a couple of times, worked with Tom Walkinshaw Racing, and it's so lovely to see this car putting in a great effort here right now. And for now, he's back in second place, Alex Taylor. He'll be passing over to Emanuele Pirro in a little while. But again, this is the part of the track, John, where it's really critical, because he did manage to sort of semi-make the pass last time.
So coming down into Lavon yet again, so the Mazda's closing it, manages to do it on the quicker parts of the racetrack. Here on the previous lap, look at that. Oh, spectacular for television, for the fans all around the racetrack. But that's not just doing two things. It's hurting your lap time. It may also be hurting your rear tyres.
Right, it is pit lane open time. So who is going to be first into the pits? Are we going to see everybody coming in early, or are we going to see a few staying out? I think we'll see quite a lot of pits, yes, and I'm already seeing a Ford Escort actually heading into the pit lane.
Importantly for the VW, it's gotten into Woodcote ahead of the Mazda, and that allows Lyman Norris to...
Are they coming in?
In his case, no, nobody's coming in. No, they're going to stay out.
That's interesting. I wondered whether they might do something different. They're only maybe learning properly now that the pit lane is open, but they may well be coming in next time around. Whether we're going to see, yes, I am seeing a few cars from our commentary position. There are one or two other cars, but not many of the front runners yet. I think the front runners have stayed out there so far, although actually the car that Jake Hill is going to be running, he is that car. Is it? No, I didn't think that had come in. Yes, it has actually, apparently.
Yes, it's in the pit.
Yeah, Kerry Michael. So that was the car that, of course, was in that battle up front early on. And Jake Hill will be taking it on earlier than some of the other superstar drivers.
Of course, in the pit stop, we're not putting on a nice new fresh set of rubber. There's the Escort in the pit lane, and the driver's door is open, so doesn't look to be a huge amount of urgency.
Yeah, you have to do it. You can't do it too quick. That's a 50-second barrier.
Okay, so that's why it's not...
Exactly. So you have to have a time at one of your mechanics, just making sure you don't go out too early, but it's plenty of time to get the change done, have a quick chat about what's working with the car and what's not, and then go for it.
Yeah. So I wonder will it be a different dynamic when what one might call the pro drivers get in behind the wheels of these varying cars. So the VW Golf still leads, but the Mazda's come back. It lost the lead, and sort of the VW stole the advantage, but now the Mazda's right on the hatchback of the VW Golf.
Right, are we going to see them coming in yet? Oh, we're going to spin. Oh dear, the number one triumph. Orlando Lindsay has had a spin, no damage done to the car, so hopefully it will be okay.
But it gets good style marks.
Absolutely, yeah. And also, you're having a little look at the number 40 Toyota Corolla here. This is Matt Green driving it. He'll be passing over to David Brabham in a little while. They're a little further down or not too far down. They're in the top 10. Let's have a look at what happened here, John.
Okay, watch and see. Did he just get a little too wide and caught the dirt? Well, he didn't even catch the dirt. He just ran off, ran too wide, way too early coming into Madgwick. So whether he was maybe slightly distracted by watching the cars directly ahead of him, and consequently then the car went into that long looping sort of harmless spin, but of course again not do the tyres an awful lot of good, comes across the racetrack to the inside.
Further down the order, can I just tell you, one or two of the other stars are now out. Tom Christensen is now out on track. Dario Franchitti in a Mini as well has now come out on track. So is Andy Prio. So I think we've got the house captains in their Minis all getting out on track at this time.
So they will have a lot of work to do.
Look, the Mazda might take the lead again before they stop. Oh, a little clip across the curb, and then he definitely does not want to be on the outside. Oh, he's done it too much. He's gone wide. Just about safety. Can he get back again? Oh, my goodness.
I could see it from the commentary booth. He was carrying too much speed. Maybe that was down to the brakes, maybe heavy braking, the speed he was carrying, and braking let the VWR race leader in. So maybe that was just the consequence of those two anomalies. So VW into the pits, Mazda takes the lead.
Yeah, it does take the lead, but I think that might be a little error after such a moment for Alex Taylor to be handing over. So Dario, I said Dario Franchitti was out, but that's still in the pits at the moment. I don't know.
No, he when you said he was out, he hasn't actually taken over yet.
Okay.
There's our race leader. The change taking place. Andre Lotterer getting in behind the wheel of the VW Golf, gets the 6-point seat belt harness reattached, and he'll dial himself in as we see our race leader having managed to escape. I mean, what was a lurid big slide. I mean, look again, fantastic coming into Woodcote, off the racetrack, back on the racetrack, and now finds himself in the lead, courtesy of Rick Norris going in and handing the leading VW Golf over to Andre Lotterer.
Absolutely, but Emanuele Pirro is still waiting for his chance to get into the Mazda RX-7. So we'll have to see how this does all work out in the end as the driver changes continues. And of course, this could change everything. Here we go then. The VW Golf is back out. In the background, you can see Jake Hill, who stopped a little bit earlier on in the Ford Escort RS2000.
That'll be an interesting challenge, because that car's back at the races in effect. So Jake Hill, we know the current British touring car champion, so he will be lasering in the Ford Focus onto the back. The car between them is a car that's slightly out of position in relation to these two cars we're talking about. So he'll be thinking, what can I do to catch Andre Lotterer? He's not a natural touring car driver, not totally familiar with front-wheel drive touring cars. I am, and I ought to have some advantages.
Well, let's see how this all works out. We've still got 23 minutes to go, and with a lot of the superstar professional drivers getting on board the cars, but not in the RX-7 just yet. We've got some other battles to keep an eye on, and it is lovely to see this Austin Metro. I think it's the only one we've got out there. Patrick Watts is taking that car over, and so we shall see how it all works. It hasn't come in just yet at the moment, and Tiffany Dell is going to be taking over the Alpha, and that Alpha looks as though it's coming in this time, so we will see Tiffany Dell climbing on board. And there's also actually the Metro's coming in as well, so Patrick Watts will also be taking it on.
Is that Metro a Metro or a Metro Turbo? Because I think Patrick Watts might have raced one of those when he was in his full prime.
Yeah, no, he was very successful in those sort of cars, so I'm not sure whether it's a turbo though, because that was a...
Ben, just while you're having a look at your notes, I'm looking at timing and scoring. Who's got the fastest race lap? Jake Hill in the Ford Escort.
Right, that really is interesting. So we do need to keep an eye on the gap. There it is. I mean,
3.4 seconds as they came across the line to go on to this lap.
Okay, but of course now they are both back up to speed. It's probably this lap we'll get a bit more of a clearer idea of just what the difference in performance and speed is. But we know Jake Hill is such a talent around this Goodwood circuit, as well as being in British touring cars and being the champion last year. He's got a busy career. He's racing at Spa next weekend.
Andre Lotterer's first flying lap was a 1:36.2. Jake Hill's flying lap, seeing the VW ahead of him, a 1:31.2. Now, Andre Lotterer is up to speed now, but Jake Hill took full advantage of that slightly earlier pit stop for the Ford Escort to do a lot of good work, and that's what's drawing him closer. 3.4 seconds as they came across the line to go onto the current lap.
Okay, so I think you're right. I think we're in for a tremendous battle, potentially building up here for what could be the overall victory. But remember, at the moment, we've not had everybody into the pit. So currently, still leading this race, it is Alex Taylor. Oh, and that was a bit of a slide. Onto the touch the grass there, but thankfully sorted it out. Andre Lotterer doesn't make many mistakes, and I don't think he really lost any time, but he is pushing quite hard.
Oh yeah, he's got a mirror, and he'll be looking in that mirror to see that white shape behind me is becoming a lot more distinct.
Yep.
And he will probably have a pretty good idea that that Escort driven by Jake Hill is closing. The gap is now down to 2.3 seconds. That's over a second and a bit.
Right, this is the race-leading car. Is it going to come in this time for Emanuele Pirro? Yes, it is. So this is when we're going to see the swap. That car has a big lead at this stage of 10 seconds, just over 10 seconds, but this is going to be a different story when it comes back out, I am absolutely sure, with Emanuele Pirro, and we will see who is then leading. Will I get out in front, or will it be leading the VW Golf being driven by Andre Lotterer?
I'm going to take a punt and say they're all going to be relatively equal going into Madrid when the Mazda returns to the circuit. So the Escort is going to be in the tail of the VW, and the Mazda is going to be joining the circuit.
Just a quick note, though, the actual current leader now is Nick Swift in the Mini, and he hasn't swapped over to Andrew Jordan, but we know they're both very, very fast.
Yeah.
So even if Nick stays out a bit longer, they will be doing a good job. So do not discard the Mini, because I know they don't have the straight line speed, but Nick Swift is still out there at the moment.
Well, who would be the quicker, Nick Swift or Andrew Jordan? It's hard to pick and choose between.
In a Mini, it's very hard to choose.
Absolutely. Now, there's the Mazda who's rolling as the Golf comes into the chicane. So the Mazda's going to regain the lead, and you can see there's the Mazda coming out. Behind is the Golf, behind is the Escort in third position.
This is fantastic. Yeah, you couldn't have got this better, because he's got to get up to speed. And Emanuele Pirro is trying to get the feel.
Did you hear that first from Ben then?
No, well done, John. But look at the battle for the lead now, because it is Andre Lotterer who's managed to get past Emanuele Pirro immediately. But Pirro, a sensible driver, of course, he knows you can't necessarily do everything on your outlap, but he is now under pressure for second from Jake Hill.
Yeah, but remember, Emanuele Pirro's not been in this car since yesterday. He's got to drive himself back in. He's been driving a variety of other race cars, so he's going to take a lap, maybe a little bit longer, to get his brain back into Mazda RX-7 mode.
So the leader now coming in, Nick Swift, who had taken the lead with the Mini. We saw him battling with some of those front runners early on, and just dropped back a little bit, of course, with the Mini, and it is Andrew Jordan who is going to take over. Now, I expect they will still come out a little behind, but let's just wait and see where they come back out.
Hold your breath, Ben.
Okay.
It's going to be exciting.
It will be exciting to see where they come.
We've got 18 minutes remaining. In the meantime, fastest lap still lies with Jake Hill in the Ford Escort, having to make his way through some of the back markers. There's the Mini waiting to be released from the pit lane as the leaders are coming into Woodcote and exiting Woodcote up into the chicane. And I think the Escort is still in the pit lane, a little bit oversteer for Andre Lotterer, but gathers it all back up. There's the Mini rolling now, so he's going to be coming out. No, he's behind certainly the front two cars.
Is he going to come out?
And the Mazda. He's coming, and the Mazda's got momentum, so he'll be behind the Mazda.
Okay, so he's basically coming out in effectively fourth position, and that is confirmed now, because as everybody, I think, has now made a pit stop, so that means, in fact, actually the Colburn Jardine car hasn't made a pit stop yet, but that isn't a front runner anyway, so that really doesn't make too much difference, I don't think, ultimately.
Yeah, but when you get Tony Jardine behind the wheel, he'll walk on water, even though it's a dry racetrack.
Absolutely. So, up front, it is Andre Lotterer who leads in the VW Golf. There is the Colburn Jardine car. So this is second and hasn't stopped at the moment. It's Ben Colburn Ben Colburn driving in second place, with Tony Jardine ready to take over in a little while. So he's done a very good job, but will lose time, of course, because they'll be in the pits for some 50 seconds, so they will drop down the order. So really the race battle is very much at this stage between Andre Lotterer in the VW Golf and Jake Hill. And as you said, John, Jake's just been held up a little bit by some of the back markers, but look, he's still not that far behind, is he?
No, he's cleared the back markers. The Fiesta behind, he's managed to clear pretty quickly, and he's now again lasering in to the back of the black VW Golf coming out of the exit of Woodcote into the chicane. And you see the handwork, you can see the flash of the white gloves over the top of the steering wheel. Left, right, get it straightened up, back on the throttle, up through the gearbox, all the way down now into Madrid.
Oh, he's loving this. Remember, yesterday he took a brilliant victory in a Ford Capri. It was partly Andy Prio had a problem, although I think there could have been a big battle close between them anyway, even if there hadn't been a problem, because Jake was in great form with the Ford Capri, and he's almost in the, I think it's very similar in a Ford Escort. He looks just as happy in this one.
Well, the funny thing is he's used to front-wheel drive touring cars. He's got a rear-wheel drive Ford Escort.
Well, actually, no, he's pretty used to rear-wheel drive touring cars as well, so...
touring cars? Are they all rear-wheel drive these days?
Yeah, well, not all, but the one he tends to drive tends to be more, but he's got the experience in everything, so we shall see. And as you say, that gap, you know, with the fastest lap that he's just done, 130.2, and he's still gaining just a little bit in each of the sectors. I think we're on for a battle between these two, no doubt about it.
Of course, Jake Hill won the championship driving for BMW, which is rear-wheel drive.
Exactly, that's right. So he is used to the rear-wheel drive, and we will see if this is going to help him. Certainly the Ford name has been working well for him this weekend, but the VW Golf is still going very well. And Andre Lotterer, of course, massive experience in all forms of machinery, but he is definitely seeing his mirrors filling up.
Oh yes, and it's a slow creep to the back.
Tiffany Dell's just had a bit of a moment with the Alpha. Look at this. On the grass. Hopefully no damage done to the car. A little bit of a bounce around.
One might say more often than Bob Marley, but we can't really say that, can we?
The gap has come down even further as they go over the line. It's down to 0.6 of a second, but there are some back markers.
That's going to be a key for Andre Lotterer, because he needs to thread his way through those cars as quickly as he possibly can. He's going to get past the Opel Manta relatively easily. Then you've got another Ford up front, which is going to be a similar straight line performance to that of Jake Hill, who's following through. So both the leaders have gotten through the first of the back markers relatively unscathed. Coming up into St. Mary's is going to be a slightly more difficult challenge, and Jake Hill right now on the back, he's made ground on that run from Madrid down to St. Mary's.
Absolutely, and he set another fastest lap, that last lap around, at a 1:30.2, so there is no doubt Jake Hill is really getting it together with the Escort RS2000, and he's still got time. He doesn't need to do a dramatic move. They've got to deal with the traffic as well. The leader hit the chicane we're just hearing, so Andre Lotterer, let's see at this, little tap.
I mean, really, for a racing driver, I haven't even felt it.
Yeah.
And these cars are robust, so that's a polystyrene chicane, so any damage is going to be to the chicane. It might be to Andre Lotterer's wallet, but
look at this.
Pass is coming down the outside.
Jake Hill round the outside. He's going to try and take the lead, but Andre Lotterer is not going to give it up easily. There's a little locking of brakes. They're fighting each other so hard, and Lotterer for now holds on to the lead, but Jake is still chasing.
Yeah, and the real pressure now on Andre Lotterer, because he knows he's got a fight on his hands. He knows he's got a competitor who, in certain parts of the racetrack, has got a car advantage, slight straight line speed advantage, but the VW is so good everywhere around the circuit. It isn't the quickest anywhere, but it's so good everywhere.
Yeah, it's lovely to see, and the sliding you get from these cars, but it's also dealing with the traffic as well. Yeah, going past Romain Dumas, funnily enough, at the moment. Romain Dumas is driving that Triumph Dolomite Sprint, but it's a car that's not quite as rapid at this point, so he's trying to keep out of the way a little bit, and it's Jake Hill who goes past him, but the gap has just opened up a fraction.
Yeah, it's sort of seesawing almost by the corner, so Andre Lotterer having to back off a little bit through the first part of St. Mary's, and now again facing two further slower cars. Now he's not going to get past either in the entry to part one of Lavant, but he's now looking to position himself. How can I gain the advantage coming? Am I going to go around the long way around these two cars, or I'm going to maybe try and find the way up the inside? And that's going to be Jake Hill on the tail, gaining some little bit of slipstream. But look, the straight line speed of the Metro, even the Metro is still pretty quick in a straight line.
Yeah.
Andre Lotterer is...
Oh, look at this. Jake is quick in that section, there's no doubt. But as you say, I think with all this traffic around at the moment, there isn't quite an opportunity. But if Andre Lotterer goes the wrong way, they're going past Tiffany Dell, who's trying to keep the car in one piece and not get hit by the battle for the lead.
Clever move by Andre Lotterer to get through. Not an easy pass, it required a bit of of cooperation from Tip to look in your mirrors. Well, I hope he looked in his mirrors, but he got it done, and that's just sort of eased the gap to about 3/4 of a second, maybe just under a second.
There's still time to go. There is still time for Jake Hill in second place currently in the Ford Escort RS2000 to chase down Andre Lotterer in the VW Golf GTI. Third place, by the way, is quite a long way back now. Emanuele Pirro in that Mazda RX-7, which we were watching earlier, is now some 17 seconds further back. We're on board now with Dario Franchitti, running in 13th place at this stage and having a battle with another Mini. And I think it's Andy Prio, isn't it?
It's Andy Prio indeed.
So that's rather fun because they're both house captains, of course, here at Goodwood Members Meeting, and they're having a battle in Minis.
I mean, frankly, running in 13th, imagine running in 23rd as far as Dario is concerned. For him, victory's the only thing that counts, but watch Minis coming down with the Vauxhall Fiesta around the outside, a good clean overtake. The Fiesta the Faenza trying to get back, but not really sufficiently good on the exit.
Absolutely. So the number 67 has gone through, and that's a good little gain indeed for Tom Christensen as another of the captains. Oh,
there's
no!
the Mazda.
The Mazda has gone off. Oh, that is Emanuele Pirro. Has there been an error? We did see that car have a few moments earlier, but it kept going okay.
It did. I just wonder whether there's a lead battle for the lead, but I just wonder if the problem for the Mazda, we saw it particularly coming out of Lavin on a number of laps, the back end snapped away. So here we go.
This could be tricky.
He's been blocked coming into Madrick, and that's going to give Jake Hill a good run. He almost got himself in position, but he's going to be right now as close as he can at any point. Thinking he's a long way around Ford Water for the quick and the brave, I can tell you.
He's doing it around the outside of Ford Water. He's taken the lead. Jake Hill has got in front of the VW Golf, but can Andre Lotterer find a way back?
Andre Lotterer got compromised on the entry into Madrick, and that's the price that's been paid. Jake Hill saw that, he used it, and he got the run. He took a long, brave run around the outside. But the Escort, you can see tippy-toeing its way through St. Mary's. Andre Lotterer's not giving up. He's going to try and do the sort of the switchback, the undercut, not here but through the second part of the exit of Lavin, and he's not going to be given, well, Jake Hill has given him a little bit of room, but whether it's going to be sufficient to do anything more than what he's just done, questionable.
So close, isn't it, between the two of them? And he's even clipping the apex just to try and get that speed in a straight line, but it's down this straight that the Escort RS2000 is particularly rapid, and this may just open up that gap a little bit more. So we shall see. It was a view back from Dario Franchitti. So you're on board the Mini of Dario Franchitti, and you're seeing the leaders in the battle. I expect Dario will be pretty good at getting out of their way. Oh, look at the slide from Jake.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's getting to the point where the tires have been getting a really good workout. So on board with Dario Franchitti, and Jake Hill does the job. Good job from Dario, who keeps out of this battle for the lead. Now, whether he knew these were the two lead cars or not, but he knew they were quicker cars than he is, and he gave them ground.
And it's Andy Prio, who they've now got to get past in the other Mini, but they're still, oh my goodness, that was close, wasn't it? I think Jake only just quite got out the way, nearly bumped into the back of Andy Prio, but sorted it out, and he is still holding the control. 8 minutes to go. Can he hold on for another victory this weekend at Goodwood in this Ford Escort RS2000? Andre Lotterer's hoping he can't, because he's keeping the battle on.
Oh, hold your breath. What we've got? 7 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Andre Lotterer has not given up any hope of winning this race, and he thinks, arguably, if I can just keep pushing Jake Hill, force him to maybe push a little bit harder than he might like to do.
So the safety car is heading out onto the track. This is going to bring everybody back together, of course. We've still got the battle for the lead. What it will do, though, is bring some of the other cars. And, yes, out on the track, the number 1 Triumph Dolomite Sprint. Amy Watts was driving it in the second half of the race, so something's gone wrong with that car, so they need to move it. There is Amy, she's fine. She's just walking down towards the marshals. But they need to get it out of the way.
There's an access gate just beyond where the car is, so that could be pushed pretty quickly behind that gate, and the safety car will be out for just under 7 minutes. Hopefully that car can be removed and we can get back to green flag racing before the checkered flag comes out.
Very, very interesting. And one of the other things that is, I mean, this is a great battle for the win, there's no doubt, and they can just have a couple of calmer laps now while they think, okay, what else can I do? But I just wanted to point out the battles of the house captains. because Gordon Shedden is actually in the best position. He's in 5th place overall in the Mini that he's driving now that all the driver changes have taken place. Tom Christensen is in 8th place in the Mini he's racing. Then the other two are right behind, so it's then Andy Prio and Dario Franchitti. They're all pretty close, so they, especially after safety car, Christensen, Prio and Franchitti will basically all be racing together in those 3 Minis, whereas Gordon Shedden's got the slight advantage there. Andrew Jordan's he's in 3rd place now with this Mini, Andrew Jordan, the car that Nick Swift was doing such a great job with earlier, and of course under safety car he will now join the top 2, won't he?
Oh, indeed he can, and he'll be relishing that moment.
Although there will be cars between.
There are cars between the 2 lead cars, and where Andrew Jordan is 3rd on the road. Nevertheless, it's a gift. You never know what's going to happen at a restart, and then we see the field, they're getting to bunch up and waiting for the track to go green, so that getting the Triumph Dolomite pushed to safety behind an access gate at midway through Woodcut.
What you will have to watch actually is Rob Huff will be closer behind in an Escort. So Rob Huff is now in another of the Mark II RS2000s, and I think
there he is.
Yes, I think that's him there. So because of safety car, it has taken away that gap, and of course Huff will have perhaps potentially a little bit more straight line speed, certainly, than Jordan will have. So that could be another separate battle to keep an eye on.
I mean, it's a question of who will anticipate the green flag quicker. Will it be the Mini or will it be the Escort? So Rob Huff, we know, is always on his toes when it comes to racing and touring cars. And you'd have to think that Andrew Jordan's going to be pretty similar.
Absolutely. So we shall see how this goes. It's a great shame that Amy Watts, daughter of Patrick, has gone out of the race.
Yeah, but the car's still there. It hasn't been moved since this event went under full safety car conditions. So I wonder when it is going to get moved.
Yeah, absolutely. So it may just take a couple more laps before we actually get this race back underway. But it's been a fascinating race, really close.
We've got a little over 4 minutes remaining.
Yeah, no, that's right.
That's in effect roughly about 2 and a bit laps from where we are right now.
Well, I do hope we don't actually finish under safety car. That would be a shame. I mean, sometimes that's what happens. It is all part of what happens in motorsport. But yeah, let's wait and see, because ultimately we'd love at least a lap of a battle to continue. But Jake Hill has done a superb job, and I do think that early pit stop was probably a good idea from the team. He was one of the first superstars to go back out. But we've got these other battles further back, as I mentioned, and also the fact that Gordon Shedden, he's in the Mini number 63, so he's the first of the house captains in their various Minis who is on target for scoring a few more points than his opposition at this stage. We shall see if that works. They may actually add a couple of minutes to this race, we're just hearing, just to make sure that we get a bit of racing at the end once they get this car moved.
So now the marshals have been released from their safety positions, and the car, you can see, being pushed without very much resistance. So we don't know the cause of the car coming to a standstill in Woodcut, but now going to be placed behind the barrier. There is the safety gate that will provide access for the car to be pushed away to safety.
Yeah, so hopefully that means that actually the safety car won't be out for too much longer.
It'll complete this lap, I would imagine. Whereabouts is on the circuit is the safety car? Is that out at St Mary's? I think it is.
And
lights off.
Yeah.
Lights off, Ben.
Great.
Back in the races, but wait until the safety car pulls off.
Absolutely, they are actually going down Lavant Straight right now, so we will be going back to racing, and it is still the Win Percy Trophy is going to be a mighty battle between Jake Hill in the Ford Escort RS2000 leading this race up against Andre Lotterer in the VW Golf immediately behind, who was leading it for such a long time, and then Jake found a way through. Watch the restart. Talk us through, John. What's the way to try and make your break on the restart?
Well, Jake Hill is going to try and fool Andre Lotterer, and there's a question of when he decides to go, and what he's going to try and do is wrong foot Andre Lotterer. It's all in the control of Jake Hill. He could go at any point he chooses from now onwards, and I suspect he may wait until he gets through the chicane before he goes. There he is now. Go, Jake, go!
He's flat out straight away, and that actually was a good exit. He dealt with that very, very well, and he's just opened up that fractional lead as the race gets underway. You do have to go over the line before you're allowed to overtake, of course, but everybody now following each other, and you can see Andre Lotre having to fight the steering a little bit more, but even Jake was running pretty wide through Madgwick.
Yeah, I mean, even those, what, 3 or 2 and a bit laps, runs wide coming out of Madrid. Those 2 and a bit laps behind the safety car, tire temperatures do drop away a little bit. And just reset, get yourself focused back into now, back up to race speed.
And we saw Andy Prio in the background, and Andy Prio in the Mini is also under pressure from Dario Franchitti. It's a slightly different battle, and we've heard that there are going to be an extra 3 minutes added to this race.
Hope the cars are fueled for an additional 3 minutes. You know, probably people run it down to the last litre or so. But anyway, that's not our issue.
There are the mini battles between the house captains just going through. Oh, and there is a little bit of a moment there, and yeah, managed to sort it out. Was that Rob Huff? I'm not sure whether that was Rob. He's a little bit further back. Of course, he is trying to take on Andrew Jordan at this stage.
Well, they've got lapped traffic between 2nd and 3rd and 4th positions.
We're on board with Rob Huff here now, and Rob Huff running in that 4th place. He's now under pressure as well.
And that's Alex Brundle and the BMW has gone past.
Absolutely. So the BMW working extremely well, but Gordon Shedden in the Mini obviously has the corner speed, and he's trying to come back if possible.
Yeah, I mean, the BMW, we know that's a quick car in a straight line. The Mini is the more nimble of the two, but what can you do when you've got, what, 190 horsepower under your right foot with the BMW? But look, the Mini isn't losing ground whatsoever, and as they come up into Madgwick, will he be brave? Will he run down the inside? He hasn't got the chance, but the BMW is just a little bit of a back end sort of switching around.
Oh, so look at this.
Think forward. You've got to think forward now to Fordwater and then to St Mary's in this situation.
Great battle going on, and seeing the Norfolk name on the back of that car is because Martin Brundle, Alex's father, raced it and won the county championship representing Norfolk many years ago. Right, here we are, still some great battles all the way through the field, but up front I can tell you that Jake Hill still has the slight advantage. Meanwhile, we're looking back into this little group once again. You're looking at Gordon Shedden, and we're riding on board with Gordon Shedden here, as he's now hopefully gaining another little opportunity. But further back, there's Tiffany Deld coming through. But up front, I do think that Jake Hill is doing just enough. Although actually, Lotra's just done a very good middle sector, although they've done pretty much the same.
Yeah,
middle sector.
A couple of tenths of a second. So the gap's just under 1 second. And with, well, we haven't had a reset. We've got 1 minute and 50 seconds to go. So you have to think, unless something goes wrong for Jake Hill, and it can happen if you get into traffic or you find yourself being wrong-footed. And Loverer is just on that last lap, set the fastest race lap of all, 1:29.9.
Wow.
So he has not given up. The gap is down to 0.6 of a second. She took 0.2 of a second out of the race leader on that lap.
Well, we shall see how this all works out, but it's proven to be very interesting. The number 40 car is actually way down. That's David Brabham just being passed, I think. Yes, it is, by Gordon Shedden, but that is a lapping move. It's not actually an overtaking for position manoeuvre, I don't think. Or actually, yeah, we're still seeing some great battles going on, though. And, slowly is going the Polo.
Christopher Hasse. So there seems to be a problem with the little VW Polo as we go back to the battle for the lead. Look how close the VW has gotten itself down.
Yeah, as you said, that was a really good last lap by Andre Lotre. He is right back into this once again. This race win is not over, and it looks as though we're going to get one more lap after this to decide who is actually going to win the Win Percy Trophy. Is it going to be Jake Hill? Always got that straight line speed down Levant, and that always helps.
Yeah, it's a big advantage as you come to the penultimate corner. So Jake Hill will get into Wood Cup 1 and 2 ahead of the VW. Look how much the VW is able to close as they come through the exit of Woodcut. Almost half the gap now. Hard on the brakes, into the chicane, right, then left. Don't be over anxious on the throttle on the exit. You might run the curb, and that will hurt you. But Andre Lotre is within, what, a couple of car lengths of the lead Ford Escort.
This is going on to the final lap, though, the time ticking away. Jake Hill and Andre Lotre, two super professional winning drivers. drivers, and it's lovely watching them in these older cars with the thinner tyres that they have to run. They all have to run the same tyres here at Goodwood, and the slide of the car, the control that you have to play with. So different to modern cars.
Yeah, and there's a controlled Dunlop tyre that everybody is running on, so there's no tyre advantage to one machine or another. But again, Lotterer thinking, I'm getting closer. On the brakes, you could see the brake lights of Jake. Oh, on the inside! No.
There was a chance. He's still going for it. And Jake Hill's having to really fight this. But remember, when they go down the straight, the Escort definitely seems to have the better pace. What can Andre Lotterer do?
Undercut, get the nose of the VW up the inside.
Oh, touch!
Well, the rear lens has just popped on the Escort, but Jake Hill consolidated sufficiently, and he's now got the advantage. He's got that little bit of straight line speed as they will race down into Woodcote for the last time in a racing lap.
Wow, that was so close, and that little bit of contact. But it is, as you say, Jake Hill has got in the right place there because he's got the speed down the straight. And surely, even if Andre brakes as late as possible, he can't really challenge going into the chicane. Oh, and he's got a penalty as well. Lotterer's car has got a penalty from hitting the chicane, so that will actually affect the overall result. It is Jake Hill who takes victory in the Win Percy Trophy after a wonderful battle with Andre Lotterer. We have just heard that Lotterer may well have a penalty that may drop him back a bit more than second, but we'll see. And finishing in third place, it is Rob Huff who finishes in third place in the number 65 machine. And then it's the Mini of Nick Swift and Andrew Jordan that finishes in fourth position.
I think in spite of that 10-second penalty, the VW has actually finished in second place.
Okay, good point. 10-second penalty was just in reasonable. Was the gap? Oh, I don't know actually, because behind him.
If you see
oh, they've added it on. Okay,
already,
sorry,
so
yes.
It's all
yeah,
on.
sorry.
No,
yeah, I see what you mean. So well done. Thanks, John. And yes, he has held second. That is because of the big gap between them. So that is good news in a way, even though he's been penalised. But what congratulations to Jake Hill for taking a remarkable win there.
Yeah, I think both drivers have done an outstanding job. Raced cleanly, raced hard. Okay, there's that minute little bit of contact on the exit of Levant, but I mean, to do what these two drivers have done, taking over their cars from their co-drivers, and as you mentioned, Ben, getting the Ford Escort in slightly earlier than the VW Golf, may well have been a contribution to getting track position. The key would be track position.
So it was Gordon Shedden that finished in fifth place as the top of the house captains in the Minis. He finished in fifth. Tom Christensen was eighth, and then we'd Andy Prio in 10th place, and Dario Franchitti was 11th, in fact. So although Dario Franchitti's Tobolton house has been scoring the most points, it didn't quite work out for him there. Now let's take a look at this, John.
Yeah, Ben, coming into part two, and you can see there's the light contact to the rear lens, indicator and brake light lens on the Ford Escort. Now that was not deliberate, that's just a function of racing that close together, and there's maybe a little bit of damage likewise to the VW Golf, but you couldn't see more commitment from either driver, fighting for victory. Andre Lotterer gave it everything he had that last lap. He knew if he got onto the straight behind the Escort, he wouldn't be able to pass it, and likewise Jake Hill didn't want to be wrong-footed coming onto the straight and threw the advantage back to Andre Lotterer.
And I can just imagine many of the crowd have grown up dreaming of the RS2000 Escort as kids. Maybe it was a lovely car to have around in family or to dream of, and so the same with the VW Golf GTI, and we've seen them racing together so well today, so evenly matched with some top professional drivers.
Well, fans of the blue oval, and that's Ford, love Escorts, whether it's RS1600s or RS2000s, and these cars are now making serious money. They're really collector's items.
Yeah, absolutely right. The values have gone up a lot. And well done as well to Rob Huff, who brought the number 65 car up into third place in the end. So he and Dave Devine have brought the Escort up into third place. But let's have a look at this. Jake Hill and Andre Lotterer. And they're both talking about.
What happened next in turn one? You missed shift? Or?
No, it starts. The engine starts misfiring.
Ah, okay.
I'm like, no.
You know, they're just like a pair of kids.
Lovely to see. Let's go and join Ed, who's there to talk to them.
Well, it's all go down here. You're going to jump in, Jake. What what a finish. I mean, it was busy.
Wasn't it just? I mean, yeah, I've never raced Andre before properly. Obviously, we've been on the same grid before, but I've never raced him for a win. There's a reason why he's so successful, you know. But I mean, yeah, so happy to get the win, and so happy to get it against this guy. You know, it means the world to me. And huge thank you to Kerry Michael for letting me drive his awesome RS2000 with him this weekend. Loved every moment.
Well, look, I think we actually might have a bit of footage of when you finally got past, because I think there was a bit of a backmarker help, but it was, I mean, you took your chance though, didn't you?
I did, yeah. I mean, from memory, you know, it all got set up here. We were getting very, very close to each other, but I think we came across a Fiesta possibly into turn one, and then, yeah, that allowed me to get the run, and I just kept my foot in around the outside. Here we go, into forwards here, around the outside, and got very, very close to him, but he was very kind to me and didn't run me onto the grass and got the job done.
Well, you certainly earned the paycheck today. Well done, Jake.
Thank you very much.
Right, let's see if we can find Andre. Well, we'll leave you there. We'll mosey over. Andre, what a race. No one can ever say you gave up.
Yeah, definitely. We were struggling a bit. I think halfway through his stint, through Jim's stint, we lost fifth gear. So the driver change was like, hold it at 9,400 and then feather. So obviously we were lacking top speed. But the car was a lot of fun to drive. And yeah, I couldn't stay in the lead. But in the end, he struggled a bit. So I was thinking to send it in after St. Mary's, but it was too much risk. And, you know, I had a lot of fun and really cool to drive these cars. I grew up around these cars. My dad had a race team. And so, yeah, I was wondering how it feels to drive one. And it's a lot of fun.
Jim, do come on in. We've actually had, Andre, I think we've actually got the footage of just coming through Lavant on the last lap. And I would say there's millimetres to spare, but there weren't.
Yeah, I thought, when am I going to touch him? But not yet. Well, I keep my foot on throttle until I touch. And yeah, there we touched a bit. Might owe him a blinker.
Jim, I mean, to what an opening stint.
Yeah, no, it was good fun. It's a great race, and I just wanted to hand the car over into the lead to Andre, but after 4 laps, we lost fifth gear, and it was just a case of feathering it on the straights. And the Mazda was getting closer and closer, but he wasn't as good on the brakes, and he wasn't as good in the corners, so I could hold him back until the last lap, and eventually fell off. But what a star! I mean, the times he's done with a 4-speed Volkswagen gearbox are incredible. So I hope he's going to come back for more one day.
I think we all do. Well done, guys.
Thank you.
Right, here we are. Rob, come on in, Dave. Well, Dave, you started the car. It was certainly pretty busy out there.
It was a very manic start. I didn't make it easy. Bogged down at the start, which is a shame. And just trying to do as good as I can, make up any places I could. But I just knew I needed to get the car over to Rob, so I kept it in one piece. And he did his thing, which was just absolutely amazing. Yeah.
You must have enjoyed the sight of that safety car at the end.
Yeah, very much so, yeah. I mean, with that, it was a pretty lonely race, to be honest with you, until that safety car came out. And then I knew Jordan, I think, was in the Mini in front of me. Was hoping we'd have the legs on him, off the start, and we did, and just managed to place the car well on the restart. Got past him, and yeah, to bring third place home for Dave and the team is fantastic.
Well done, guys.
Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, lovely to see, and a superb race once again, and fully deserved in the end by Jake Hill and Kerry Michael. They took the victory with the Ford Escort RS2000. Andre Lotterer keeping the battle up, but it was very interesting about the gears in that car that certainly didn't help too much. Dave Devine and Rob Huff taking in third place. Top of the minis it was Andrew Jordan and Nick Swift. But as I said, Gordon Shedden of the house captains, top of the other mini house captains. Tom Christensen down in 8th position, and then Andy Prio in 10th place in that Mini 1275 GT. So they're all pretty close, with Franchitti with the team that's actually been leading the points up to now, but may still be, but he was the last of the house captains in 11th place. And then further down the list, you see Brabham finished in 12th place in the end. Tiffany Dell, we saw him having a bit of an odd moment at one stage in the Alfa Romeo GTV6, and then the leaders coming through, finished in 19th place in the end, just ahead of the Volkswagen Polo. Sadly, we saw a few cars not finishing, and one of them was the Mazda RX-7, which at the early part of the race was doing so well and led the race for a while, but sadly it never actually made the end of the Win Percy Trophy. Well, it was a delightful race from the start, wasn't it, John? We had a lot of action and the battles between these different cars. RX-7, particularly in the early stages of the race, was playing a game, but it's always easy to make mistakes.
Yeah, so we saw a mistake into St Mary's in the opening lap, and the Mazda seemed to have the advantage, and then, you know, it seesawed backwards and forth. Another incident coming into Woodcote, but managed to gather it all up, then passing a Mini up the inside into Madgwick, but being overtaken again on the straighter part of the track down through Ford Water.
So this was the battle for the lead. There was a lot going on all the way through, the Mazda versus the VW, and you can see how close it was. The Mazda was always had that little bit more pace down the Lavant Straight. There were often times where there were little bits of contact, but once we actually had the pit stops done, then the Mazda missed out. Emanuele Pirro didn't quite have the pace straight away, and then there was something also that went wrong. But ultimately, it was Jake Hill who managed to make a move. It wasn't at this one, he was just trying to make the move as they went down through Woodcote into the chicane. They would play with Tiffany Dell, but then he did manage to make the move. And Jake Hill, therefore, took the victory in the end over Andre Lotterat. So, we move from one exciting moment to another very dramatic moment, John, because we are seeing a Formula One car that, with that helmet design virtually the same, because you're seeing Bruno Senna drive this Lotus 97T Formula One car. This is the car that his uncle, Ayrton Senna, won his first ever Grand Prix at the Portuguese Grand Prix in 1985. And here we are celebrating it today.
Yes, and that particular Sunday was one of the wettest Sundays I've ever remembered. Certainly at a Grand Prix, the conditions were appalling, but one man literally could walk on water, a little puff of smoke coming from the back of the Renault engine, and he just put on a masterclass of how to race in very, very demanding conditions, and did it superbly. And he took a lead, and he won the race by about a minute. He lapped the entire field except for the second place Ferrari, Michele Alboreto. And there was only one example of the sheer brilliance that Ayrton Senna had as a Grand Prix driver from the very minute he stepped into a Formula One car, which was at Donington Park in 1983 for Frank Williams. Thereafter, he was a star. Absolute star.
He was an absolute star. John, you were not racing regularly in Formula One, but you did stand in for Niki Lauda at Brands Hatch that same year. It was later in the year. It was after he'd taken the victory in Portugal. But I remember you were in Niki Lauda's car doing qualifying. I think Senna dived past you at one point, and you thought, what's going on, wasn't it?
No, I let him pass.
Okay.
He didn't pass me. I let him pass. Now, what happened was I had completed my qualifying lap, and I was coming in, just gone through Westfield Bend, checked my mirrors, as you do, and I saw in my mirrors this car and this helmet, and I knew it was Senna. And I stayed to the right, and he came past me in the dip in Westfield, up into Dingledale, up into Ding, and he did things I'd never heard or witnessed a Formula One driver in ever my life do. As if he had 4 hands and 4 feet. He was changing gear, flipping the throttle, turning the steering wheel, and it just was mesmeric. I went, wow, now I know why I'm not a regular Formula One driver, and why this man, Ayrton Senna, is, if he's not going to be a world champion in 1985, and he could have been if not for unreliability, he is a future world champion without shadow, question or doubt.
Of course, he went on to be a 3-time world champion. But you're absolutely right that year, because he led a huge number of races in that 1985 season, but actually he ended up 4th in the championship because of reliability problems.
Well, McLaren had a supercar, but they had a super reliable car. Of course, Alain Prost won his first world championship in 1985 at the very race in Brands Hatch. But Ayrton Senna in qualifying, I mean, I walked past the Lotus team after qualifying, spoke to Peter Ward, the team manager, said, hey, your boy did a good job today. And they turned around and said, yes, we know. And he shattered the qualifying lap time at Brands Hatch. I don't think it's ever been matched since.
No, he really did have a remarkable time that year, stunning pole positions regularly. And of course, in terms of qualifying, Portugal, he put it on pole. What he did in the wet was just astonishing, the way he made his break right from the start. And we saw, I wonder if there's a little bit of an issue there, because Bruno's having a bit of a look down. I wonder if there's a little bit of an issue with the car. Hopefully he can bring it back.
I think he's actually coasting here, Ben. I think he's out of gear and the engine's shut down, so I think he's just coasting. We did see a puff of smoke coming out from the left side cylinders, so maybe there's an issue and he's just recognised it, shuts it off before any further damage might be done. So the car will have to be returned to the pits. He's unfortunately he's about as far away from the pits as you can get, and he's looking down at the instrumentation to see if he can maybe give some information when the rescue vehicle comes to him as to what the problem might be. But it's unfortunate the car's just pulling over to the side of the circuit.
Yes, no, that is a little bit of a shame, but it's still lovely to see the car out today. It has that very unique livery, of course.
Just thinking about the car and when it was in qualifying context, a lot of people say, oh, these cars had 800 horsepower. This car raced with about 900 horsepower. In qualifying, it probably had 1,200. And what they did is they just basically blanked off the wastegates, turned the boost up, and they had also a separate chip for race conditions and qualifying conditions. So everything for qualifying was just upped to a level, 1,200 horsepower in a car weighing 540 kilograms dry against a modern Formula One car weighing 900 kilograms. These things were dragsters.
I agree. And I know that actually they would, in those days, they would change the engine from qualifying to the race every Grand Prix weekend. So they would always take the engine out. It was a slightly different version of the engine for qualifying, as you say, so that it had that huge boost. But they also knew it may not have the reliability, so they then put the race engine in. You're not allowed to do that anymore.
Regulations are now so boring, boring.
I know,
I'm going to get into trouble, aren't I?
No.
But the regulations at the time allowed you to have qualifying engines, and that's what teams did. So the budgets for engines sort of went off the radar, which is partly why the regulations were changed. So I don't know how many engines a team would have brought to a Grand Prix weekend, maybe certainly a dozen in most cases for the top teams.
Yeah, absolutely. But it was a great season for Lotus because we hadn't seen a Lotus Formula One car win a Grand Prix since Colin Chapman had sadly passed away. So that victory in Portugal was the first win for Lotus since Colin had passed away. And that team was in very strong form then. And they carried on in strong form with Ayrton for a couple more years. Sadly, he never actually won the title with Lotus, and then he made the move to McLaren. And after that, Lotus never quite had that same level again, did they?
No, when the Honda engine, they ran Renault engines through 85 and 86. They then had a deal with Honda. They got the Honda engine, which arguably was maybe slightly more powerful. I don't know whether it's a better or not engine. I think the Renault engine was a super engine, but make no mistakes. So in 87, the Lotus with the Renault engine, albeit that Senna still won Grand Prix, but it wasn't quite as good a car as the opposition. And bearing in mind McLaren were eyeing up Honda, and they were doing very special things, and particularly with Gordon Murray and his role in the McLaren MP44, of which one was a very, very low-line gearbox engine assembly. And that required Honda to make a completely new clutch flywheel assembly to enable them to get the engine low in the car. Lotus didn't do that, so the centre of gravity with the Lotus when they ran in 87 was significantly higher than what McLaren did in 88 with MP44. Almost the most winning Grand Prix car in any single season. 15 of 16 Grand Prix.
Yeah.
Then it should have been 16 of 16.
And of course, that was Ayrton's first title, wasn't it, that 1988 season?
And the battle between Alain Prost and Ayrton Senna, it makes the Gladiators look like something out of kiddie world.
Absolutely, it was a very special moment. But what we are celebrating today by seeing this car, that first victory that Senna took, and doing it in such a dominant form, and as it was in the wet, Senna was always brilliant in the wet, and some years later he did a brilliant drive for McLaren at Donington. But even after, when he had won that race at Donington in the wet, and he was asked about it, he said, no, what I did in Portugal was another level altogether. He remembered it as really one of his greatest ever drives.
I think he's correct, because the conditions at Donington, while it was a wet racetrack, were nothing like the conditions of Estoril. And Estoril was the surface at Estoril at that time was a little bit sort of old school, wasn't particularly level. You get a lot of puddling and consequently aquaplaning. And some drivers embrace wet weather racing. They actually almost get sort of inspired by it, and certainly Senna was inspired on that day. Others get tentative. And if you're driving a racing car, you need to control that vehicle. Don't let the vehicle control you. And Senna controlled this car magnificently, majestically, through the Grand Prix, and he won the race by just under a minute or something from Michele Alboreto, and the lead cars were all on the same tyre, so they can't say, oh, one driver had a benefit or an advantage over a tyre over another. They were all on the Goodyear tyre. Sheer genius from a genius.
Fascinating. You're absolutely right, John. And of course, some of the genius Grand Prix drivers we've seen in the wet. I mean, Michael Schumacher was another one, of course, in the wet. He was always very rapid. Lewis Hamilton, we saw him take that victory at Silverstone last year with some rain around that had part of it, and Max Verstappen too. In the wet, it does seem as though the superstar drivers have an extra edge, and we see it more in the wet sometimes than in the dry.
Ben, that's why there are racing drivers, and then there are special ones.
Yes, yes.
And Senna was, without question, a special one, and the others you have mentioned, equally special, particularly in adversity such as difficult track conditions, especially where you've got standing water and there's potential of aquaplaning. But as I mentioned, it's about control of yourself in the first instance, but not being afraid, not being inhibited by wet weather conditions, and telling the car that I'm in charge and you're going to obey my commands, and I don't want you giving me a hard time. I mean, it sounds a bit sort of silly to say all this, but you have to it's a bit like riding a horse. If you allow a horse to have its head, it'll throw you off.
Absolutely.
So you have to tell the horse, I'm the boss, you'll obey my commands. And a racing car is just a mechanical horse.
Well, absolutely right. And we've just been seeing some of the action that was taking place. They've obviously had a problem with the car. But let's just have a little look back at some of the highlights of that car going around this Goodwood circuit. It was a memory of a very remarkable first win by Ayrton Senna. In very different conditions. It's beautifully sunny, lovely day here at Goodwood today. It was extremely wet in Estoril when he took that first win, but to do it in such a dominant form. And Alain Prost, who did go on to win the championship that year, he was one of those that made a mistake and went off and didn't finish the race, whereas Ayrton Senna had to do the full race distance. They didn't shorten the race, so it was a full 2-hour race, but yeah, he went on to take his first win.
This was the first Easter handicap for sports cars, and Duke, driving car number 70, soon showed he was as much at home in the seat as in the saddle.
Well, Bruno, we see you driving some very important cars at big occasions at Goodwood, but maybe none so iconic.
Weather's been all right. Yeah, it's been great, you know, for sure. A bit of action as well, so good. Yeah, I saw him. I know. I mean, well, I saw him. I was facing. My back was to it. You know, the crowd.
Well, activity still around the circuit. We're waiting to catch up with Bruno Senna, obviously brought back in on a tow. So the members' meeting still flowing on, and we're waiting to catch up with Bruno Senna. He, unfortunately, the Lotus 97T came to halt out on the circuit, is towed in, but we'll love to get his reaction. Obviously, the car with which his uncle
Ayrton won that outstanding debut Grand Prix. His first victory. He'd had a season or so with Tolman, but this is when he really made the Lotus sing. Today, alas, a little puff of smoke was a portent to something leading to that not quite coming back at full speed, but just great to see that Senna helmet on board Allison. Still a car that just looks so neat, so tidy, so perfect from 40 years ago, the Lotus.
Exactly, as we get to see many cars here that from many moons ago. We're about to see some from quite a while, the British-built pre-World War II sports cars. So, but as you're right, that was so beautiful to see that Lotus out on track, even though we only got to see it go around at a slow pace.
Well, we'll step down now because Grace is about to introduce something very special indeed.
Following on from the memories of Ayrton Senna, we're now going to commemorate another motor racing legend. Eddie Jordan was one of the sport's most cherished and colourful characters. He sadly passed away in March, but he'll never be forgotten.
So, just waiting to get the audio. So the members' meeting continues on. A wonderful photo tribute there to one of the sport's great names. Never a man happier on a podium than Eddie Jordan. He started as a racing driver, formed his own racing team, worked up through the Formulae, got to Formula One, and it was a slog getting those engine deals year on year. But 1998 Belgian Grand Prix, when not only did they take the first win, but Damon Hill led home teammate Ralf Schumacher. Joy unbridled. And Eddie then moved off into the world of being a pundit as well and brought an inimitable insight, Alice. But just every photograph of him showed just the sheer joy of being Eddie and taking on the big guns and beating them.
I didn't know Eddie for too long, but having worked at Channel 4 alongside him in Formula One for the past few years, I got to know him really, really well. And you knew if you walked into a room and Eddie was in it, you were going to have lots of fun.
Certainly would. And let's hear back with Grace with John Watson and Martin Donnelly.
Did any of...
OK, Grace, off you go with Martin Donnelly and John Watson, all about Eddie.
I'm now here at Eddie's bar at Goodwood Members Meeting, and I'm joined by two men who knew Eddie very well. Our own John Watson, who was the first man to test a Jordan Formula One car, and Martin Donnelly, a close friend of Eddie's and has a long association with Eddie Jordan Racing. So I'm looking forward to hearing your stories and anecdotes about Eddie. But Martin, we'll come to you first because I wanted to know from you about Eddie the man. Such a colourful and vibrant character he was.
Well, you said yourself, a colourful character, you know. You'd hear him before you'd see him. And he was a showman. He was a businessman, very clever with the figures and balancing the books, and life would be very much quieter without EJ in the paddocks. But everybody in F1 has a story to tell about Eddie, and he touched everybody. A very generous man, sometimes a very selfish man, and life was about Eddie. If you can make a quick penny or two, it doesn't matter who you were, be it Bernie Ecclestone or Ron Dennis or Eddie Irvine, he was in there to make a few dollars, you know.
Yeah, you chuckled there, John.
I certainly did.
What are your memories of Eddie?
Well, I met Eddie somewhere in the 70s when he was actually a racing driver. And he actually drove my car, my Formula One car, at a test at Brands Hatch because he had badgered his personal sponsor, who were the sponsors of my car. So he got the drive, and I had to go up to Brands Hatch to drive the car initially. And I thought, what am I doing? I'm losing a Sunday. I can't wait to get back home. But I think as a consequence of that drive, he decided that maybe his future was going to be better placed than being a team owner or a team manager. And he then established Eddie Jordan Racing, and ultimately at the end of 1990, he took the big, deep breath and said, I'm going to go into Formula One. I'm going to put everything I've got down to be able to build a car, set up a team and run it. And the car that they built was known as the Jordan 911. That's what it was initially known as. But because the 911 numbers, Porsche have those registered for their 911 range.
Yes.
So they got on the phone to Eddie and said, Mr. Jordan, you can't use 911 because that's our registered whatever. Martin has said Eddie would see an opportunity, sniff a deal. He could sniff a deal a mile away. And he then did a deal with Porsche wherein he gave up the 911 tag for this particular car. And he said, what am I going to get out of it? And what he got out of it was a lone Porsche for a year. So he was delighted with that little deal. But when the car ran for the first time at Silverstone, I'd been invited to drive it. It was a great honour to do so. The first Irish Formula One manufacturer. And for Eddie, up at Silverstone, it was a damp, dark, miserable kind of day. The car rolled out, I got into it, went out and did a few laps, came in, and I knew he was like a child waiting to open the most wished-for Christmas present. And I thought on the way in, I'm going to say the car is awful. It's the worst Formula One car I've ever driven, because I wanted to see his face. Oh, Mummy, Mummy! But it wasn't. It was a fantastic car. And for me, the Jordan, the 191, which is what it became, was one of the great cars of that season. One of the best, if not the best looking car with the graphics, the 7-Up and the Fujifilm. The whole thing just looked brilliant.
Yeah, it's such a great story. And I guess off the back of that, if you guys were to summarise, what did motorsport mean to Eddie? Because he's always been involved with
Profit.
it.
Money.
Profit. And he goes, you owe me.
Yeah.
And he's a great man he's a backing background. And he's dealing with everybody and sponsors. But if you owed him 200-300 quid, he'd remember that like 2 or 3 years down the road. He had a great short memory, and he was very good with figures and very good at the Blarney. He kissed the Blarney Stone, and he just drew them in, and he'd tell the sponsors he's going to fleece them. They thought that's very funny, and he did. Took all their money.
So did it take much persuading for you then, John? Was there money involved to persuade you to drive his car?
No was the answer. I didn't ask for it. At that time, I was just beginning my Formula One broadcasting career, and I thought, well, if I get to drive what is going to be a 1991 Formula One car, and I get to do it basically because the team owners thought I would be the right person, I took the opportunity. And also maybe there was a little bit of that diddly-eye, die, you know what, the old Darby O'Gill and the little folk, all that Irishness that goes along with being a member of that community. So I did it for nothing, and I was delighted to do it.
Yeah.
And I don't think Eddie ever forgot about it.
Yeah. So,
I did have to remind him regularly, mind you.
Of course. So what would you say his legacy is in motorsport? If you could summarise what he's done for the sport and how other people see him, I suppose.
Eddie's character, Eddie's personality was synonymous with him in the pit lane. You know, you didn't know half the time if he was being serious. He came up with these sort of exclusive stories what was going to happen, because the guys from the old Jordan factory were telling him behind closed door what was going on. And, you know, an entertainer, great musician, loved the drums, loved playing the spoons, loved being in the band. You know, so he brought that sort of humour and music into the paddocks at night time. You did the what was the robbers they called themselves?
I named the band the Robbers, Eddie and the Robbers, because he's robbed so many people. I'm going to fleece you. You owe me.
Bernie Ecclestone's nickname for him was, he said, had the team managers meeting, Eddie was always late, and he said, oh, here comes the robber, because EJ used to go around, get tickets from Bernie, and then get one of the staff to sell them at the entrance to the gates, coming to the circuit, so he got caught.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. I'm certainly getting the narrative here. As someone who unfortunately never met him, your stories are really painting a picture of what he's been like.
Grace, one of the things I think that people liked about Eddie was he projected a human face. He was a human being, and in a Formula One sport, which is being dictated by technology and sort of people that are a bit autonomous, you know, they come across as being almost unhuman. And Eddie was the opposite of that, and he loved the attention, but he gave so much back. And a point when they were sponsored by, I think it was Benson Hedges back in the late 90s, the Buzzing Hornets was the logo on the side of the car, and they sold more merchandise than any other team in the paddock did. And this is a small one-man band, owner-driver team against the scale of McLaren or Williams or Ferrari. He was a force of nature.
Yeah.
He wasn't perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but he's very deeply missed. And you think all the tributes that have been given to him come sincerely. And even though the people that he may have fleeced me, he may have fleeced Martin, but at the same time, you know, you have to love the guy.
Yeah.
I would just like to say before we end, he was my mentor. He was my manager, and he's my deep friend, and sorely missed.
Yeah, that's brilliantly put, guys. Thank you so much for sharing your stories. His character will be remembered forever. I really appreciate you speaking to us, and we hope you enjoy the rest of Members Meeting. Thank you.
Cheers, thanks.
Of the weekend was marshalling John Watson and Martin Donnelly, but to the race about to kick off. It's the Earl Howe Trophy. We're missing Clive Fidgen from the outside of the front row, but Pat Blakeney-Edwards gets the start, better than Gareth Burnett in pole. The Blue Alta going backwards, and unfortunately one of the Invictas also not getting away as smoothly as would be liked, and now just about hooking it up, but a fast start, a slow start, and we've got everyone underway with the exception of Clive Fidgen, who was not on the outside of the front of the grid. So let's just flick back to a replay and see how the start looked from the front end. In the middle of the grid, Pat Blakeney-Edwards gets the power down, the little Fraser-Nash TT Rep. The pale blue Alta, which is the most modern car in the field. These are two very small cars in comparison to the larger Lagondas, Invictas, et al. And the Bentleys at the tail end of the grid. But, oh dear, we've already got one car going off, I guess. That one has decided to go no further. Unfortunate losing them, but the field is working away around the opening lap, and now Gareth Burnett is in front of Pat Blakeney-Edwards. He got the poorer start, but he's got that Alta to the front of the field. Car number 70 leads the way. Unfortunately, not everyone going to the end of this race. Pat Blakeney-Edwards in second place. Third place is Christoph Cowens in the silver Vauxhall. You can see they're already spacing out a little bit. And then car number 71, fourth, it's the very elegant Invicta low-type chassis. Alan Brown on board. So a brilliant start from the middle of the front row there.
Yeah, and a fastest lap, of course, for Gareth Burnett. He's storming away in the Alta, which was built in 1939. So these, as you just saw briefly on your screen, it's British-built pre-World War II sports cars. And this year in the Earl Howe, it's British cars only, and that is to celebrate Johnny Hindmarsh and Louis Font's triumph at the wheel there, Lagonda M5 Rapide, all those years ago.
Yeah, well, it broke the run of Alpha victories, but a really good getaway by Pat Blakeney-Edwards. But Gareth Burnett hooked it up. He was way quicker in qualifying. It must be pointed out, there were oil on the track when they went out. A lot of people were quite cautious, but caution is not Gareth Burnett's middle name. He put it on pole enormously well. One of the cars we saw going off was the car starting from the second row. That was Louis Frankel. We've lost his MGK3. We saw the tail end of the car being parked up. Now we've got the white Invicta starting to show its form. Alan Brown, he started the lap in fourth place and he's hunting, and there's another car parked at the side. I think that was the one that got away very slowly from the grid, car number 14, I think it was. Yeah, it was one of the Invictas parked up. That's not the Invicta, but here's our race leader, Gareth Burnett, the small, nimble, one of only 6 of these fantastic little Alta two-seater sports, and he's really got the legs at the moment. Fastest lap of the race, yeah, he's 3.9 seconds clear. Then you got the gap back to this great little battle for third and fourth places, and it's Christoph Cowens from 5th on the grid who's just holding that position. but only just. It's really going to be nip and tuck, and in behind we have Alan Brown, who's come up from 7th on the grid. They're having a good little battle, but the first two, not home and hose, they've still got more than a quarter of an hour remaining, but they've clearly the class of this field. And just remember, these are all British cars from the pre-war years, the interwar years, effectively. Right, and Gareth Burnett's 1938, 1939 Alsa is, considerably more modern. These great big Bentleys, Lagondas and Talbots coming down the start-finish straight.
Yeah, well, Pat Blakeney Edwards, Fraser Nash is from 1935, so the Alta's a few years younger than Pat Blakeney Edwards. We've got some battles that are continuing further on down the field, and actually, Bruce, this marks the 90th anniversary of British Lagonda taking victory at Le Mans 24 hours back in 1935, and it broke that run, didn't it, of 4 consecutive Alfa Romeo victories. So the number 90 you can just see is on our drone camera. That's the Moore Fraser Nash Super Sports, currently in 6th place, being chased down by Taylor in the MGK3. So wherever you look, these are pre-wars, but they're all nip and tuck and desperate to try and make moves further up the field.
Yes, and of course these cars weren't really made for short sprint races. They were made, and a lot of them, absolutely to see if they could win the big one, win at Le Mans. It's big business now. The World Endurance Championship absolutely blooming. The manufacturers pouring in. But in the 30s, when you had the adage, win on Sunday, sell on Monday, it had a huge impact, and of course the coverage in the newspapers was huge back then for events like that, and all the manufacturers, they wanted endurance. They changed a position for 3rd place because Alan Brown is just pushing, and he's made it through into 3rd, just demoting Christoph Cowens. But I have a feeling this is a battle that should run the whole way. And tucked in behind them is car number 75, Aston Martin Speed Model from Mercury Bertelli with Robert Blakemore. He may get a role to play, and so chopping and changing, it's not after you, Claude, it's after you, but only for a handful of moments, and I'll be fighting back.
Christoph slides it all the way down the inside at the first corner, and actually this can allow, you can see the Aston Martin, the number 75 Aston Martin, just in the background. That's Robert Blakemore that's going to go on, you keep fighting, you keep battling away, and I'll slowly inch my way back. So this is the battle for the final podium position, and with just over 13 minutes remaining, I feel like they're going to be changing positions more frequently throughout the race.
Yeah, I don't think Robert Blakemore's quite got the pace, but definitely this battle for 3rd place, they are slightly delaying each other. They chop, they change, but at the moment it's Christoph Cowens who's fallen back. Who's moved up into 3rd. He was 4th at the start of the lap. He's moved into 3rd. He seems the quickest of this trio, but Alan Brown driving very well, and just at different points on the circuit, you have a little more performance and handling from the Invicta. Again, coming out of the 2nd of the Lavance, he's getting right behind number 1, which is the Vauxhall of Christoph Cowens, and going around the outside. Of course, that's slightly diminishing returns, but it's the longest straight on the circuit, and coming down towards Woodcut Corner, it looks though the Invicta is just in front. How good are they on brake? These are big, heavy cars, and okay, if you're coming around, you're going on the outside. That is confident driving for the pair of them, and a lot of trust, but really, around the outside, Christoph Cowens, I doff my hat.
That was close racing, and the 71 has a big history, as do all of these cars, of course, that we're seeing here, but the little white Invicta that's just now been demoted back into 4th place was bought by the India Rubber Company to demonstrate its tyres. So, I mean, what a beautiful car to demonstrate your tyres on.
Yeah, very, very elegant indeed. And of course, you look in these cars and you can imagine, obviously, no lap belts, seat belts of any sort. Certainly in those days before roll bars, if the car was going to crash, you largely wanted to vacate the scene. But what we're starting to see is Christoph Cowens escaping, and instead of fighting him, Alan Brown has now got Blakemore right onto his tail, Robert Blakemore. Now, and just behind them, we have these great battles. This is the battle for 6th. 3 cars, almost 4 cars in that grouping. And just at the front of that, you've got little MG Magnet, Andrew Taylor. Fabulous rear shot. So you love that shot, Alice, as they sweep through the first part of Madrid. And when you see cars like this, you could just see how they're working their tyres, how dynamic they are. Is the tail wagging the dog or the dog wagging the tail?
Well, yeah, who knows? But you can also see the lean. They're not strapped in. So all these historics that you're seeing in this race, none of them have got seat belts. I'd be holding on for dear life, and maybe that is what they're doing, as they're finding their way through Ford Water now. They'll bleed up the hill and go into the first part of St Mary's, so the 29 just leading in front of this little gaggle. As you said, that's the MG K3, and actually holds 10 British land speed records for a 1,100cc car, and that was set in 91 and 94. And I think, for a car that old to set it that sort of late, that's pretty good going.
Yeah, I mean, that was speed record, and obviously that was a very small engine car there, 1100cc, but some beautiful, beautiful cars. And the two red Aston Martins, Chloe Mason, Holly Mason, Franchitti, they are fabulous, all from the 1010, both from the 1010 stable owned by Nick Mason, and they are brilliant. Why are they not racing in British Racing Green? And that's because Bertelli had a superstition. He was involved with those cars, and he decided Italian Racing Red, his native colour, would be better. Now, hand up 45 is pulling off a few failures. One of the Lagondas, that's Jeremy Brewster, so disappointment for him. Is it something he can get going again? Hard to tell, but of course he'll be looking at what gauges he has, and that's a shame. He'll be dropping down the order outside the top 10 and falling backwards, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's a bit of smoke coming out the back of that, so I can imagine he's going to either pull it to safety or slowly make his way back to the pits. The gap at the front is stabilised somewhat. They're doing actually nearly identical times at the front of the field.
Yeah, Gareth Burnett just has the legs. He's had the best lap of the race, but at the moment they've dropped away from that pace. And as you said, yeah, separated by actually 0.004 of a second in terms of their lap pace last time around. They've got 5 laps on the board. They're comfortably out front. 17 seconds clear of the third place car of Christoph Cowens. Good to get sight of some other cars through the length of the field here. And here's Gareth Barnett. He's starting to pick up the lapping. And when you walk around the Earl Howe paddock, this, along with the Fraser Nash chain gang cars, the TT Reps, are the smallest by far, because the Lagondas are huge, the Bentleys are huge, the Invictas are long and low, and so it goes on. But Gareth, so able in so many cars, doesn't need to push too hard. He can choose his moment. He's just coming across the tail of the Talbot AO90, driven by Joel Paulson. He knows that car well. He also had the spatial awareness to look in that little mirror and just check what was coming up. It was small, it was low, it was blue, it was Gareth Burnett. He knew it was coming and did exactly the right thing.
So Gareth Burnett, he's quite comfortable at the front from Blakeney Edwards, but we've seen across many of the races today that traffic plays a big part, and they've already started to hit the traffic. You see it possibly benefited Burnett in that instance, because he's stretched his lead, and it was a better middle sector from him. But fantastic to see these cars and the reliability of them as well.
Now, talking about the little and the large, one of the smaller cars, as we said, is leading the race. That's the Alta. In second place is this Fraser Nash TT replica. This is a car that has chain-driven. A smaller engine gets away with it. The chain is much more efficient in getting majority of that power to the driven wheels. And Pat Blakeney Edwards has been running these for a very long time, knows how to drive them. The Fraser Nash racing environment is huge. It's friendly, and we've got a great array of cars from the Fraser Nash stable doing great things, including Matthew Moore, car number 90, was having a good run too in his. Here's a different model, but it's the way you have to drive these cars. They're nimble. Now you suddenly take a look, the little Aston Martin in red, a couple of Bentleys, and another Aston Martin behind. In fact, it's Aston Martins and Bentleys, 5 cars altogether. Car number 2 is a Bentley 4.5 litre, Graham Goodwin. That's smoking a little bit. But again, different driving styles and an awfully large difference between the lightest and heaviest cars at this era. But just in those pre-wars years, just before the Second World War, suddenly smaller was becoming a little bit more attractive as the way to go racing.
It is, and actually the number 7 Bentley that we've got out there that's down in 11th place. I wonder if we can catch that at some point around the circuit. But that was driven to the event from mid-Wales, so that's come all the way. I mean, that's a trek in on a modern day car, let alone a 1925 Bentley Speed model. So
Alice, they're more common on the road than you'd think. Not even in the summer months. There is something wonderful about the Brits. The Brits drive cars. Now let's take a look on the move. Car 75. I'll come back to the thought about. That's a speed model Aston Martin. Robert Blakemore. He's up into 4th place now. He was running 5th, a little distance off Alan Brown's number 71 Invicta, but you could see he was just starting to find form, starting to pick up not just pace but position too, waving to his pit crew. Yeah, quite happy with life at the moment. So a great array of cars. Nobody can do anything about Gareth Burnett. 7 seconds clear of the Fraser Nash TT rep of Pat Blakeney Edwards, who in turn has the best part of half a minute over 3rd place Christoph Cowens in number 1. Thank you very much, Christoph Cowens in his Vauxhall. And let's look at some other cars from the front end. Of course, we were talking about Bentleys and Lagondas as well, so plenty of those, but they were largely starting towards the tail of the field. Great looking car, the short, the Super Sports Bentley. Look for car number 9, just going through short. They were what they said on the tin. They were shorter, because the short wheelbase really helped with their handling. And this was the start of cars becoming a little bit smaller, but as you see, within a handful of years, because that was introduced in the mid-20s, within a decade the cars were definitely smaller. Viz, our race leader, the little Alta of Gareth Burnett.
And it was the first Bentley, you can see the number 9, to wear the green badge, the coveted green label, and one of the rarest Bentley models, 100 mile an hour, can reach Super Sport, 3-litre engine. Currently down in 10th place, so having that battle with Graham and Searle just slightly further up the road.
Now it explains why Alan Brown was dropping back in that Invicta. Remember, he had that battle for 3rd place, just fell to 4th as Robert Blakemore went through. Clearly something beginning not to work as it should, and I think that was probably a wise move. If you sense something is going on your car, you've only got another 5 minutes for racing, there isn't any point on thrashing on. Stop before the damage is done. Right, Gareth Burnett, our race leader, one of 6 of these fantastic, nimble little Altas. Of course, as soon as that was built, the Second World War started. You never know how that affected its ongoing development. We came out the other end of hostilities at the end of 1945, and the world was a different place, and technology had moved on too. But at the time, small, nimble, did exactly what a racing driver would like. And again, I keep talking about how people realise maybe these cars that were almost the size of trucks, some of the cars from the early 20s, you know, that was not the way to advance. But Gareth Burnett, doesn't matter what he gets into, he's just a really, really neat, tidy, balanced driver. He effectively needed 1 flying lap to set that pole position. The track was oily at the time. He was 4 and a bit seconds clear. Job was done. He knew he had to get it done today. In the race, he was overtaken off the front row of the grid, so his pole position was wasted, but didn't fall back too far. And having got ahead of Pat Blakely-Edwards, he's street cleared. He's sitting on that, but as you said, he's sort of settled to the pace, about 7.5 seconds clear.
He is feeling pretty comfortable, must say, out front. A little bit of traffic to navigate in front of. There we are, catching again the number 27 Aston Martin from 1935. Chloe Mason at the wheel of that. The straight 4 1.5 litre engine, doing a great job. And as you said, the 10 tenths Motorsports Limited running that, not in your traditional Aston Martin green.
Yeah, not the national racing colours that almost all cars raced in. Of course, British Racing Green seemed to be myriad shades of green, but from mid-green to dark green. But the red, they felt, why be superstitious, particularly if you're going to some of the races they went to. And this car was built for the TT, the Tourist Trophy, when it was run in Northern Ireland on the Ards Peninsula circuit. Go and visit it someday. It's all public roads, fearsomely fast, with great big stone walls and gate posts on the flanks of it. So you needed to carry the luck into that and make sure you come out the other end. Right, let's take a look. There's still Gareth Burnett leading now by 10 best part of 11 seconds. He suddenly just improved his fastest lap of the race by over a second, so he's just trying to get to the end even sooner. But we've still got probably 2, maybe 3 more laps. But he's also working the traffic too, because certainly as he and Pat Blakely-Edwards pick their way through the back markers, you can gain a bit, you can lose a bit, but there's no point taking any risks. So of course a little bit of caution can be rather useful.
It can be, but he's not taking any caution. He's just set the fastest lap of the race, 45.5, and fastest of anybody in the first sector. So traffic, what traffic? I can still set fastest overall lap times. You can see just breezing past them as he's heading up the Lavant Straight, and then he'll fork left and into one of the heaviest braking zones into Woodcote Corner.
Yeah, okay, just think about this. Of course, heavy braking, he's in probably one of the lightest cars in the field. He also is so much smaller. It's nimble. He can just absolutely position it where he wants to go. Bentley in front, not for very much longer. But again, great hand signals there. That was from the driver of the Super Sports Bentley. We saw earlier William Medcalf. But again, a lot of these drivers spend all season racing with each other. They can assess the performance of their rivals. But when you're William Medcalf, you're looking down as Gareth Burnett comes past.
And I think what I like is they have respect not just for each other, but for the machinery as well, and they respect the history and how old, and also this is a fast Goodwood circuit as well, so you have to give respect to your rivals. So really nice to see all of them being nice and polite, the back markers, and moving firmly out of the way.
It is, and you've got to be confident with the car here, because one of the features of the Goodwood Motor Circuit is the fact it's just got such fantastic flow. Very hard to actually spot your turning point. experience but knowledge. A lot of these drivers have raced here a fair few times, but it's rewarding once you get your car just sort of behaving the way you want it to. Well, the hardest section of the circuit is the section we're looking at now. It's the sweep into the first part of the St Mary's, over the rise, the second part into the compression, then up the slope to the following corner, the first of the two Lavant corners. One follows the other, but it's a great overtaking opportunity into the first one of those. But then if you make a mistake in that, it's a great opportunity for the car you've been challenging to get the power down better on the exit, and then they can carry that advantage all the way through the kink and down to Woodcote. So, you know, sometimes you have an overtaking gambit, it doesn't work, and you've really cost yourself.
We saw a shot briefly there of the 64, which was Mark Faulkner in the Lagonda, and the size difference between that and our race leader as Burnett has turned on the headlights. Now maybe that's a sign to the rest of the traffic to move slightly, but the Lagonda that we saw runs a 4.5 litre Meadows 6-cylinder engine, so much bigger, a bit more powerful than quite a few of these cars on the grid.
Yeah, you know, older, more powerful, but certainly an awful lot larger. Much larger. So looking down, but not going to be looking down for much longer. So one more lap to go. We'll get the graphic any second now. The checkered flag won't be out this time. It can come down, well, it will come down when our race leader Gareth Burnett comes around at the end of this lap. So 11 laps on the board. His margin of advantage over the second place, number 19, Fraser Nash TT rep, is now 12.2 seconds. In fact, that's picked up its pace, but again, I think the ebb and flow has been largely how brave Gareth Burnett has been through the traffic.
He has. He'd just gone past through the number 12. That's Lee Searle in the Lagonda V12. So he makes his way up through Fordwater for the final time. He's got a little bit more traffic. Is that the number 2? One of our Bentley 4.5 litres, Graham Goodwin, should I say, at the wheel of that. And then through St Mary's, one of the trickiest. You go left, you go right, should I say? Then you go left, and he gently brings it out to the edge of the circuit, choosing not to use all the road. I mean, he's 12 seconds ahead. He doesn't need to.
Doesn't need to, but again, just so rewarding when your car's handling the way you want to. Your tyres are up to the right sort of temperature. Obviously, it's not as critical with these early tyres because they didn't warm up to the extent that modern racing tyres do. Pat Blakeney-Edwards, 12 and a bit seconds down. No reason to take risks. Into Lavant he goes, picking his line. So the two smaller cars at the front, the Alta, then the Fraser Nash TT, then the car in third, being driven really very well indeed. The Vauxhall car number 1 of Christoph Cowens, owned by Gregor Fiske in this car, won the John Duff Revival at the race at the Revival 2019. But it's the fact that most of these cars, I think you have to stand back and admire the fact these were built just after the First World War up to just before the Second World War. Most notably this car, the mid-blue Alta, built just before second round hostilities, and Gareth Burnett has driven it very well indeed. Fastest lap of the race so far, and there is the checkered flag. Job done. Looking in the background, it would be about 12 seconds down. Now, here's the car in second place. Pat Blakeney-Edwards working away at the wheel. He may even yet pass his number 2 Bentley, put another lap on that before the end of the race. No, there's no space, no point for risk, but he does get through. Second place is his, 14.5 seconds. He backed off a little bit. And will Christoph Cowens be rewarded with third place in car number 1, which is the Vauxhall that he's driven very nicely from 5th on the grid. Don't forget, we didn't have the outside front row starter, Clive Fidgen, and here is the car in third place. So we could have had 2 TT rep Fraser Nashes fighting over second place, but as it was Pat Blakeney-Edwards on his own, and he was on his own because Gareth Burnett just got going after a poor start and ran away in the distance. So into third place comes Christoph Cowens in the Vauxhall. That's the 3090 Brooklyn Special. Of course, a lot of these cars did a lot of their racing on that bank semi-oval down in Surrey. He's happy with that, and he had a good fight early on, and that's what drivers really want. They don't want to just run away and hide. Gareth Burnett had no choice in it because his car was so quick, he was so quick, got the job done supremely well.
He does. A little puff of smoke, and actually that Vauxhall, a regular at Goodwood, and won the 2019 John Duff Trophy with Gregor Fiskin at the wheel at Goodwood Revival a few years ago. So we often see plenty of these cars not just racing here at Members Meeting, but Revival as well.
Yeah, they do. It depends on the mix of the races and what format. But this was one for British cars of the pre-war year, of the interwar years, and that was because in 1935, 90 years ago, Lagonda stopped the Alfa Romeo run. And again, of course, if you think in the late 20s and the early 30s, Bentley's such a big role, but Lagonda had their Mark II and down at the French Classic. Well, it was still a fairly new race back then because we had the centenary just a year ago. So it was a big race to win. Gareth Burnett never won the race in the 1930s. Wasn't born then, but the car most certainly was. And the Alta, great looking little car, and it really just handles so supremely well. But then again, it takes the driver to do it too, and Gareth Burnett knows his craft very well. So people waving in congratulations as he comes down out of Woodcote. You can see them in the grandstands looking at him as he slows down for his slowest run through the chicane, and he will then just trickle out of the chicane and turn to his right and go into the Parc Fermé, which is the area where the cars go to at the end of the race, and he will climb out of a small car to speak to a very tall man because Ed Foster will be down there, but not just yet. But again, lovely polite applause from people in the grandstand. Great to have them here. We've been lucky with the weather, not as warm today as yesterday, but we will take it. The daffodils look fantastic out around the circuit, and the applause. There are the boards, 1, 2 and 3, first, second and third. Little grunt, and out comes Gareth Burnett, and gloves off, all that sort of slow motion disrobing at the end of a race when the adrenaline starts to fall away a little bit, and it can be a bit all thumbs rather than fingers. But Gareth Burnett had time to spare, 14.5 seconds clear at the checkered flag. I think he's going to be very pleased with his afternoon's work.
I think he should be. He's nearly lost his glasses though. Hopefully he doesn't need them on to find them, but we can see the rest of the field bleeding through there.
Well, let's take a look at confirmation of Gareth Burnett's victory in the Alta Sports. In the end, 14.5 seconds clear of the Fraser-Nash TT rep of Pat Blakeney-Edwards. Christoph Cowan's great run for him in the Vauxhall 3098 Brooklyn Special. Robert Blakemore worked his way up to 4th place in the Aston Martin Speed model, and unfortunately that was including the demise of Alan Brown, who'd been running so well, his Invicta. Andrew Taylor, little MG, we lost one of those early in the race, Louis Frankel going off, but he took 5th in his MG K3. And then Matthew Moore, good run in the Fraser-Nash Super Sports, took 6th. Les Searle rose up the order to the best of the Lagondas in this race, dedicated to them in so many ways in his Lagonda V12 with 7th. Gareth Graham, top Bentley driver in his Speed model in 8th, just ahead of William Medcalf in his, and Nick Sleep, 3rd of the Bentleys, also a Super Sports, in 10th place. Then Jonathan Lupton, Aston Martin team car, he went quite well at stages in the race, just ahead of Nicholas Pellet. Anna Getley worked up in her Bentley, and Jock McKinnon. But it was a great race, really enjoyed, but most enjoyed by the man who took victory. And of course, that was Gareth Burnett, and he will be down with Ed.
Well, Gareth, this is quite some bit of kit, this Alta, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a good little weapon. Yeah.
No, it looked as though you were having a lovely time out there. I also get the suspicion you had a bit in the tank, a bit spare.
Yeah, I certainly was driving at probably 8/10, something like that. There's a bit more in it if I wanted to, but I saw Patch was sort of holding on, etc. And I just thought I'll pace the gap, etc. in case there's any problems later on. And yeah, it was just good fun. Great.
Faultless run. Well done.
Thank you.
Let's go find second place man, Patrick. Patrick, one of the many reasons I like you is you just keep trying, don't you?
Listen, it's never finished until it's finished, and you never know what's going to happen. I even got a couple of spots of rain on my aero screen about sort of 8 or 9 laps in. I thought, whoa, here it's coming. But no, you've got to just keep trying because you just never know, and you never know how far, number 3 is behind you. Because, well, my irreverent son and Richard Hammond were doing my pit board. So what I got on my pit board was absolutely nothing. Half the time they put the pit board out upside down just to confuse me, utterly useless. But no, what a great fun to be racing here. Shame it wasn't tighter at the top to have a proper race. But I enjoyed it, and just great to see all the cars out, and thankfully, as far as I know, no contact in those races, which was great. Great for Goodwood and great for old cars.
Well done, Patrick.
Cheers.
Christoph, it was quite busy at the start, wasn't it? You had your mirrors full, you got past, and then finally made a bit of a gap.
I was having a great tussle with the Invicta, and then he got past me in the straight, and I got past him, and it came to the end, and I was like, I'm not giving this up. And I hung it. But that's the great thing I love about pre-war racing is you trust each other as drivers, and I'm on the outside of him. We're not going to play silly buggers. We're going to have fun. But, I mean, the old girl's 100 years old. If I ever reach that age, I hope someone's more gentle with me. But she was amazing, and thank you to Gregor for letting me drive her, because I know it's his favourite car as well.
You can see why it's his favourite. Well driven.
Yeah, thank you very much. Cheers.
So the Earl Howe Trophy, missing the driver Clive Fidgen from the outside of the front row, but from the middle, the similar Fraser-Nash TT rep got into the lead of the race ahead of Gareth Burnett, but the Alta driver got going very quickly after that. Not everybody had the dream race, though. One of the best scraps was for third place overall, the Invicta number 71 of Alan Brown, with a really great scrap with Christoph Cowens in the Vauxhall. There's the Vauxhall number 1 having just made in front, and then a few drivers hitting mechanical problems, and we lost the Jeremy Brewster driven Lagonda, but no problems whatsoever for Gareth Burnett. Small, nimble Alta, one of the youngest cars in this race. Just before the Second World War it surfaced, and it was the way to go, and clearly today, taking no prisoners in traffic, he stretched his margin bit by bit, and there was the checkered flag being waved to him, and 14 seconds was his advantage at the end over Pat Blakeney-Edwards in third. Christoph Cowens taking third in his Vauxhall, but today belonged to the little Alta and to Gareth Burnett. What a run in the Earl Howe Trophy.
The day, the weekend has been sensational.
Well, everybody said it's so exciting. I really, really wanted to come.
Goodwood Revival is like going to an art gallery, but the gallery comes past you at 150 miles an hour.
It's the way Goodwood should be, you know, turn up, put on a show, slide around.
It's the biggest event of its kind in the world, with the finest collection of cars who are actually racing.
You arrive here, get into your 1960s lightweight E-Type and head out onto the track, and it's just wonderful.
Jenson Button is in second position.
They drive them like they've stolen, and I love that.
Okay, burn it, burn it, burn it!
Everyone's in vintage clothes. There's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
The Duke and his team put on a great show. I think the fans enjoy it. That's the main thing, you know, we're just the entertainment act.
The champagne booth is always a favorite spot for me.
Just really an immersive experience.
It's just like being in a movie set. It's absolute fun.
You just couldn't help but feel happy today, could you? I mean, it's just being with the crowd and being a part of it. I love Goodwood.
We don't actually come for the racing. There's so much to see, there's so much to enjoy, there's something for everybody.
Everyone's got big smiles on their face, and you know, it looks incredible, and just what an amazing event.
Goodwood Revival is all about make, do, and mend, vintage style, not vintage values. We had some incredible conversations at the Revive and Drive Village. People coming together and celebrating the past in the present.
Look, rather than throw things away, let's reuse things and repair them.
These cars wouldn't be lasting this long if they weren't taken care of.
The whole atmosphere is amazing, and people really do throw their heart and soul into dressing the part.
There is that around the outside. That is magnificent. What a super move.
I love vintage shops. For me, the best bit is seeing all the clothes, because I love clothes.
People really, really turn it out. I'm deeply impressed by how everyone has really committed to the style here.
You know, if you haven't got the thing to finish off your outfit, it's absolutely 100% guaranteed that you'll find it here.
Makes my heart sing. I can't stop smiling.
You're a Goodwood Revival Radio.
You know, I'm getting high on my own supply of everything that's going on here.
You know, you can be sitting, having a cup of tea, and a barbershop quartet come up and sing.
There's the Earl's Raceway, which is 50s American rock and roll.
They're jiving, the whole place is rocking.
My favourite place is over the road.
Love the vintage fairground.
Just a unique atmosphere, everybody making an effort. The whole combination of the racing, it's of its own kind. I can't think of anything else that even comes close to this.
I always say to everyone, whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to details like nothing else.
Walking around here, it is a vision. Goodwood Revival is the place to be.
Not only is there the show in terms of the entertainment of motor racing, but it's everything else, the shopping, it's the funfair, it's the look, it's the period aspect, and that is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
So what's coming up next? The Moss Trophy. It's a closed cockpit GT cars for a type that raced before 1963. Let's have the explainer. What's it all about?
The Moss Trophy can only be named after one man. Alongside his exploits in Formula One, Stirling Moss was a prolific competitor in sports car and GT racing, and he regularly found success at the wheel of a Ferrari 250 GT SWB during the early 1960s. His smooth driving style was a perfect match for the Goodwood Motor Circuit, and his 4 consecutive victories here in the RAC Tourist Trophy from 1958 to 1961 cemented his place in our Hall of Fame. It's those victories in 1960 and 61 here at Goodwood that inspire the Moss Trophy, which features a grid of closed cockpit GT cars reminiscent of those RAC TT races. Jaguar E-Types make up the majority of the field, as they will do battle with AC Cobras and Aston Martin DB4 GTs. But mixed among them are the more diminutive Lotus Elites and Austin Healey's that help to make the Moss Trophy one of the more entertaining races of the weekend. The 82nd Members Meeting will host the 4th running of the Moss Trophy, a 25-minute single-driver race for closed cockpit GT cars of a type that raced before 1963.
So, the clouds are starting to gather around the circuit, but the track is dry, and these are mouth-watering machines. John Watson back in the booth, joining me for these pre-63 closed cockpit GTs. Depends what you like best. Is it Aston Martins? Is it Ferraris? Is it Jaguars or Austin Healey's? We've got something for everybody.
Amongst the most spectacular, watching in practice or qualifying, were the Austin Healey's, especially coming around St Mary's. On 1 or 2 laps, I thought these cars were coming literally 90 degrees to the corner. Sensational looking. Not necessarily the quickest way, but, you know, if you want a bit of entertainment, look for the Austin Healey's.
Yeah, and also I skipped past the Cobras as well. Shelby Cobras, AC Cobras. These were in their early days. They had the 260 cubic inch rather than the larger engines have followed. But it's 2 Aston Martin DB4 GTs on the front row of the grid, the first 2 positions, and 1 Ferrari short wheelbase Competizione in the middle of the front row, homing in on the Harrison Newey car. Adrian Newey, of course, his father, but Harrison a fair bit of racing before he sort of rather dialed back a bit, but he's really getting his teeth into an Aston Martin. Of course, father Adrian, very much an Aston Martin man these days. So those 2 names on the flank of the car, but it's Dario Franchitti on pole in the dark blue, the navy blue DB4 GT with the white noseband. That's a car in which he was a winner here last September in the revival with NASCAR great Jimmy Johnson. They love this car, people love seeing it, but also people do like Ferraris, and Alexander van der Lof did very well to qualify 3rd on the outside front of the front row of this mouth-watering grid.
Well, looking at the front row of the grid, you have to think it's a bit of an Aston Martin fest. And of course, Goodwood is a circuit synonymous with Aston Martin, because some of their greatest successes have been at this racetrack all the way through the 50s and into the early 60s.
They certainly did, and the longer the race here, the more the fortune seemed to favour Aston Martin. But just savour the cars. The oldest car in the field is that white XK120 Jaguar with the red roof in the middle of the field, and towards the back end of the field it's replete with Lotus Elites. But just ahead of them in the world of Lotus is the Lotus 11 Bread Van. And Ollie Bryant, I'm just being told, is starting from the back of the grid with a 10-second penalty. That is he in the 111. It's the one of the many Jaguar E-Types, but there's a story already knitted into the fabric of this race, because Ollie Bryant is a winner in almost every sort of vehicle he's raced here, and he'll be picking those Lotuses off. But you can be sure that those 2 DB4 GTs on the front row of the grid will be trying to get their getaway done, and then they can just fight among themselves. Dario Franchitti and Harrison Newey.
Yes, Ollie Brown should have been starting on the middle of the 3rd row of the grid, and he's now at the very tail of the field. And he will make progress quickly, because the cars directly ahead of him are considerably slower than his E-Type Jaguar. Nevertheless, to try and get to a point where he needs to be, which is probably about where he should have been starting the 3rd row of the grid, is going to be a struggle.
So you suddenly go down to mid-grid, and that's where those spectacular Austin Healey's are. And let's take a look at the front of the field. Here is the grid. Pole position, the dark blue Dario Franchitti driven Aston Martin DB4 GT alongside the metallic green version of Harrison Newey. Outside of the front row, the Ferrari 250 GT short wheelbase Competizione with Alexander van der Lof over from the Netherlands in that. And then row 2, AC Cobra, the first of the Cobras, Theo Hunt. That's the one with the unpainted livery alongside John Spears, who goes very fast. This is a Shelby version. Then row number 3, it's James Alexander and his father Tom's left-hand drive DB4 GT. Jaguar E-Type, Ollie Bryant, that ain't there. That's at the back of the grid. Car 1-1 one. That's the one with the penalty. Another Cobra, Gregor Fiskin in 8th on the grid. And then 9th and 10th, the first of the Austin Hillies, that's Joseph Wilmot. Alongside him, John Pearson. He knows how to drive an E-Type, and that pulled off early in qualifying. Look for that one coming up the order too. Then Will Nuttall in the Lotus 11 bread van, and then alongside him, and that's a rare car, we're going to look at that later, Jack Rawls in his Austin Healey. A similar car, Michael Russell, motorbike racer Michael Russell starting 13th. Richard Mines in his fixed head coupe E-Type, and alongside him Kyle Tilley, who races all around the world and increasingly loves the historic scene. Then Mark Hugenholtz, Nicholas Ditting et al. Let's go right down to the tail of the grid. As you can see, a lot of Lotus Elites at the back of the grid, and bear in mind that number 111 Jaguar E-Type will be starting behind with Ollie Bryant on board. Not starting 7th, starting from the back. There's already a story. The clouds are starting to gather over the circuit. It's been dry all weekend, a little sprinkle just late last night, but will we be lucky, get all the way to the end? The wind is certainly building up. It's blowing across the cars as they'll be turning into Madgwick for the first time. The cars are all there. Ollie Bryant in that dove grey Jaguar just by the marshal waving the green flag. The start is upon us, 20 minutes ahead of us. Moss Trophy for closed cockpit GT cars of up to 1963. 2 Aston Martins on a front row and the Ferrari alongside. Very even, brilliant start from Theo Hunt in his Cobra from row 2. That may get into the mix. Everybody pretty much got away. Dario Franchitti has been jumped by Harrison Newey. Theo Hunt's up to 3rd. Alexander Van der Lof in that number 21 Ferrari down into 4th place. A one driver, I tell you what, it was Ollie Bryant was held back and eventually waved away all on his own.
Yeah, not only did he get a penalty from losing his 3rd row grid, he got held 10 seconds, but actually Dario Franchitti had just a few thousand too many RPM on the grid, and that allowed Harrison Newey to gain the advantage into Madgwick, and he's maintained that advantage now as they come all the way through Ford Water and they begin the entry into St Mary's. So it's Aston, and then the AC Cobra, and first of the Ferraris.
Yeah, wonderful drone shots sort of running parallel with the cars. They go into the dip out of St Mary's, then up the very slight incline towards Lavant Corner, a place where passing can happen. Among the front runners, so you're going to be sure they're going to fight in their corner. But a wonderful rolling part of the circuit, neat and tidy at the front. Theo Hunt running very wide indeed in 3rd place. That's the unpainted Cobra with the black roof in behind Alexander Van der Lof trying to fight his way back. And then you get midfield. That's the world of the Austin Hillies. That little Lotus 11 bread van in among them.
And the Lotus 11 bread van is ahead of all the Lotus Elites in the field. Whoa, it runs very wide coming into Woodcut, and that's a problem.
Well, that was Theo Hunt. He'd already run quite wide coming out of St Mary's, held it together, but got it wrong down into Woodcut. That would be heart in mouth, but he just managed to drop himself from 3rd to 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th position. Front 2 runners getting clear. That's the DB4 GTs of Harrison Newey hanging on by 5/10 of a second. Then behind Franchitti, who's in 2nd place, another 3 seconds back to 3rd. That's Alexander Van der Lof. Remember, he was given that when Theo Hunt ran out of road down at Woodcut. Some great overtaking further back down the field. And don't forget, qualifying was a little bit interrupted, but you need the dove grey car of Ollie Bryant. He's already put 4 runners behind him. He's up to 26th position. That's a story that will keep unfolding.
So the 2 Cobras follow the Ferrari, and the Ferrari was actually very slow in a strange line coming into the chicane. It was a very defensive line, didn't necessarily need to do so, but now running in clear air, and all he's got to think about is what he needs to do going forward and let the 3 Cobras behind him squabble amongst themselves.
Yeah, and look for that unpainted one with the black roof. That was the one that got up to 3rd in the race with Theo Hunt. He's 3rd in the group of Cobras, but he's got the pace. He just got a little bit loose, but he's got one of the best of the Austin Hillies tucked in behind. Look at that red Cobra, 2nd in the run behind the red Ferrari of Alexander Van der Lof. So nimble, but that too in turn is getting challenged because Gregor Fiskins is now pushing John Spires. There's John Spires in number 3. Gregor Fiskin, the red Cobra with 68 on the door and the white roof just ahead of the unpainted and black Cobra of Theo Hunt. That has the pace. Let's see how they get it right or wrong into Woodcut. This is where Theo Hunt lost it on the opening lap of the race. He is on the track this time. That's better.
See Van der Hoff, what he does in the Ferrari, he stays very much in the middle of the road to preclude any opportunity. One of the 3 of the Cobras might feel there's an opening that I can dive down into, so he comes out of the chicane ahead of the 3 Cobras, and Gregor Fiskin looks as if he's got the pace to get ahead of the number 3 Cobra, which is, oh, look at that, as Dario Franchitti's taken the lead.
Yeah,
burning rubber, that right, left rear, blue smoke coming off the rear of the Aston Martin.
Yeah, it was a drag race as they went past the pits, and starting the lap it was Harrison Newey by a 1/4 of a second, but brave, bold and carrying a bit more speed potentially as they accelerated away. Dario Franchitti got the job done. Now his job is to escape. Let's take a look down the start-finish straight, but very early the intent was clear from the Scottish driver, the Scottish ace, and Dario Franchitti made the move.
I think in fairness, Harrison Newey didn't really offer very much defence, and look at the exuberance in this driving. No wonder the blue smoke's coming off that left rear of Dario Franchitti's Aston Martin. It is sideways still, and Newey likewise. It's almost sort of synchronised sideways driving.
It is drifting, but with far, far more style and far, far better, more attractive cars than you normally find on the drifting scene. Not to take away from them, these are fabulous cars, the DB4 GT Aston Martin. Harrison Newey is not, though, beaten. He's going up the inside. Can he get the braking done?
Showbiz Racing. These two are playing amongst themselves, I believe. They've got an advantage over the rest of the field by over 5 seconds, and they're just putting on a little bit of a show for the fans, for the television. I don't think this is really, at this point, a battle for the lead.
Well, it is a battle for the lead, but I know what you're saying there, John, but I'm not averse to watching the rear shot of these DB4 GTs as they pitched into Madgwick Corner and just watching them working their cars. The real battle, though, in so many ways, is battle for third place. Still Alexander van der Lof, but is there going to be a change of the place between the Cobras behind? No, John Spires in number 3 holds off Gregor Fiskin. Gregor kicks up the dirt, and Theo Hunt, potentially the quickest this trio, is at the back, but where and when and how? And the best of the rest is Joseph Wilmot in the best of the Austin Healey's in 7th place. Just tucked in behind them.
Yeah, Hunt just had to drop back in behind Gregor Fiskin because he wasn't sufficiently alongside. Look at the amount of steering work is going on. So now the Ferrari, is it under threat, under challenge? Well, let's have a look and see into St Mary's. The Ferrari is the more sure-footed because it's got a better balance, better grip, but you can't deny the power and the excitement of watching a Cobra around Goodwood.
Yeah, but in fact what I noticed is the Ferrari seems to get its power down sooner, probably because, as you say, it's more balanced as a car. Oh, now here comes the move from John Spires. John, a very, very busy historic racer in this and that, here and there, but that was he thought about that move. Now, who else is thinking about a move? Dario Franchitti? Well, he needs to. He's down in 2nd place, but up the inside he comes. Oh, are you right? I think you're right, John. I think they're playing at the moment.
I think this is a little bit for the benefit of both the fans. Look, I mean, look at the way they're sliding the backs of their. Now, if you're in a real race, you probably wouldn't want to be doing that, but let's put on a show because that's what people come to see. They want to see two drivers at the level both Dario Franchitti and Harrison Newey are capable of displaying, putting on a great show.
No, they really, really are. And the gap to those behind him was 5.5 seconds. Now, of course, a different car because suddenly Alexander van der Lof has fallen from 3rd to 4th down to 5th place now because Gregor Fiskin's gone past as well. And interestingly, having gone up into 3rd place, John Spires, I think, is starting to make his move. And another driver making his move is Joseph Wilmot, that number 81 Austin Healey. He's hunted down and passed Theo Hunt. How and why? This is why the Ferrari got delayed, just bottled up, couldn't get through the chicane. Theo Hunt on the outside, not on the circuit anymore, had to slightly lift off the throttle. That allowed that the AC and Shelby Cobra battle to get split. Are we going to see the Ferrari coming back? Car number 21, it's got the pace, but Joseph Wilmot is absolutely flying.
This is the Austin Healey I was watching yesterday. I mean, for an Austin Healey to be able to outpower and outperform an AC Cobra, I mean, I don't know why. It is a superb little car, but being driven absolutely brilliantly.
Yeah, well, Joe Wilmot knows it very, very well indeed, and that's absolutely showing. Back to the Aston Martin battle at the front of the field. The Aston Martin show, they were 8.6 seconds clear of the best of the rest, and that's a vigil that is growing even more. But John Spires, having got free of this battle, of course, it was very much sorted out down at the chicane. He'd already got through last time around, but he is now able to run at the pace that he expects to run at.
And Hunt in his Cobra, having lost ground in the opening lap here at Woodcote, then on the lap we've gone into running wide coming out of the chicane, is paying the penalty of that. He's got that superb Austin Healey ahead of him. And further through the field, another DB4 GT and another Aston Martin. And the first of the elites has now got ahead of the Bread Van Lotus 11. And Ollie Bryant, look, he's making good progress, finally getting his way up into 18th position.
Yeah, I intentionally stayed away. The battling was so good for that lead duo and then the sort of quintet of cars fighting over 3rd, 4th, etc. Ollie Bryant, he's alongside Cut 7, a very famous, that's the 2nd generation of the Dick Prothero cars with that Cambridge blue noseband on the gunmetal livery. Looks like he's missing a rear light. Oh dear, one of the Aston Martins out. I think that's 33, Nicholas Ditting. He said, having put his notes upside down.
Yes, it is Nicholas Ditting, yeah. So his Aston Martin's pulled off. We don't know whether that's a mechanical problem. We assume it is. Back again to synchronised drifting from the 2 lead Aston Martin DB4 GTs. The blue one, it's got sort of the ex-Tommy Sopwith look, the Keep Endeavour colours. Maybe they did run an Aston, but again, look, getting alongside. And here we come down into Woodcote for coming up to complete lap 6.
So enjoying it very much. We're not quite at the halfway point in this 20-minute race, but exquisite sliding and balancing on the throttle of these two DB4 GT Aston Martins. We've seen Nicholas Ditting's car pull off, but James Alexander in the third of the DB4s. That's the white one. That is a little bit further down the order, just inside the top 10 in nights. But there's no doubting these two cars, one or other of these drivers will take victory. So Aston Martin 1-2. The question is, what is the order going to be? And again, that wonderful rear shot. And if you're new to watching historic racing, you can drift. You do drift.
Interestingly, the fastest lap right now has gone to Harrison Newey, a 1:29.6. Going back to the Win Percy Trophy race, fastest lap was set by Andre Lotterer in the VW Golf in a 1:29 as well.
There you go, it shows the improvement of tyres, etc, etc. Brilliant shot as they turn into St Mary's and trying to get the cars back across the right-hand side of the circuit so they can turn into the second part. Dario Franchitti has a slightly better line there, should carry a bit more momentum, but not close enough to make a move to regain the lead. Going into Lavant, no gap there. Dario wouldn't be impolite enough to even try, maybe on the last lap, but he tucks it behind.
He'll be thinking about a move coming down Lavant straight into Woodcote. Look at that. Newey's got that car literally sliding as if it was on snow or ice.
Really was. You had to think that the chasing Scott would gain a benefit there because he had his wheels pointing straight ahead as they came out of the second part of Lavant, but somehow Newey's got enough power down to hold on to that lead position as they come down for the 7th time into Woodcote. Just gets in and just chucks the tail around. Right, a rare car in the field is the bronze Reliance Sabre 6, and then the world of little Lotus Elites. Small, nimble, and always an absolute joy to watch. That's car number 63, that's John Davison's car.
Have you spotted the obvious difference between this car and the other Elites? It's running on a set of wobbly Lotus magnesium wheels. Normally in period they would run, I believe, on wire wheels, but this car is equipped with a set of alloy or magnesium wheels, which would have been more appropriate, let's say, on a Lotus 23 or something similar.
Well, again, diversity is a great thing, and the Reliance Sabre 6, you don't see too many of those. That's just running up the track just in front of that, so a larger engine car, not as nimble, but again, we love the diversity.
A Ford engine is a 2.6 litre out of a Ford Zephyr. I think it was.
It was. We've just had a change of the lead and then a really sideways slip and slide from Harrison Newey. Has he started to wear his tyres a little too much? He certainly was working them harder than Dario Franchitti was, but Dario is back into the lead of this race. It's chopped, it's changed, but at the start of the lap with a third of a second advantage was that number 32 Aston Martin DB4 GT, but well, exuberant, sideways, stylish.
I love it. I think that's deliberate. He's making the car slide maybe arguably more than it would naturally want to do. He may be having to do it also to make the exit line slightly tighter. Maybe he's running out of road because he's getting a little bit too much understeer, but certainly he's exercising the wheel to make the car do what he wants it to do.
Yeah, and he's about to have to start lapping at the end of lap number 8. There are cars, Jaguar E-Type not too far up the track. The question is, where will he find it? Oh, well, he's already noticed, and it's pulled over to one side to let the charging group through. It's car number 44. Oh, no, it's not 44. We'll get a better sighting, but it's pulled to the side of the track. That's very nice, neat, polite racing there, moving to one side. I think it's Ciprian Nistorica, so that was well done. He had the time to see them in his mirrors, and he was in the right place where it didn't compromise him out of the chicane, pulled to the left, let the Aston Martin DB4 GTs come down to the right-hand side. No interruption there at all.
So it looks like Dario Franchitti's got himself a comfortable lead of 0.8 of a second. And of course, coming into traffic, as you mentioned, Bruce, let's have a little look back.
Okay, this is, I guess, where the lead changed. The 32 of Harrison Newey, just in front of the similar DB4 GT, but he was on the outside at Ford Water. No second invitation required, and that is where...
And in reality, no challenge given by Newey. No defence, no obvious signs of defence against Dario Franchitti.
No, they will fight on. Still 7 minutes remain. There we are, first and second Aston Martin DB4 GT from a similar car. Blue ahead of green, Franchitti ahead of Newey. Best of the rest, fully a dozen seconds back. And it's John Spires who made the moves early on in his number 3 Shelby Cobra 260. That's the one running in red. He picked off Alexander van der Lof. Alexander is still in the race. He's down in 5th place in his Ferrari short wheelbase Competizione. So at the moment we've got the 2 DB4 GTs, then we've got a pair of Cobras, then we've got the Ferrari, then the third of the Cobras, which is Theo Hunt. And again, just look at these nimble little That's the John Davison-driven yellow and green striped Lotus Elite, so small and dainty, particularly compared to the Reliance in front and the Austin Healey in behind.
You know, when the TT was being held here in the late 50s and early 60s, especially for GT cars, and the Elites were the dominant car in their class, they used to annoy me like mad because they would even beat the factory Porsche Carrera, the Abarth Carreras, because the Lotus was such a good chassis. It was light, it was nimble, power to weight ratio excellent, and they just sort of blew away the factory Porsche Carrera coupes.
So will history repeat itself? I'm just being reminded, of course, Sterling Moss won here in an Aston Martin DB4 GT, so he ain't here quite clearly, but 5 years have gone in a flash since we lost Sterling, such a star, but 2 Aston Martin DB4 GTs in the top 2 positions. This, though, is the battle for 3rd place. John Spires now being really chased very hard by the another Cobra, Gregor Fiskin. Alexander van der Lof is in behind in that very, very elegant Ferrari. He's got the pace to match them. The clock is not his friend. 5.5 minutes remain. But which of these red cars will take 3rd place? I cannot tell you, John, but I'm starting to sense that Gregor Fiskin is looking more and more nimble in 4th place and harrying John Spires. But John Spires, such a busy historic racer, he is going to be a hard nut to crack.
So status quo once again down into the woodcut double, apex woodcut corner exit, all that. So they cleared the Lotus Elite, one of the back markers, so a good clean clear run all the way through the chicane and then on to start finish straight, and clear, relatively clear air for these 2 lead Aston Martins, so they're not being inhibited by some of the back markers and finding themselves caught maybe with more than one car at a time.
Yeah, interesting at this stage in the race. They're running very, very similar pace at all the other cars in the top 6 or 7 positions, but they are putting on a fantastic show. One little mistake from Harrison Newey and it chopped back the other way. Haven't talked about Ollie Bryant for a while. I feel he might be getting into the top 10 very soon indeed. If we catch sight, yes you can. His is that dove grey E-Type. There it is, number 111. He's very, very close to John Young, and that's going to be a hard one to get past the number 41. And Ciprian Nistorica pulls to one side, but not yet in the top 10. 12th position for Ollie Bryant, and they're both catching number 66, which is Michael Russell, the motorbike racer, in his Austin Healey. Let's see how soon they catch him, but a great little scrap.
Yes, it's going to be interesting to see Ollie Bryant. He's made progress from the very back of the field, starting 10 seconds after the field got underway, and he's now running in a 12th place, looking down the exhaust pipes of getting up to 11th.
So where is the traffic going to fall for this lead duo? Certainly Harrison Newey has not been dropped, having lost that lead to Dario Franchitti, but Franchitti a winner here in this number 46 DB4 GT with Jimmy Johnson, the 7-time NASCAR champion at the end of last year at the Revival, and again pitched at angles that lesser mortals wouldn't dare consider. Into the chicane they go, and again you need to be neat and tidy here. You need to get the power down. You need not to be running over the curbing on the outside, and Dario in fact gave a real margin to himself there. The Scot fully confident in his car at the moment and not risking an iota.
So we're getting down to the closing minutes, just over 3 minutes of this race remaining. So that's going to be about 2 laps before the flag is out. Look at Dario. He gets the car sideways even before he gets to the second apex at the exit of Magic Corner. Again, smoke pouring off that left rear tyre. I dread to think what the tyres are saying. I mean, they must be yelling in agony because they're getting a real workout, particularly that left rear.
Certainly are, but the real question is who is going to be third. We may yet have a change between first and second, but Dario Franchitti looking increasingly comfortable. But the battle for third place has suddenly stretched out. A lap or so ago we had the number 68 Cobra with the white roof right on the tail of John Spires. Maybe John worked traffic better, but he in his number 3 Cobra is holding on to third position, sweeping through St Mary's, and every time we get the Ferrari of Alexander van der Lof getting onto the tail, he then loses out a little bit, but he's very neat and very tidy, and he's still giving chase.
Yes, that problem for is that coming out of the chicane, I believe it is.
Yeah, Niall McFadden has put his car facing the wrong way with a little bit of...
a lot of damage.
Oh, a lot of damage. Okay, he's effectively gone...
The chicane is non-existent.
Okay, let's take a look how it happened. The Cut 7 Jaguar goes down the inside. Hans Neisel's coal wing turns in and nowhere to go. And, well, you can see, thank goodness, it's no longer built with the original bricks. It's polystyrene and belting there. But that was a wheelie, and then couldn't control his car because the front wheels weren't on terra firma, so wouldn't turn.
I think we might have a safety car deployment. The camera, there's actually a camera in that But
Fear not.
That's the remnants of what the camera was doing.
Fear not, there was no camera operator. You wouldn't put one there, but that was a big moment for Niall McFadden, and at a standstill. So I'm afraid that is the red flag. Well, there's no great supplies. We only had 2 minutes remaining on the clock, so I very much doubt we will get the racing going again. So Dario Franchitti is at the top of the charts and may well remain.
The flag marshal gave a sign to down below him, sort of that sign saying, that's it, we're not going to restart the race. There's not enough time to do so they've got to now go through the procedure of rebuilding. That's a considerable amount of rebuilding. So Dario Franchitti, the race red flag 2 minutes before the checkered flag, has taken the victory.
Well, there we have it. It was a master.
Hold on. Normally in a red flag, do you go back one lap?
He was in front.
I think he was
the lap before. Yeah, he just made it. But
yeah.
You know, that could be one of the things if he was having that wonderful battle with Harrison Newey and they were playing a little bit after Claude. You have a go, I'll have a go. You're trying to remember who was in front, but there was that mistake. I'd say it was about 2 laps ago from Harrison Newey, and Dario pounced as they went down towards Fordwater, got the move done before St Mary's, and victory. Here we are in the Moss Trophy. That means we've only got a couple more races on the race card here, but that was a wonderful display from those DB4 GTs, cars that just seem really to suit the wonderful flow of the Goodwood Motor Circuit. Thoroughly enjoyable. John Spire's really good run up into 3rd place. Gregor Fiskin got close, and Alexander van der Lof very much in the mix in his Ferrari. So it was 2 Aston Martins, 2 Cobras, and a Ferrari with the 3rd of the Cobras, Theo Hunt, just holding off Joe Wilmot, who drove so well in his Austin Healey. But the display at the front was fabulous. The rear shot of those 2 DB4 GTs sliding their way particularly through Madgwick, and then they're pretty fine going to Woodcote. And the 2 drivers, Harrison Newey waving to the fans, waving to Dario. I'm sure they will pop out when they get to Parc Fermé with an enormous amount of enthusiasm, because that was fun. I defy anybody who can drive that well not to enjoy those controlled slides in their DB4 GTs. Of course, narrow tyres was what they had in the day. Fair degree of power, but it was how they balanced them.
And on the tyres, remember, these tyres were tyres essentially from what was being raced in the late 50s and 60s. They're Dunlop R7s, but they're cross-ply construction, not like modern race tyres, which are radial ply. And part of the reason that these cars can look so spectacular is it's because of the fundamental construction of the tyre permits that style of driving.
Well, we're the beneficiaries, everyone watching globally on the streaming around the world and here at the circuit. And if you've never come to the members meeting, I think that almost alone was an advertisement and a very good reason to come and make a visit at this very special event. Such a sprint, such a joy at the start of every spring. So there is the standings. The red flag came out with 2 minutes to go, but it was a question of which DB4 GT Aston Martin would take victory. And it was Dario Franchitti. And we went back a lap when he was at 0.649 of a second clear of Harrison Newey. So victory to Franchitti, 2nd place for the 2nd generation Newey, and then John Spires won the Cobra battle just ahead of Gregor Fiskin, 3rd and 4th for them. Alexander van der Lof always in the mix in his Ferrari 250 GT short wheelbase Competizione, and Theo Hunt, one little mistake on the opening lap, that put him down into 6th place, but he was in the mix as well. Best of the Austin Healeys was Joe Wilmot in 7th place, ahead of John Pearson in his type. James Alexander, the 3rd of the DB4 GT Aston Martins in 9th, and Michael Russell, a star on motorbike, but also pretty good on 2 wheels too in his Austin Healey. And then the battle for the driver coming up from the rear of the grid, and a 10-second penalty on top of that. Ollie Bryant couldn't quite catch John Young. They couldn't quite get into the top 10 in their retypes, but driven beautifully. Jack Rawls, spectacular all weekend in his Austin Healey, was 13th, ahead of Will Nuttall in the Lotus 11 GT bread van, chopped of tail, most unusual, great to have that in the mix. Richard Mines, 15th place for him, of Niall McAdam. He was in number 1 car. That was the car that took to the chicane at the end of the race, or not quite the end of the race. He caused it, or was unfortunately one shoved into the chicane, and that brought out the red flag. But let's go down after we've worked our way down to the tail of the field. Pretty much everyone got to the finish of the race. We lost Nicholas Ditting, Oliver Marseille also as well, but some really good runs down there through the field, and also some great polite driving moving out of the way as those DB4 GTs came through. So let's go down to Ed in Parc Fermé.
Well, Dario, I'm no expert, but I think you were having quite a lot of fun out there.
Oh, absolutely. It was pretty slippery. So I don't know about Harry, but I was driving it pretty sideways. A couple of times I got caught out and he got runs on me. In fact, he got a run on me just when the yellow came out for the chicane. I could see him in the mirror coming honking up on the right side, and I was pedaling as hard as I could. I basically got 2 sideways out in 11, but my God, there's very few cars you get in and it just fits you like a glove, and this Aston DB4 GT has been that way, this particular car, since the first day I jumped in it here about 18 months ago, and I just adore driving it.
Brilliant. Well, look, we can actually see, so Harrison, you come in as well. We can see some of how sideways you were getting.
Well done, pal.
Look at well done.
There's a bit of smoke. I was just sitting biding my time for your rear tyre to burst, and then
I was waiting for the same from you.
Right out.
Nice move there.
Yeah.
Oh, you almost ran out of road though.
Yeah. I was had the anchors out.
Look at the smoke coming out of the back of it.
What was wrong with the rear?
Nothing.
I think we were just having fun. Yeah.
The track was pretty slippery, and the best way to drive this car is with a little bit of yaw. We might have taken it a bit too far just because it was low grip. And just, again, you got to drive it sideways, but the problem was today, sort of 10 degrees of yaw was about right. We were getting 40 and 50, which...
It was good.
It was bloody good.
Also, neither of you pay for your tyres, do you? Harrison, you should stop the racing career and just go into drifting, perhaps.
No, I mean, I learned from the best. I just followed him for a few laps. Thought, okay, that's how you do it. I'll give it a go. You know, that's where the 6/10 went in qualifying, obviously.
Well, look, guys, it was fantastic to watch. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, two very happy Aston Martin DB4 GT drivers, and hats off to John Spires, who did a great job to come up to third place in the number 3 Shelby Cobra at 260. But it was a masterclass. Gregor Fiskin, he didn't quite get in the top 3, but he was in 4th place. He's coming in to congratulate him as well. Let's take a look at the highlights. So it's two Aston Martins and a Ferrari on the front row, and a better start from the middle of the front row from Harrison New. Brilliant start from Theo Hunt in his unpainted and black-roofed Cobra in behind, and he was very much in the hunt. He got ahead of Alexander van der Loff's Ferrari, but at the end of the lap just got a little bit too enthusiastic, ran a bit wide. At that point he's thinking, oh, have I thrown it all away? No, I can run across the outside on the tarmac and rejoin. But it was Newey in front, but definitely Franchitti was hunting. This is the point. We heard from the post-race that the track was a little bit slippery. Why not slide the cars? Not just for show, fancying it might be the best way to go around, but how long can you abuse your tyres like that? That was the big question. Third place still being held by Alexander van der Loff, but John Spires and the red Cobra number 3 was looking to make a move, and then Alexander was sort of muscled out when the chicane came across him. Theo Hunt put on the grass, and that let the two Cobras in front of Spires and Fiskin break free, and up front it was still fighting all the way. Who was going to make a mistake? They were certainly putting on a show. Were they just playing with each other? Well, they were certainly putting on a show either way, whether they were or weren't. Newey back in front, and then again, who is going to place the car ahead into the chicane? That occasion it was Newey. Next time around it might well have been Franchitti. Brilliant battle for third place though. Two Cobras and a Ferrari, but this is the little mistake made, just running a little bit wide there from Harrison Newey. Into the lead went Dario Franchitti, and then the red flag came out because of this. Nowhere to go for the number 1 E-Type of Niall McFadden. Couldn't steer, the front wasn't on the ground. That brought out the red flag 2 minutes before the end of the race. But it was a DB4 GT 1-2. It was Harrison Newey in second, and victory to Dario Franchitti, and he loved every second.
Down the inside, late on the brakes for Wilson in the Maserati. He gets the move done, but did he get on the grass? He does. The rear end steps out.
Everyone's in vintage clothes, there's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
The whole atmosphere is amazing, and people really do throw their heart and soul into dressing the part.
Whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
It's the shopping, it's the fanfare, it's the look, it's the period aspect, and that is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
Goodwood is the ultimate experience.
You can get close to the drivers, you can get close to the cars, you can really feel like you're involved in the action.
It's a fun fair, but with cars.
Wow, just wow.
Goodwood for me is entertainment, right? And it's already one event where I get to really express my style and personality.
Unlike anything else in the world, and the nostalgia here
and the commitment of all the fans year after year, and the drivers and the teams, second to none.
Come to Goodwood and you experience 100 years within an afternoon.
It's a way of bringing alive history of motorsport. It's a chemistry, it's a magic that it's difficult to explain.
And that was the most exceptional collection of moving automobiles I've ever seen.
The greatest drivers ever are here.
You know, I see it Goodwood just increasing and getting better each year with more things to see, more things to do.
MotoGP is in the house.
Rally cars? Okay, now you're talking.
And we've got the future here, happening right now.
There are some people who think it's just about cars going up a hill.
Lots of ideas spreading around, a lot of people and familiar faces.
Well, I've seen the future, and it's the Goodwood Festival of Speed. So buckle up, folks, because you're in for one hell of a ride.
The greatest show on earth.
All three fighting. Atkinson up the inside, number one, but watch out!
Part of the competition aspect at the Goodwood Members Meeting is to split the drivers and attendees into 4 separate groups to battle for the honour of what is known as the House Shield. Just like Hogwarts in Harry Potter's youth, there are 4 houses, and it's even more random as to who ends up where. Each house is named after titles belonging to His Grace the Duke of Richmond, and there are house captains from famous racing backgrounds. 3-time World Touring Car Champion Andy Priaulx is captain of House Aubigny, which is represented on the shield by the Fleur de Lis. 9 times Le Mans winner Tom Christensen is the frontman for House Darnley, for which the crest is the Boar's Head. Triple British Touring Car Champion Gordon Shedden is captain of House Methuen, represented by the Lion's Head. And 4 times winner of the IndyCar Series Championship, Dario Franchitti, is head of House Torbolton, which is celebrated by the harp. Every driver at the event can score points by finishing races in the top 10. 250 points are awarded for a win, 180 for a second place, 150 for third, all the way down to 10 points for a 10th place finish. In 2 driver races, each driver scores full points, which are split equally if competing for different houses. 50 points are awarded for pole position and for fastest lap, whilst house captains do score double points. But it's not just about track action. Anybody who attends the event can dive into some fantastic challenges and also score points. Fancy some laser clay shooting? Or what about axe throwing? Perhaps croquet is more suitable, or even duck herding, amongst plenty of options. There's also the important house group tug-of-war, where the house captains take a grip. As usual, there's no I in team. The House Shield is about everyone at Goodwood. So let's see exactly where we are in the battle between In the House Challenge and Torbolton are still on top, and in fact they've pulled away again because they had a big lead. It had come down a little bit narrower, but it is now a big lead once again. So Torbolton leading from Aubigny in second place, Methuen in third, and Darnley in fourth. So it's Dario Franchitti's team that is leading. Andy Priaulx in second place, and then
Gordon Shedden's in third, and the Darnley team, which is run by Tom Christensen, that is running down in fourth place. But it is actually very close between second, third and fourth. It's a little bit more of a gap to Bolton. So the pause at the moment we've got is just because of the recovery of the Jaguar, and there was that incident with hitting the side going into the chicane. So they're trying to sort that all out at the moment. So that is the reason that we have a little bit of a delay. And we'll have another little look at what happened in that in just a moment. It was an unfortunate incident, really. Everybody just getting a little bit too packed up going into the Moss Trophy. He had a little bit of a problem under braking, basically. Had to try and avoid the car in front, and then just took out the barrier there. And of course, it doesn't do huge amount of damage, but that barrier has to be back in place before we can get the race underway again. And so it was an unfortunate incident.
It was, and I wonder if he's going to feel that he was slightly squeezed into the chicane there. But I was actually thinking earlier, this chicane has done so well, surviving so many races. There's been close calls, but yeah, there's me jinxing it in there, and the camera just wiggling in the grass, saying, "Hello, I'm down here." So our camera that has caught some fantastic shots, and I think they're just trying to figure out how best to pick this car up to remove it. I mean, the potential, if there wasn't any real proper damage, they could even tow it away. So we'll keep you updated with that, and I can see repairs are being made at the chicane. But in the meantime, let's go down to Grace.
I've stepped into this huge hangar that has been transformed into the members market here at Goodwood Members Meeting. It is a fantastic place to come and grab something to eat, get a drink with friends, or just listen to some music. And I've actually popped over to one of the stalls here that I've heard loads of people raving about. I was hoping to catch a word with Claire from the Duck Shed. I just wanted to get your response to see how the atmosphere has been inside the members market this weekend.
It's been great, yeah, loved it. Yeah, it's been super busy, love all pretty lights. The music's been amazing as well, yeah, so yeah.
It looks like you've had a lot of footfall here. Has business been busy as usual?
Very busy, yeah. Goodwood's our perfect crowd. We do the Revival, Festival of Speed as well, so yeah, we love coming down here.
And what product are you recommending for people to purchase?
The British has been very popular this weekend, so you got the British burger in a wrap or in a salad. Very delicious.
And do you guys get to go out and explore other parts of the members' meeting? Do you get to see any of the racing action?
Sadly not this weekend, been a bit too busy. But yeah, we try to get involved. I put a song request in, so yeah, but yeah, not so much any of the cars.
Well, it's great to hear that you've been so busy. So we definitely recommend that you pop on down here. If you've not had something to eat by this evening, come and grab something to eat, listen to some music, grab a drink, and we hope that you enjoy your time here.
down the inside, late on the brakes for Wilson in the Maserati. He gets the move, dumping it again on the grass. He does, the rear end steps out.
So we still have this little delay. Unfortunately, it's taking a little while to get everything sorted out. The car is about to be picked up and carried away, but this is, of course, just delaying the start of the Gordon Spice Trophy, which we're very much looking forward to coming up very soon. 20-minute race. We had a version of it yesterday with the star drivers. We've got the entrance coming up, but obviously there is this little delay before we can get the race underway. But they are working hard, and it won't take too much longer. Now, Alice, you have been around this Goodwood circuit before. A little while ago, it was that it happened, wasn't it?
It was, and it was actually my first time going around Goodwood, and David got in the car next to me. He said, "So, right, you know where you're going?" And I was like, "No." And he said, and then you could see the look and the worry on his face, but it was a pleasure to go around this Goodwood circuit and getting a feel for it, and how there's no room for error, no real room for error if you do get it wrong.
Well, let's go back and have a look at how it was for you that day driving around this Goodwood circuit.
Well, Alice, we've just got the green flag, and you're going to give me, I think it's your first ever lap of the Goodwood circuit.
Yeah, so my first ever lap of Goodwood, so into Madwicks now. So a nice braking a straight line and be nice and gentle with the throttle. I'm going to have a little bleed here of the throttle through Ford Water. And then into St Mary's 1. Again, it's a really tricky one. Get that car straight on the brakes. Carry a little bit more speed through, work to get the car back to the right-hand side. You've got a slit road there as a bit of a reference. And a short run up to Levant, heavy on the brake. Quite, probably I would say one of the tightest in terms of exit on the track here. It's not very wide on the exit there.
So this car, 480 horsepower.
It's marvellous,
193 mile an hour top speed. We're getting quite close to that up this back straight. It's a really long straight here.
Nice braking in a straight line. Trade in the brake in, the rear will start to want to move.
Last minute lunge into here. Bit narrow, but only room for one car through this part.
As we get the checkered flag now. What an incredible, incredible circuit.
How did you enjoy it?
Loved it. Can we just stay out? Do we have to stop?
I know, exactly. Thank you very much for that.
No worries, thank you.
Alice, you've raced around so many tracks. There's so many in the UK when you started out in Ginetta Juniors and Formula Renault, and then around the world when you were competing in W Series. But that was the first time around here, wasn't it?
It was, and hopefully it won't be the last. You could see I was being quite kind to the exit of the corners and some of the apexes, but it was such a joy to drive around. I can really see why it is such a driver's favourite. It's such a fan favourite, and yeah, it was a pleasure. And like I said, hopefully it's not my last.
No, I'm sure there will be an opportunity or two for you to compete here one day. I'm sure it would be lovely to see that. So it looks as though we are getting there now. The car is actually it's not been taken away yet, but it is being picked up right now. There you are. Yep. So we're seeing how they're being quite cautious with carrying it up and taking it onto the back of the truck, and then picking up all the various bits. Unfortunately, got bashed, but the chicane has been fully repaired, I think, now, so that side of it has been done. And as soon as we get this car out of the way, then we will be able to get into the Gordon Spice Trophy Part 2. And we've got a few more other things to look forward to, of course, after the Gordon Spice Trophy. We've still got the GT3 Shoot-Out, which is going to be a very exciting battle going on in those beautiful GT3 cars. And then you and I, Alice, we're going to be commentating on the final race of the day, the Salvadori Cup, coming up in a while yet. But for the moment, we've still just got this little pause before we get under racing.
That was the most exceptional collection of moving automobiles I've ever seen.
You can get close to the drivers, you can get close to the cars, you can really feel like you're involved in the action.
Every form of motorsport here, from classic side all the way through to the most modern cars. You know, I see Goodwood just increasing and getting better each year.
Lots of ideas spreading around, a lot of familiar faces. It's a fun fair, but with cars.
Everyone's in vintage clothes, there's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
The whole atmosphere is amazing and people really do throw their heart and soul into dressing the part.
Whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
It's the shopping, it's the fanfare, it's the look, it's the period aspect, and that is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
So we're still waiting for the Gordon Spice Trophy Part 2 to get underway, but they will be coming out on track fairly soon. Let's take a look at the detail of what the Gordon Spice Trophy is all about.
The Gordon Spice Trophy is named after one of the most successful touring car drivers of the 1970s. Gordon Spice started his career in British Saloon Car Championship racing minis in the 1960s, but he's most notable for his mastery of the Ford Capri that saw him claim 24 race victories and win the big-engined class 6 years in a row from 1975 to 1980. It's that era of the BSCC that inspires the grid for the Gordon Spice Trophy, but the format has changed for the 82nd members meeting. This year, the 30-car field will be exclusively made up of Group 1 touring cars over 2.8 litres. Expect to see Capris going head-to-head with Chevy Camaros, Rover SD1s, Ford Mustangs and more. As is tradition, the Gordon Spice Trophy will be split into 2 parts. The first 20-minute race on Saturday will see a grid of VIP drivers battling it out on the Goodwood Motor Circuit before a second 20-minute event on Sunday gives the owners of these cars a chance to prove their mettle.
So here we are, the cars are all getting ready, and that is the car that will start from pole position, the number 31. Chevrolet Camaro that is driven by James Thorpe. So we shall see how this is all going to go. And Fred Shepherd will be on the front row alongside. That is going to be a very close battle because, Alice, earlier when we saw the qualifying between them, there was very little difference in lap time.
There was very little difference, but the big benefit that Fred's going to have is that very powerful 4.9 litre V8 that's underneath the bonnet of his Ford Mustang. So he'll be looking to get a really good start off the line. And we saw yesterday, didn't we, actually, Romain Dumas was in the car. We had the part 2, the part 1, should I say, yesterday, and he got a lightning start. I think it was up to P2, nearly P3 at one point. So he'll be looking to replicate a start similar to what Romain did yesterday.
Yeah, we will get a combined finish, which will be quite interesting, actually, because of Andy Priaulx not getting to the end, and also, a little incident that afterwards, after the race came about, and a penalty. Let's just take a quick look at the highlights of that race. It really was a very, very entertaining race indeed. And right from the start, the attack was going on. Jake Hill was in superb form in the Ford Capri, but the number 31 was Andy Priaulx, and the two of them were just fighting against each other, corner after corner, weren't they?
Oh, they were. It was nip and tuck for the first early laps, and you saw the 17 Mustang. It was there in third place, got that lightning start from a bit further back on the grid. But Jake, he pulled off a fantastic move around the outside of Woodcote Corner, late on the brakes. He hung it all the way around the outside and managed to tuck in front of Andy Priaulx, who was using all the road and a little bit more on the inside, a bit of grass cutting. And then I had my heart in mouth moment here as Jake went over the grass, and fantastic car control, and Andy was able to then swoop round the outside.
Yeah, so this was a chance for Andy Priaulx to take the lead of the race, which he managed to do, and then managed to just stay in front for a while. But we do gather that he was beginning to worry a little bit about the braking. Of course, the Chevy Camaro, slightly heavier with its V8 engine, fast in a straight line, but the brakes do sometimes wear out a little bit. There are other cars, as you can see, that had braking issues during that race as well. And we saw some lovely battles coming all the way through. Tom Ingram was on a great charge as well. But then Andy had a further problem with the car, and sadly he slowed down quite a lot, lost a lot of speed, and that was an opportunity for Jake Hill to come through. He deserved a great result. I think that would have been a battle anyway if they'd made it to the flag, but Jake then was in total control for the rest of the race, and he went on to take victory. Now, we shall see how it all goes with the same cars, but different drivers who will be taking them out for this race. So it'll be the entrants, who are basically the owners of these cars, who will be driving them in the second part of this Gordon Spice Trophy. And one other little note, by the way, Rob Huff finished second in a Ford Capri. That is the number 11 Ford Capri, but apparently it was found to be underweight, so he did actually lose that second place finish. So it means that actually Tom Ingram did end up with second place with the Chevy Camaro, and Tom Christensen ended up in third place. And of course, what we've got to think about after all this is they are trying to combine the two different races to give us a combination, and that will be a bit complicated with some of the cars not actually finishing or not being classified effectively at the end of the first race.
I hope you're good at maths, Ben, because
well,
I certainly am not. So I'm going to be relying on you to work out those scores.
We might wait for the official line to come up and see what it does, because what we're going to actually really focus on here is who's going to win this particular race. I think that's the fun bit now, don't you?
It is. We've got James Thorpe that's lining up on pole position in the Chevrolet, and Fred Shepherd, as we touched on already, he'll be starting in second, and then he's in a Chevy sandwich effectively. We've got Andrew Smith in the number 25 Chevrolet. They're just being guided through onto the grid now, skipping the part of the chicane. Marshall's probably down still at work, making sure the track is in tip-top condition for this Gordon Spice Trophy Part 2. Fans still packing the grandstands, packing the banks here, and teams are waiting eagerly to go on the grid just to check in with the drivers to make sure everything is all good.
Yeah, so this is going to be a fun thing to watch. One of the fastest Capris in this race is actually on the second row. Mike Whitaker is starting on the second row. You're looking at the front row right now, and you're looking at Fred Shepherd, number 17. He's had good success. He's the youngster, son of Bill Shepherd, but he's had victories already here at Goodwood on several occasions. And this is the Mustang, so it's a very powerful car, of course, and we saw it off the line very quickly yesterday to try and make some spaces, but on, as you say, either side, the Chevy Camaros, and then on the second row we've got the fastest of the Capris, Mike Whitaker. You can just see that on the inside, Then Jack Tetley, he's running number 28, another of the Chevy Camaros. And then if you go back from there, you can see one of the Rovers, Mike Whittaker Jr., so son of Mike Whittaker. So he's behind his dad. That's going to be fun to see how that goes at the start.
Great to see if they're going to treat each other like family or not. They say you don't have any friends on track, and they'll all be eagerly trying to make sure that they're racking up as enough points as possible. But of course, not just for the result for the first one, but for the houses that they are all part of as well. They're all got a dedicated house, one of our 4 houses, to rack up points. So that's also important to all of the drivers out here, and as well as the fans.
Yeah, that's a good point, and we'll see how it all goes for them. And but it's lovely to see the son in the blue Rover behind his dad in the red Capri. Which one of them is going to be getting off the grid in the most effective way? We got some other lovely cars as well on that grid. You can see number 127, which is the Volvo. Jack Young is behind the wheel of that car this time. So we'll see how it goes. Gordon Shedden was in it and doing a good job with it yesterday, but unfortunately didn't make it to the finish. They had a problem with the car. And we had a few non-finishers actually yesterday, so I do hope that we have a bit more reliability today. I'm not quite sure what all the issues were, but we did see quite a few cars actually pulling off, unfortunately. We have got the formation lap underway, and they are all setting off. Just get a little bit of feel for the track conditions. Still nice and dry, of course. A little bit of cloud over, but nothing too serious. And they should be in good form to produce us a fun race. 20 minutes, single drive race, and it's just a sprint race going for it. Absolutely maximum. Alice Locke down at the back there in the number 53 Capri. Miles Bolton down towards the back as well on that final row of the grid. But these are the entrants. Most of them are the entrants, or certainly attached to the entrance, rather than the full professional racers. But we do have some very rapid drivers in this category, don't we?
We had rapid drivers, experienced drivers that have been driving this machinery for a number of years now. So they are all acquainted with their machinery earlier, but some have been, as I said, well acquainted for many years.
So James Thorpe in the Chevy on pole, ahead of Fred Shepherd in the Ford Mustang, and then Andrew Smith in another Camaro. Then, as the first of the 4 Capris, Mike Whittaker with Jack Tetley alongside, another Camaro. Then the Rover of Mike Whittaker Jr., the son, he is in 6th place on the grid. Matthew Holm and Jack Young are alongside, Jack in the Volvo 242. Then Richard Mines and Matthias Jocker. They are the 5th row of the grid. Row 6, John Spears, Ben Colburn and Ludovic Lindsay. Then it's Rick Wood in the Ford Capri that actually won the race yesterday with Jake Hill behind the wheel. Andrew Donaldson in 15th place, 16th Alex Drabble, 17th Raphael de Boerman, 18th Rob Jarvis, and then Peter Smith and Peter Fisk towards the back with one more final row there, as you can see, with Alice Locke and Miles Poulton. So that's the way that the grid is lined up for the start of the second part of the Gordon Spice Trophy. They're now trying to just get those tyres nicely up to temperature, but slowing the field down, getting them ready to line up on the grid, and then we'll see how it all goes. This is going to be a fun race, no doubt about it.
It will. A variety of cars, a variety of experience of drivers, 20-minute race, as you've touched on already, Ben. Back markers can still come into play, believe it or not. Some may be just feeling to have more of a gentle drive round. Others could have a few slight issues, but you can see the chicane. Well done to the marshals and the Goodwood staff here to getting the chicane all back like there was nothing that happened in the previous race. But you can see last few burnouts taking place as I'm looking out of the commentary box window, as they've got their rows being held out by the marshals, as you can see there, for them to pull up, so they know that they're in the right place. But pretty much all the cars, Ben, have lined up on the grid.
Yeah, so this is a real great touring car battle, really, of touring cars, Group 1 touring cars, with more than 2.8 litre engines, with some real power from the big V8 powered American cars. They'll be quick off the line, but watch out for the Ford Capri and the Rovers as well, because as the race continues, they could be in very, very good pace. We're all set to go racing then. Watch out for the flag. The Gordon Spice Trophy's underway, and it is a good start from Fred Shepherd from the middle of the front row, but I'm not sure it's quite enough to beat James Thorpe into the first corner, is it? James has actually got off pole position very, very well. He has got the advantage. Fred Shepherd in 2nd place. Everybody else battling away. Jack Young in the Volvo trying to keep it wide through Madrick, but might have lost a place or two, but we definitely have a battle up front.
fair play, James Thorpe. Got a brilliant start. We were all saying, watch out for that Mustang. It should charge down quite easily into turn 1, but James got perfect launch. I think the Mustang might have got a little bit of wheel spin there, but everyone nice and safely, nice and cleanly through as we head through into the first part of St Mary's, and they'll go left into the second part for the first time.
Yeah, so a very good getaway, as you say, by James Thorpe. He's got that initial advantage over Fred Shepherd. Andrew Smith in third. There's a little move by Mike Whittaker Jr. trying to dive down the inside of Jack Tetley. It didn't quite work, but he is ahead of his dad now. Do you notice? Mike Whittaker Jr. in the Rover is ahead of his dad, who's in the Capri behind, the red Capri. So he didn't have such a great start. We'll have to have another look at that in a moment. But he's on the attack here.
He is. He's putting Jack Tetley under all sorts of pressure. This car finished in second place yesterday. So as they head down into the very tricky braking zone of Woodcote Corner, Jack closes the door, but he's having to defend ever so slightly as they go into the chicane. You can see actually our third place car just dropping off the back, and what a great rear board camera that we're having looking back on Whittaker Jr.
Yeah, this is going to be fun to see how it goes. No doubts about it, though. James Thorpe started well. And look, we've got an onboard here as well from the start. Let's see how this goes.
So up through the gears, you can see a nice dash setup they've got on there, very modern day. That obviously was not part of the cars, and a delta in the middle there, and was there a little bit of contact. So nice control, getting very close to the car in front and making moves. So it's, I believe this is on board with Rick Wood.
Yeah, it is.
This is our race-winning car from yesterday.
That's right. So it's the Capri 123 that Jake Hill took the victory with. That's got the onboard camera, and that was fun to watch the start. But let's see how this continues. James Thorpe still with that advantage. You can see Mike Whittaker in the Capri actually having been passed, I think, now by Jack Young with the Volvo. Little group of other cars further back, spacing out a little bit. There you are. There's the 1-2-3 Ford Capri that won yesterday in the hands of Jake Hill. So this car's currently running in 8th position, so doing a pretty good job. And don't forget, it's the combination as well that will matter of the two results. So Rick doesn't have to win to still be have a very good joint effort between them. So we'll see how this plays out. James is still keeping control at this stage over Fred Shepherd, but I tell you what, keep an eye on Fred Shepherd, the young man who has great talent in that Ford Mustang. He is keeping the pressure on. They are easing away a little more now from Andrew Smith, and Andrew's got to watch out from behind because Jack Tetley really is quite close, and Jack himself is also having to defend from that Rover because Mike Whittaker Jr. is putting more pressure on here.
Yes, and he's actually just set the fastest lap of the race. So the Rover clearly working really well in the early stages of this race. The gap's opened ever so slightly by the look of my eye, anyway, to the front two. But here's that battle we were just referring to down the order. Tetley goes slightly wide, and you can tell Whittaker Jr. Getting all out of shape, but going through that first part of St Mary's. It was looking back at him now, that iconic livery on the Rover there, and a slight lock-up by the looks of it, Ben, from Jack Tetley, but he managed to get it stopped, but he's going to put himself under pressure as that long right-hander of Lavant Corner, but he will have the legs over the Rover, unfortunately, for Mike Whittaker, as he uses that grunt of the V8 grunt of the Chevrolet.
Absolutely, it eases away down the straight. But then as we go on through the race, and we've got one of the Capris having a little bit of a moment. It's the number 11 car, and that is the one of Richard Mines, actually, unfortunately, that's had a bit of an off. But hopefully all okay. The car seems to be in good shape. He can get himself back into it once again. So it's still Thorpe who leads from Fred Shepherd. We've still got this lovely battle going on behind as the Rover with Mike Whittaker Jr. trying to take the pressure on Jack Tetley. And you can see through the corners, he's got that little bit more pace. Oh my goodness, he had to really clip the curb there.
He did, on the grass slightly. I mean, these are touring cars, right? Some of them are touring car experts as well, so they know that touring cars often use a little bit of grass at the same time. But Fred Shepherd, just to point out, he's just set the fastest lap of the race. It's only half a tenth quicker than Thorpe in front, but still, he's hunting him down, and as does Whittaker Jr. as well. And he's very close for the exit of St Mary's, Ben.
Absolutely right. That Jack Tenney is definitely still having to defend closely here, and I wonder if the brakes might be starting to get a little bit warmer. Well, perhaps the Rover could work well. 3.5 litre, so plenty of power in the Rovers, of course. The SD1s, lovely cars. They had a good amount of success in their period. At that time, they weren't really racing against the Chevy Camaros because they had been sort of pushed out, certainly from the British series, because they had reduced the volume of capacity of engines that were allowed. But it's still lovely to see the battle going on. There is the Jake Hill car. Well, it's actually, of course, owned by the driver now, Rick Wood, but the car that won with Jake Hill yesterday. And we're seeing the rest of the field making their way down towards the final corner at Woodcote. Plenty of Ford Capris, some more of the Chevy Camaros, but how is this all going to work out? So the lead still pretty close, just 0.6 of a second up front at the moment between James Thorpe and Fred Shepherd, but this is still one of the closest battles in the field. This is for 4th place, not quite a podium finish, but it's still mighty close.
It is, and a little bit of puff of smoke you can just see there from Whittaker Jr.'s car, and a little bit of damage. So I don't know if he's had a brush of the chicane, but I think there is the bodywork that is rubbing. So let's have a look. Is this where the contact's going to be? That's going into Woodcote. Oh, that's door banging on another level, isn't it? The mirrors were touching as well there. So I wonder if there's going to be a few words after this race, but I think it's safe to say, luckily for Whittaker Jr., it's only a bit of bodywork that
he's got it. He's got past. Yeah, he's got ahead. So Mike Whittaker Jr., there was the contact made. I do hope that there's no damage on either of these cars, but he has taken that 4th place. He's managed to get ahead of Jack Tentley now. Whether he's got the pace, though, to catch up to Andrew Smith, who's now running in 3rd place. It is quite a gap. It's nearly 3 seconds, the gap, to try and get a podium finish in this race. But, well, let's keep an eye on him, because he's pretty quick through the corners. But in the straight line, the Chevy Camaro may be a bit quicker. Meanwhile, you've also got this little fight going on. Jack Young in that beautiful Volvo, the only Volvo that we've got in this race, and it's been going well throughout the course of the weekend, but he's having to do a little bit of defensive work from Mike Whittaker Sr., the dad, in his Capri, who didn't have the best of starts, definitely lost out a little bit because he had started in 4th place, but then lost out, and that means that Jack Young's going to just have to keep an eye on it. Up front, no change between the top two, as we're just having another look here, as the overtake took place. Okay, it was actually fairly straightforward, wasn't it, that one?
I wonder if there was a bit... Okay, yeah, here you go. You can have the place. We're just slowing each other down now, but he'll be pleased to be sailing on through. Gives him a bit of free air to chase down Andrew Smith in front of him, but he has got a gap of over 4 seconds to try and close down. But this gap seems to be getting closer and closer, and I tell you what, they are pretty much setting identical lap times. So the gap's been around 0.5 tenth of a second for the last few laps. But time, we're nearly halfway through the race already. Time flies when you're having fun, and the drivers out front here, and probably everyone through the field enjoying their time in this Gordon Spice Trophy Part 2. But actually, the number 6 has pulled off to the side. That's Andrew Donaldson. Max Chilton was in that car yesterday, and that didn't even start the race. So an ex-Jerry Marshall car from 1981 is pulled off nicely to the side. But battles are still continuing. We've got a move for the number 20 about to lose a place. That's Nick Jarvis. This car finished in 6th, actually, should I say, yesterday, with Lotter at the wheel.
Yeah, that's Richard Mines, although Richard is now locked up a little bit. I think he's held it together to hold on to that position. Let's just take another little look at this. They've been having a pretty feisty battle.
They're getting their elbows out today, aren't they?
Yeah, that's right. A little more contacts. So we're seeing a few more contacts between cars in this race than we've seen many, and this is the battle for the lead. We might see more contact. This is the battle for the race victory. It's still just being held by the number 31 car of James Thorpe, but my goodness, Fred Shepherd is closer than ever.
He is, and actually it was Thorpe that set the fastest lap of the race, but a nearly identical lap time set by Fred Shepherd, so they'll be flat out. You can see a dab of the brakes as they're approaching the Woodcote corner. Second to last corner on the track is a tricky braking zone, so already a coming in there, and he's running.
Oh no, he's gone on the grass. Oh, that means he's lost the lead just at that wrong moment. Well, as you said, he was actually in a really good place then, wasn't he?
Yeah, Fred will go, yes, I'm free. So he's free now too. He's got clean air in front of him, so he's got to set perfect lap times now, because James is fast. So we were just saying it's a tricky braking zone, and right on cue, James showed us there. I think he just went in a little bit too hot. The rear stepped out there, look. And then, yeah, once you're on the grass, you're going to do a good job to control it, and that he did. A great demonstration of car control from James Thorpe, and the door opened. Fred Shepherd said, well, that was easier than I expected, thank you very much.
I do wonder if, because I think when you've been running these really fast, these big, heavy V8 power cars, the brakes do take a little bit of a pounding, and sometimes you've got to actually brake a little earlier than you were doing like a single lap in qualifying, and maybe that just caught him out of touch. I'm not sure. James is a top racer. He's done very well here at Goodwood in the past, and it's a beautiful car. Of course, it's got great history, that car. It was raced at the Spa 24-hour event back in the early 1980s, but he has lost that place at the moment to Fred Shepherd in the Ford Mustang. So we'll see how that develops over the next few laps. Can he get him back? I'm sure he's going to fire himself up to try and do so. Andrew Smith is still in third.
Well, saying fire himself up, he's just set the fastest first sector of anyone, and that's 3/10 quicker than Fred Shepherd's previous first sector. So he's revved up, driving with anger, I would say, and a bit of frustration. Sometimes that it happens to the best of us. That makes you go fast.
Oh, look at this! Look at this
battling
battle.
all race.
Yeah, this is the battle for 6th place. And Mike Whittaker in the Capri trying to get past the Volvo, and Jack Young holds it for the moment. But there's really nothing to choose between these two. This is a fun battle that's going on. Two rather different machines, but very much from that period. And actually, he's had a really good exit out of the chicane. He suddenly pulled away a bit more.
He was very clean through the chicane, so he got a little bit of breathing space, at least for now. But back at the front, it's the gap stayed fairly similar. The fastest sector that Thorpe was able to do, and he was able to capitalise for the rest of the lap. So Fred's lead has extended slightly, 1.3 seconds at the top.
Okay, well, we'll keep an eye on that as well, but this is also a fun battle. Mike Whittaker, the father of Mike Whittaker Jr., and so Mike Whittaker Jr. still up in 4th place, as his dad's down in there in 7th place, still trying to take that 6th position. There's your race leader. There is the gap, so yeah.
Andrew Smith's coming in. I think he's closing. Sorry, Ben, to interrupt. It looks like the time from Andrew Smith, and he's getting quicker and quicker and quicker, and he's set a personal best first sector. So our other Chevy that's running up in the top 3 is closing down the gap. Maybe he was just nursing the tyres slightly, nursing the brakes, going into the final sort of 6 minutes now, and he's definitely closing that gap. As you can see, the pit wall busy as always. The pit wall information being thrown at these drivers. They haven't got radio communication, so got to make the decisions yourself out there.
It's got a lovely the Bastos big red livery there, a car that was on pole many years ago, and we've still got some more good battles here, and it's actually Richard Mines still making up some ground, or trying to, but it's all proving to be a little bit close at the moment, as he's trying to make that extra progress. And actually we've got the 111 car as well that he's battling with here. So is there going to be an opportunity as they come over the line? Is he going to be able to get another little bit of a tow as they head down into the Madwick corner? I'm not sure it's quite going to work. Round the outside, and actually off has gone Mike Whittaker. Oh my goodness, Mike Whittaker onto the grass, and it does look as though that might be the end of the race, because it looked like there was a problem with the car, maybe.
Yeah, he's taking the long way around a little bit, and there's some smoke going on there. But yeah, I think you're right, Ben. It's a problem for him. He was running down in 7th place in one of our many Ford Capris that we've got out there. We have 15 Ford Capris running, and smoke coming from the back of the number 14 Ford Capri, and I really hope that's not dropping any oil, but it doesn't look like. It's a bit further back, so hopefully that's all okay, but that eventually is going to have to come in the pits at some point.
Okay, so we'll keep an eye on that a little bit. Yes, that is a bit of a worry. let's hope that it isn't in too much bad form, and that John Spears can get to the end of the race. He's done plenty of success here at Goodwood in the past. Whether he is going to come in or not, let's just have a little look here. Is he staying out? No, he's coming in, you're right. I think that does make sense to look after the car, because it may not go very much further. So it is still Fred Shepherd who is leading this race, as the battle going on that little bit further back between the Capris, and we've got the number 20 car there joining in the fun and games, but we're still getting this side-by-side battle. And actually it is the 111, it's Matthias Jocker. I was sort of miscalling that a little bit earlier, sorry, because Richard Mines is the number 11, Matthias Jocker is the number 111, and he's the one there playing with Mines, and he's got past him recently, so Mines is actually in the Bastos specification car.
They keep swapping places back and forth. Slight lock-up going into St Mary's, but well gathered up there. One thing I just want to point out, Ben, is our race leaders are coming across the back markers now, so interesting to try and deal with that. I think Miles Poulter is the next one on their list. Their lap time was over a second slower than their bests a couple of laps ago, actually. 1 lap ago they were doing their best laps, and actually James Thorpe set the fastest lap of the race into the 1:27s. So that's something to keep our eye on, because we have seen on plenty of the races today. There's Miles Poulter just moving kindly out of the way, the number 88 Rover. But we have seen that's changed a couple of the races that we've had earlier on today.
Yeah, it can change things, there's no doubt, but at the moment it's getting away well. Rick Wood currently running in 8th place. The beautiful Capri still slipping and sliding. Let's ride on board and see what it's like trying to control it. Now he's on to the back straight at the moment, and down towards Woodcote Corner, and some lovely views of that work that's going on the steering wheel.
I think even in a straight line, you're constantly fighting at the wheel, as pure concentration on Rick's face, and similar sort of expression that most of the drivers will be having, because I hope they're all concentrating, driving around out there. But you can see he's down, well, we can tell you he's down just under 2/10. He's got his delta on the dash there, but look at the correction. Oh, the ease, great on-board shots that we're getting. You can see that's sideways is not always fastest, even though Jake seems to be sideways in it all the time, because he lost some time there.
I agree with that. I was just thinking maybe Jake likes to set it up so it's a bit sideways, but when Rick has to get in it must be a bit more of a challenge. It's his car, he does the prep on it, but I do wonder whether it's as easy for him, but who knows, we shall see. Rob Jarvis in this little group, number 20, just managing to fend off for the moment Alex Drabble. This is a battle for 13th position, so a little bit further down the order, but again another great fight going on between a couple of the Ford Capris, and there is a little chance here for Alex Drabble. He's getting closer and closer. He might actually be able to get alongside, and we'll see how this works. Oh, yeah, there's defence work going on as well, but in fact at the moment it remains the number 20 car that is still holding that place just for the moment, and we'll see if they can hold it on. Rob Jarvis doing a good job so far.
That's allowed Pete Fisk. You can just see the Chevrolet come up behind. Matt Neal finished in 4th place in this race, in this car yesterday. So nice battles continuing on. Looking at the drivers at the front of the field, James Thorpe, he's not been able to close that gap down. Maybe he's been struggling a little bit more with the traffic. But did I just see either Fred clip the chicane or someone else along the lap? Because it looks like now it's dropped a little bit of debris at the chicane as I'm looking out the commentary box window. So hopefully that's not going to get stuck underneath somebody's car.
Okay, well, I think we're pretty much on the last lap now, because as they went over the line, there's only less than a full lap to do. So in terms of time, so it is Fred Shepherd who is leading this race. Let's take a little look here. Aha, you're right. Look at that.
Oh, I mean, yeah, that's been tapped before, and James Thorpe had nowhere to go, but straight into it. So he was lucky that didn't get caught on the front of his Chevy, but 2/10 has Thorpe gained in this first sector. But I think, I don't want to commentator's curse it, but it looks like this is Fred has got this race all sewn up.
Yeah, he's doing a great job here at Goodwood, Fred Shepherd, the son of Bill Shepherd, who of course has always been really a part of all the events here. and started competing. The son started competing here in about 2020, but he's already had victories with some of the top drivers. But he's doing such a great job on his own too, because as you can see today, he qualified second. He was in the right place at the right time when there was that little mistake from James Thorpe down at the end of this Lavant straight down into Woodcote. That was where James made a mistake that he will be knocking himself for a little bit. Never easy though, but that was the opportunity for Fred Shepherd, and as he comes up towards the chicane now, the checkered flag will be made ready for him. This has been a superb drive once again as Fred Shepherd takes the victory in the Gordon Spice Trophy Part 2 in that lovely number 17 Ford Mustang. And we shall also get an idea of how it all works out in terms of the combination of the two races very soon. But that was beautifully driven by Fred Shepherd. A great battle with James Thorpe throughout. And it is Andrew Smith that has taken third place. And well done to Mike Whittaker Jr. in the Rover, who started down in 6th place on the grid and has ended up finishing in 4th position, ahead of Jack Tetley in 5th place. And then as we continue on down the field, we'll see a few more coming across the line. But they've opened up a bit of a gap in the meantime. It was James Thorpe who got the fastest lap. We're just looking at a few more of these battles still to be resolved. There we are, there's Rick Wood going across the line in 8th place. So that car has now had a win in Part 1 and an 8th place in Part 2. So that's good effort by Rick. And you can see there was a lot of driver correction to be doing. And well done to Jack Tetley as well, getting a decent result in 5th position here today. So an entertaining Gordon Spice Trophy race, but well done to Fred Shepherd in particular for holding on all the time. And then with that one little error from James Thorpe, and he was able to nip through and take the win for the race.
He was. Jack waving to the crowd that stayed here to watch this Gordon Spice Trophy Part 2, and also to thank the marshals as well for all their efforts across the entire weekend. We've still got more racing to come, of course, but it was Fred Shepherd who did a great job, had a fantastic battle with James Thorpe, who got a mega start from pole position in the Chevy. But everyone clapping out there, appreciating the efforts of all of these drivers.
It's rather fun seeing the Chevy Camaro and the Ford Mustangs battling against each other, because one of the great drivers of that period was Frank Gardner, Australian driver from back in that period. He actually raced both Mustangs and Chevy Camaros and used to do lots of winning in both. He actually drove the Mustang 302 and dominated at the front of the field, but actually, although he won the class that year, 1970, he lost the overall title. That went to Hillman Imp in one of the other classes that actually took the title. That was in the days when each class would score separately, and it was whoever came out on top in whichever class would take the overall championship. But of course, it's lovely to see this Ford Mustang delivering yet again another superb finish, and Fred Shepherd, who is very impressive here at Goodwood, has done it well again. There's no doubt about it. And he'll be celebrating another victory for them. Good stuff with Thorpe in 2nd place.
And those eagle-eyed of you would have been like, I recognise that car from Festival of Speed, and it did indeed. Fred took the Mustang up the hill back at Festival of Speed in 2023, but I believe Ed is down in Parc Fermé to speak to our winners.
Yep, just as you say that, they all walk off. It's just, James, you stay right there. I'm going to chat to Fred first. Fred, you must have thought all your Christmases came at once when James went deep into Woodcote.
Yeah, well, frankly, I think his Christmases came at once, because it takes a lot of reflexes to catch one there in that fashion. He was a bit greasy in that spot, and I was certain that I wouldn't see James again. And then coming out the chicane, I thought, oh, he's not that far behind. So, yeah, that was an intense one, definitely.
Yeah, it's sometimes quite easy to follow someone off when they go off in front of you.
It can be, especially when we're in big cars, because there's not really an awful lot of track to see when to sort of look at instead. But that was a blessing, because I don't think I could have done it without it. But James was very fair and did all the things he should do with the runoff, and then really can be very honest. And I don't think there's much left of that at all.
Well, great drive. Well done, Fred.
Cheers. Thanks, Ed.
Let's get to James.
Yes, hello.
James, you'll be delighted to know that I think we've actually got the footage of you going a little bit deep at Woodcote. Sometimes small mistakes have big consequences. Here we go.
Yes, this is me running out of talent.
Was it greasy down there?
No, it was fine. It was greasy at Lavant. Yes, well, I managed to keep it on, so there we go. So yes, and that was the end of my race, really. So Fred did great. He's a younger man than me. I'll get him next year.
Oh, but you were driving beautifully, and to be honest, to hold that takes a fair amount of talent.
More luck than talent, I would say, in that incident. Yeah, but it was a fantastic race. They're beautiful cars to drive. Yeah.
Ever modest. Well done.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Right, Andrew, here we are. Andrew, you must have been sort of watching these two, just hoping for a bit of trouble to pounce on.
Yeah. I mean, I sort of got a half-decent start and just managed to sort of settle in behind them and gave chase. But yeah, no, they were just too quick. But really, really enjoyed it. I mean, it's just such a fantastic car to drive around here, and you know, a real privilege. The Spa Camaro, and thanks to David Clark for asking me to drive it.
I can imagine it's never relaxing.
No, it's armfuls of sort of opposite lock, and yeah, I mean, you've got to take advantage of the straight line grunt in these cars. But I mean, it's the first time I raced it, and just absolutely loved it.
Well done, first time out podium.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Well done to Andrew Smith. It was an impressive performance. He has done well here at Goodwood in the past in different cars, though. So Fred Shepherd taking the victory from James Thorpe, and then Andrew Smith in third place. Mike Whittaker Jr., the first of the non-American machinery, because he was fourth in the Rover. Then Jack Tetley was fifth. Jack Young in sixth place ahead of Matthew Home. Rick Wood did that good job in the Ford Capri. We had those lovely onboard shots. Ludovic Lindsay in ninth, and Ben Colburn with the BMW 3.0 SI, that was in 10th place ahead of Matthias Jocker and Richard Mines. They were having some good battles as well in their Capris. Rob Jarvis, Peter Fisk and Alex Drabble, and Raphael de Boerman, Miles Poulton, who'd started right down at the back, Alice Locke, and then Mike Whittaker, and there were a few who had troubles down there. John Spears, we saw him as well coming into the pits, which was a little bit of a shame, but you can't get full reliability sometimes from the classic cars. And Andrew Donaldson, same thing, unfortunately a rather short race for Andrew. So let's just take a little look at some of the highlights of that race, Alice, and yeah, it was entertaining, particularly between the top two on that front row.
It was, and a great start from Fred. He then got a little bit of wheel spin, which allowed the Chevy of James Thorpe to keep the lead, but everyone filtered through fairly nicely through the chicane, and this was Tetley desperately trying to make his way, or actually, should I say, keep at bay the Whittaker Jr. car, but a bit of door bashing, but eventually the number 19 was able to sail through.
Yeah, so Mike Whittaker Jr. got that position, did a great job, but we had this battle on for the lead, and then there was the error from James, and he did correct, he did hold it, but in doing that and running so wide, it gave the perfect opportunity for Fred Shepherd to nip past. We saw Mike Whittaker, the father, also almost getting onto the grass in that battle with the Volvo, so that didn't quite work out. And James Thorpe tried really hard. He still set very good lap times, but in the end he couldn't quite keep up. And actually Mike Whittaker then had a problem with his Ford Capri. He had to pull off, so that was a little bit unfortunate. Fred Shepherd held that gap. We also saw Andrew Smith, as we heard there, doing a great job in that other Chevy Camaro. But it's Fred Shepherd in the Ford Mustang who took the win in the Gordon Spice Trophy Part 2 here at Goodwood, to add to his train of great success in his youth racing around this track. So, next part is going to be the shootout, so let's go into the full explanation of this.
All ready for the GT3 Shootout. Rob Huff out on the circuit in the R8 LMS Audi. 7 cars, 7 drivers going to see what they can achieve. Just to reiterate, if you're new to this, the GT3 Shootout is not for cars on slick tyres, and I'm joined by John Watson. These are cars that are out on rain tyres to stop them from going too fast, one would suggest.
Well, I think the principal reason was that because it's a one-lap shootout, because there's no tyre warmers available, and because cold slicks under stress, under the right foot of a driver trying to do a quick lap is not always the best recipe for success. So it was decided that a wet weather tyre was the preferred route to take. So everybody's on a wet weather tyre. There's no advantage to any one of the 6 teams that are going to be running here in this final shootout.
But clearly the most important thing right now is getting heat into that rubber, because it's all judged on the driver's very best flying lap. Rob Huff, really almost no experience this Audi R8 LMS. It was originally going to be down for house captain Tom Christensen, but Huffy found the keys to the car and hopped on board. He had a run in it this morning. He's getting up to speed. We'll see what he can manage. He was 6th quickest in the morning shootout run. Let's see what he can manage this time around.
I imagine, knowing Rob Huff, 6th is not going to get the job done, and he's an extremely accomplished race driver in whatever vehicle you put him in, so he will be absolutely on the limit of that wet weather tyre and of what the Audi LMS is prepared to provide for it. So it'll be an interesting run to see what happens for Rob Huff.
Well, it's very much like a sprint, but it's one at a time, and he's going to be the first one to go. So, right, has he got heat into the rubber around out of the chicane, accelerating down the start-finish straight? Such a successful car for Audi. 130 of these being sold at GT3 standard. These are the earlier GT3 cars from 2006 to 2012. They've already got their own historic racing series. That's how fast it moves on. But GT3 is so strong. But already you can see pushing right out to the margins, John. Huffy is not hanging around.
No, I mean, it's total commitment. Once he's got his head down, once he knows that this is for real, I've done my out lap, I've got a modicum of temperature into the tyre. Being a wet weather tyre on a dry surface, obviously the tyre doesn't really, it's not designed for these conditions, so it's easy to overdrive them. And of course there's not the same stability with a wet weather tyre on a dry track, because the tread block moves around, so the car becomes a little bit uncomfortable to drive. But there we are, that's what everybody else will be doing, and wait and see whether Rob Huff can drag a time out of the Audi, a car that has been the backbone for many, many years of GT3 racing on a global basis.
Now the car's being sent out one at a time as Rob is completing this flying lap. Already the next car is going out, and they're working in reverse qualifying order. In fact, the Audi didn't get to set a time. It wasn't out there in qualifying. Anyhow, it went out for a practice run, and Rob sort of got his eye in, but how good a time can he do? If you can get to the low 1 minute 14s, you know you're going to be doing very well indeed. The second car out on track is already warming up its tyres. That's Andre Lotterer in his Porsche. What has Huffy achieved? 1:16.7. That's sort of what he did this morning, but it's going to need a faster time than that to win the shootout.
Yes, I think that we're going to look at somewhere in the middle, 1 minute 14 seconds. That was the best time recorded by Andrew Jordan, the Chevy Corvette 0Z06. Such a great GT car, particularly a long distance GT car, Le Mans and other 24-hour races. So Rob Huff's done his run. Let's have a look and see. You can see the hand movement coming through the chicane. I mean, he leaves nothing on the inside of the chicane, but just not the pace. Andre Lotterer now behind the wheel of the Porsche, the 997 GT3R Evo. This is the car owned by Lee Maxted Page, and it'll be racing in this period GT3 Championship later this year.
Yeah, Andre, a driver, 3 Le Mans victories. That was some while ago, but last year he was one of 3 drivers in one of the works Porsches to take the World Endurance Championship title. So he really is evergreen. But this was a car that was slowest on the morning runs this morning, but definitely the look of his performance here, he's definitely finding a little bit more pace. He's throwing it around with much, much more confidence.
Yes, he for some reason this morning didn't seem to find the pace. Maybe there was a problem. Little puff of blue smoke. I think that was maybe a wheel touching part of the bodywork, just as it looked through. Oh, St. Mary's, now that looks pretty nice to me. Watch the left exit of St. Mary's again, gets harder. You can hear the drive from that flat 6 Porsche motor as he comes up over the top of the crest now into Lavant. Oversteer again, that's what bedeviled him here this morning. He got caught by the very same thing he's just seen happening to him now. Turns in, the back end moves out, and he's got to get out of the throttle. That means all the momentum is going to be lost. So that'll be frustration, if not disappointment, for Andre Lotterer.
Yeah, they have to do something remarkable in the run down to the final couple of corners. Coming into now, braking as late as he dares, but trying to find the flow between the first part of the corner. The tail again kicking out. Great for spectacle, not so good for the time that he's looking to achieve. So can he at least beat the Audi of Rob Huff? Again, a little bit wide going through the chicane as well. The tail still wanting to slide out on the Porsche.
Yeah, the car, for some reason, the back end of the car it's very unstable, and we saw that through the last 3 right-hand corners. So Andre Lotterer, 1:16.1, the one that's marginal, it's half a second quicker than that for Rob Huff. He will be disappointed because on 3 corners he had to make corrective action. Certainly coming out of Lavant, that would have cost him time. Let's have a look around the rest of the circuit. At this point, the car looked really good. I mean, coming through the exit of St Mary's, car, the back of the car looks stable, but from here onwards, then that sort of little bit of fidgeting. Back to Jake Hill in the Ferrari 458 Italia GT3.
Yeah, 458 Italia. Jake is now becoming accustomed to racing a modern one of these, the 296 GT3 Ferrari. That's following on from the 488 as well. Every few years you get an evolution, but Ferrari always popular in the GT3 category. And Jake, reigning British touring car champion, historic racing expert, hops out of a Capri earlier today, hops into this Ferrari, and is going to be very quick indeed. He's learning with every single outing.
Interesting the way he approached the chicane, took it quite slowly, got the car lined up and then nailed it, so he's got maximum straight line attack, acceleration off the chicane, so he wasn't side slipping as he came out, trying to maybe preempt the exit of the chicane. So down through Ford Water and into the sort of final part of that long right-hand corner that leads into St Mary's, and then the cut back down. And you drop downhill. It doesn't look it on TV, but there is quite a descent, and there you can see maybe that angle, compression, then up the hill into Lavant.
Yeah, the graphic shows the first of the timing sectors of those 3 squares at the bottom. It's green. That means he's fastest of the 3 cars that have been out so far. The Audi of Rob Huff, and then the Porsche of Andre Lotterer. Lotterer still top with 1:16.150. What's the second timing sector gain to offer us from Jake? It's certainly looking smooth, and he goes fastest of all through that sector, so he's definitely going to topple the others from the top of the table. But there are still other cars to come out in this GT3 Shootout. Right, just the final corner to negotiate. It's the right, the left, but don't go too wide on the exit, but you've got to get the power down. Nice, neat and tidy there from Jake in the 458 Italia Ferrari. What, John, will the time be?
Well, he did a 15.9 this morning. He's been improved by just over 0.4 of a second. So he's quickest overall presently, 1:15.5. This morning he did a 1:15.9. The time to beat, the time to be, there's really the challenges for that from the Corvette set by Andrew Jordan, a 1:14.6. Nobody else got into the 1:14 second. Car that might approach it will be not the next car up, which is Andy Prio in the BMW Z4 GT3, but possibly Phil Keane in the screaming Aston Martin V12 Vantage.
Yeah, it certainly makes a great sound, and as does this V8-engined BMW Z4 GT3. Right, first lap completed, flying lap being commenced. Of course, the first one was a run around from the pits, trying to get some heat into the rubber. Just to reiterate, these are rain tyres. We're trying to get as much heat into them as possible, but right on board with Andy, balancing, just using the throttle and just tipping the car onto its balance.
Andy Prio, old school race driver, brakes with his right foot. Just watch on board that on-board camera when he lifts off and puts his foot in the brake. It's not the left foot drifting across, it's his right foot, the traditional way of braking.
Again, that wonderful, wonderful ride through the second part of Ford Water into St Mary's, over the crest, into the dip. Now he's going out towards Lavant Corner. Again, the car going slightly light as it comes over the rise, and then just trying to position it. This is one of the points at which Andre Lotterer's Porsche wanted to get the tail around. Andre didn't want it. It definitely delayed him because he wanted to get the power down. And Andy Prio balanced very nicely indeed. He's already up on the first sector. Will he improve on Jake Hill's mark? Look at the concentration, John.
Yes, I mean, the car looks more stable. Looks like it's got more downforce than both the Audi or the Porsche had. So coming down into Woodcote to complete his single flying lap. He's got a purple middle sector, which means he's the quickest overall. He's trying to beat a 1:15.521. So Andy Prio is coming up, goes across the line. He did a 1:15.6 this morning. He's on a 1:15.1 again, a further 0.4 of a second improvement. So Andy Prio's gone to the top of the timing.
Right, out onto track is the penultimate runner. It's the Aston Martin V12 Vantage, Phil Keane on board. That makes a very, very different line. Right, just riding on board again. Look down at the pedals as you can see, just balancing his car. St Mary's such a tricky corner, the right, the left, the over the crest, down into dip. Andy Prio really right on it there in that Z4 GT3 BMW.
I think he's pushing his right foot through the firewall of that BMW. Here is Phil Keane and the howling, screaming V12 Aston Martin.
Yeah, we've got V10s, we've got V8s, but V12s have their own all treat, and it really is a rasping sound there. But Phil Keane, very quick in everything. He puts his tail end into historic cars, modern cars, and really make it fly. Great to see a livery I haven't come across before, the Spider-Man livery. This car raced Tommy Dreesy driving it in the States. But again, he is absolutely flying. What's the first sector time waiting for him to go through that? Will it be green on screen?
Purple
is fastest of anybody as yet. He's really hooking it up.
And that a great image of the Aston coming through the first part of St Mary's. You really saw how much movement there is in the car. You know, already he's out of the second part of St Mary's all the way up until 11th. So I think I could comfortably predict this is going to be the fastest lap we've seen so far. A little bit of slide at the tail of the car as he cuts the nose, gets the nose back in for that second apex. Now already nearly midway down, Lavin Straight, probably getting up to about 165, 170 miles per hour. And then get on those massive front anchors, get the car slowed down. Purple, first and second sectors.
Well, Caro and Ashin Fatemi will be watching almost through sort of the gaps in his fingers, but certainly Phil Keane has not put a wheel on. Final corner negotiated, getting the power down, kicking up the dirt a little bit too wide there potentially, but he kept it straight. Will he get into the 1 minute 40s? 1 minute 14.7. It seems every car goes faster than the previous one by 0.4 of a second, which is precisely what Phil Keane managed to do.
And that time for Phil Keane, obviously quicker than he did this morning, but still a 1/10 of a second away from the fastest time overall. Now, he lost time here on the exit because he ran a little bit wide, ran over the curb, got onto the dirt, and that's costing him maybe a 1/10, 2/10 of a second because he's not getting the maximum grip and traction. And there are the other drivers. Look at that. Oh, look at the mistake he made there.
What was he thinking?
Yeah, exactly.
Watching on a phone by the looks of things, or it might have been a screen offered to them, but this is a driver who's been fastest when he's been out in the car. Andrew Jordan, British Touring Car Champion some years ago now, but he's really driven this Chevrolet Corvette Z06 very, very well indeed. He's just got a grip. This is a car that raced largely in the German GT series, the ADAC GT Masters. Is he on a flying lap? No, he isn't. No. On his out lap, most certainly. What's he doing? Driving side to side? Yes, we know. These are rain tyres. He's trying to get as much heat in as possible. And the only point he needs to accelerate is when he's got to the halfway point in that chicane.
So he's going to have to get purple sectors pretty much in all three sectors if he's going to beat Phil Keane's Aston Martin lap time, because that time Phil Keane has established is only just under a 1/10 of a second away from the time that Andrew Jordan set this morning. So there we're watching. Oh, there we go. He's just about to take the start and finish line. He's coming across. The stopwatch starts now.
Yeah, so Andrew Jordan, full acceleration out of the chicane, keeping it as straight as he can as he turns into the first part of Madwick. It's a 2 apex corner, get the flow running through the corner. Job done very nicely indeed. Our first gauge on this is when he gets through the first timing sector. You can see it on the screen. His target time is 23.044 seconds if he's going to be quickest through the first of the 3 sectors. Certainly looking very confident. Well, Purple's better still. It's not just his best, it's the outright best. So he's going even better than Phil Keane, managing the V12 Vantage Aston Martin. That's holding the best time, 1 minute 14.7 in about 40 seconds. We'll find out if this Chevrolet Corvette with Andrew Jordan will be going top.
Key corner for the Corvette, and it looks pretty well executed to me. Andrew Jordan's got the car lined up perfectly, especially on the exit. Now sweeps through the curve on Lavin Straight. Doesn't need to clip the curb on the inside. There's no purpose in doing so. So it gets the run down into the braking zone, beginning now, and then this sort of first apex, and then let the car drift out, and then all of a sudden you're in the chicane. 2 purple sectors, so this looks like a fastest overall of the shootout. Runs the curb as well, but not as bad as Phil Keane.
Yeah, 1 minute 14.740 to beat. Time achieved 1 minute 13.618. I didn't think we'd see a 13, but that was outstanding. Corin and Matthew Home will be delighted with that, and you can see already that, wow, the concentration, I've just got to do that thing. I haven't breathed for a bit, and that's absolutely what Andrew Jordan's thinking.
But looking at his eyes, they're almost out in stalks. I mean, that was a big commitment. Sometimes it doesn't look it from the onboard camera or from the cameras around the circuit, but that was a big commitment. He went 1 minute 13.6, and he did a 1 minute 40, so he went a second quicker than he did this morning. Now that sounds a very small time increment, but actually at the limit, at the level of these drivers and cars are running at, a second is a massive amount of gain.
No, it really is, and again, it's so different doing this one at a time, sprinting effectively, rather than being in a race, because everything has to be absolutely perfect. You don't have a chance to gain back what you've lost. You've got to absolutely nail all of the corners, and certainly Andrew Jordan, British Touring Car champion back in 2013, historic racer par excellence, did just here and now. So it's victory to Chevrolet Corvette in the first GT3 shootout here at Goodwood. It's been a really good addition. I'm sure we'll see other groups of cars being given the shootout treatment in years to come, but GT3, flavour of the moment and definitely one of the star elements of this weekend. And congratulations to Andrew Jordan.
Well, it's great to see GT3 cars. These are modern cars. Remember, the bulk of cars that race here at Silverstone are around up to 1966, because that's always been the cut-off point when the circuit was a formal race track at back all the way through from 1948 to 66. But for these GT3 cars, because they only were introduced in the middle 20s, so there's given an exemption, and here we are seeing contemporary GT3 cars running at Goodwood, and very impressive. I mean, a 1 minute 13.6 in a GT3 car. I can just think back to the days when Formula 2 cars in the early 70s were testing here, and if you did a 1:13.6, that was a middle of the road, you'd be fairly happy with that on the day. But you wouldn't have never done it in a set of wet weather tyres.
Absolutely not, and you can see the other drivers will go down to congratulate Andrew Jordan, because nobody appreciates that performance more than the rivals. They understand the track conditions, they understand, the other 5 drivers who went out in the shootout, what it is to achieve a time on these rain tyres. But bragging rights, and David Green is down ready to pounce. Our man David Green ready to pounce on Andrew Jordan, who will have had, 2 or 3 minutes to just relax on the way back in, but the satisfaction will be absolutely huge. And for the car owners, again, and rivals as well, just congratulations all around. Great to see that applause, because they can appreciate someone who really delivered. So let's go down, because Ed is down there and he is going to catch up with a very happy and now breathing again Andrew Jordan.
Andrew, there's some commitment there.
That was about as quick as I could drive that. It's, yeah, I really enjoyed that. I really like, I think I said to you earlier, just drive off feel, and I got a really nice feeling on the outlap, so I knew I had good grip, and yeah, that was about as quick as I could drive that thing then.
You'll need to watch the replay, because as you cross the line, your eyes are literally out on stalks.
Yeah, it's quick. It's really quick, and I don't think I breathed the whole way round. So I thought it would be enough at that sort of time, but I didn't know I could just see the big screen down at Lavant. But as I say, if someone had beaten that fair and square, then fair play to them, because that was a nice lap, if I say so myself.
Well, congratulations, Andrew. You are the fastest man around Goodwood in a GT3 car.
Thank you very much.
Well, what an astounding shootout. Let's take a look at the results. We've just heard from the fastest of all. 1 minute 13.618. It was a Chevrolet Corvette Z06 GT3. Andrew Jordan, the driver who delivered. Different form of motorsport, and he loved it. Phil Keane, second in the Aston Martin V12 Vantage, 1.1 seconds down, but in turn he was 0.4 of a second clear of the BMW Z4 GT3 of Andy Prio. Jake Hill gave it his all. He was another 0.4 of a second back in his Ferrari in 4th place. Andre Lotterer got the tail out a couple of times. That cost him momentum in the Porsche. He ended up 5th, and Rob Huff, having his first run in the Audi R8 this morning, built on that, but he found himself 3 seconds away. But bragging rights, fastest time of all, set by Andrew Jordan. Job really well done, and the satisfaction on his face was quite something. I guess in races he breathed, but certainly it looks like he didn't do that at all during that lap, trying to nail every single one of the corners, and he did that with margin to spare. So neat, tidy, powerful run, and GT3's certainly won a lot of new friends here this weekend. So the cars were sent out one by one. Let's take a look at the highlights.
Temperature of the tyre.
First car out onto the track was Rob Huff in the Audi R8 LMS Ultra. These cars from 2012 or earlier, these are the early GT3 cars. He was getting the feel for the car. Second out was Andre Lotterer. Looked the first half of the lap very good indeed, and then the tail started coming around a little bit later in the lap. So it was the turn of Jake Hill to see what he could do in the Ferrari 458 Italia. He went faster than the first 2 cars, so he was top of the table, but he wasn't going to stay there for long, because out became Andy Prio, the BMW Z4 GT3. He pushed, he improved the time, he moved the margin forward by 0.4 of a second. Concentration absolutely clear on the Guernseyman's face, but then it was the wailing V12 engine Aston Martin out on the circuit. Great livery there, the Spider-Man livery, and Phil Keane pushing, pressing all the time, but he knew that Andrew Jordan had been absolutely fantastic, and Andrew felt those tyres were good on his outlap. Then he had to deliver on the flying lap, and oh how he delivered, right to the edge but not beyond. That was hugely important, and 1 minute 13.618 seconds, he took victory in the shootout by a clear second. And let's go down, because Grace has caught up with John Watson.
Yeah, I'm here with one of the newest members of our team, John Watson, who's been enjoying members meeting from the commentary box. Have you enjoyed it, John, from the bird's nest? You've got a good view up there.
Listen, coming to a motorsport event, I'm not somebody who's going to hang around the circuit watching cars. I love being in the commentary booth. I love watching the action on the screen. What I really enjoy most of all is actually giving a contribution. Sometimes I get it right, sometimes I get it controversial, but I still love it. And hopefully, my background experience gives me some insight into what we're seeing on screen, and maybe the explanation helps people understand what's going on a little bit better.
Yeah, and that's why we're all here, because we love motorsport. And we've just seen one of the feature races for this weekend, the Shoot-Out. That was incredible. A 1:13 by Andrew Jordan there. Are you surprised by that result?
It was, a fantastic lap. Andrew just spoke about it, and he said he really put 100% into it. But because the car, and we're just watching the car on screen, because he had a very good outlap, although it wasn't fast, but he had a very positive feedback from the car. So he felt, yes, I can push, I can go quicker. Now, he did a time which was actually a second slower this morning, a 1:14.6. Amazing to find a second, believe it or not, small sector of time, but to find a second, lap upon lap, I think Andrew did a stellar. All his contemporaries are going, wow, where did that come from?
Yeah, he said himself then at the end of the race, he was pushing there, he was really driving. And as I understand, they're all on wet tyres. What's the theory behind that? Because obviously it's not wet, so talk to us about the choice there that they're making.
I think it was principally about a safety concern, because to go out on a circuit with cold, slick tyres and go out and nail it on one flying lap is maybe marginal, maybe hazardous. So it was felt that maybe in the interest of safety, and everybody's going to be in wet weather tyres, it doesn't matter. Now, if you put on a set of hot, slick tyres, these cars would probably go about 3-4 seconds a lap quicker on a set of slick tyres than they would do in the wet tyres. I would love to see a hot, slick, dry lap time in a GT3 car, because I think they're pretty impressive as it is on the wet tyres.
Yeah, well, the race didn't disappoint there. It was a brilliant shootout, but we have got another race coming up, the Salvadori Cup. What can you tell us about that one? What can we expect to see?
I don't know an awful lot about it. It's one of the events I wasn't actually directly involved in. The thing that I was doing this morning was the Arundel Cup for Formula Junior, and I love Formula Juniors because they're just it's like a swarm of bees just going around, and the noise those engines make, and the drivers, they were racing so closely together. I'm going, no, they're going to... But they didn't touch. It was just amazing racing. Yeah. So the Salvadori Cup, Roy Salvadori, of course, a driver who had a great legacy here at Goodwood through the 50s, won lots and lots of races, in Aston Martins as well. So I think it'll be a fantastic race.
Yeah. Well, the Arundel Cup didn't disappoint. All of the races are fantastic at Goodwood. We've had a fantastic weekend. As we mentioned, the Salvadori Cup is coming up next. So I believe those cars are from 1955 to 1960. We've got some sports cars in there, road productions. So to tell us a bit more about that, we're going to go to our commentary box now as the cars line up on the grid.
Good timing. The Salvadori cars are just heading it out onto the circuit then for this final race of the members meeting. And what a beautiful weekend it has been. We've really enjoyed lots of different action from so many different cars and from great drivers as well. And now we're looking forward to this getting underway in just a few moments' time, the Salvadori, and this definitely featuring some open cockpit prototypes from the likes of Lister, Lotus, Jaguar and Cooper, making up the majority of the field. And we'll just see how they all get on with the battle. We saw interesting qualifying earlier on today. Let's find out a little bit more about the absolute detail of this event.
The Salvadori Cup is named after the man who once said, "Give me Goodwood on a summer's day and you can forget the rest of the world." Roy Salvadori was a serial winner at the Goodwood Motor Circuit. He won here 14 times between 1952 and 1965, driving everything from a Fraser Nash Le Mans replica to a Ford GT40. His most dramatic moment came during the 1959 RAC TT when the Aston Martin DBR1 he was sharing with Sterling Moss caught fire in the pits, a moment we remembered at the 77th members meeting. One of the original races featured when the Goodwood Members Meeting first returned in 2014, the Salvadori Cup returns for its 6th running at the 82nd Members Meeting and will once again feature sports cars of a type that raced from 1955 to 1960. Open cockpit prototypes from Lister, Lotus, Jaguar and Cooper will make up the majority of the field, as Nobblies battle D-types and T49s in a hard-fought but equally beautiful showdown. It's a race that perfectly reflects Salvadori's sentiments.
So that's what we're looking forward to, and it's Bonamy Grimes who has taken pole position with the Lotus Climax 15. In fact, we've got the 2 Lotus Climax 15s on the front row of the grid. Number 124 of Roger Wills is the other one that is going to be on that front row. You're looking at some of the cars. Tarek Mahmoud further down the order. John Saunders in the Lister Chevrolet. Nobly just making their way around this circuit at the moment, but it is the number 29, the green Lotus Climax 15, which you can see on the left-hand side of our shot right now, that is on pole position. Bonamy Grimes had a little bit of a minor off during qualifying, but was pushing all the time, Alice.
He was, and that was proof there, having that little off, but he won't mind. He did get pole position in the end with a 125.812, and then it was Roger Willis in another one of our climaxes with a 126.3, so qualifying fairly close, keeping the visor down. That's usually a sign that the driver doesn't want to be troubled, but a thumbs up to our camera operator down there, a wave to family and friends in the crowd, and he'll be ready and waiting. We've still got a few cars that are coming up onto the grid, but a nice variety of you already touched on, Ben. We've got some Jag type, some of the long nose. We also got some Lister Nobblies out there, the Lister Constans as well, Cooper Climaxes, Lotus Climaxes. We've got it all for you.
Yeah, we have. We've got lots to enjoy, so it really is worth sticking around for this final race. Number 22 car just heading up to the back of the grid as well, and that is Julian Majoub. Of course, Julian had a win in the SF Edge Trophy earlier on today, so he's in a slightly different machine going out in this one, and yeah, we'll see how this all plays out. And I'm not actually sure he got a chance to play with the car earlier or not, but we didn't really see much of a session from him in qualifying, but he is going to be out there. So James Thorpe on the outside of the front row with the Lister Jaguar flat iron, so car number 16 that you're looking at right now. And James Thorpe has been a regular historic racer in this car in particular, and he's had success here at Goodwood in the past, and we've seen James doing some great jobs here anyway. One of the body restyled forms of the Lister Jaguar, this flat iron version, so a slightly different version. As we look at the rest on that front row, Roger Wills and Bonamy Grimes as well. Roger Wills from New Zealand, he's won the Sussex Trophy before, and well, let's see whether he's going to be able to get the better start. It's going to be a great battle when they get off the line. John Spears, though, on the second row of the grid, number 88. We'll be keeping a close eye on John. He's very, very experienced, of course. Lots of wins, particularly when he's been with Nigel Greensall, but also when he's been doing his own thing. Number 124, just a little bit further down the order as well. That is the Lotus Climax. Oh, sorry, that's up front. Yeah, Lotus Climax of Roger Wills. And just heading off on their formation lap now.
Yeah, interestingly, John Spears, you were just talking about there, one to certainly watch out for, finished second in the Sussex Trophy, so he'll be hoping to go one better this weekend in the Salvadori Cup. But Maserati we've got there, we've got Ferrari as well, so a nice variety of cars. And remember, this race is for sports cars and production sports racing cars of a type that have raced between 1955 and 1960. But time to go through the grid.
Absolutely. So it is Bonamy Grimes with the Lotus on pole position, Roger Wills alongside, and then another Lotus, and then the Lister Jaguar flat iron of James Thorpe. John Spears on the second row with Saif Assam, and then we've got Stuart Morley. Alex Brundle, keep an eye on him, with the fastest of the Jaguar D-type, long nose. Mark Donner alongside him in 8th place. Then Andy Wallace, another great driver in another Jaguar D-type, 9th on the grid. Simon Hams alongside in the Lister Jaguar Ecosse in 10th position. And then behind them, we've got Nick Fernborough in the Lola Climax Mark 1. Justin Myers in a Cooper Climax T49 Monaco, which is a lovely looking car too. Michael Birch next up. Then Nick Jarvis and Sean Lynn with Robbie Bernberg, Oliver Crosthwaite and Joseph Rettenmeier in a Maserati 300S. So that's another one to watch out for. Starting 18th, 19th on the grid, another D-Type, Benjamin Eastick, and then another of the Lister Chevrolets. And behind them, we've then got Tarek Mahmoud, John Saunders, Stefan Rettenmeier, Guy Zeiser in 24th place, Michael Malone in 25th, and Maxime Castellan bringing up the rear. And also Julian Mazoub has been added to that. So we will see if Julian can do anything from the back. Been added to the grid after qualifying. Obviously, there was an opportunity to get him on board. So that will be fun to see. But yeah, it's the battle up front that's going to be so fascinating. Bonamy Grimes and Roger Wills with the 2 Lotus Climaxes. But then alongside, Lister Jaguar could well have a very rapid start, although just that initial start, it may be the Lotus, the lighter Lotus, that has the advantage. But once they get up to speed, you would expect the power of that Lister Jaguar flat iron to have just maybe a bit more of an advantage.
Exactly that. The Lotus a little bit more lighter, a bit more nimble than its fellow competitor on the grid of James Thorpe in the Lister Jaguar flat iron from 1955. So I agree with you, Ben. We are expecting the Jaguar to have a little bit more power off the line. Our pole sitter won't be phased about that. He'll be keeping an eye on our flag marshal to your left-hand side of screen there, ready to wave them off. Still a few cars doing their final burnouts and pulling into spot. We await for the green flag at the back of the grid from our marshal and another marshal, all the other marshals making sure that everyone's perfectly in their grid spot, which they are, and there's the green flag.
We're all set for the final race of the members' meeting to get underway. The flag falls and away we go, and it's a good start from all 3 front row. James Thorpe on the outside, he gets a bit of a wobble there, and Roger Wills has got the edge. Yes, it's Roger Wills in number 124, and it's Bonamy Grimes who was on pole. He's taking second place. James Thorpe missing out a little bit after a decent early start, but then had a bit of wheel spin, and then a great battle behind. John Spears is running behind in the number 88.
Sam, the number 17 Lister that you can just see there, actually got a great getaway, but I think he was boxed in between Roger Willis and James Thorpe, and wasn't able to make moves forward, had to back out of the throttle. He's now battling with the number 78. That's Alex Brundle, a driver that's fast in any car that you put him in. So let's also keep an eye out for Alex Brundle's cars go through the first part of St Mary's, now into the second part with our leaders down up at Lavant.
Absolutely, and it is Roger Wills still with that advantage from the centre of the front row, number 124, that has the lead at this stage, but Bonamy Grimes not far behind. And watch Julian Mazoub, there you are, number 22. Lovely to see him making his way, because he started right down at the back of the field. Let's see how far he can take this car as we go through this race. It will be fascinating to see how much progress he makes.
It will, and this car actually ran at Goodwood twice in 1957, so it's had a great experience of going around Goodwood. Whether Julian has had experience going around in this car, that's a question to be had, but I think he is actually the owner, so I certainly would have expect him to have been round this track in it at least. But out in front, Willis is holding the lead from Grimes in second, and then third is Thorpe, slightly further back, 3.2 seconds the difference to Grimes in second.
You're watching Andy Wallace in one of the D-types there, as there we are once again watching Julian Mazoub. So what position is he as he's come over the line? He's up into 22nd position, having started at the back. And it is a rare car, isn't it? It's not a common car, that one.
It certainly isn't, and Julian's had plenty of experience of going around Goodwood, as you touched on, Ben, earlier, that he's raced in many categories over the weekend, over the course of his Goodwood running, and he's desperately trying to clear those in front of him. He's kicking up a little bit of dust on the inside, but he's going to slide down. Is he? Yes, just about goes through past the number 19. That's one of our Jaguar D-type long nose. So he's past the 19. He's now going up the pretty steep hill into Lavant, and I always love with Julian because he always wears that open face. I'm going to call it old school helmet, so you can really see every single expression on his face.
Yeah, and it is the Sadler Chevrolet that he's driving, so you've got some really useful horsepower in it, there's no doubt about it, but it's also a beautifully balanced car, but it is a very rare machine. So let's just see where Julian Mazoub can get to. Meanwhile, it is still a battle up front. Look at this, because Roger Wills is coming under pressure once again from Bonamy Grimes. The two that were very close to each other in qualifying. The gap between them. It had gone up to half a second by the end of qualifying, with Bonamy being that fraction faster. But in this race right now, you've got to say Roger Wills is doing a fine job of just holding his position. He's going to make it hard work for Bonamy to try and make a move, but there's still plenty to play for here.
He is. Roger's actually in the slightly older of the climaxes that you can see there. So his is from 1958, whereas Bonamy Grimes is from 1959. But doesn't seem to be holding him back at all at the moment. As we look at that, Grimes is fighting the rear of the car, then is all over the curb on the inside of Lavant Corner. And I think he's actually lost a chunk of time in that middle sector, but he's going to duck into the toe of his fellow Lotus Climax as they stretch all the way up Lavant Straight. Through the kink they'll go, and then heavy on the brakes into Woodcote Corner, a corner that has caught many drivers out in all categories over the weekend.
Yeah, that Climax engine sits in the front and it's leaned over. That was one thing that Colin Chapman, who designed these cars, did to try and reduce the front end of the car, the height of the front end, and it did work extremely well. Now, a little bit further down the order, we've got some other battles going on. The Lola Mark 1, we just saw a moment ago, the number 57 and Nick Fernborough, but we're also looking at some other interesting machinery. Mr. Jack Nobley, the yellow one, it's a Belgian national yellow livery. Sean Lynn in that car at the moment, and Sean, of course, and we've got a problem for the number 4 Maserati. Stephen Rattermeyer is going rather slowly there. That's a disappointment to see. Meanwhile, Michael Birch in the number 21 Lotus Climax 15 is definitely under a bit of pressure here from Sean Lynn, although he's not going to make it into Madgwick.
Another mover to look out for is Alex Brundle up into 6th place in the number 78, so he'll be looking to make further progress up the field. You can see the number 8 on your screen. That's one of our Lister Chevrolets under pressure from a Lotus Climax, so both of those have made some progress further up the order, and down the inside goes the number 94. Nice move.
Absolutely, and actually keep an eye on this number 94, because it didn't get to do in qualifying what it was hoping to do, because Richard Wilson had a problem with it, didn't he? He pulled over very early on in qualifying, so he's actually started down at the back, and he's making up a lot of progress, which doesn't surprise me too much, because he's always been very, very rapid. He's got up into, what's that, 10th place now, isn't it? 11th place that he's got into.
Place,
yeah, so that is very impressive, and whether he can catch the leaders, because they now are quite a long way ahead, but he has the pace, potentially, same sort of pace as the two leaders, Roger Wills and Bonamy Grimes.
He does, but this is our number 17, who I mentioned earlier on, got a very electric start from the second row of the grid. One of our Lister Nobblies, that's the sound behind the wheel, but he's coming under pressure from the number 69 that's filling up his mirrors, the Cooper Climax T49 Monaco. Great shots of the 82nd members meeting banner as one of the Maseratis files flew shot, and there's Julian Majoub that's cleared those cars that we saw him battling with early on.
Yeah, he's got up to, oh dear, 18th place. What was that? It's part of an exhaust pipe or something?
Like a bit of the exhaust pipe. I'm not sure which car that come off of.
Is it this? No, I don't think it's this one, but this is, of course, the second mode did come off. It came off Bonamy Grimes. So the car that is currently running in second place, let's get a, oh yes. So let's have another look at this. Bobbling about and then just comes off. That might not actually cause any problems. Thankfully, it didn't hit any other cars. An exhaust pipe that doesn't go out doesn't hopefully affect the actual exhaust coming out of the engine.
No, that should be all right. You should be able to continue quite nicely. But as you said, it's very lucky that it didn't fly out in front of any of the cars, but clearly didn't want to be part of this race anymore.
No, that's right. So now this is the battle for 8th place at the moment, and currently it is Hassan, Saif Hassan, who's holding on to that in a car that was raced by Martin Gregory in period. Was a winner at the Spa event, what was called the GP of Spa, but he's under massive pressure there, which he just manages to fend off from Justin Mayers in the Cooper Climax T49. But now he is also being passed by the man we mentioned, Richard Wilson, who's gaining more places once again. Yep, and Richard Wilson is up one more place, so he's well inside the top 10 now, and there are more places for him to try and chase.
We've already seen one driver come from the back of the grid yesterday in the Gurney Cup, and that was Frank Stippler.
Yeah.
Roger's going to hope that he's going to repeat the same thing, but he's got a tough mountain to climb. His gap to the leaders is over 29 seconds, but he's making good progress. He's getting a couple of spots.
He is. He's doing a great job. He might... Oh, and off. There goes a bit of a problem for the Lister Jaguar costing of John Spears. Let's hope that John can get... Yeah, it looks like he's going back on again. So
he's in fourth.
Yeah, that's right. So he is losing out some very valuable places here. Oh, yeah, he's dropped outside the top 10. Meanwhile, let's just see, is there going to be more progress for Maju as well in the number 22 car? He is hoping that he might be able to get up into the top 10, although that might be a little bit more of a challenge. We shall have to see. He is ahead now of the number 41 car, but they are running down in 17th and 18th places. The 41 is Mark Donner, and he's raced quite a few Goodwood events over the last few years. Yeah, back markers now for the leaders.
Back markers will play a part, and he puts his hand up. We can imagine what words might be going underneath that helmet there, but that's cost him quite a lot of time, as it wills, to Grimes. The gap was at 1.9 seconds. That's certainly from the eye. Don't need a stopwatch to see that has certainly come down. He's got more traffic, and he's going to catch it going to Levant. Hopefully the 81 has seen him. Yes, he has. So that's our Ferrari 250 TR that's allowing him to sail on through, and unfortunately for Grimes, he's going to catch him on the exit of Levant, so that just will have delayed his throttle application, delayed getting a decent exit down the straight.
Yeah, so that makes the gap just that little bit longer again, so it's still a tough battle this for Bonamy Grimes, who was the faster qualifier, but now that gap that he's got to Roger Wills is going to be very difficult to close down if possible. James Thorpe is still running in third, but he's quite some way behind these two. The gap now up to 10 seconds between Grimes and Thorpe. So these top two across the line, completing another lap, just under 10 minutes to go. It is between these two. And of course, we've seen in one of these earlier races two leaders battling away, and then if one makes a mistake, that can make all of the changes. So you've got to try and keep it as neat as possible. Little battle going on. This is just outside the top 10 as Sean Lynn in the number 9 machine trying to make a pass if possible, but it is actually the Michael Birch Lotus Climax 15 which is holding him off at the moment.
He is. So a nice battle going on between these two drivers, slightly further down the order than I'm sure they would like to be, but who's that's coming to join in the background? That's our number 14, the Cooper Climax. That's Oliver Crossway. He'll be hoping that this battle for them continues, and he can really capitalise on them slowing each other down. And interestingly, the 14 was built in 1959, and it was originally supplied with a Coventry Climax engine, but that suffered severe breakage, so was removed. But heading into Ford Autumn now, the 14's dropped off the back slightly, but the 21 and the 9 keep going, keep putting up the pressure.
Yep, let's see how this goes. It's lovely to see this contest between vehicles, cars that are really quite different in many ways. And right now we're seeing that the Lotus Climax 15 is a very small little car, but very rapid through the corners. And at the moment it is fending off the Lister Jaguar Nobly. They are from the same sort of period though, the late 1950s. But I think both of these are 1958 cars, built for slightly different races perhaps. Certainly Le Mans was good for the likes of the Lister Jaguars. They certainly had a bit of more of an attempt at that sort of 24-hour race, but the Lotus Climax 15s also were vital machinery at the time. No luck at Le Mans for those Lotus Climax 15s back in period, but they were certainly very competitive in some of the other sports car races of the time, and they're competitive now, aren't they?
They are, but Roger Wills at the front of the field has set personal best actually and fastest overall of anybody in the first sector, so he's seen Grimes hunting him down and closing that gap. A couple of laps ago it was a second, now it's 1.4, and if he has a smooth run through these last couple of sectors, he will increase that gap moreover. And this car, the 124, was also actually raced in period with Roy Salvadori, so it would be pretty special for it to take the win, but he's caught up with the 19. That's going to be our lapped car, one of our Jaguar D-types. He just about moved out the way. Benjamin Eastick there, well-known car with actually Benjamin earning this car over 29 years.
Yeah, John Saunders just pulling off. Now, it looks to me as though that may well be some kind of mechanical issue. Or no, I don't know, actually, because he's going back on. It might have been an error.
Spin, possibly.
Yeah.
We'll have a look. Oh, hang on. That
was under braking, wasn't it?
That is. Whether he...
seemed to lock the rears.
Yeah, went into potentially the wrong gear on the way down there. They don't have flappy paddles like our modern race cars, our modern sports cars. Which adds to them being ever more difficult to drive. Look at the battle now, Ben, on our timing screens. We don't actually even have to look at the timing screens to see the
leader being held up.
Yes,
yeah, absolutely right. And now you've got the two of them absolutely together. And as you said, when you're dealing with traffic, although actually the traffic is now also affecting Bonamy Grimes because he gained a lot there, but now he's lost a bit more again.
Yeah, that's Tarek Mahmood in the 77 Lister Jag, who's then eventually pulls out the way down the straight. But I was just about to say that Grimes set the fastest of anybody in the first sector. They've actually done a pretty identical middle sector, so it looked like it hampered Grimes a lot more, but potentially maybe not so much. And I think he's looking a bit more racy, a bit more comfortable with his Lotus Climax underneath him compared to Wills at the moment.
Okay, well, let's keep an eye on this because there is still the potential. You get a bit of slipstream. These cars don't produce too much drag, but because of the way they were built by Colin Chapman, but nonetheless, he can get a little bit of slipstream and try and close that gap up. 0.7 of a second as they went over the line. Let's see whether he can do any more. They're still pulling away from James Thorpe in a rather lonely third place now, James, because he's a long way ahead of the rest of the field. Alex Bundle, by the way, still down in 5th place. Andy Wallace is in 6th position. And John Spears, who had that little off, he's still running though. He's down in 8th position. Julian Mazoub in his car, that car that joined the Sadler Chevrolet, that is still down in 17th place, having started down at the back of the grid. And we're back to this little battle once again. This is for 11th place with the number 21 car just still holding on. Michael Birch doing enough at this stage to fend him off. Back with the leaders, back with 2nd place car. Is he closer?
Oh, I don't know, but he might be in the moment because our 31 Maserati is about to be lapped. He sends it down the inside. Is the door going to open at the final part of Woodcote? Yes, it does. So nicely through and fastest overall first and middle sector for Grimes, who can almost get the smell of blood, smell of the victory as well as he hones down on his opponent. 7/10 of a second was the gap. It's now down to 6/10, but we've only got 4 minutes of the race remaining, and as well as that, he's just set the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, that was a good lap indeed, as you say. So it wasn't much quicker than the best lap that's been done by Roger Wills. They are incredibly similar in terms of their lap times, but that was impressive nonetheless that Bonamy Grimes is still pushing that hard and has set the fastest lap. So it's not over yet, and particularly with some more cars to lap in the remaining few minutes that we've got here, we could still see a change. This is all the fun and games of racing at Goodwood. And the correction required. And again, look, they're going to have to be a bit cautious going on to the Lamont Straight.
There's lots of corrections being taken place. There's our lovely 81 Ferrari. I think that's one of our lone Ferraris, isn't it? Out on track. Michael Malone at the wheel of that. In race at the very first revival. Then all the way back in 1998, it crosses the line. But here we go, back
side by side. Look at this, a chance for Bonamy Grimes, but not quite to get fully ahead. That was as close as we've seen it so far, Alice.
It certainly was, and he's pulling over to defend. Maybe doesn't need to as much. That's going to hamper Will's exit as Grimes is tucked right under the rear of the fellow Lotus Climax.
Here we go.
Goes out of the toe. Looks like he's got the legs down the straight.
He's going to have a go on the outside. Is he brave enough to brake late on the outside and go round the outside? He's having a go at it. Oh, that's beautiful. That's really skillful driving by Bonamy Grimes, but will he be able to hold on? So far, so good. But Roger Wills will not give up. But that was very impressive. He carried a lot of speed through Madrid. That is not easy going in wide inside, around another car, that double apex right-hander.
Yeah, super brave stuff. Later on the brakes, I actually thought Roger was still going to stick his nose in there, but thought better of it. And was there any contact? Oh, I think there was slight contact there, Ben. Let's have a little look. Was there? Yes, there was. So good save from the 29 in front, but they've still got to deal with the traffic. Another Maserati they've just cleared there. We've got 1 minute 45 seconds of the race remaining. It'll run till time. This battle, Ben, is not over yet.
It's not over yet, you're absolutely right. And that was very dramatic stuff, but they both got away with it, and really determined piece of overtaking there from Bonamy Grimes in that little bit of contact which he dealt with. And now Roger Wills finds himself back in second place, but he's been doing a very, very good job.
Julian Majoub's in front of them, going to say, oh, that's going to slow the 29 down quite a bit. That's going to allow Roger to close back up. Julian's an experienced racer. He pulls out the way. Roger, I like, is still tucking in the slipstream of Julian, but actually Julian's maybe not seen them because he's going to turn into the corner.
He doesn't seem to be fully aware that they're behind him, so this is making it even more difficult, and this is going to give Roger Wills a chance to come back into the lead. They're almost side by side again, although just holding on is Bonamy Grimes in the green, number 29. Yes, he gets past, and that was a tricky little section, but he has managed to hold on. I believe we're on the last lap. Because of the way the time is clicking away, the checkered flag will be coming out. And still, Roger Wills hasn't been able to get past Majoub, has he?
I mean, you can't settle with the back markers that they've still got to approach. But I think you're right, Ben, it is going to be the last lap. And Roger's still unable to get past Julian. He's going to send it down the inside lap now. But I think Roger will be thinking, well, we're on the last lap. There's going to be no chance now for me to catch Bonamy Grimes in the 29, but who knows? We've got our lone Ferrari, the 81, up there for him to navigate past, which he does so going down the straight, so he'll be nice. Roger's still not passing.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think he thought, oh, I don't need this now. I've lost this win anyway. But I tell you what, Bonamy Grimes has done an absolutely superb job here today. Having taken pole but not getting the start off the line, he is heading up towards the checkered flag. So congratulations, Bonamy Grimes takes the victory in the Salvadori Cup at the members meeting. Second place in the end goes to Roger Wills, who led so much for that race but lost his position with a fantastic move by Bonamy Grimes, and then they did get a bit tangled up in traffic, and that gave Bonamy a chance to make a little bit more of a break. Third place is going to go to number 16, James Thorpe. That's what we're waiting for now. There it is. So third place going to James Thorpe, and it looks like in fourth place we are going to get number 12, Stuart Morley, who will be finishing in fourth place in his Lister Chevrolet Nobly, as we also see Alex Brundle then just behind that in fifth place, and Alex Brundle will be the first of the Jaguar D-types to go across the line. The battle for 11th is still going on though, isn't it?
It seems like this has been going on the entire race. The 9 having a look at the outside. I don't think he's going to be close enough. Sean Lynn, should I say, is not quite close enough to attack on the brakes. He's got some company behind him as well. The number 41, who might have a look to go down the inside. No, thinks better of it. So I think this is how this battle's going to end, Ben.
Yeah, I think you're right. So I think that 11th place, yeah, it is going to the number 21 car of Michael Birch. He holds on after a good battle actually throughout that race. They had a good fun race, and I think they will appreciate each other. Sean Lynn, who had started down in 16th, he ends up finishing in 12th, so he made some good places and they had a good race. But our race winner certainly delivered extremely effectively and made a great move, a brave move down into Madrid and take the victory. Bonamy Grimes with the Lotuses finishing first and second. The first of the Lister Jaguars was James Thorpe, but he was quite some way back by the end of that race. Even though he was on the front row with them at the start, the qualifying speed wasn't quite as quick, and it certainly wasn't quite as quick in the race itself. But lovely to see this mixture of machinery from the late 1950s, these beautiful sports cars, and well done to Bonamy Grimes, who has lots of sports car experience, lots of sports car racing. He's also raced in the Ferrari Challenge in the past, and competing in a car today at Goodwood, a sort of machine that was raced by people like Graham Hill back in the day, and it really was fantastic what he did, especially that move. It would be great to hear from them as well and see what his thoughts are. But yeah, fastest lap also, he did take that fastest lap, 1:25.782. So a victory in the end, even though it was close all the way through, by 3.5 seconds, and he's getting a lot of congratulations from his friends.
As he should, and he's not even opened his visor when he stopped, so he'll be pleased. A real tough battle between these two. They had a very good gap from third place James Thorpe behind, and Ed's down there to catch their reactions.
Right, it's the final race of, so I'll let you go in, get a hat on and a wreath, and I'm going to jump in actually. Otherwise, we'll never stop him talking, guys. I'm sorry to interrupt. Get a wreath on and a hat. Bonamy, you had to work for that one, didn't you?
Oh, yeah, I got a bit too much wheel spin off the start, and Roger's so quick round here. I just tried to hang on, and then we got into traffic, and it gave me a bit of an opportunity. I took it, and yeah, what a race. Really, really enjoyed it. I'm buzzing. First members meeting, and a first. Wow, I can't believe it. Just still dreaming.
And Colin Chapman would have been proud because you were losing weight as you went round. The exhaust came off.
I was wondering what was making all that noise. All I could hear was the pop, 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 pop. I thought I was running rich and I was just on the overrun, but that's what it was it? I didn't even realise.
Well, look, congratulations, a beautiful drive.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Let's go find Roger. Just all you need to do is turn around. Roger. I mean, sometimes it goes for you, sometimes against. The traffic was tricky, wasn't it?
Yeah, I just got tied up with back markers a couple of times that just sort of put paid to the race, but we had a great run and we're you know, nose to tail a few times. I think I gave him a little kiss when he missed a gear coming out of the first corner, but fabulous, good fun, yeah, really nice.
Lovely.
I don't mind giving up a win to a car that's got 500 cc's more than me, so.
Well, look, it's a great drive, well done.
Thanks, Ed, cheers.
Right, where's James gone? Sorry, Roger, we'll squeeze past. James, bit of a lonely race there.
Well, yeah, those two just disappeared off into the distance, and yeah, and I just thought, well, just bring it home, really.
But I mean, good weekends.
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah. I mean, the last two races back to back was a little bit tough, but yeah, fantastic weekend.
You deserve a beer.
Thank you very much. I'm going to. Thank you.
Yeah, James has had a good weekend, and congratulations to him on the podium once again here with this Salvadori Cup. So Bonamy Grimes taking the victory in the end from Roger Wills, James in third place, Stuart Morley in fourth, Alex Brundle, as I mentioned, the first of the D-types in fifth, Richard Wilson in sixth place ahead of Andy Wallace, John Spears had that little error early on but still finished in eighth place, Justin Mayers and Saif Assam finished in 10th position. Michael Birch next up from Sean Lynn, and we were watching Sean Lynn in that battle with Michael for much of the race. Mark Donner ahead of Oliver Crosthwaite, and then Robbie Bernberg, Nick Fernberg and Julian Majoub in that Sadler Chevrolet that started at the back ahead of Nick Jarvis, and then heading all the way down the field. One or two cars didn't quite make the end of the race, I'm afraid, but generally we had a very good entry and a fun race, particularly between those top two. So we'll just look back at some of the highlights, and of course the pole position man didn't quite get off the line perfectly, had to work harder in the race for it.
He did, but he didn't give up, did he? And there were constant battles all the way through down the field. The number 17 actually got a fantastic start. That was Safit Assam in one of our Jaguar Lister Nobblies, but here was the battle which seemed to just continue throughout the entire race until back markers maybe intervened. Roger not particularly happy with those in the end, but we saw the exhaust on the 29, thought no, I no longer want to be a part of this battle, and thankfully strayed out of the way.
Yeah, and thankfully also it didn't get sort of caught up in the back of the car. That could sometimes happen, but it didn't happen. There were these other battles going on, but it was these top two as they were fighting their way through the traffic, where there were more opportunities coming up every now and then. Once or twice the gap got bigger because of going through the back markers, but then at other times it would get very much closer again. You can see the gap had opened up quite a lot there when Roger Wills was leading with the number 124. But once again, Bonamy Grimes was getting closer. He was pushing really hard. A couple of times he was only just managing to correct it. There were one or two others who had issues. That was John Saunders going off on the grass. Then we had this side-by-side moment down into Woodcote. That stage it looked like Bonamy might do it, but this is where he did actually do it, around the outside into Magic, a brave manoeuvre, and then hold on for the rest of the race. to take victory in the Salvadori Cup and in the Lotus Climax 15. It all worked very, very well for Bonamy Grimes.
Well, it's been great to see all of the action on track as well as all of the activities off track. So guests and competitors have been collecting points throughout the weekend that have gone towards those house shields. So hopefully by the end of the day we'll bring you those scores. But for now, we're joined by someone who's been getting all of the gossip from the competitors throughout the weekend, our reporter Ed Foster. It's great to see you, but we have been listening and checking in throughout the weekend. But a brilliant weekend full of incredible races. You must have a favourite though.
Do you know what? It's always so hard to choose, but it has to be Frank Stippler in the Gurney Cup. It's amazing when you watch professional drivers on the limit. It's incredible to watch. But look, we've got it here. But Frank was over the limit, and he was so comfortable over the limit, and he did it lap after lap after lap from the back of the grid. He came through a really strong field of cars and drivers, and he won it. And it was extraordinary. And to interview him after the race, he was buzzing.
Yeah,
and
it was
just
a brilliant drive.
It was a fantastic drive. When he left the line on the second start, he was doing all this weaving, and I was like, oh, that's quite keen. But actually, it was worth it, wasn't it?
Yeah. And we were saying, weren't we, David, that we think that was probably one of the races that's going to go down in history here at the Goodwood Motor Circuit. It was a good one, that, wasn't it?
Unbelievable. If you hadn't picked that highlight, I was going to look at it.
Sorry,
one of the all-time great drives. I mean, he was just in the groove, wasn't he? He was just so much better than everyone else on the day.
And then in the GT3 car, in the Camaro, just yesterday in practice, he was fastest. I mean, what is it that this guy can't do?
Yeah, he's...
That's a big difference.
Yeah, fueled on adrenaline for sure. And David, we've been spending a lot of time together throughout the weekend, and I know you've really enjoyed spending your time over at the IWC base, haven't you?
Yeah, it was really interesting. It was actually like a real first for Goodwood and first for members meeting, and it was getting those guys. IWC, obviously one of the sponsors of the new F1 the movie, and they brought in this big camera car with this Ukrainian arm on the top and showed us how they film these amazing sequences. And you've got Elliot there, the stunt driver, getting that AMG GT a little bit sideways there, and we just got this amazing footage. And then obviously we had the stars of the film along, Damson Idris in the passenger seat there, there he is celebrating, you know, in the F1 car. It was just a really nice, different thing, a little slice of Hollywood in West Sussex.
It was, wasn't it? Those cinematic shots look great, and we got a flavour of how it's all filmed, and we're about to see that later this summer, aren't we? So I look forward to watching that one. But for me, it's hard to choose a highlight, especially when this has been my first members meeting. I've taken it all in, but do you know what? I've really enjoyed the shootout. I think for a race that's one hot lap, it really puts drivers' skills to the test. They haven't got any time to make many mistakes, and it was brilliant to see that it was Andrew Jordan that took the win in his Ferrari 458. He did a 1:13, which at the end of the race, he said he was going for it. He was pushing hard in that one. And I think we're used to seeing all this period racing throughout the members' meeting, and that was a modern injection that I really enjoyed. So that was a good one. Did you guys like that as well?
Oh, it was fantastic. And you saw when Andrew crossed the line, his eyes were on stalks. You know, Andrew's raced everything. He's a British touring car champion. He knows what he's doing. But I think that lap, even he said, you know, that is as fast as I could go.
Yeah.
And actually, talking to him afterwards as well, he'd done some data on this. He wasn't just funning around, you know.
Of course he had.
Serious lap. And you, right on the limit. Really, really impressive.
And I love that they come to Goodwood Motor Circuit. Yes, they've got bragging rights after this, but they're not messing. They're here to put some fast times down and make a statement, which he definitely did. So we've enjoyed it throughout the weekend, and we're now stood on the start-finish straight as the sun is setting on the 82nd members meeting. And before we leave you, it is time to share those all-important House Shield scores. So it is Tor Bolton that takes the win this weekend with a storming lead there. Aubigny is in second, followed by Methuen in third, and Darnley pulls up in fourth. Now, Dario Franchitti is team captain of Tor Bolton, so I'm sure he'll be pretty chuffed with that one. We managed to get stuck in with the tug of war earlier, didn't we, David? And it's not just the track action that gets competitive, even all the other activities.
I think that final of the tug of war really showed you how much he wanted to win, and he did.
It does, and it's been a brilliant touch to the weekend. We cannot wait to be back here at the Goodwood Estate for the next event, which is the Festival of Speed. The members' meeting is just a flavour for what's to come later this summer. So from all of us here at Goodwood Motor Circuit, we cannot wait to be back, and we'll see you next time.